fresh out of high school when I met him.
Yes, sir.
Okay, followed his career literally. Um, he's much younger than I am, so he was probably his first year of college was when I finished grad school. Um, I literally know him and know he's never suffered a traumatic episode in his entire life.
Okay.
So where did he get his DID from?
I have the same friends.
My question was, where did he get his DID from? When I know for a fact in his life he's never had these problems. I know his family really well. There's nothing like that. He has no psychological history. Nobody's covering anything up.
Okay. I'm not. I don't have an answer for you. I mean, if I did, I do, but I'm not going to really.
Yeah, I'm suffering from DID.
You
Yeah, you're gonna say the only reason why I don't believe it, is because I'm in the same boat he is.
No, man, no.
Oh, you're both dissociative people?
No.
No, that's the thing with the disassociation is like when you're in a particular persona, right? There's nothing wrong, and that you have no knowledge of any of the other personas. That's exactly the reason.
What about the ground crews? You've got thousands of people on the ground, support people who are sending people to the ISS. You have from multiple nations. What's going on with them? Why are they towing the same lie?
Paychecks, probably.
But over time, the money's not going to be enough. Somebody's going to say, you know what? I'm tired of fooling the world. And the other thing is
you get paid more for keeping secrets.
Here's a really cool one. Okay, all the people who claim that this is a conspiracy and now have this information that they can prove it's a conspiracy, why aren't they dead? Why hasn't the CIA killed them? Why is it you're still being allowed to talk on the internet and have the freedom to bark out all of this information, proving that NASA is literally lying to us?
Honestly, because
you're not dead.
It goes way deeper than all of this.
Oh, this is good.
It does.
Yeah. There's a psychological disorder for that also, isn't there?
For what?
It goes way deeper than that. Well, I think you're delusional. I think you're going beyond the pale of rational thinking when you actually can sit there and go and because I've literally almost killed a guy for using Sandy Hook as a reason to claim that there's a conspiracy behind that movement just so that they can control the gun
right.
The gun laws and so
That's
forth.
ridiculous. You shouldn't want to hurt anybody though over something they say.
No, I understand there's a moral dilemma, but if you had literally the connections I have to as a teacher, dealing with the stress of having to deal with drills constantly for guns on campus drills, things like that. I just absolutely will not stand for another person coming forward and saying that Sandy Hook was a false flag or any of these shootings. Just one that was done today. I'm waiting for the people to the Second Amendment people to come running out and say, "Oh, there's another false flag."
Right.
It really chaps my hide.
That may be just incorrect, evidence, right? But false flags. Do you think false flags exist?
Yeah.
Of course they do, right? The Gulf of Tonkin incident, for one.
No, the Gulf of Tonkin incident wasn't a false flag incident. If you look at the actual history of the Gulf of Tonkin incident, okay, and the claims that were made by the conspiracy people, and you go and you actually interview the crew and the people that were there, you're going to find that your conspiracy kind of like fades away. It's no longer that.
Why?
I'll have to get the information.
Well, the information show to you. That wasn't it like.
Okay, if you're going to say that the information I have is doctored and so forth, that's fine. Then we have nothing to argue about because, again, you're going down that same.
Ships were blown up, supposedly, and they weren't. That's all.
Really, where's the ship?
That's the false flag. There's no ship. It wasn't blown up.
The mystery ship, wasn't it?
Hmm.
Was it just something that they were chasing on a radar?
It was in order to get us into war, right? For a particular reason, which is what goes on in the world today. And small-minded people that just watch the news and follow whatever they're told, the agenda. That's even worse, than these people that question everything and are delusional. But that's okay. You
Good
said
talk.
there's no false flags.
No, I didn't say there was no false flags.
Okay, you said that there are false flags, but the ones that we look into are wrong, right?
No, not all of them. I don't consider the Gulf of Tonkin incident a false flag. It may
It's
have
a
been
real flag.
one of the reasons why we wanted to get into the war, but it wasn't, or why we got into the war. But I don't think they used it to sway American opinion,
That's your opinion.
because we were already there in the war, at war with Vietnam already.
Okay. So you don't think that it would be a good idea to sway people's opinions before you get into war?
No, there's a lot of reasons why. I mean, look what happened with General Colin Powell going before the United Nations, claiming that there were weapons of mass destruction, and that was
Right.
the reason why we're going into Iraq.
Exactly.
And it turns out he was an idiot. And he's wrong.
Look
Oh
at
yeah,
look at
all on him, dude. Without that, somebody should have double checked his work, right? It's not like he was lying for anybody.
Oh no, he was
particularly, right?
lying. He was lying for the
Was he carrying
CIA.
water
He was
for-
lying for everybody, and
People
and
carry
he
water
didn't
for-
know it. He didn't know it at the time. But did he come out
Yeah.
afterwards and say,
Yeah.
I was wrong? Not until after Bush left office.
Right, but did he say why he lied? Why he was wrong? It's not because he got the information wrong. It's because
No.
there were forces that
They
he had to
gave
comply
him
with.
the information wrong. Of course, I agree. But he still,
He's like, I'm sorry, I had my facts incorrect. It's not like I was trying to make this shit happen. Sorry, guys. That's what he said.
what did you think about the word terrorism? You're a terrorist. What do you think about that word?
Golly, gee whiz.
well, terrorism can be defined in many different ways.
So before you understood what the word meant when it was first brought on your radar, how do you think that word felt?
When did I first hear about terrorism?
Yes. Sure. When?
1973,
Okay. All right. What is this word?
right after the Yom Kippur War, and there was a lot of bombings in Israel.
Okay. So what effect does that word actually have?
Terrorizing the populace in order to get them to
Yes.
either pick up on a political movement, or for that matter, a cause, whatever the case may be.
Right,
It's very ineffective. It generally causes the other side to retaliate,
Become a terrorist.
yeah.
Okay.
So-
We're reasonable people here. That's good.
What's holding you back from seeing beyond the curve? Why aren't you a flat earther?
Oh Jesus!
Because nobody's proved me that the Earth is flat, dude. Literally. It's just not a question. Like I've been hanging around. I've been discoursing with people that nobody's proved me that the Earth is flat. Period.
Can we go to space?
Yeah, but you guys, it's just these questions that I. It's like what Great Angelo was saying. Like these magic experiments that are going on. I don't. It's a mystery to me as well, just like it is to Great Angelo. Like I don't understand why they're doing that. Great Angelo hasn't really looked into it, so he's just saying that like he can't comprehend it. But I agree with him. Like I'm not exactly sure. I can extrapolate and try to understand exactly why they're doing that, but those arguments or those reasons for me of why they're doing it are just feeble. It's not as hard cut as like, oh, it's because the Earth is flat. Period.
What would you think about you're saying that because his friend goes to ISS that it proves space is space like they say it is? That's not necessarily a factor either.
I don't care
Why would my friend be lying?
To be honest,
He doesn't have to be lying. He could go to space, but that doesn't mean that space is going around a ball.
He observed it going around a ball. It's like
he can see. He can see.
He can see enough. What you see from the ISS is enough curvature to understand it's a globe. You don't see the whole Earth. You see it, and the curvature is very slight up there. He said
this is not an optical situation.
He was at 210 miles. No, it's not an optical. You can look.
He's looking with his bare eyes through space. He's seeing the Earth, and
through the visor of his helmet.
Looking through a curved visor through his helmet, and he's seeing a slight curve. Gotcha.
Right.
You would see this from a plane. You would see it from an airplane. If you look through an airplane window,
not
you'd
that
see
much curvature.
Are you sure? You put on a helmet?
No, I asked him.
Okay, so you can trust him. But he's an alleged person. I got you.
He's a very legit person.
I said alleged. Yeah, I know. You're citing him as a person. You're saying he's legit. You're saying he's a real person. I get it. He might be, right?
So
it all doesn't matter. Though. None of this matters. It's because I'm saying that the optical proof that you're giving me is through his eyes, through his visor. I'm saying that visors tend to curve things.
Here's the enormous difference between you and I.
Besides
my friend, don't tell me I don't understand.
It's the only difference. That's the only difference right now.
In optics every day.
It's the only difference you want to make right now.
Let me explain.
What's the optics field you're working, sir?
Okay. I use microscopes all the time. I use stadium microscopes and I use conventional microscopes. So I know optics. So anyway, getting back to what I was telling you. The difference between you and I is
if you were to put
you're going to focus on one thing.
You're going
to focus on one thing, which is the existence of curvature from the ISS.
No. It's
hold on, and offer me no proof that the Earth is flat.
You're so reactionary.
Proof. No, I'm going to finish what I have to say, and then you can go ahead and tell.
It's a shame you got to drag this into this point. I made a very simple point.
You did not make a simple point. What you said was you tried to first discredit the opinion of my friend and what he actually observed or what he described to me, and then discredited me for misinterpreting his description because he might be looking through a curved.
Is that what you want? You want to have feelings about this?
Can you talk over me some more, or do I get to finish what I have to say? The problem that I wanted to bring up at the beginning of this was literally all of the information that people from the scientific community have given you about why the Earth is the shape that we believe it to be.
Yes.
A globe, plenty of evidence and so forth, far outweighs anything the flat Earth community has ever come forward with, except scripture.
I'm sorry, all you have is these base statements.
No, they have a right to question it.
They can question all they want. The problem is they have to bring evidence if they're going to say it's something else. That's where they're wrong. They could question that. They could say all they want that the Earth is not a globe because we don't believe you. Here's why we don't believe you. Give me the why, and then I'll start giving you more evidence as to why not. But to sit there and make me have to give you over and over again, just a minute, to make me go over and over again and repeat constantly the same talking points as to why the Earth's a globe. Stuff you can learn in a 5th grade science book, and then sit there and tell me that the Earth is flat and offer me no proof makes me just completely think, who's the crazy one here?
Yeah. Is an F a plosive? I don't know, but watch your Fs. Watch your Fs.
What does that have to do with the price of rice in China?
You're crushing your Fs, man. No, it's just you're taking this as an opportunity to be outraged. You're not taking this as an opportunity to know anything. And you're certainly not taking an opportunity to
know a
listen
lot.
to me you're full of words.
I listen to you.
You like to just spill over, even when I'm talking, even when I let you talk. You have more to say?
So you're going to offer me any evidence?
You think you have more to say? You're not just full of emotion right now. Let me let you try it out.
I've been here for several hours. I'm probably getting tired. So if I'm talking over you, I'm sorry. But let me explain something to you. When you come with some evidence,
so you're using more energy. Is that what tired does?
Yeah.
You're getting frustrated and losing your patience.
So you have no idea. You have no idea what it's like to be tired, do you? You've never been tired before. Try sitting at a table for 6 hours and not moving. I can do that. Can you?
Is that what you do?
If you've been here,
I didn't pick that as a job. I certainly wouldn't.
I get paid really well for it too.
Good conversation.
That's cool as long as it buys your mind and your heart and your soul. Go ahead.
My mind is constantly working the entire time. I burn more calories sitting at that table than you do running a mile.
What do you want to talk about, Grady?
His brain's working that hard, dude.
It is.
He's that smart. Not other people could do that. Like I can't burn as many calories.
While I'm doing my job, my
You're
brain
saying
is
that
literally firing
your activity
that many
at your job is burning. You're able to use more of your brain per second for all this time than I can spend running.
You can spend running a mile.
You can run harder with your brain than I can run harder with my body.
I can burn more calories with my brain.
That's
yes,
what you think?
In a day, I burn more calories than you do. What job do you have?
It's just ridiculous that you think that you have a job where you're burning that many calories.
Yeah.
And that it's more than anybody could accomplish.
And it's cerebral calories. No. I said you. I didn't say anybody, because I have colleagues who do the same thing, and they burn just as many calories as I do. Some of them even more.
Okay.
Angela,
you take it to
Angela, do you believe in a creator?
No.
Okay.
I'll admit I'm an atheist.
Do you believe in creation?
No.
Why not?
I just don't. If there's no creator, why would there be creation?
There doesn't have to be a creator to have create.
Are you talking about the beginning of the universe? Because I think that
I'm talking about the concept of creation.
No, I do not believe in intelligent design. Okay. Are you talking about? If you're thinking about creativity and creation and ideas, yes.
I could pull you down. Okay, when you say you don't believe in intelligent design, do you believe in cause and effect?
In some cases, yes. In some cases, no.
How is cause and effect not intelligent design?
Are you talking about nature, natural occurrence?
About intelligence, natural intelligence.
There's no. I don't believe in another natural intelligence that's guiding the way nature's working right now that I observe. I don't find it as a plausible explanation. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
There could be one, and I would be open to it if there was any proof.
I didn't ask you whether it was guiding, you. I'm talking about whether it exists.
Well, okay. How do I describe it? Intelligent design, in its own concept, has a big problem. And the biggest problem that I have.
Intelligent design.
Pardon me?
I didn't ask about intelligent design.
I don't understand where you're going with this.
Listen to what I'm asking. I asked you first, do you think the concept of creation exists?
You have to define what you mean by creation.
Is there a creative capacity in the universe or not?
The universe as an entity now? You're giving it.
That's my first question. Is there a creative capacity in the universe or not?
Your question's vague because you're making an assumption. You need to make an assumption.
My second question is there intelligence in the universe or not?
Is there if we
in the universe,
excluding ourselves,
not in your little brain, in the universe itself?
Again, you're being vague because you're not qualifying what the universe defined the universe as an intelligent entity.
Everything else other than people's thoughts.
If you're thinking of a computer-generated program as the universe,
no. I'm saying everything else. Other than that which comes from people's thinking. That is what I'm qualifying as intelligent.
No.
You don't think that intelligence exists?
Not from that concept. What if I again, you're being very vague in your question. Your question's not defining what the universe is.
I said everything other than your thoughts.
Well, you see, the problem is my thoughts have also come to the conclusion that we don't necessarily have one universe. There could be multiple universes out there.
And that's
lots of different possibilities. None of them have to do with intelligence.
That's specifically why I intelligently barred it from the question.
And it's absolutely takes out the question of intelligence also, because now you're dealing with the possibility of other universes.
No, that's all within your thoughts, which is why I borrowed that.
The answer is no. Then. Not from the concept and the way I understand the way you're phrasing your question.
So what happens? What happens when you die?
Nothing. I stop existing. I start to rot.
So what's the point? Why do you need to care?
Why not? I enjoy my life. I'm a very lucky person to be here. There's the fact that why do I care? It's kind of like, why wouldn't I commit murders then? Because the guy that I wanted to kill for making the comments about Sandy Hook, why didn't I kill him? Because I have a rational mind that says that's wrong. I actually, just like everybody else who is religious, believe in the same kind of morals. I think it's immoral to kill somebody, especially someone who for your own personal reasons. There's no reason for you to kill someone like that. It's wrong. Committing theft, coveting my neighbor's wife. I don't particularly consider that as an honorable thing to do. So there's a lot of reasons. Just because I don't believe in a God doesn't, and I think that my existence ends at death, doesn't make me an immoral person.
No.
Would you want an inclusion to the Bible that said, like, thou shalt not question popularly held beliefs, especially in which a bunch of people die and shit?
No. I'm more interested in why he doesn't think that it's okay for him to kill somebody else.
Why I don't think it's okay?
Yes. Why? Because do you not think it's okay?
Because I cherish life enough to honor that feeling.
So it's only because you cherish life.
No, everybody else in society also has agreed that that's a bad thing. However, then you have state-sponsored murder where they go ahead and execute people for committing murders. When they could save a hell of a lot more money, just keep them in jail.
Yeah. Okay.
So, you know that the murder rate is higher in states that have, the death penalty than in states that don't?
I
didn't even process that, to be honest.
Because states
they just find it's manslaughter, right? Not murder. I don't know. Right? It's a different decision that's made.
Look.
Still killing people.
You exist within this world, okay? And the reason, if you actually dug into it, I would imagine the reason why you'd find it egregious to kill somebody else is because they feel the same things that you do, right?
Well, there's a common bond between human beings, of course.
Of course, right. Where does that common bond come from?
Morals.
What do you mean by morals? I think you're going off the wrong step there. But what do you mean by that?
Well, we're all human beings. Right. We all have,
we're all human beings.
Very similar.
Let's say without eye contact, you wouldn't trust the motherfucker, right?
What?
We want to have eye contact. We're built on the trust of eye contact and handshakes and stuff like that. We're built with that kind of confidence. That builds the moral
I've met a lot of people online that I would trust and I've known for years.
Well, you know what? The online comes after, cultural establishing factors.
Communication,
cultural
sure.
mores
it's a social interaction between people, yes. I would agree that they would probably I'd be more likely attracted to someone or trusting of someone who I've known for a while and have had contact with visually. And yeah, I agree there. What does that have to do with
intimate trust is
whether
built
I believe in
people,
God,
right? Where even between Hall and Oates, you can see it's eye contact that's creating that music. When you're looking at a couple, they like to make eye contact. A lot of people say it's even an evolutionary trait that evolves the human brain is face-to-face copulation.
Nobody
doesn't occur another.
Well, okay.
I'm just saying. Go ahead.
One of the it's interesting. A while back, somebody had posted that God created sex not for men and women, but for husband and wife. And I simply said that sex was created by nature, basically, for reproduction, and a successful marriage has nothing to do with sex.
Okay, you might be wrong on the last part because you used the word marriage. And that's like a social contract between
union, a successful union, not a reproductive union, but just a union of two people. You don't necessarily have to make babies.
Well, if you're saying a successful union between those two people, it might depend on the two people. Okay.
Exactly.
Okay. So a successful one may include sex. Correct.
In some instances, sure.
Fair enough. Okay.
But reproduction relies on sex. And if you're going to have a successful society, you have to have a society that's reproducing. And if you keep hindering that society from reproducing by putting so many taboos in the way, eventually you're going to have a society that doesn't grow but shrink.
Probably, correct. But that's not really.
It's not quite what we're talking about. So let's get back on track.
I think we were just trying to talk about building morality, but I think it comes through the truth of eye contact. And I think it's like, even when you're dealing with somebody that you might be afraid of, if you make eye contact and you see that there's like something in their eyes that's like coming after you, then like you respond to that. We at the speed of light, right? It's a rare thing because that we can hear with our ears the sounds that our mouths make, but we're actually interacting with the same part. With eyes see eyes, eye to eye.
You ever been conned by anybody?
It's certainly different than any other kind of sensory.
No, have you ever been conned? Snack, have you ever been conned by anybody?
It's like second. It's more primary than a handshake, even the visual eye contact.
No, but yeah, I agree, Snack.
Oh, I'm sure. Well, I think you can allow yourself to be conned by people. You can just give things a chance. I'm just giving this a chance.
Well, what allows you to be conned by somebody? How does a con man generally get past you?
Oh, it's your own desire. You con yourself.
Kind of, yeah. Or you're not looking in the right place for, the con man is always using a diversion or a deflection. It's kind of like a magician.
Hand magic. That's a little bit different. A con man is also using your own psychology against you.
And
not like
story against
you. Penn Teller is not doing that.
Usually, I understand that. I didn't say that.
Can I say something here? Can I just say something here?
Sure.
Thought is, right, the realm of control. It is the realm, thought itself. It's the realm of the con man. And all of your beliefs, all of your thoughts, all of your measurements, right, they can be manipulated. And they will be. And you talk about a specific occurrence in the depth of this wilderness of thought and being manipulated over and over and over again. And then there's the con man who's literally, stealing your money. But after you've gone down all these routes, you've agreed to all these things, and you've had all these hopes, and he's going to come in there and play upon them.
A good con man will research you long before he even gets to the point where he starts his con. He's going to know everything about you, and
that's better than a con man. That's more like on grifter level. I'd elevate the word. Once you're planning, there's a forethought,
whatever,
and there's a plan and stuff like that.
Sure.
You can just somebody can con, like I could, or someone else. I'm not trying to con you. What do I want to con you on? You're not trying to con me on the fact that you work hard, are you? That you're a hardworking person.
No, confidence man. You're using the simple term of con, and I'm talking about a confidence man, a person who makes his living off of ripping off people or getting what he wants out of from anybody he wants.
If I'm trying to con you, I need to get your trust, though. So I need to represent
it's
something.
Very easy to get somebody's trust if you know everything about them.
I need to give you my trust for you to con me.
Exactly, but if I knew everything there was about you, I'd find a way to do that.
Yeah.
I'd know the way to do it.
While you just from hearing you talk, and because I'm very good at hearing people, I can tell that like overall in real life, I'm probably not going to be at odds with you on most things, and we're not going to get along. We're different people, different types of people.
Yeah.
But I think more than that we're different.
I'm still burning more calories than you are, though.
You say no, because I play the saxophone and I can pass out from the amount of calories.
That's good. I play chess. That's how I burn the calories.
Cool. I work on Fibonacci.
I challenge you to a game of chess then.
E4.
I like to run this stuff. It's fun. I like physical activity too.
On E4. I'll play you blindfold. I don't need a board.
What's your ELA?
About 2,400.
Are you kidding?
No.
All right, shit, man.
How do you think I burn so many calories?
All right, well, you got me beat already.
Well, I've been in a hot tub that Garry Kasparov was in. That's the closest I've been to being a good chess player.
Oh boy, you mean he was in it, or you were in there with him?
About the
no, he had been there in the previous time.
Yeah. He spent.
What do you think?
It's like sleeping in the same bed that George Washington slept in.
He's a very nice guy.
He is a very nice guy, but what about Nepo?
Nepo's a little bit arrogant, and
he is arrogant, and that's probably why he lost.
No, he lost because he doesn't know his end games. He literally has trouble playing endings, and he's going to have to reevaluate how he wants to handle it, especially under time pressure. They're literally.
He had him beat though. He had two chances.
Yep.
Like I watched every single game of the World Chess Championship, by the way. But there was game 12 and game 14, I think. He had him beat, and he just
he threw away, and they all happened in the ending. He literally threw away his win in the end game, especially on game 14. When they got into the rapid, though, that last game of the rapid tournament, he was winning. Certainly had the edge and could have gotten it a draw and taken it to blitz, and he had an advantage over Ding and blitz. But the problem was that blitz. The one thing Ding knew is going into blitz was a bad idea, so he started to go ahead and play very risky. And under time pressure, Nepo didn't find the right continuation and got into a worse position and eventually got mated.
I just think he saw Rook G4, and Nepo,
I don't think he saw C4 when the pawn got pushed and suddenly that passed pawn became a monster. I teach my students, I say a passed pawn is like the black hole of the chess universe, because as soon as you get one, all the pieces on the other side are eyeing that pawn and focused on that pawn, and it's closer to the edge of the board, they all have to sacrifice themselves for the pawn and literally get sucked in by the black hole.
Yeah, it was incredible. I don't necessarily think Ding deserves to be champion whatsoever. I think Nepo deserves it more than Ding, but I think that Nepo doesn't deserve it because he's too arrogant.
Well, I'm of the belief whoever got the title deserved it, because I lived through the time when Fischer didn't defend his title in '75, and when Karpov became world champion, everybody said, he's not really the world champion. Fischer's the greatest in the world. Well, Fischer wasn't playing chess, so he's obviously not the greatest in the world, and Karpov earned it, and so
what's your FIDE rating? Are you an FM or?
No, I'm not titled anymore.
You're not titled?
I don't have a title.
You were titled? No,
I don't have a title. I had a U.S. title, but not a title.
But your 2400 rating.
Uh-huh.
Oh, it's decent, man. That's crazy.
Yeah, the problem is I didn't have the time. Being an entomologist, I don't have a lot of time to go ahead and travel because most of the tournaments where you get your norms are in Europe. The U.S. doesn't have, other than what's going on with St. Louis, which is after my time. We don't. There was no major tournaments except for Lone Pine. I went to Lone Pine once, and didn't earn enough points to get a norm. So I said, well, I'm not going to go to Europe to get it, and I just gave up on it.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, last question on chess related. What do you think about Hikaru Nakamura?
He's got a great stream. It's a lot of fun to watch. I hosted him for the 2006 U.S. Championship that he won. He's a good kid. He was only 17, I think, at the time. I knew him when he was 10, and he was a great bullet player and blitz player then.
Okay, man. Okay. You got a lot of roots.
I don't think he's going to be a world champion, though. He's got too many people in front of him that'll be able to hold him back.
You don't think that if he didn't lost that game to Ding and the candidates that he could have won a world championship? I
think going up against Nepo, I think Nepo would have beat him in a world championship cycle. Nakamura is not consistent, and I think in match condition and match play, you have to be very consistent. And I think Nepo's a little more consistent than
I think his brain
Nakamura
to him too.
It depends. I mean, who his seconds are and how well prepared. It's hard to say.
That didn't matter for Ding. In fact, it was the opposite, right? He played the English and whatnot. But yeah, his preparation for his openings was
a little shy. He kept going back. What they really pissed me off was he kept going back to the Ruy Lopez, and I'm just going, why? Why are you going back to the Ruy Lopez when you've lost every game in the Ruy Lopez? And ironically, the one game he wins is a Ruy,
right?
That wins him the tournament.
Yeah, it was totally wild. And I feel like people who had a more conservative approach to things would have fallen into like the typical standard preparation trap.
Oh, it was a beautiful match. One of the nice things I like about it is because they weren't so prepared. It turned out to be a very, very decision-loaded match where you always had you didn't have draws. You very few draws and a lot of decisive games.
Yeah, it was crazy. But
a lot of good games for teaching too.
What was that?
Somebody said check, please. I think they want us to leave.
Yeah.
I got to go to bed. It's almost 6:30 here. Jesus Christ.
Nice to meet you, Angelo.
I'm glad it's Sunday. Nice meeting you guys too. Take care.
To be continued. All right. There's so much chess talk. I don't know. I just had to throw a check, please.
The chess universe, to be honest, but
it's an interesting game. I find it interesting because of squares. I like squares.
It's funny. It's just funny when you really get into it, like the commentary and everything that goes on. Like it's laughable, man. And the nature of the game, like that a computer can do it almost better than the humans. So like, I mean, it's just, I don't know. You gotta experience it yourself, but
yeah, I mean, I've only had friends that played chess that were way better than me. So it's like I never really got development time, to get good.
No, imagine taking it seriously though. That's the thing. Like, and in this day and age, right? Like taking it seriously and having different commentators on it that aren't like, they're not like the best chess players in the world, but they're just
AI is discouraging, bro.
What do you mean?
Like for the development of simple things like learning to play chess well, or even some of these creative things, man. I think it's able to do, and it's just like a baby. Like in 10 years, man. Like go on. Like what kind of human endeavor do you want to try that AI can't do in like a minute?
That's right.
F off, really.
That's exactly right. F off, right? And that's good.
Yeah. Where's your individuality now? I just think people are going to be in crisis for their own selves.
Well, that'd be terrible. But I mean, really, like, where's your individuality now? Like, go find it.
I mean, now's this is I'm saying the time is running out to be like a crazy dreamer out there. Like it in the same way. I mean. But you because you could only be a crazy dreamer AI assisted now, because it's if you're an artist now, why does Drake doesn't even need to make another album, right?
Crazy dreaming.
Does Drake need to ever make another album?
Hell no. He should go do something else.
He shouldn't have made any albums.
I'm just saying, AI can make a.
The AI is taking over the dumbass AI that's already in our brains, and just helping us, right? It's just like, don't even worry about it. Like, I know what you're thinking. I know what you're gonna do. It's all boring ass bullshit. Go do something better. It's futile, right?
But it expands. At the same time, it allows us to re-archive all of the last 4 decades, and that means we can go back to the 90s and reproduce albums like mid 90s hip hop when it was really, really good or something, and we can extract that genre and really recreate it. AI could just drop a
90s genre. You can't.
AI can just drop a Drake joint about eating butterscotch candy that people will love it. Okay, stupid nonsense words, but it'll just be like, oh, yeah.
Right. And so why are you saying that since an AI can do that, it's not good?
Because these take up whole careers of what people could have been to the evolution of what is a creative art.
And what is their career actually? Like, if you look,
because it takes somebody's whole life to be a Drake. Let's say
it doesn't. No, what to be a Drake is literally just shit. It's like a pile of shit.
Exactly, but it still takes one whole life to do it.
Yeah,
human life.
Now they won't have to do that anymore.
It takes a whole life to be Prince and do all the Prince things.
No, Prince had magic. Prince was okay.
Okay, but somebody else could be like, I am the next Prince, right?
Yeah.
Somebody might live that life and be like, I'm driven, like I'm a young person, you know what I mean? I want to dedicate my life to be like this other artist. People do this.
That's right.
But there's no reason to do that anymore. Because you could just AI that shit.
No, you can't.
Let's go crazy. Any of the incarnations of what Prince might have done with his music, you could explore that through AI.
Into the wrong situation. You can't AI Prince, dude. You just can't do it. You can't AI Prince.
Okay. Well,
you can AI Drake. You can AI, all these other people.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah. By today's real acoustic standards, I do believe that Drake is AI-able. Kurt Cobain, not so much. Probably Prince is a challenge. Different things are going to be a challenge, but
Kurt Cobain, you can't AI.
What makes you think you can't AI George Carlin or Gallagher? You can, like this stuff can all be resynthed. Basically, it's just
because they have character, right? They have they have autonomy in a sense, but like these people who are just out there outputting, music for the sake of it, right? For the drip or whatever. Like, it's just, you can mix and mash that all you want. It doesn't matter. People are just going to listen to it.
I mean, if there was like a project to do this, and obviously,
it doesn't matter what these people are actually saying. Like,
I don't know why I'm so.
They actually pick up on the beats. They are the AI. They understand, how to play the game, what words to say. Right? It's just different from like other types of music, man. It's not that deep. It's very surface level. And an AI can easily replicate that and shut all that shit out. So it's good.
Like
now we came to the end of your argument where we both agree. Right? Let's talk about something else. What
like a lot of people like, they want to be producers, they want to make their music. I just think it's like
yeah, but it's dumbass shit.
Don't worry about it.
And the AI is going to ruin it. So,
it'll make it better. I mean, to a degree, everything is just creativity within some kind of tool set, right?
Creativity, man. It's not all creativity. Creativity is something completely different than like what people throw the word around for.
Well, I'm trying to make my general statement is that creativity is limited by the tool set.
An undivided tool set.
It's just limited by it. Like if you have very limited things, right? If all I have is an 808, I'm going to make like some kind of like tracks or something like that based on it.
Right.
If all I have is hand drums, but I still have my musical sensibility, I could use those hand drums to create the beats, right?
Right.
So just that's the creativity is finding solutions to accomplish what you want.
Right. And what you want, is that creative or no?
Well, I'm just saying now that creative.
No. Listen.
Oh, what I want is that creative. Okay, I'm trying to listen.
Follow me. The tools that you're using, right, which you described.
Yeah.
That's all. You can use those, right? But is what you want, right, after using them, is that creative or no? Do you see what I'm saying? Like,
well, creativity. Like if you were to
keeps going, man. It keeps going. It's not. It doesn't just stop. It's not just like, oh, I'm creative in the drums. Like, oh, I'm creative in this area. Oh, like but you can be creative in the drums and this area, but you're just totally not. You're totally stuck. You're not creative at all. Like in actually what you're trying to output, right? Which is like what Drake.
Oh, well, that would be a shame. Yeah.
No, that's what most music is. To be honest,
I don't know, man. That's to say most music is that. You mean most modern music, most pop music?
I'm talking like quantitative, but yeah, sure, you can talk genres as well.
I mean, shit, I know a lot of different types of genres. Some of them are really it's just boring in certain ways, and some are, I don't know. They're all over the place, bro. Like,
how would you measure them on their creativity? Some of them, the ones that you like, you might might be less creative than the ones that you don't like, right?
There's creativity all over the joint. You know, from how you record it to how you produce it to how if there are other artists on there, how are they approaching it. It's about approach.
Right.
And a lot of times creativity is not an approach. It's just performance. Get it done. Let's knock it out. Pick that shit up. Boom. Right.
Yeah.
Make that money. Swing the limos.
Creativity to or creation or whatever to a very high standard, which is standard of something being new. And
well, it's like a prototypical arts, you know what I mean? But they're not necessarily going to hit on a wide audience or be popular. But yeah, that's
and even if they hit on that wide audience, it's still not a new audience. You know what I mean? Like the spectrum, the realm of creativity, or the area of creativity and the limitation on creativity is just it's the word is thrown around everywhere, but
yeah,
you know what I mean. But the true depth of it is is this just blastingly new thing, right? That comes along every once in a while. And I think it travels not just from what type of drums or musical instrument you're playing or what music you're trying to create, but deeply into your everyday life, right? Compared to habits and the pattern of the day type of thing. Create to have something new in that pattern of freaking decay. That goes deeply into the heart of the meaning of life and everything. It's not just what can you bang on the drums and fucking sell to people. That is just at that point, when you go deeper into creativity or the nature.
Yeah, well, okay, all right. Could you just pause for 1 second, please?
Yeah.
It's that there are different types of facility for music because there's quantitatively you're comparing a pastoral fucking classical music to to a Drake beat. It's not the same thing. There are types of things that are aesthetic, highly beautiful musics. There are ethereal musics that they're hardly even there, but they're just wonderful atmospheres, but yet they are composed of tones and samples.
That's right.
And rhythms and stuff. They set up a type of flow. They get the mind in a type of space. The mind responds to acoustic environments. That's it's how we know we're in a cave or in a hall or in an open forest or wherever. So it's a psycho event. Tempo affects our blood pumping. That then affects our whole all our systems and stuff.
That's good. That's good. Yeah.
So there's all this biological stuff. So music can be very healing, but it's also work music too. Like Drake's stuff is just work beats. You just get some shit done to it, right? Other types of musics I think are good for driving.
Yeah,
and some are not. And the musics that are good for driving, they don't feel the same when I'm still. If I don't have that constant input, then it's the music, the beats, all those the electric guitar, they're carrier waves. Go ahead.
I despise all that, to be honest.
A lot of Bruce Springsteen stuff. It's just chat.
No. I mean, I'm half joking when I say I despise all that stuff, but it's just using the word creativity for that is, I guess it's fine.
I mean, just creativity to say okay, well, I could compose a song that's good for working or good for dancing or good for getting between the sheets or getting into the sheets. You know what I mean? Or after the sheets, after the argument, after that. You know what I mean? I can make all these types of music that fill a moment for somebody.
Yep.
And let them know that they're not the first person to have this moment. that's a nice thing about creativity and songwriting and stuff like that. But yeah, I don't know if that all like cranks, dollars and cents. I think that I'm trying to give you an idealized way that I think pop music works. I don't think it does.
No, I know how it works, but it's there for people to feel something, right? And and they need to feel that something, right? That's like why, I don't know, the culture exists. But I'm just bugging out on this word creativity, creation, creator, whatever, and pretty much like I'm in my head, I'm thinking like there is a creation that exists when we're not creating, right? Like beyond like our particular, paints and colors and sounds and whatever we want to put out there to make people see something or feel something, like in the quiet of our day, right? There is like a creation going on, and that while we're creating, even if it's just like a habit, right? Even if it's just like a semblance of control, we are missing this aspect of creation because we are creating. Do you know what I mean? And like, so when you say like my creation is creation, which is kind of like an artist saying like, here's my sound, listen to it, right? And like, this is the reason why you like it, right? This is the reason why it's good. But like, really, we're here in this freaking place. We don't know what it is. And we don't know what's going to happen next. We don't know what interaction we're going to have next. But it's always guided by our control, and I feel like that is essentially non-creative. So I'm bugging.
Yeah, I just know that in my life, and as compared to other people, that I wouldn't just be like a little bit creative. I'd be like a lot creative. I'd be like, that motherfucker is creative.
How do you know?
Because that's the way I like live.
Wait, what do you mean?
I mean, that's my life before this, like this last 10 years of being enveloped in whatever this is. But yeah, like my craft wise, like I can do like a lot of different arts and whatnot, that they all involve like areas of creativity.
That's fucking awesome. Fucking awesome.
And
that's sort of talking about.
I'm just saying, like, I'm trying to identify with what you're saying, and I do identify with certain things. Like other people might define as being creative. I don't personally ascribe me being creative. I say I'm so creative. I don't.
You're probably creative. You're probably fucking creative.
But I don't say that.
No, I know you are, and I relate to that as well. But I'm just asking you, like, what is, look, okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm gonna put you in a situation, okay, just or a place here, okay. You're born into this life. You don't know what the universe is whatsoever, okay.
That happened.
You're taught how to hold things in your hand, right? You're taught how to do certain things, whatever it is. Paint with a paintbrush, play a musical instrument, okay, go to work, fix a car, whatever, okay. But you're in this place, this universe that you don't know what it is. And what I'm asking you now, what is, creative?
In this whole place?
Yeah. I mean, okay. And what you know about this place, right?
There are different magnitude forms of creation that I'm not. It's
okay.
It's different magnitude level stuff.
So when you're out in nature, right, and you have no guitar, let's just take the opposite, right? No car to work on, no guitar, no whatever.
I always have my voice. I can always whistle. I can always clap. I can always walk.
But would you be out in nature if you're doing that?
I mean,
would you be actually in the universe if you're doing that?
If I'm engaging in these rhythms and stuff?
Yes.
They're fundamental to my motion.
Are they?
Yes. So I walk in duple. I walk in double time. I'm walking in meter of 2/2.
Is that creative?
I'm already walking in music.
Why?
Because that's the nature of walking.
How do you know? Wait, who told you that?
Because I'm perambulating.
What does that mean?
It means I'm in motion, I'm using my feet to travel from a distance to another.
Where did where did this come from?
That it's true? It's physiologically true.
What do you mean it's physiologically true?
That you have 2 legs and only 2 legs
Sure.
to walk.
Yeah.
No one walks with 3 legs.
But that's not what I'm asking at all.
What are you talking about?
What are you talking? You literally brought it back to I have 2 legs and I'm walking with 2 legs. That's not what I'm asking.
We're all musical to
Not music.
Walking is itself a musical activity.
I'm not talking about music. You're trying to bring everything to music, but I'm saying that your music is actually a block to actually what's going on.
What are you talking about?
I could be humming a song all day.
You don't have to be humming a song. You're just music. You are a song without any kind of title.
To what's actually going on. It's what's in your own brain, which is blocking what's actually taking place. That may be creative. It may be even more creative than you even know.
Your musical track always playing
can be redundant, and will never be creativity in its essence. Correct. Let me finish the sentence there. Snacks. I think
you're trying to get you want to just drill down.
I think you want to hold on to like this like musical creativity because you feel a connection to it, which I respect.
Oh no, it's
but I'm just talking.
It's just
I'm
true,
trying to bring the conversation. I'm trying to bring the topic of creativity into something like deeper than just like what you can create. Do you know what I mean?
That true. Also, yeah, I don't even use the word creating for what I do, even though it is
That's
making something.
Yeah.
It's just craft to me, But sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's not craft. Okay, like if I want to be like, oh, I want to try to write a Beach Boys song or Beatles song, or whatever. I'll take these rules and I'll extract them and I'll try to do. Right, I could go about doing something like that, but then sometimes I just want to be like, I want to just express this feeling of whatever is the universe right now for me. Whatever, how am I feeling right this second? What's going on with that? And then just try to, or you know what? I'm not even asking that question. Actually, I'm not even asking. I just try to like let the music populate the instrument.
Okay.
Yeah. Sure. Crazy.
There you go.
Different level. Different.
I was gonna say
different questions and stuff. And then I'm not really that much part of the.
No.
Stop. No, you.
All right.
I'm not trying to be. I'm trying to extract myself in the process. I want to let my autonomic processes create the music rather than me trying to
that's
think on it.
What I was gonna say, because but hold on. Why does it have to be the music? Because you could say this is how I feel, right? But I mean, everything around you can create that music, not just like you going off into actually using that tool of music to put that energy into.
It's like I've developed a relationship with a configuration of metal and leather, pads, springs, and hinges, to where my soul comes through that.
Right.
And I believe that, and I know that, and it's like energies that I'm not even aware of that just like pull through it, and I'm like, this is awesome. And it's one of the most important proofs for me, knowing that I'm even alive, or what's in a breath. What can you do with one breath? You can make some sounds through a horn for sure, or a trumpet, or whatever, or shout it from the mountaintops, whatever. It's just a more primal connection, and
that's cool to hear from somebody.
Yeah. But that's not creative. That's just experiencing. I'm just trying to be an extension of this vibration, extension of this music.
There you go. Yeah. That's all. I mean, that's all we're talking about really, is like, what extension of the vibration are you, right? And like, what is the depth of where does this like theme of creation lead to? You know, where can it go, or how deep can it go in one direction? How superficial, and how in the other direction? How deep? Right, but like,
right, it's cool. I like it to share like the deeper side of the music, but still, that's not going to sell a gold record album. You know what I mean? That's typically not how people ingest their musical energy.
no, but that's fine. That's okay, because I mean, that's never how good music has been made, by saying like this is what people are going to ingest, right? And that's why I was hating on Drake and talking about him not being creative, but you know, because mostly it's just based on that formula of like what people are going to ingest.
Drake is a performer of an identity that is composed by other people who submit things to him, and he's run like he's not like a real.
I like Drake's music, and I think it's like relatively creative and nuanced. Like, I mean, I'm not hating on Drake. I'm just using him as an example, you know. But yeah, man, that like, and I'm still hanging on this word, you know, creativity.
I know you're fixated on it.
I'm fixated on it because we use that word in like, and I mean, I use that word, I guess, in like a very deep way, but which means like something new to me, right? Like,
okay, I guess it means something different to me, but you're saying that creativity means something that is a unique, new solution, like an invention.
So I mean, like, totally, completely new, right? Meaning like you've never known it before, and that's the only new thing, right? But like, it's not just like a mixture of things that you have known into something of a new mixture, right? Which is like what most people are talking about when they talk about creativity. It's like,
so what you'd be talking about is an accident.
I'm talking about a complete accident that like you're open to all the time, right? All the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I would say that maybe by that definition, I've made great accidents. So
no, but when accident's the wrong word, but it's the right word just to break it off from like this trend, but it is inherently the wrong word. Like newness, right? That probably won't even do.
Unintended complexity arising out of simple,
like a shock or surprise.
Jeez, I don't know, man. That's innovation, what you're talking about.
No, I'm not talking about
but here's what it is really, and I think composer Anthony Braxton kind of explains this well, is that there's sort of a cyclical nature to what we find is that we arrive on the scene, there's like something in tradition. Lo and behold, there's already tradition anywhere we're born. Then there's going to be people that synthesize that tradition. You know, they're gonna pick it up, they're gonna modify it or whatever. Then there are going to be people who reject the synthesis and they reform into a tertiary, new, traditional, modern.
Yeah.
And that's the way that music evolves itself.
Yeah.
In pop culture, we're in song anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not interested in music at all, to be honest.
But yeah, it's never done. There's never a finished best music. It's always going to be changing.
Right.
And if you just try and like reject
all about what's new, like in your head, right? Not just like when you're talking about like when you translate it to like what's new musically for me, that's not new. That's not new. What I'm talking about. You're already making it what you are.
All right. I mean, like so if you're looking at like, I mean, maybe experimental composition. So maybe you think about things like John Cage or something, maybe, or Luke Ferrari, or serial composition where you're just using algorithmic fucking repeaters and attractors and stuff.
No, you're already
be thinking.
I'm not even talking about music.
Well, then there's no definition for like what is your catalog of creative things that can happen in music if you're saying you're hooked on creativity.
It comes from, I think that creativity comes from without thinking about music whatsoever. Period.
Yeah, automatic process is the easiest way to good sounds.
No, man, no. Like
yes, man, yes.
Moment. No, you have a creative moment, and no.
We're almost done talking. I bet you.
Oh,
bet you that much.
All right,
we're almost done. Okay.
Well, if we're done, then we're done. Then. But I mean,
I'm just saying you can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm saying no.
Cool.
It's not just like creative, music types of creativity. Like creativity exists, and people experience those moments, and then they make music about them. If you think that it's only like a mind stuck in the creative like music mindset, that is a different type of creativity. And I think we're done with the conversation, I guess.
I'll allow it.
But dude, this is not even what I'm getting at. Like when I harbor about creativity, or like the creative aspect of the universe, like or some shit like that. One guy.
Yeah, it's something sets up rules and rations for things to occur that establishes the fact that I can use music, notes, tones, that they're going to be consistent, colors, but something sets up all these rate of induction in the atmosphere.
I don't care about any of that. Oh, that's okay. No problem.
So no person is really capable of creation, which we're capable of replicating, synthesizing, we're capable of reinterpreting.
Exactly what I'm saying is that you're not capable of creation, right? Which is like, but you're doing that, right, when you create music.
Well, expression of what I am, what saxophone is, what air is. Right. Yeah, I can express these qualities of something. Yeah.
Yes,
those go together. But also, there's like a internal understanding to other beings. But even animals like my music, so whatever.
Expression is a better word, and I'm sure that everybody likes music, man.
But I like birds too. I'm a big fan of birds. Man, they got some licks, brother. Ooh. They got some dope rhythms you wouldn't even know about, And then I hear this bird and that bird together, and they're not really trying to be like making this funky shit go together, but it is dope. And I'm like, wow, man. But it's stuff like that composed like Dave Brubeck's like Take 5 and shit like that as well. It's just listening to bird calls. Ooh-wee. Nature provides inspiration, but that's the primary expression of these sounds is out of shamanic expression, the drum.
Shamanic expression. That's
yeah.
what I'm talking about.
Using the drum to represent the four elements of air, fire, water, and earth. It is itself already the earth because it's part of the tree. That's where it gets its earth energy from. The skin across it, like you rub it, you can hear like the you get this kind of like high end. Right. That's the wind sound. You boom, 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 and you can get the water out of it.
Yeah, I get you. But when you were talking about the birds, that was more of shamanic expression to me, which is like,
So, all very deep primal places, where sound like that has always talked to our people, forever. We're still hearing that, and that's cool. Yeah.
I wonder what we're hearing.
And then the birds listening to the cell phones. The birds are changing their songs from cell phones.
Yeah, I was gonna say I've heard a lot of bird cell phone noises. But that's not really a thing. It's like,
But like, you ever listen to a nightingale, man?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, you'll catch them. They take some kind of trans-African airway or something like that. So they pick up on a lot of different things. Nightingales have a lot of different bits to them. Like they absorb other birds' songs or something. That's weird that shit travels around too, man.
Right.
Bird shit travels too. They're probably bringing seeds from like coast to coast, bringing their songs and stuff. Right. Birds are pretty dope that way,
That's right. Yeah, I mean, I've only had like a few experiences, but like going off the trail, in nature, just listening to the birds, and seeing, birds will follow you and they'll make noises when you're off the trail. You'll hear birds like from one end of the canyon to the other echo, to each other. Different bird calls also, but you realize like if you were a predator, these noises that these birds are making and this like, annoying sort of harboring bird following you making noises could fuck up your whole hunt. Like the organization, the order of nature is complete, even in like what the birds are saying. And there is it depends on who's listening to a bird, and like what they garner from it, right, at a given time, I guess you could say. But regardless, like of who's listening, there is the truth, of the bird, and its voice, right, and where its voice comes from and what its voice, does, but not is doing, right, but what it does. And I think creation is only in like that immediate action, that instant action. It's not in like, I'm going to do this type of thing. But we kind of make our fake like essence of it, or a fake creation, where we're going to like do this to output for these reasons, and it can turn into like, profitability and all this kind of stuff. But what a sound does of a bird calling, in an empty canyon and another bird answering it, that is like in itself, just to listen to it, to be able to listen to it, purely like without, anything.
Right. But that's what, I mean, just to loop back, I mean, we're talking about like, all of the considerations for what we consider to be music or creativity, but as opposed, or in combination to being musical, but I was trying to just make the case that like we have a musicality to our physiology, that is that.
Yeah.
All beings are musical in nature.
I know, but yeah. I mean,
yeah, dude.
No, it depends on what you mean by musical in nature.
Well, and beyond just the gaseous releases, right? That almost all animals are capable of making some kind of sounds, or that they work in
some kind of sound. That is what you mean by musical in nature. There you go.
That they also have a physiology that is in itself the seeds of what their music is.
I question that, but
it's that like because of the nature of like what it means to walk around and to have a heartbeat, that we have a certain kind of rhythm that
right. But you might be putting
organic.
You might be putting a lot of heart on that heartbeat. That is, you know. I don't know, man. But like,
you want to think so? That's okay. Like you walk around on your 3 feet, bro.
Oh no, people are walking around on 5 feet. You know,
you walk around with your 5-chambered heart. That's all right.
They're walking around on 12 feet. You know, 12-foot feet, right? In their head. You know what I mean? But
it's like, all good, man. Now you must walk around some kind of different way.
No, I'm just saying, like, this is the nature of what we're doing, right?
All right.
I don't think we're talking about anything. Like,
does your heartbeat? Your heartbeat goes off like while you're sleeping and stuff. And you just press play when you wake up. You're like a fucking Teddy Ruxpin, or you're an eternal fucking piece of music that has to keep playing, or it's over. What do you think?
What do you mean? My heartbeat is.
Does your heart get to stop, and then we can just like store you and like, you're an eternal. You're like a. Jeez, man. Yeah, it's early yet.
I think you're misunderstanding what the hell I'm talking about.
Might be.
What about my heartbeat though? My heart beats. It doesn't stop. I'll be dead.
Right.
I'm
like
just
you're
saying,
a song.
What I was saying.
It's almost like you're a song.
Like 3 feet, 10 feet, 12 feet. I'm talking about like people who, you know, they think that they're more than themselves.
What's a song?
What?
What do you define it? Does a song exist? The form of it, does it exist?
A song is an outpouring
outside
of emotion, right? In a like creative context.
Is that what you're comfortable? That's your comfort zone feeling of it? Okay. Can you explain it? I was asking you a question, but you're just trying to shove it fucking right up in there.
I tried to answer your question, but I don't know. Like, what is a song? You tell me.
What's the nature of a song? The form of it. Does it? If you can imagine that it exists outside of like our convention of what we call a song, you know, it's something that can be repeated, right?
Right.
It's got symmetry to it.
Right.
It involves some type of harmonic, like cadence in it.
Yes.
It has a rhythm.
Yes.
Okay. And, you know, okay. So those are just basics that we don't even have to exist here. It'd just be dogs have songs, maybe, right? Maybe snails have songs. It's just repeating things that they do. We might not quantify them as musical per se because they don't sound like music to us.
All right. So, are there some songs that you think should not be listened to?
No, I'm just saying that, like, because different animals have their own calls. Some of them are more pronounced than others, but you know, I don't know.
But let's say we lived in like a dystopian communist world, right? And the songs that we played, right, were listened to over and over again. And you know, I don't know. You can imagine any type of odd dystopian world that you lived in, but
I think you do.
What? I mean, should those songs be listened to?
Yeah, you're an organic creature with unresolved chemistries until you stop completely. And I'm saying in a way that's like a music.
Why do you?
It's like a long ass opera. It's like it's like your whole lifespan's like a very, very long opera.
Yeah, but why relate it to music?
Because it's constantly occurring. Because there's repeating themes. We'll go back to different themes. They're repeating themes in your life. They're evolving themes.
One of these themes being that you're relating it to music.
We're trying to just release the pop culture talons off of the sacred order of what our being is, which is essentially musical. That's what I'm trying to get to.
Okay.
Something that's essentially organic to us, innate, not determined by top 40, determined by Billboard. You know, if
Right.
you want to sugar all honey while you're making your pancakes in the morning, that's up to you.
I don't think it would help. And I'm like an asshole. Like I'm a hard ass on this stuff.
You're a hard asshole.
Yeah, I'm a hard ass because really, like, what you're talking about is exchanging one thing, right, with your own, which is the exact same thing. Could I explain? Which is like pop culture, right, is just people's feelings, people's emotions, how they feel, right, put almost like you know, in an AI sense, like it's collecting data from everybody, finding out what everyone wants to feel, right, what everyone wants to think, and putting that into a song, okay, and giving it to the masses. And then somebody else says that's not music, they need better music. Now listen to how I feel, how I think. And you're just one person in that collective AI that the pop song, emulated. So why are you better? Because actually you're not actually listening, right?
You're definitely twisted the fuck up for sure in your
No.
mind.
What do you mean? I'm
You're
talking about
definitely fucking twisted. You know?
No, I'm not.
I'm gonna end this conversation right fucking now, okay? You behave yourself. I'll be back later.
Dude, you do whatever you want, man, but I'm having a conversation. Well, anybody else here or no? I guess not, man. That's a bummer.
That's interesting. You can forget a lot of types of trivial things. A lot of hands-on experience seems to stay with you. Muscle memory, all that stuff.
Snacks, are you back?
Somewhat back.
Somewhat back. All right, you left abruptly, and that
Ponder
was
that shit.
I
You think too hard some of this stuff, man.
I understand why you need to leave abruptly versus some of the things that I say that come out of my mouth. Okay, but bro, I'm with you, man. Like I'm just trying to pose like a different type of argument. You know what I mean?
I'm not trying to have a
I'm not trying to argue either. I'm just trying to not, just.
I'm not trying to override your skepticism. I don't want to be trying to sell you on some shit. It's just like how I interpret my existence. So
okay, man. Okay, and I don't know you.
Yeah.
I don't know you. Really, I don't. But I'm here for like.
This is a normal first kind of experience. Yeah, definitely delve into this type of shit on a normal basis. First conversation for sure. This is a little bit like sweeping, right? Talking about existence and creativity, art,
Dude,
and
that's
stuff
what I
like
want
that.
to talk about. Fuck creativity or whatever. I want to talk about existence. I want to talk about like all the deep shit. But yeah, man. Like if it doesn't have to. My opinions don't matter. It's like they're only there for like either I give you an honest representation of like my own experience, or it's sort of like here are some opinions, right? And what do you think about them, right? Just for conversation.
Well, you're giving me like a space to populate an idea, and so
I really don't want to. That's not really what I wanted to do, man. I don't know.
I don't mind that. Yeah, it just is. You're like ask me a question, but it's like it's kind of they're big type questions. So I feel that if it's just something you're spontaneously thinking, or if it's like a question that you often use, I don't know.
No, really, it is spontaneous, and it's like whatever we were talking about. I don't think it was done justice, but that's okay. Like it doesn't have to continue.
There's I guess an ineffable mystery that should never really be disclosed, I guess, about the real connection with all of this stuff,
Yeah, and I have a million questions. Like I mean,
we're at the footsteps of all these like divine things, though, and it's pretty cool.
That's right, man. And like and one of those questions that I was thinking about along the whole way, right, which is it might be even disconnected, might not have any relationship whatsoever to what we were discussing, but like a person is born into the world, right? And it's like, what is your relationship with the universe? That's the question. And the second question, which is the most important to which is not the most important, but to me, the one that's the most important, which is like, and how would you find out?
Well, I think at a certain point, I was trying to be something that was capable of expressing, because really, like, I've pretty much just like 18 or no 14, just like I'm going to be an artist. I don't know why people would suggest anybody do that.
I was like 11, 12, and I was like, I'm going to be a fucking artist. And I'm good at art, man. Like I took art in college, and the teachers there, like,
And what was your attachment to art? What's your genre, if you will? Are you a visual artist, a sound artist? Does it
no? I look at life as art in a way.
Okay,
that's my connection to it, and like.
So, like a cinematic philosopher?
Well, no, like from the beginning of it, I can't really articulate how all this came out, how all this came to be, but like my first connection to it that I can remember was I was over at a friend of my family's house, and we were drawing on one of those, color books where you had to draw between the lines, and I don't know, like I don't even know exactly how to articulate this, but like we're drawing between the lines, right? We're drawing and coloring with markers or whatever, and somebody said like you have to draw between the lines, and I articulated that. I was like, we have to draw between the lines, and like I did really well at that, but I don't know. It took me into like from learning that skill of being able to, like, at a young age, like, draw between the lines, like, whenever I needed to. I was able to draw other things. Do you know what I mean? And so I was a good artist, like, from a young age. And my art teacher.
So you developed like good technique with
Good technique.
hand-eye coordination.
Yes.
Understanding of how to blend colors, probably.
Correct.
Cross hatching,
just
good shading techniques.
Good technique, and
working with the side of the pencil, not just the point. Yeah, all those types of things.
And whenever I took art class, that was my favorite class. And I got praises from my art teachers, like whatever I did, whether it was with ceramics, whatever. But and that's continued on to, I've been a good artist. I can show you some of my art, and it's like, I can immaculately represent something with just like two-tone paints, and give me any brush. But that to me is not like art, quote unquote. You know what I mean?
It's fun to do.
It's fun to do when you have to do it, or it's fun to do like when you want to do it. Like I've even drawn a self-portrait of myself for my Spanish teacher in like 9th grade or whatever, right? Giving it to her and be like, just drawing a self-portrait of myself, put it on her desk, and just walked away.
I was
for no reason.
I was hanging out with Flatter's legend, Flatter's dude, and New Perspective came by, and I created a painting meme of him.
Yeah.
Like on his trip from, it was about 45 minutes, just on a white canvas doing like a two-tone black and white kind of photograph.
Yeah.
Based on like a old headshot that he had from like way back. And it was just really sad. Like I didn't know I had the chops to do that, but yeah, give me a projector. Okay, we can do this, Like I can at least trace a fucking shape. You know what I mean? Like it's all right. It's not high-end art really, but like if you reduce things down and you use other tools, it's like, I don't know, it becomes like a simpler thing than trying to visualize it in your mind's eye and then have the acuity to make that happen. Like I just recently, we were talking about salvia experiences, and I had just thought of all these like different weird sort of images I've seen or almost like entities, that I thought had brief encounter with or something like that, So I start, like, one of them was Optimus Prime, and so I was able to like draw Optimus Prime coming out of a wall, like with surprising good memory recall. Like I didn't like reference like a action figure. I didn't look it up, just kind of drew. It was in my mind's eye, and it develops. It's like a photograph. It takes a while, so I got to rework the image a few times, a little bit, but you get it. It's a different type of rendering process, you know what I mean, to draw from there or to draw from, a visual reference, or to color within the lines. Yeah.
Yeah.
And but like creativity can be in like how you apply the materials as well.
No, I take the art thing to like a different level, right? It's like my whole life, right? And not seriously, not like my whole life actively as an artist, but like in the trend of my, wanting to be an artist, right? The next thing that came after that was wanting to understand. I learned, like, I got really interested in physics. This was after getting like terrible grades in 7th grade, and my dad just like being an asshole, whatever. It's like he basically just made me do homework for like hours a day for no reason. Like, even though I didn't need to turn it in, like, just made me do math problems, and I hated it. But it was because I got these bad grades, and just wanted to skateboard and like hang out with girls, you know. And then in 8th grade, I went to a science class where I learned about like what an atom was, and I just got super interested in it, and it kind of blew my mind. And I started buying, you know, physics books, learning about physics, and all that I wanted to do from that point on was like understand what like the major problems that the top of the line, you know, physicists and mathematicians were working on, and what problems they were actually solving, and trying to like, you know, trying to understand what they were. And I continued that, you know, into college. I went to an Ivy League school. Um, I pursued that. I ran track also. I got recruited for track in order to get into that Ivy League. But yeah, man, like even after doing all of that, like I took art classes and I saw what these art professors were doing, and what their lives were like, and all this kind of stuff. You know, like, to me, it's all art. It's not just like, or not to me, it's all art. That sounds like so pathetic, you know. But like, but but there's an art in life itself, right? Even though you're an artist. And I think, you know, I've crossed the line on a lot of these things. Like, I like physicists less now, and I like artists less now after living my life as I've lived it. But that's my own prejudice, okay? So that's not you, and you don't need to, you can just brush that off yourself. But I'm just saying, like, you know, for me personally, you know, in conversation, something, you know, something along those lines, I feel.
Yeah. So yeah, so I guess I have a primary connection to like that drawing and visual art. At some point in 4th grade, I started getting into music, and then never stopped that. And I wished I guess I could make my music as good as my drawing, you know. But I'm good, you know, with my hands, I guess, enough to do that. And I think that kind of kept going, where I kept like applying sort of some previous scaffold of understanding to a new art, because arts are just sort of almost interrelated, you know.
Yeah, but what about the art of like of listening?
It's like, well, it becomes too about like understanding that there's a dramatic element to the performance and stuff like that. So in some way, even before being able, like, I don't know, we're informed by movies and stuff, like to be filled with some sort of feeling that we can then put into our music, right? It's not all teen angst, and it's not all teenage wasteland, right? Like, to develop and be a musician, right? Like, you have to have some kind of, you're expressing something, good energy that's inside you, trying to push it out, right? I don't know. Otherwise, you're just some kind of technician.
Yeah.
You know, or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, all this stuff kind of expands out. Yeah, it does become life. Like, life is just, it speaks in different ways that are acoustic, visual, spatial, I don't know, color, all these different things. Like, you could say that the color applies to sound, even though people are like, what do you mean by that, you know?
Yeah,
But
but
it's certainly things that people talk about in music.
I know they talk about that in music, but not in life. But that's a side point. Yeah, I'll send you a painting I did.
You ever heard of the guy Ace McLeod?
What's that? No.
He's like a flat dude on YouTube. But when I met him, like, and I didn't know that he was like a visual artist, but he showed me some like pictures on his cell phone of like some colored pencil stuff he did when he was like in 8th grade, and the shit is like a photoreal picture of a horse. It's just absurd.
Yeah.
You know, and he's like, it took him like an amount of time to do it and all that. It's a gridded thing he did, you know. I mean, it's just something. But and he said he didn't want to do that because it's just so tedious, you know.
I'm not sending you a photorealistic thing at all, but I mean, I did a good job, but it was done in the hours of like 11 a.m. or 11 p.m. and like 6 a.m. You know, overnight before art class and whatnot, just like one go.
Yeah, and then get like into writing. You know, you think like writing's a type of art. You know, some people do. And you're like, well, why do all these things? What's the common rule set with all this stuff? And you know, you ponder that for about 10 years. And then you ponder for like another 15 or something. Crazy. I'm almost getting there. But that's with music too. I mean, I think a lot of the things that I'm into with my music, as far as like me being me on my instrument, you know, not trying to replicate somebody else's shit, but just like that, the one-to-one translation, if you will. I think that's like the high effort shit that instrumentalists want to do, you know.
Yeah, I'm just not the person to talk to about any of that, you know, because I want to talk about is like the deeper things.
That is a deeper thing.
I'm not sure about it.
It's a transcendental oneness through the craft of any kind of craft, but transcendental oneness as you being you as expressed through the medium. I think that's philosophically like the aim of all art.
We can take it deeper. Who are you?
See,
what?
There's no need to take it to there. I don't know.
Oh no. That's the deeper. That's the deeper. If you don't want to take it there, then you're living on the surface level, to be honest.
Huh. I guess it's like really to do a lot of these different creative arts, you must be more than one thing. Yeah.
So when you go outside and you know, experience, you need to look at the moon or whatever, right? Despite the flat earth memes and everything. But like when you see a beautiful thing, like a tree, the moon, a flower, right? What is actually experiencing it? And, you know, what is like, what should be, you know, it's just all these are wrong questions. But
yeah. When Mike Tyson is kicking someone's ass, it looks crazy, but he's doing it with like the heart of a child.
That is crazy, man.
Isn't it true?
No. It's definitely not true.
It's true. He's doing it with joy, you know? There's a heart of a child. There's a portion of that.
No, he's
is
not.
Driving those muscles to knock a motherfucker out real quick.
Not the heart of a child.
It's fun. So
words are the description is not the described, right? Words are never the thing. The menu is not, you know, the pizza.
We're drawing from a composite of things to execute any kind of craft, like a high end thing like painting or artistic expression.
Did you see the painting that I just sent you? Check
I'm just
your,
saying, who you're like, who am I? But like, who is Mike Tyson? You know, you're like, Mike Tyson's the fighter, but no, Mike Tyson's also driven by other things. You know, there's other dynamics to Mike Tyson that make for him to be excellent.
That make for him to be what?
Like his expression of
Wait,
who he is out of the.
That might be the wrong word.
I don't know. Are you on to some sort of philosophical concept with any of this, or is it just endless like vagaries?
I don't think you're on to my philosophy. Right?
Like I'm trying to like see the edges here. That's all.
I know, but you have a very like no offense, but you have a very
I'm a handful. Sorry.
No, you have a very normal, view of things. Very like normal, like societal view of things. I'm just trying to like, I see all that, but I'm trying to break it down.
This is okay. This is an okay painting for sure. I feel comfortable with that.
Okay, cool. Because I'm comfortable.
Like I would go further into it though, but
yeah.
I would also say, like, if you're trying to get detail like that, maybe some type of different green paper would be better.
Green paper?
Like a finer green.
Or green. I'm not sure if I follow you. I enjoy your conversation though, man. Like, so, I can say that enough. And I won't be too touchy because, I don't want to lose you as like a conversationalist because I respect your.
I'm just saying, like, I can see you're putting detail into another layer. It's not rendering right on the substrate. But like, I didn't go to art school, right? So like, I was lucky enough to have like really good natural teachers that just found me in real life and just like poured knowledge into me for no particular fucking reason other than they thought like, I was curious enough to like retain it. So I'm lucky to have had all these different.
Go into your DMs. Go teachers, look at my name. Go see go look at what I sent you. Look at my painting, and read it.
Read the painting.
Yeah, read it. That's giving a hint, and I didn't even know it was when I painted it, but that's giving a hint to what I'm saying.
Who is this? Is this a quote of the person that says the thing?
It's not a quote. No, I just wrote that after I turned it in. I spilled coffee on it too, but that was after I turned it in. But I just wrote that on it because I wanted to. It's my quote.
Okay.
But that dude, Andrew Weil, or whatever, Dr. Andrew Weil, he's just a freaking epic dude. But I'm sure he would agree with something like that. But, when your mind is clear, right, that's a beautiful state. That is the state where all good things come from.
Cognitive harmony.
Not cognitive harmony. Like, I mean, whatever you want to call it, right? Whatever you want to call it. None of it.
It's the opposite of cognitive dissonance.
Sure it is. Yeah, I guess it is, right? But it's a state that has no opposite. Do you know what I mean? Which is, I don't want to say it, creativity, right? But I'm not trying to make a point, I promise. And that might be like the annoying part about it, but I find that to be like the thing that's least respected, which is like, you know, a mind without accumulation. And that's why I'm kind of like making all these ambiguous points, because I've explored that in my own life personally, in my own artistic life. And
great.
Yeah, I found that.
I think for me it's like this something between an understanding of like psychology from high school probably really kind of fueled a lot of the later thoughts I'd be having about how cognition is affecting all these different sensory things that we take for art or music or whatever.
Word.
And trying to understand it.
I can already hear from you. No, it's all good, dude.
Like just a common understanding that it could be applied basically through all different types of fields, and you know, in some way, almost like I'm trying to find unified field theory of like this kind of art or something. You know,
yeah,
I think that's
no, we'll leave music out of it. Yeah.
I mean, we could leave music out of it, but I spend a lot of time trying to do cryptography with tonalities and stuff like that, exploring mechanisms of meaning for tones, like why, you know, do certain tones like have a type of phonic that is establishing a language, you know, musical language.
I don't know. Yeah, I have no idea.
Yeah, man. Some things are like audio, and like they change our consciousness a little bit. Like we kind of get if you like, let's say, listen to a bunch of like hand clapping and water slapping or something like that in a cave. Kind of, if you listen to like a track of that for like a while, it would zone you out. You know,
I'm sure it would. Yeah. That'd probably be a wild experience.
Or like some native people like saying, "Oh yeah, whatever," just fucking like, whoa, okay. You get into a trance. You know, like our brains respond. They kind of mirror the sounds that we hear. Like it's almost like, you know, just the same way that like a camera obscura is like taking the outside world, bringing it inside. Like that's what our eyes are doing, but our ears are also doing that same thing, because they're transcribing the sonic and then broadcasting them into our brains, where we're kind of like reproducing these waveforms in our minds. It's crazy. Like, so in a way, like the auditory world around us is like is also inside of us. I literally too, right? Like all the broadcasts of all the radio stations and all the Wi-Fi that's going, you know, through our bodies and stuff too.
Hell yeah, it is. That's why.
So I don't know. Maybe I'm just a vessel, and maybe that's all I'm really trying to be. Is just a good vessel for, you know, creative art energy, whatever the fuck that means.
Yeah, I mean, I could say good, you know, but like, who cares, right? I'm not going to say that's good.
I'm fascinated with the improvisers more than composers, though, for sure. Like in all different types of things, you know. I think you can feel that in my persona. It's like I get pretty jazzy with it, I guess. Sometimes I'm even followable, or yeah, it's all over the place. So who are you? What are you? You tell me. Who are you? What are you? Where you come from? Santiago.
Who?
Who are you, Santiago?
Who am I?
With the assume a Hunter S. Thompson.
I thought I've talked about myself enough.
I'm gonna inquisitor you as Hunter S.
What?
I'm gonna be like an inquisitor, but I'll be playing the role of Hunter S. Thompson doing this. Is that okay?
All right. Well, I've said enough about myself. I mean, I study physics. I'm passionate, you know, in the art realm, but I'm also like find a lot of it disingenuous. And that's, as I said, that's my own like personal thing. But no matter, like, you know, I'm a person who has explored life, who has asked serious questions, and has found answers to those questions, and has also seen that the question, right, the conditioning of the question is the answer. But the answer can only come from the conditioning of that question that you ask. And we ask a lot of questions, man, and I still do.
You know, I'm gonna need a pen and paper to keep up with you. I have to be drawing some bendy arrows and stuff going on. There's a circuit of ideas here. It's more than just a linear simple man's thinking.
I'll try to make it linear. I don't know, but
you don't have to. I mean, I don't necessarily think that thinking is a linear process, so we can use it like that if we want to. Some things are causal, though, you know, but ideas occur to us in weird ways.
Yes, some things are causal, and that is the beauty of it. Is like some things, and that is what I'm mostly interested in. Is some things are not causal, which is the new, right? Which is what we've been talking about this whole time, but because cause and effect is old, you know, that's the past and that's the present, that's the future, but the non-causal, that's something out there, and how that, you know, that's something out there like the universe that you're in.
You heard of this idea, like it's 108 senses, based on our normal spectrum of senses, but also placed within you know, different degrees of time, forethought, memory of, you know.
No, I've never heard about that. What is that?
Like that there's no sense, there's no, if you're about to burn yourself, you're just almost about to burn yourself, but you don't actually, like, that the knowledge of being burnt is the sense memory in a way, in another form that prevents you from doing the thing that's
Okay, that's what you're saying. No, I've never heard about that. Well, that's interesting. That's really interesting, actually. Maybe.
So there's like at least three here. There's the actual primary event that you anchor to that knows that you can get burnt. Then there's the memory of that. You just, whatever you remember, you're like, oh, I don't like getting burnt, you know? Or maybe you're like, I fucking love it. It was awesome. I don't know. However your condition to be, whatever your cultural norms are, this is what goes on. And so
regardless of all that,
yeah, there's like a lot of modality to how we use our sensory setup and combine them. You know what I mean? And how they cross relate and stuff. And it's fucking interesting.
Have you ever had like a supernatural? I don't know. By supernatural, I mean like other than the natural experience. Maybe you could even say like very, you know, coincidental, hyper coincidental experience. I'm sure you have, but like, you know, something that comes to mind.
I think I surf the coincidental reality, but no, I don't think anything's like formed from nothing to become something that's not occurred. Like material hasn't.
Why not?
Spontaneously happened.
Why not?
Not that I've observed.
If I asked you why not, what would your response be?
Yeah, I don't know. Like I can visualize things.
I can visualize things too.
Right, you're visual artist. I expect you to.
All right, dude. So look. No, we're not there yet. We can't even talk about it.
not everybody's great at visualizing stuff, although everybody has dreams. But like applying something that you would like to visualize and to visualize that thing, not everybody does that well. It's sort of a training.
I don't do that.
Like that'd be like something like you'd have to train yourself to do that. But I think I've trained myself to a lot of specific things. I like doing that.
When you're training yourself to something, you're missing a whole lot.
Oh, I don't think so.
No. Why don't you? I think that you're hasty in saying that you don't think so. But what do you mean?
Just I'm AC insane.
Yeah, I think so. I really do.
What does AC mean?
I don't believe you when you said I don't think so to whatever question that I just asked. I did not believe you whatsoever.
What's AC insane mean?
I think that you're wrong, and I think that you know that you're wrong.
About what was it?
Doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. But like when you say like, you know, you when somebody questions you, right, and they say like, are you sure that you're right? And you say like, or are you sure that you're not wrong, right? Which is what I was essentially saying. And you say like, I don't think so, very quickly. That's a red flag, right?
Yeah, but it's a lot of times when you can actually. I find that a lot of times I'm wrong, but I'm actually correct.
Right.
Is that weird? I'm not being semantic, but like the thing that I think is the wrong thing, and yet it does work the rightest way that it could have. Improbably so, possibly, but you're asking me if like something supernatural occurs in this moment. I don't
not in this moment. No, fuck this moment. I'm talking about in your experience in your adventure in life, man. Just from one fellow human being to another.
Yeah, just deep moments. Yeah, for sure. I've had some of them Jack Andy deep moments for sure. Deep thoughts. Yeah. I watched two birds one time in the air, just like in this incredible wind, just like having no fear of just fucking being blown apart by a gust, just like playing, falling, trusting in the wind, and it just bugged me out. And then another blackbird came, and they both basically just rode the wind in the stationary position, not hardly doing anything for another 10 minutes. And it's just like, it was one of the most beautiful things I've seen somehow. I don't know why. And in that, like, it taught me a lot, you know, like I said, they have to trust the wind, basically, just trust themselves falling into the wind. Like they're hugging it. In fact, you know, like, yes, I love the wind. Yeah.
No, that's big.
That's crazy. Yeah.
I see what you're saying.
So just looking at like life and stuff sometimes is like it's transcendental experience, and that like relates back to the unification of like real metaphysical oneness with everything. So I don't feel like I'm separated. I'm just like some kind of a, you know, lucky observer in all this, right?
So are your thoughts separate?
My thoughts separate? Jesus.
Yeah.
I think I'm pretty highly compartmentalized.
Like when you're
challenged to answer that.
I know when you're watching those birds, right? Like maybe not in that exact example, but something like that, right? Where you're seeing something that's, you know.
I almost don't believe what I'm seeing for a moment. Yeah.
Right. When you don't believe what you're seeing for a moment, when it's amazing, when it's beautiful, right?
Then my eyes start watering. Yeah.
Your thoughts, though. Your thoughts are separate from it, no matter what.
Oh yeah, there's sort of an after realization,
sure.
I guess. Yeah.
Yes,
but the moment is more powerful than thought form can establish. It's Absolutely. Like you're overflooded with sensory information. Yeah.
Of course. I mean, somebody sees something beautiful and or like they're actually happy, right? And then they think, you know, I'm happy right now. That's just a pleasurable thought.
Right.
But the actual happiness is different from that.
Right.
Thought.
So that, I mean, for me, that's like an access point. I feel, you know, so objectively one of the most pure things I could like observe in this life, you know, and so it leads me there. I'm like, that's good, and objectively good, and all these feelings are in check. They're all true. I don't have to make up bird gods and have a religion about it. You know what I mean? It's just like, it was a cool thing. And, there's other things that I guess relate to that too. Natural forms.
No bird gods. Yeah, no bird gods.
In this type of environment, I'm looking at Joshua trees. The Joshua tree you could kick over with some Bruce Lee activity. Right? They're weak as fuck. Yeah, they stay up to this powerful wind, right? The powerful wind that these birds are riding on, just be stationary, surfing the wind. And these Joshua trees, their only defense is pointy leaves. That's how they break the wind foil. They actually puncture the wind with their sharp little points.
Interesting.
And they draw like electrical fucking energy off of that shit.
Yeah, they literally are the environment, right?
And then they draw up because they know that's going on. They draw up and they form more silica to those points.
Yeah.
And those points then become harder and they pierce the wind more. It allows the tree to stay standing and not get blown over, because these things are crazy stupid, because they're like two different species that made a partnership. They're like a yucca and a cactus, like having a baby.
It's a beautiful.
They work in networks. They work in disparate networks. There'll be like a mother tree, and then there'll be like other trees, and somehow they're communicating to each other to know like the wind vectors. They map the shit out because it doesn't really change that much from season to season, or it becomes part of what they are. And they're amazing, like little fractals that way.
Yeah, they are.
Delicate.
Definitely they are.
That's a cool. I didn't read that in a book though, but I was like, well, that's the only way that it works, and I'm like, yeah, it's because it's pointy leaves. What the fuck? Man,
well, I'm just trusting you right now, but
crazy.
You know what I mean?
It's like a windstorm, and you could go near a Joshua tree, and it's like effectively pretty quiet. Like so it's like, what is the wind even?
Dude, man.
Yeah, we've gone a deep dive here. Anybody else want to unmute or you know what I mean? Jump on in this double dutch here.
Feel free, guys. It's morning time. If anybody wants to join in.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you for anybody listening to us talk. And thank you, Santiago, for entertaining my somewhat short fuse. Okay, I'm gonna take a break.
If I was flying and I had some type of infrared vision, I'd be able to see the thermals if I couldn't necessarily feel them. So the ability to see my path ahead of me using thermals and stuff like that, and the most efficient things would probably go hand in hand to a more infrared hybrid of vision as well.
Realm, I'm sorry, that went over my head. But...
No, I know. I'm sorry. You guys are talking about trees and how nature adapts and stuff like that. I get that, yeah. But it was also saying that, if nature makes the most out of the wind and stuff and thermals, for example.
I would imagine it does.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So, sorry, I only just joined, so I'm kind of like, I think they're talking about that, and maybe I could say that and such and such.
No, what was your point? Because I'm still trying to process it, but I think I get it a little bit better.
Yeah, cool, man. Sorry, that's the problem with this broken conversations. Thanks.
Well, no, I mean, it's all good, dude.
But let's just say, because it kind of sounded like it was an open room, maybe that's where I got my prompt. But let's just say the refresh rate of the human brain can see, let's say, a maximum 30 frames a second or 60 frames a second or whatever those figures are. And if the refresh rate on other animals is a lot slower, would they actually be able to see atoms more clearly moving? Does that make sense? So if something is moving faster than our eyes can such and such, then we're only going to get one perception. But if the animal's got the ability to see, what is it, higher refresh rates or lower? Yeah, maybe higher refresh rate. So
higher.
Yeah. So if they can see higher refresh rates, then I'm just trying to think what I'm trying to say. Can they see the world differently to us? Can they?
I brought that up a couple of weeks ago in this server, and like they were talking about time dilation, and time dilation comes up like since I've been here, it came up like once a week so far.
Yeah, but time dilation is you're talking about like a billionth of a second. That difference there. But if the human brain can say, for example, a 25 or 30 refresh rate, and an animal can see it at 60, we're not just talking about a billionth difference. We're talking about 100% difference.
So basically, I have 120 hertz monitor, so it refreshes 120 times a second.
Not necessarily. It's 60.
Most like 0.1. It has a 0.1 latency, so actually less than a second, whatever that is.
Well, this is it.
But no, well, hold on. Let me just get this out. So noticeably, though, I can see up to 160 frames per second. I can feel it and I can see it on my monitor. Beyond that, beyond 160, like there's 240 frames per second monitors, but like it's like redundant. Like you don't really need that much because you can't even perceivably notice it beyond like 150, 160, debatably. Like when you play, first person shooters and stuff. Slides. Go ahead.
Because I was going to go on mute and it's like it's only because if they say that our atmosphere is 432 hertz, then you can kind of, is everything moving in 432 times a second? You know what I'm saying? And yes, we can't see anywhere past 120 frames a second. That's it.
Well, you can actually. I mean, I can noticeably feel it. Maybe not see it, but I can feel it, right? And you can kind of see it. You're subconsciously, you can feel it and see it.
Now, to me, the question is something moving much faster than that, right? Which is like so much faster that it has no measurement, right? Like no hurt measurement. It doesn't matter how fast your screen is moving or how fast information is that you're taking in. Like it's there instantly all the time.
Yeah, the ether.
Sure, you can call it the ether, but you don't know what that is. Like you have no relationship to it, whatever. I'm talking about actually in real life, right? Like, does something like that exist? I'm just asking, right? Because
theoretically, yes. I mean, even light itself, they say they can measure it, but are they actually measuring light, or are they measuring the amount of time it takes for the room to actually light up? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's debatable. Like they call it induction, I think. Are they measuring the speed of light, or are they measuring induction?
Okay. All of it is related to thought. Would you disagree or would you agree?
Yeah, you're talking about consciousness, and that's when it comes down to it, like before elements, right? Before protons and particles and quarks, right?
Thought. Yeah.
Before all of that, before you had any of that, you had consciousness. When you take everything away, what is left? It's a consciousness. So whose consciousness is it?
Right? It's yours, and it's full of things that yours is full of, right? And mine is as well, right?
Not necessarily.
What do you mean?
It's not like in the beginning of time, it wasn't my consciousness.
No, but you're imagining it right now.
Yeah.
And therefore, like even your imagination of what we're talking about, what we're trying to like ascertain, what we're trying to like get a hold on or trying to understand is still being understood or ascertained by your consciousness, right?
So what is consciousness?
It's your experience, your memory, your knowledge, your thinking that reflects all of that.
Not my consciousness. I'm talking about consciousness in general. The primordial consciousness of all things. What is consciousness? What is it made out of?
that is what it's made out of. It's made out of your consciousness. Everybody else's consciousness is comparable. It's the exact same. Just, different degrees, different mixtures of the same thing.
I mean, I see what you're saying, but it's not my consciousness. Because right. If it was my consciousness, I would have to be God, and I'm not God.
No, but yeah, well, it's a play on words, right? But it's not yours in the way that it is also the world's, right? But it is yours in the sense that, the reality of facing the fact, right? Which is you can think something and say, that's not mine, right? And think it anyways. Or have an idea and say that's just an idea. But it's you doing it, right? The fact is that you're thinking. So that in certain circumstances becomes the problem. And you can't just play it off and say, I'm not God, whatever, because you are the problem, right? Just like everybody else in the world also becomes the problem in various circumstances.
Because in my understanding, consciousness is something that Yah will give you, right? It's a spark that once the consciousness begins, because you can have, right, according to the scriptures, and you don't have to believe how I believe. Right. I'm just saying, according to the scriptures, when Adam was made from the dust of the ground, he was made, his body was made already. Everything was prepared beforehand, before Yah breathed into him the breath of life. But you can have all the working components, the brain, the neurons. You can have it all in place, but there will be no animation. Even if you shock it with electricity and give it electricity and try to start it up, without the divine spark, you're not gonna have any animation. Not in the sense a robot has animation, right? I'm talking about a thought, actually coming into existence, actually coming to life. Theoretically speaking, you can recreate the human body, and even if they were able to recreate the brain with all its billions of neurons, right? You won't be able to actually bring something to life in the way that Yah did it. Now they're coming out with AI, which seems to be getting closer and closer to that, right? But it won't be the same. It won't be the divine spark that's given by the Creator Himself. It'll be a mimicking. It'll be like a mockery of it. AI is like a mockery of it, a perverted version of it. Consciousness, in its purest sense, is really a divine spark.
Are you a divine spark?
Yeah, I believe all living things are.
Wait, no, not. I didn't ask all living things. I asked if you were.
Yeah, I believe so.
Why?
Because he gave to me the breath of life.
Wait, when did he give it to you?
When it's actually pretty profound. It's when the sperm enters the ovary or the egg.
Okay, and what are you now?
A living being.
No. Well, I mean, you look at a child, right? They might have that divine spark in them, but they're going to change in various different ways, and that divine spark can be totally lost, and they can still be able to say out of their mouth, I have the divine spark, but they don't.
Life is life.
No, it's not life.
Life is not life.
No, that's a ridiculous.
This divine spark is what the fuck are you talking about? Energy?
Yeah, no, you're just trying to say life is life, therefore I am. Therefore I'm great. Therefore I have the divine spark. Therefore I'm okay. Therefore everything is fine. That's just not the case at all.
I never made those claims.
Then what do you mean by life is life?
Life is life.
Explain.
Life creates life.
And what life are you talking about?
There's only one.
Really? And you're it?
I'm not talking about an individual's experience.
No, are you life?
Yeah.
Really?
My material body is this material body that we all have is life.
Interesting, man. Interesting. So your definition is sort of dwindled a little bit, I think. When you said life. When you said life is life, that sounded very bright. But when you say like I'm life, it's
the I, the ego, or the whatever I claim to be. In
just looking at like what you have done, right, with life, in your life, and still being able to say out loud, life is life. Who cares, right?
I didn't say that. Who cares?
No, but that's essentially you're throwing it off. You're saying that no matter what, right, life is life, and that's not the case.
No, I'm talking about not like. What do you think I mean by like life? Like life, like living life. Life is life.
I think that when you use the word, you're trying to pass off like a deeper understanding of things.
Can you just look at the text chat real quick and see this GIF that I posted? This is an example of what happens when an egg is fertilized. This is something that they just realized recently.
But the egg in that sperm was live before that, and then it was created through other life, and then it was also created. The parents were.
Hear me out.
It's an endless process of life.
Yeah, but it's
like,
not.
Where
the
were
same
you?
Thing. It's not the same thing. I'm trying to show you because sperm cells are more of like robotic organisms. They're like they're like
bacteria, but it's still alive.
Yeah, like viruses and bacteria aren't necessarily.
Viruses, I don't think are considered even alive in mainstream science.
So that's what I'm trying to say. Like
genetic code.
There are things in nature that aren't necessarily divinely sparked. Like they're like robotic organisms. Like they're organic robots. Like there's even within the cell, the DNA has these robotic organisms.
Divinely sparked line.
Just hear me out. There are these little robots that go up and down the DNA that literally correct any errors in the DNA. They scan the DNA. Now they say, are these little mechanisms, are they alive? Right? Not necessarily. They're literally organic robots.
Right. But we're not talking about organic robots.
All right, but let me elaborate because I have to. I'm trying to distinguish between organic robots and divinely sparked organisms like human beings. Like,
I know that's the distinction that you're trying to make.
Those robots are part of the material life.
Use, right, to be divinely sparked.
They're in your cells, those little robots that you claim, which are
I'm trying to unpack this, bro. I'm trying to unpack it. That's all I'm trying to do because I don't know where to draw the line between what's considered, like a living organism, like actually capable of consciousness, and something that is just a program, right?
It sounds like you're talking about sentience.
Exactly. So you have viruses, right? That essentially they're just programs, organic robots that just replicate uncontrollably, right? Now, arguably, maybe they're sentient, maybe they have consciousness. I can't prove that, right? That's why I don't know where to draw the line, but I'm trying to distinguish between a human being and a virus.
That's not the line,
right?
That isn't.
Or a human being and a sperm cell. A sperm cell is more like a program. It's been programmed to do a certain task. Now, arguably, is a sperm cell conscious or sentient? I don't know that, right? I don't think anybody's capable of measuring consciousness. All right, with that being said, now just peep this GIF though. See how the light is sparking? This is what scripture says in 1 John.
Okay. This sounds like a sentience, like a bullshit argument now. Because like where do you are you trying to draw the line as to where one individual is sentient?
No, just hear me out, bro. It says here, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with Elohim, and Elohim was the Word. The same was in the beginning with Elohim. All things were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made. In him was life, and the life was the light of men. And the light shines in darkness, and the darkness comprehend it not. There was a man sent from Elohim whose name was Yahuhanon, or John.
Wait.
I'm almost done. Two more. The same came for a witness, to bear witness of that light, that all men through him might believe. He was not that light, but was sent to bear witness of that light. That was the true light. This is the key right here. That was the true light, which lights every man that comes into the world. And when does this happen? At the time of conception, I believe, is when life begins. It's when the spark in this, people will argue this, they're arguing it today, that, oh no, life doesn't begin till 28 days after conception. No, life doesn't begin till 4 weeks after conception.
No, brother. The sperm cells are alive. You're talking about sentience.
No, I'm relaying
objective reality, having a subjective experience. That's what you're talking about. The sperm cells and the egg cells are alive.
You're not understanding what I'm saying, bro. I'm talking about conscious awareness. I'm talking about
sentience. That's the same word. Whatever word you want to use.
So why are we debating, dude? I'm just showing you what I believe is the time that.
But you're using this word life as it's the same as sentience or consciousness. It's not the same. Bacteria are alive, but they're not sentient.
All right. You're right. Okay, I'll give you that. But I'm just saying that I believe that conscious awareness begins at conception. Now, even though it has to be built up.
Proof for this?
Yeah, I'm showing you right now, bro. What do you mean? You look at the spark of life right there. That's a divine spark that everybody's always talked about, that Jewish mystics have been talking about thousands of years, and science is just now starting to catch on. You don't see it, bro?
I don't see sentience at certain stages in the womb. No,
consciousness is something that is built up. There's an ocean of consciousness, right? But it has to be built up. So this is at the time where it begins to be built up. And a 1-year-old only has a certain amount of consciousness. And then as he gets older and older, it gets his conscious awareness starts building, compounding.
A 1-year-old, a 1 month old, a 1 day old out of the womb is still sentient. We're talking about when in the womb is that baby sentient or that fertilized egg sentient.
I just told you, bro, at the divine
You're saying spark. At the conception.
But yeah,
again,
that conception is the divine spark. That's what I'm trying to tell you, bro. Yeah. You don't have to believe. Listen, you don't have to believe me. But these things I can't prove to you, right? Science. This is on the edge of logic and the edge of science. Logic crumbles here. We're going to the ethereal. Science can't even measure consciousness, and you're asking me things like I'm supposed to bring to you the tools to measure consciousness, bro. How am I supposed to do that? Can you do that?
You can measure consciousness as to what the organism has in its body developed before it's
Dude, there's no basis. There's no credible basis to actually measuring any level of consciousness besides a monitor that goes beep, beep.
No, that's heart rate.
Beep, beep.
Heart rate.
Like even the neurons.
Heart rate.
That's like the only thing that they have is like they can test if the neurons are firing and they can test if the heart is beating.
Neurons.
Beyond that, bro,
the brain is the
antenna for observing any level of consciousness, bro. Get out of here.
Our brain, our nervous system is the antenna to whatever the aether, wherever, whatever.
You're being very abrasive for no reason, bro. I'm just trying to present something to you. You don't even let me finish. That's why I'm getting a little frustrated.
Sorry about that.
Like, you don't have to agree with me, bro. I'm just showing you what I believe, and I can't prove it, bro. So you're asking me for evidence for something I can't prove, and it's really just theological.
You're saying, but you're being when you say like a spark of life.
Please. Okay, go back to reading what you were saying, which is that the light can't understand the darkness, and the darkness can't understand the light. What did you read there? Go read that. Read that again.
Sure. And I'm not trying to make this into a sermon, and I know people.
No, it was in the middle of what you were trying to, what the sermon that you were trying to make was, but I want to hear that particular point again. Because
the light shines in darkness.
Yes.
And darkness comprehend it not.
And darkness comprehend it not. Okay.
Whatever that means, right?
I think that's more important than whatever like assumptions that you made, right? because you might be assuming right now that you are the light, and so might all of us be, right? Bearded Dora, whatever. But just this one concept that the light shines within darkness, and the darkness has no relationship to it, right? It cannot comprehend it. It doesn't understand it whatsoever, which is like
it sounds like humans. Like, what is the darkness sentient or a conscious? It can't understand it. Light. That's what it sounds like. The secret, or not the hidden meaning behind it. Like an individual's consciousness who's darkened can't comprehend the light.
That's exactly what it's saying, bro.
It's very much the truth and I think that also it carries a theme in the Bible as well. But it's this theme that essentially, like, knowledge, right, is fallible. It's never the truth. It can never be the truth. And everything that you think that you know about something, right, is compared to the infinity of life, right? It is darkness. It is ignorance. It's total ignorance. It's the shadow of ignorance once you enter into knowledge. And like even thinking, even what Lion is saying, trying to like good-heartedly say about like the spark of life, right? Trying to make a point for that also, even still, is like shrouded in this ignorance, right? Which is like the step into trying to know something.
The spark of consciousness. If it said the spark of consciousness, it would make much more sense.
No, I'm not done. Lion might be trying to say something that he feels that is important, like real, right? And in other times in your life, Bearded Dora, you might feel the same thing. But it's the sense that, like, when you think that you know that you're correct, right, or that you actually, that this is the truth, right, in however you've articulated it, that is what the Bible is telling you right there, is that is the darkness that's trying to understand the light. Basically,
so the scriptures mention those, like he was saying, those who live in darkness, right? You have to go from darkness and you have to cross over into the light. Now there's a whole theological basis for that, which I'm not going to go into right now. But I was in darkness at one point, right? Either living in sin, completely mad at the creator. I was atheist, right? If there was a creator, I could care less, right? And that I was living in darkness, and I did not comprehend Yah and his ways. I didn't comprehend his scriptures. I didn't comprehend the wisdom of him until I crossed over into the light. Once I crossed over into the light, I started to understand the character of Yah, the character of the creator. But when you're submerged in darkness, symbolically, or you're living in darkness, it's very hard. Like if you look at the world, like the classic example of the cup half full, half empty. If you're always looking at the world in a nihilistic view, right, very pessimistic and negative, you're basically, your eyes have scales on them. There's a cloud over your head, and until you go into the light, right, and then you'll start looking at everything in a positive light. You'll start understanding the creator and his character a lot better.
You just said the creator has a character, which doesn't sound like the creator wouldn't have a character. A character is a persona. It's a mask.
Yeah, he does.
I feel like the creator would be just the plain old truth and the light. Like it says, I am the truth and the light. I don't need to put a mask on.
That's debatable.
I feel like that's what ego is putting on a mask.
That's debatable. But let me just say this: like, there's two kinds of people in this world, right? You got optimists, or three kinds of people. You got optimists, realists, and pessimists, and we all fall somewhere in between those three.
No. I mean, wait. You said there's three.
Yeah, there's optimists, realists, and pessimists.
I feel like there's something else, isn't there?
I mean, maybe there is. I'm just trying to categorize people into different, groups. So like basically most of us fall into one of those three. And from what I've realized in this server, we got about, wait, what we got right now? We got about, it's a good mix. We got believers and we got non-believers. And then somewhere in between we got agnostics, right? But if you're living right and you look at the world nihilistically, oh, well, if God's real, look at all the suffering. You got babies dying of cancer. You got the earth is being torn apart. You got all these. If God exists, then why do bad things happen to good people?
Right.
That's a very nihilistic view, right? And you always have a negative output.
Not necessarily.
I don't know, always negative output. Like there is something that people think that that this place is a soul trap.
Yeah, but that's just
So yeah, I don't know. Like some people think that our creator wouldn't have put us too much suffering. But others say, well, like, oh, but that's learning.
Look,
that's what makes one greater is experience.
Don't put your creator through so much suffering by believing in fragmentary things. How's that sound?
What's fragmentary things? What is that? Can you elaborate?
Based on thinking.
This sounds so.
No, it isn't. It isn't. Like thought itself, right? Never sees beauty. It only tries to encapsulate it, try to hold it. It is the problem.
It sounds like ego.
It is the ego.
Is thought ego?
Of course it is.
How would one understand truth without thought?
Do you think that thought has anything to do with the truth whatsoever? Do you think that light has anything to do with the darkness, which is thought?
The thought is darkness.
Of course it is.
No, it's not.
Wait, Lion, you don't think it is?
No. Okay, it's complicated, bro, but the scriptures say that we are to take every thought captive and test it. Not all thoughts are dark. Not all thoughts are
tests it? Who tests it? More thoughts?
You do.
No,
you compare your thoughts. You compare your thoughts to the word of God and see if it's aligned.
Who is you? Lion of Yah? Ariel? Who is you? X?
This is like counter space. Like you are a thought. Like you, me. Like there's no thing where we can weigh. We can't weigh me.
Oh, we can
weigh my physical body.
We weigh it every single moment of every single day.
Like with what? A measurement?
With your own thoughts, which is measurement.
You can't measure.
You can measure my thoughts.
Thought
you can't empirically measure the weight of a thought.
Thought is measurement. It is the limitation. It is like the blindness. That it is like the darkness, literally.
I see what you're saying.
That is what cannot comprehend the light. It will never be able to.
It's not true, bro.
It is true. It is true. You don't.
I think something you witness
because like I'm saying it, but like it's true, man. And even if I'm wrong in how I'm saying it, thought is fragmentary in nature, my friend. It will never be the truth, ever. And your goodness, okay, the goodness in your heart that is like feeling and pushing towards these things has nothing to do with thought, man. And when it does get caught up in that thought, it can only go wrong.
I mean, I don't think it always goes wrong. It can benefit you. Depending on what situation.
No, I'm not trying to change anybody's beliefs here, but like this is the human basis of understanding what we are doing here on this earth, regardless of like what a book tells us or some wisdom from what we're told, garnered from tons of non-wisdom out there. But
so it would be like reacting to, like, example, you see you're walking through the mountains and you see a mountain lion standing, like when you're walking on trail and you see a mountain lion right next to you.
Yes,
and you react. Would that not be
you
thought?
immediately react. Right?
So that would just be
intelligence,
consciousness. That wouldn't be thought.
It's not intellect. It's not thought. It's not memory. It's not knowledge. It's intelligence. You see a dangerous snake and you jump away. Immediately, your body does it. But when you start thinking, then all the problems come in.
Yeah, the mind is a good servant but a bad master. Yeah. I think there is also a fine line though too. I feel like you want to exist in this realm. You gotta walk the
just
the razor's edge.
Sorry.
No, you don't.
Both light and dark.
Crypto's trying to say something.
Yeah, dude. Just quickly, would you? Because I would say that you see a snake, you jump away from it. That's instinct. So would you say that instinct is a part of intelligence, or is that a separate thing?
It's not instinct. Okay, all right.
Instinct, but would you instinct with intelligence?
You can call it instinct, but I would refrain from calling instinct intelligence.
Okay, but that is instinct. You're not consciously thinking, "Oh, there's a snake. I will jump away." You
Okay,
jump
but
away. You think,
well,
right?
when you're on the edge of a cliff, right? You don't just, you're careful, right? That's intelligence, right?
Yeah.
And now the intelligence can be lost in an analogy, but you can keep going.
So he's talking about.
Can you work out your intelligence,
but
with exercises and kind of grip holds and
just because fight or flight response is an instinct doesn't necessarily mean it's not part of your ultimate intelligence. It's still.
Oh no, and your flight or flight response, might be non-intelligent.
Like if you just stood there and didn't do nothing, right? That'd be pretty stupid, right?
That's why the instinct is separate from what is intelligence.
I feel like light and darkness are both one and the same.
Also, I feel like that the colloquial understanding of stupid there is different to someone who actually measures as low intelligence. Like again, they're kind of different.
Yeah.
But anyway, whatever.
Intelligence. The word intelligence means intelligere, which means to read between the lines.
Yeah. I mean, I personally.
No, which means to not measure. Do you understand that?
Yeah, sure. But also, I mean, the word entrepreneur means between the gaps, right? So, I mean, you can take any word out of context if you want. I'm talking about
right. If you measure,
yeah, but I'm talking about the general understanding of what intelligence means in the English language, right? So, for me, it's the ability to process information at speed.
Right. Which is like more of akin to the word intellect.
No, intellect is more of a general ability to manipulate understandings and concepts.
I think the moment we start using words to describe this, like it leads to a lot of misinterpretation.
You have to define terms, or you don't know what you're discussing.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay to fight over words for a while.
So we have
but then we realize that like the words are not the thing.
We have instinct, intelligent, intellect, consciousness. These are all the words that everybody's used so far.
I just don't think that we understand how limited, what we call our intelligence is, right? Or what we call our consciousness is. And I think that the intelligence is in seeing, how limited our consciousness is, right? Or what we think our intelligence is. That is intelligence. There's no other intelligence.
Can it not just be something like that consciousness gives you the ability to think? And so, but consciousness is more than just thinking.
But have you ever thought about what your thinking is? Actually seen what your thinking is?
Right, but I wasn't really finished. Like,
go ahead. Finish.
Yeah, I mean, it could be, and this is how I view it, having not really thought about this link that much, but consciousness is a much more generalized state of being alive, which gives rise to things like thinking, right? But they're not the same thing, though, like, in my opinion.
Have you ever gone on a walk, right?
Yes.
Nobody's there. I mean, or maybe somebody's there, I don't know, but just you're on a beach, it's just pure bliss, and only your thoughts are in the way of this pure freedom. Have you ever actually seen, what thinking is and where it should be and where it shouldn't be?
I mean, I don't really feel like I'm at war with my mind, so
yeah. So you don't go on walks.
Yeah, sorry, dude. It felt like you'd finished because you left about a 7-second gap between sentences.
My bad.
Yeah, I don't feel like I'm at war with my mind, so I don't have that issue. Maybe other people.
I didn't ask if you were at war with your mind.
But you said the only thing getting in the way of that freedom was thoughts.
Absolutely.
Well, I think that
it is.
Yeah, but
it's not a
I don't
question.
see it like that.
It's not a question. When you're observing something, like a tree or a flower, and you think, you are objectively, becoming unaware of what's in front of you. It's not a question. You're internalizing, you're moving into your head, internalizing, you're projecting your thoughts onto something that is actually not actually what is there. And that is a division. Yeah. It's an inherent division, a separation between you and the intelligence of the universe.
Yeah, because you're having to construct in your mind what that thing is in front of you. It's not like an objective. Like, you might have a good approximation of what that thing is because of maybe a personal or a social construction of that thing. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Right.
But why does that mean that I'm not free there? Where's the link there?
What do you mean? I didn't say you're not free.
Well, that was what confused me, because you said that the only thing separating me from the freedom of being on a beach is my own thoughts.
Of course.
It's not necessarily, just real quick, it's not necessarily a detriment to be out of mind or out of.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that. I just don't understand the statement that was made. Maybe you can phrase it in a different way.
I'm saying that essentially, you'll never learn anything new. You don't understand the art of learning if it's only in the machinations of thought.
That's not true, bro, because you can meditate, right? For the scriptures say to meditate on the word day and night. That's to be not in the present, right, through your eyes looking at something, but in the retrospective, reflective state that we all have, right? And just because you're in that retrospective state or reflective state in your mind doesn't mean that it's a detriment, like you're saying. You can gain actually insight into things.
Meditation? That's not meditation.
Well, I'm not talking about meditation in the Hindu state where you block out everything out and completely.
I'm not talking about that either. I'm talking about embracing it all. But actually
That's what I'm talking about, embracing it. But sometimes to embrace things, you have to literally retrospectively look at it from different angles in the mind.
What retrospectively looks?
Your higher self, if you want to call it that.
No. God damn no. No. There's no higher self, man. That is a machination of thought.
Retweet.
What I'm trying to convey is that you have your present self, right? And then if you close your eyes, you can retrospectively, right, review your past, right, actions that you've done. You can regret things that you've done. Is that a bad thing?
It can
no,
be.
It's not.
It absolutely can be.
And not only that, you can actually look at things in their mind.
No,
you know what I'm saying?
No. It can be. It can be a bad thing.
It can be, yeah, it can be, but you're acting like it's always a bad thing.
It probably always is. It depends on how you're comparing it. Because look, a free mind, right, that embraces something, sees it for what it is without any judgment, without any comparison. It can take it in clearly, and it embraces it. It loves it for all. Love in the word, in the sense of the word, where it's like it's not continuing wrong. It actually, in its essence, has that freedom to just see, right? It doesn't harbor anything like, oh, I know I'm gonna do this next, blah 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 blah. I'm gonna have to justify this, and that's all like subconsciously garnering, our seeing. No, it's just pure embracing of seeing what actually is going on clearly, and it's done.
So who is the arbiter of the freedom of the mind, in your view?
You'll have to find that out yourself, man.
Well, then it's ultimately subjective.
The only way to find that out is to know what's not the arbiter, right?
But then if everyone is their own arbiter of the freedom of their own mind.
No, they're not their own arbiter. They're not their own arbiter. They're the seeing that says they're not their own arbiter.
Well, I just asked you, and you said everyone.
You're trying to pin me to something? No, I didn't say that.
Okay, I'll ask you the question then. I'll ask you a question again, and maybe you can answer it, appropriately this time, because that is what you said last time.
Maybe.
Who is the arbiter of the freedom of the mind?
No one.
Right.
So we're not accountable to our own actions?
So it's unknowable then. Okay.
I don't understand, bro, at all.
No, look. You've done something wrong, right? I've done something wrong, okay? So how do I observe? How do I look at this, right? Through I feel my guilt, right? That's the first thing, right? I feel my the wrongness of what's going on, right? Then I see my reactions to all this, right? And if I didn't know any better, if I didn't know like how the universe behaved, how life exists, how whatever, right? If I was only schooled in this certain aspect of things, then I would say I would have to do better in this certain realm of things. I would have to do better in this realm of things because of these reasons, right? Because my school told me, because my church told me, because, society told me, right? This is the normal way of going about things, right? But the fact is that I've done something wrong, right? And I'm looking at it. And the fact is that how I'm looking at it matters. Okay? And how I'm looking at it is based on all of these cues, right? All of these societal influences, religious influences, depending on my religion, whatever it may be, whatever it is, right? Ideas of what I should do, what I should not do, okay? And those are there to keep me, good, right? To keep me, as a good societal or person, right? Just a good person. But What an actual good person does is see all these things, right? All these influences, whether I live in communist China, whether I live in, Quebec, who cares, right? What I need to do is actually see these influences, see what I've done wrong, and see it clearly. That's it. That's all. That's all I need to do. And no one will let you do that, because instead of letting you do that, they try to garner you, try to push you into these directions to say, you need to, apprehend yourself, right? You need to actually, change now because of this system, right? You need to punish yourself because of this system. You need to be better and you need to fight. No, you do not need to fight. You don't need to fight. You just need to see clearly. And that is enough. A singular person that sees clearly what he has done wrong is perfectly fine.
Where'd you get that wisdom from?
Yes.
Who gave you that wisdom?
What do you mean? Who gave me?
Did you just come up with this on yourself? Because honestly, no disrespect, bro, but what you just said, there's no substance to it.
You don't think
there's
no.
There's not. Yeah, there's literally it makes no sense.
Yeah, can I get in on that?
Wait. Why doesn't it make any sense?
Go on.
Just get in on that.
No. I want to know why it doesn't make any sense, because it makes perfect sense. Why doesn't it make sense? Tell me. Actually, answer the question. No, answer. Why doesn't it make any sense?
Private conversation, guys. If you want to have a private conversation, do it in DMs.
Okay. Ryan of Yah. Why does it not make any sense?
Talk, bro. He's a mod, dude. He wants to talk.
I don't care. I'm asking you a question. Why does it not make any sense?
He's trying to make this a private server, dude.
What, dude?
I'm saying you're trying to make this a private conversation.
No. I'm asking him a question in an in-depth conversation that we've been having. What do you?
We got all day, dude. Relax. Just let him talk, dude.
Yeah, I don't have all day. Yeah, I just wanted to say I actually agree with what you say, because, for instance, in communist China, they might say banning Christianity as an example, and you might feel in your heart that you are a Christian and that the Bible is the true path or whatever, so you would then have to make that judgment. But at that point, you are then saying that every individual is the arbiter of their own freedom of their own minds, which I don't necessarily disagree with, but you have to understand that that's your position.
Is that it? So I can respond to him?
Yeah, go ahead.
So the reason I'm saying that there's no substance to that, because basically what you're saying is that everything that we've absorbed through our biological imprinting, right, and sociological constructs,
whatever you want to call it,
yeah, like religion, right, or any basis for morality and ethics.
That's
right?
correct. Yes.
All of that, whether it's Islam, Buddhism, Hinduism, whatever it is that you've absorbed through life, everything that you've absorbed through life, we had to completely get rid of it, right? To then see clearly.
No, you don't have to get rid of it. You have to see it.
Yeah, you had to be aware of the things that you've absorbed throughout life, right? The things that you have added to your sense of being, who you are as a person.
Sure. Yeah,
that's a collection of things that you've since a child have been absorbing.
There is no other good than that. Yes.
And in order to see clearly, you have to undo all that, or at least reflect on all that, right? But at the same time, you're saying that your thoughts are evil and dark, right? So how do you even come to that reasonable conclusion when you have to be in a self-reflective state to even come to that conclusion, to be able to see? But it's a paradox, because you're saying that your thoughts are dark. But hold on. But at the same time, right? Somehow you're able to see clearly through your own understanding. So you, at the end of the day, are the arbiter of truth, and everything else that everybody else in the world is wrong except you yourself.
No, look, imagine if you were born and raised in a world where in school, right, the first thing they taught you was your thoughts are inherently wrong. They will never be the truth. I mean, like, your imagination of yourself, all of your identification between of yourself and who you ascribe to be is just your own machination. Do it if you want. We're not going to tell you not to, but know that it is fragmentary in nature. It's not. It's never the truth about anything.
Can I say something about that real quick?
Yeah.
If you're now you need to think about the logicalness of your statement. Okay. I'm taught in my school that everything I think is false. So when I think about the thing that everything is false, then that's false.
That's not what I said.
That's false. Well, that's kind of what you said.
No.
You were taught in school that all your thoughts are false.
No, they can be correct, right? Like you can have a correct thought about something factual, but it's not. When it comes to the truth, it is there is a larger, sea, a larger spectrum, a larger ocean that you're involving. Okay, and thinking has nothing to do with the truth.
Okay, define what truth is.
When you see what we were talking about, like doing something wrong, right? Objectively, right? You could have done something wrong. Objectively, societally, all of that is okay. There is right and wrong in that circumstance. Where it's like, you hurt somebody. You shouldn't have hurt them, right? That is wrong. Plenty of other examples. But when you observe something in yourself, and you say like, I'm doing something wrong, right? It brings in who's observing it. And the observer itself, the person observing it might be wrong also. It's like saying, you're confused, right? You're just confused. And no, let me finish. You're confused, right? You've just been confused. And anything you do out of that confusion is going to be wrong. Right? It's going to provide more and more confusion. So the only correct step to take, right, is to understand that you are confused, right? And everything that you do is going to be confused.
Okay, to determine if I'm confused or I'm wrong, I have to know what is right, something that is not confusing.
What?
So how would I determine that process? So if if you tell me, you walk up to me and say, Arduar, Paul, you're confused, then you have to say, well, this is why you're confused. You have to show me something in reality or something that is morally, showing me some kind of moral standard to say, this is why your behavior, whatever you're doing, is wrong. So how do you do that? How do you determine your morality or the truthfulness or the non-truthfulness of any given situation? How do you do that?
It's in reality. It's there in reality. I'll tell you that much. But
now this is why my question. Hold on a second. That's why I said initially, when you said truth, I asked a specific question. Did you hear me? And he didn't even answer it. So it means probably didn't hear me. I asked the question, what is truth? You didn't answer that question.
Truth is everything except that which is created by thought.
Okay, truth is everything. So that means
no. You didn't listen to my last point. Except that which is created by thought.
Okay, so your thoughts aren't true.
Absolutely not.
Okay, so if I have a thought about that statement, my thoughts aren't true. But I'm having a thought about that statement. That means that's a false statement. So how can I trust anything if all my thoughts are false? Then you can't do any evaluation of anything.
No, it's the nature of measurement itself, right? Thought is a measurement. If you look at a tree, right, and you say, "Hey, that's a ficus tree. It's got waxy leaves, right? It must be a ficus." Those are measurements. Those are thoughts. Okay, it's not the truth about the tree itself. In the same way, when you approach a person, right?
Here's the thing. Hold on a second. Let's don't go past that real quick. Okay. You're saying I look at a tree and I'm measuring the tree. Now you've got one or two options. Either my thoughts of the tree are true or false, or the tree exists or doesn't exist. I may not know all that a tree. Wait, listen. Either I may not know all that constitutes the nature of the tree's existence. Like I may not know how photosynthesis works. I might not know how all the different things work. But I can say yes or no and have a true thought,
right,
whether that tree exists or not.
That's not the question. The existence of the tree is not the question. The question.
But you tell my thoughts are false. You said if my thoughts are false, either my thought of that tree is either true or false. Either it exists or it doesn't exist.
No.
If it doesn't exist, and I think it does, then it's false. But if I think it exists and it does exist, then my thoughts line up with reality.
Paul. You're not. Look, your measurements of the tree are wrong, right? Your words about things are not correct, right?
Wait a minute.
No, Paul.
My word. Wait. This is important. You can't say my words about this tree is wrong. I say that tree exists. If my words about that tree are wrong, then that tree either something. How do we communicate? How do we do anything? How do we do anything?
Look. When you say like, hey, that's a pizza, right? Your description of the pizza or what you see on the menu, right, is not the pizza. That's all I'm saying, man. You understand that? The description, right, is not the described. Your measurement is not actually what you're measuring.
Okay, now see, then you're just talking about the conveyance of information.
No.
Okay, so yes, you are. No, you're saying if I say there's a pizza on my table, now you're in your mind you're going to fabricate what a pizza, like it could be a cheese pizza, it could be a sausage pizza, it could be a white pizza, it could be something. Until I go into more detail, but can my words fully describe the nature of the pizza? It probably could. But we would probably spend the rest of our lives going down to every molecule, everything. It doesn't say that my understanding of that pizza is. All you're saying is our understanding is limited. Our understanding is limited, and our words have limitations on how can it express ideas. Which I don't think anybody on here would disagree with that. But to say your words are wrong, that's you're walking out on a limb and you're cutting it off before you get halfway out. You can't do anything.
Do you believe in objective truth at all?
Yes, I do. Absolutely.
So how can you simultaneously believe in objective truth and then only
because what I'm saying is every word that comes out of your mouth is subjective. Every thought that you have is cause and effect. It's from your memory. It's from your own personal experience. It is subjective. Even if you've read a bunch of books, it's subjective thought. It has no bearing, no heart, no connection to the truth whatsoever. I mean, maybe not like.
Oh, are you a solipsist? Oh my goodness!
I'm wondering, dude. Do you believe in objective judgment?
Well, see, this is where the conflation. I posted this a couple days ago in the server. I think there's a conflation that happens a lot. I noticed between truth and knowledge, right? You're like, can I have all knowledge of this world? No, I cannot have it. But I can, through truth, gain understanding and knowledge of the world.
And what do you
like? Either hold on a second. Like you talk about subjective. Like when I describe the word pizza, yes, you're going to take your experience that you've had in life and put the term around that and try to picture in your mind what a pizza is. Now, it's either true or not that there's a pizza on my counter, right? And that truth of that pizza on my counter is not subjective. That means it's objectively true for you and for me.
Right.
Because if you come into my room, you're going to see the pizza if it's there.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're conflating your subjective understanding or your limited knowledge or of the world to the world, which is objectively real or not. You're conflating the two, and you can't do that. I mean, so because not truth is truth, no matter whether truth applies to you and it's true for you and it's objectively true for you and as well as true for me.
Right. I agree with you. I'm just saying that, if there's a pizza on your counter, right, then objectively that's factual, right? That's a fact. But it's not, the truth of the pizza still remains, unknown.
Well, no, see, that's the thing. You're conflating truth of the pizza and knowledge. See, this is exactly what I'm saying.
No.
The knowledge of the pizza, of the structure, the weight, what it's made out of, how good, all those things is limited because we could never technically dive the depths of the pizza. We could spend our lives studying that one pizza more than likely. And you would probably never, because you could get into quantum mechanics and how this influences that. And you could go into how, all these things, the depths of the pizza's existence. And no one's going to have the knowledge in that. But that doesn't nullify the truthfulness that the pizza's there. And that all these things that make up the pizza is also true.
I would just use the
word. You may not know the whole thing. You just may not know the whole thing.
No, I would just use the word factualness, right? But it has nothing to do with the truth whatsoever. Like it can be a fact. It can be a fact that you're standing, just like the pizza's there on the table, that you're standing or sitting in a certain particular position. It's a fact, but that's not the truth about you.
But see, the thing about truth, either facts are true or false. Okay, things are either true or they're false. Okay, that's how you gain understanding, is through that. But it's not. I mean, when you say the truthfulness, I think this is I think this is where the disconnect is. I think you're conflating the difference between truth and facts or knowledge.
So you just don't want to. You just want to believe everything is the truth that you want.
Well, okay. Here's my definition of truth, and I've said it on here 100 times. Truth is a propositional statement that corresponds to reality. That's my definition. Because you make statements. Well, no. Wait a minute. If it doesn't correspond to reality, then it is false.
No, if it doesn't correspond to your reality, then it's false.
Okay. Now then you're saying reality is subjective. Either that pizza. So you're either our experience of the world is subjective, but the reality of the world is not subjective.
That's correct.
Okay, so either that it's true that there's a pizza on my counter, or there's not, and it's true for you that it's there, or it's not. It's also, it doesn't matter. I don't know what's so hard about this. This is so basic.
That's just a simplified example, my friend. And what I said initially when you asked me the question was, truth is everything, right? Except which is created by thought, and that which is created by thought, right? Which is like your projection, you're thinking about the pizza on the table, and even your determination. Oh, it must be true that it's on the table, right? That's fine, but that is quote unquote reality, okay? And reality has nothing to do with truth whatsoever.
Reality has nothing to do with truth. Well, okay, if I'm describing the world,
real quick, dude, what do you mean reality has nothing to do with the truth?
They have
what
no
does that even mean, bro? You're speaking in riddles that nobody can figure out, and then when we try to pin you down, you slither away like a serpent, dude.
No, this is what I've been saying the whole time. Reality has no connection to the truth whatsoever.
So either the Earth is flat or it's a globe, right? And you're saying that
both of those things are realities,
and one is either right or wrong.
No, neither of them are correct.
See what I'm saying, dude? We can't pin you down because every time we try to pin you down, you slither out.
No, because
every time you back into a corner, bro, you come up with some rationalization to not
even on the same level. You don't even understand the same game.
So you don't believe in objective truth? Then you said yes,
no,
and then
you're living in a reality where you want to say, hey, this is a pizza. I found the truth. You're a dumbass. How's that sound?
again, there's no objective truth because you can keep digging into what the pizza is, like our brother Paul said, to ad nauseum, and you're never going to come to any reasonable basis where we both agree what the pizza is.
Dude,
that's what you're saying, right?
Look at your thoughts and what they are, rather than the content of your thoughts. Like you can think about anything. You can think about the shape of the earth. You can think about you can try to determine anything that you want about this universe and try to claim what it is, and you will be wrong.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming. Well, as believers, me and Paul are believers in the scriptures, right? Ultimately, human beings are not capable of ultimate discernment regarding all truths, right? How big the universe is.
Embrace that.
The exact diameter of the earth.
No, actually do it, because
every single proton in the North American continent.
Walk around like that.
You don't actually.
You don't cook pizza.
One at a time.
You don't let me talk, dude. He like interrupts me. So we aren't capable of discerning all truths. And that's what Brother Paul was saying. Like, there's knowledge, right, that we are all in search of, but we're not capable of knowing all things, right? But with the wisdom that we have and the knowledge that we do have, we can dictate certain objective truths.
No, give that up.
And then what? And then what do you base your understanding on?
Find out what's next, because otherwise you'll just be living in that whatever you determine as objective truth world.
But this is one of the oldest questions, right? This is a primordial question. What is truth? And everybody has a different understanding. What is truth?
Don't determine it.
That's what Pilate asked Jesus right before he was crucified. He asked Jesus, what is truth? Because Jesus said he came to bear witness of the truth. And then Pilate was like, well, what is truth?
Right. What did he say? What did he say? I'm curious.
No, I'm not, because I don't want to have. No, I'm not gonna dictate to you what truth is. But according to the scriptures,
I'm curious.
The word is the truth.
In that,
man should not live off bread alone, but out of every word that comes out of the mouth of God.
That's interesting that you bring that up, because it goes back to my definition. Truth is whatever corresponds to reality. And if I go to the scripture as a Christian, the world was brought into existence by the word of God. God said, let there be light. It was a command and a propositional statement, and light began to exist. There is a set, but truth is that's why I define it that way. Either your statement is true or it's false. And there in that, even in God, in God, there's no darkness at all. That means he's morally perfect. So whatever he speaks is true, because whatever he speaks becomes reality.
Amen.
So there's no truth for you? Truth doesn't exist? Who was it? San Diego that was talking, or? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, no, I can't hear you.
Yeah, he just gone silent for some reason. Not sure why.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things for me is to find out what is true is by finding out what is not true.
Yeah, and that's like a process of negation, right? But this person who asked, I didn't even know you were asking the question to me. I was talking about the truth the whole time. I was trying to bring it up to everybody around here, and trying to show them like what they think is never the truth. That is,
well, that's kind of ridiculous, bro. How do you
what
do you mean?
Montreal.
That's self-contradictory. It's self-contradictory. What you just said is self-contradictory.
Not contradictory. It is a major point. It's a first step in the truth. And to think otherwise is absolutely absurd. It's incredible to me to talk to people that, actually don't see this immediately.
Is it true that you were born?
Brother, is it true that there's a cup on my table? Yeah, but that is not what I'm talking about when I talk about the truth.
What are you talking about?
What you're trying to bring it to dwindle it down to is just simple fucking facts, my dude. And I'm not around here to play with it, okay?
So you want to talk about non-facts, fantasies? I mean, I'm trying to understand your logic here.
No, I'm saying hold your facts where they are. They have nothing to do with the actual truth. So get with that, okay?
That's ridiculous, bro. I mean, it's like how can you even make that statement and like?
Yeah, it sounds like you're referring to like a spiritual or existential, conscious style truth rather than factual or self-evident truth. Is that what you're kind of pointing towards?
Oh my God, dude! There is so much more than just like the facts of something. You guys, if you live on that, if you live on facts of objective, positioning of certain objects, you guys are the dumbest. Non-intelligent.
Here comes the ad homs.
No, I don't think you understand what a fact is. I mean, there's more than just physical facts. There's things like
what?
Like kindness feels better than anger. That's just a fact.
Yeah. Okay. And
has nothing to do with a cup on a table. You know what I mean? I get what you're saying.
Oh yeah. No, but you haven't even explored that region of things of what you're saying are laws, not facts. Right.
All right. Why don't you explain it to us then? Let's go to the next level where you explain it and break it down for us.
All right. You guys want to do that?
Yeah. What is objective truth?
Hey, it sounds like you've got the sacred knowledge, so please impart it on us. We are your disciples for the next 5 minutes.
Nah.
Speak for yourself on that. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm good too.
It's just a joke, guys. Lighten up.
Yeah, I know. I'm joking back. How's that? It is nice that we can verify something, though, right? Testable, repeatable, so we can keep the grabblers in check. That's a good thing.
It is, yeah. It is.
Yeah, I just get a little doubtful when someone starts, saying everyone else is ridiculous, yet they can't kind of explain it further. We're kind of just, it's a mystery that only you understand, and we just can't even touch the surface.
You know what this is? This is the culmination of the pseudoscientific community that has convinced the masses that there's no such thing as proof. This is what this is. Relativity. They're all messed up. There's no up, there's no down.
Montreal, you're
all relative.
Wrong base. I'm saying there is truth, but I'm saying that it has nothing to do with your objective fact or your thinking.
What does it have to do with? Let's get to what it is then, because you're saying a lot of what it's not. Because I get I get that, but all right. So what is it?
If you ask that question, right? If you're willing to ask that question, what is it, right? In light of what we're talking about right now, you have to ask the question of also, what am I doing, right? That I call, man. What am I doing, right? That I call the truth. I'm thinking about something, right? I'm observing something in like just a very simplistic way, and I'm using that word, the truth, which is like all around us. It's so much deeper than just like, you know, somebody saying like in the pinpoint of an argument, trying to be like, oh, you know, it's true that a cup is there. It's true that this is objectively is in front of you. You know, how can you deny that? That is not the question. The question is, look at what you're doing when you call that the truth. Not it
makes no sense. You even got left lane.
What's 2 plus 2?
The question isn't.
It's 2 plus 2, 4. Yes or no?
The question isn't what is the truth. The question is, look at how you are not actually representing the truth when you do this.
You're getting into philosophical semantics. You just got to give an example or just move on, man.
Yeah. He's
According to you, flat levels.
Intentionally evasive to the
that's
point.
how you feel.
Yeah,
and
I mean, it sounds like what you're saying is
Direct experience is truth, and I can definitely agree with that. I mean, I understand it, but I also understand there are other ways to look at the word truth. You know, I think you're just negating
all the other facets of
I am. Yeah, of course I am. For good
all
reason.
right, so you have to acknowledge that. You know, you're saying everyone else is retarded. No, you're just got this limited corner of truth.
And I have a reason to say that. And there's nothing wrong with that. We are human beings exploring these matters together, but you know, there is more to explore.
But how do you go? How do you live your life if you don't know what true is? Like, how do you know where to go, left or right? Should I open it? Should I close it?
No. It's not.
How do you function?
No. Okay. In mechanical things, right? Thought is necessary. That's all.
So is it true that you turn off your lawnmower when you're done mowing the lawn, or you just leave it on?
No, when you're doing something mechanical, when you're in business, whatever you want to do, when you're at a job, you know, you do it at the best capability that you can.
So then it's true. You got to turn on your lawnmower. You got to turn it off, and when it runs out of gas, you got to fill it with gas. That's a true statement, there, right?
No, that's correct,
but not true.
It's correct.
Yeah, man, you're just getting into semantics.
No, we're not getting into
this is ridiculous, guy. Come on.
Just change the conversation.
We hear these arguments all the time, man. We just got to change the subject because it's the same thing with flat Earth. People start, you know, oh well, I can't 100% know, and all of this stuff. It's the same thing we hear in 24/7.
You guys just want to have your cake and eat it too. But the fact is that you know,
it's you, my friend.
It's a little bit different in life.
Okay, does anybody have a different topic then? I mean, this is ridiculous. No, we could all agree on that.
Well, is he done trying to articulate what it is he's trying to put down? Are you done, Santiago?
Oh yeah, sure.
Well, no, I mean it's a question. I mean,
well,
are you
It's not me.
capable?
It's not only me. So yeah.
Well, I'm just wondering if you're capable to articulate what it is you're trying to put forth, because it seems like
I don't think
you are a bit of evasive.
I could, but I don't think it's worthwhile.
Okay.
Okay, so you can't. Gotcha.
No, I could, but people like you, flat matter, would just say some ridiculous shit, right? Or say Montreal or whatever, and you know, it'd be you know, unworthy.
Well, it's been about 10 minutes, and we're still waiting on you to articulate.
Don't wait on me anymore, then.
Gotcha.
Well, I mean, as truthers, we're trying to have the overarching perspective of truth. So, I mean, if you could give us, you know,
I said it at the beginning. I said it at the beginning. Truth is everything except which is created by thought. And I said that order is a mind with no accumulation. Okay? When you bring in not only the word truth, but when you bring in order, okay, and you look at all of your actions, everything that you say, even your actions of like trying to discern the truth, whatever it is, right? That is not order. The truth and order come from a mind that has no accumulation. Okay? So
what do you mean by accumulation?
Meaning all of your experience, all of your knowledge, all of your memory, all of your thought getting in the way, everything about that is never the truth. It is always a distortion on the truth. Period. Forever. There's nothing you
Right.
can do about
So
it.
truth is direct experience.
It is not direct experience. It's not an experience whatsoever.
Okay, so it's not thoughts. It's not experience.
It sounds like.
Is it meditative awareness?
It sounds a lot like the ether to me.
Sounds like Eastern mysticism to me.
Yeah, that's
which I can completely appreciate. I mean, I love to meditate. I love to practice yoga. I mean,
it's what you were all born for.
It's also a bit Kabbalistic as well.
You were not born to have, this accumulation that you do, and to just let it go on.
Well, it sounds like a lot of the truth involves a lot of thought here, because it's a lot of lengthy descriptions. I mean, it sounds like we need a little bit of thought.
You do, maybe, but I've been in conversation without the aggressors. I've been trying to say the same thing the whole time, which is like, at least in myself, I've felt that I've been trying to say the same thing, which is like my own experience, right? My own, exploration in life, which is not yours, which you guys have the right to fucking combat me and say, this is how I see things, this is how I feel, and you're wrong. And we're talking about very particular words. I agree. Like, I can be wrong, depending on how you feel about these particular words that we're all trying to use. But look, regardless of all of that, like, it matters about like where you stop and how far you go, right? If you stop and if you say like, this is the truth and I know it, you're wrong, man. There is so much more. Like, there is this infinite world that you live in, and no thought pattern, no idea, no recognition can ever complacently just encapsulate something and just say that's the truth. It is a mystery, man, and it keeps going. And in order to engage in that mystery, you have to not stop, which is like not stop yourself by saying that you think this is the truth. So
yeah, I'm kind of on board with that, dude.
All right,
I agree.
I'm done though. I'm done after this. I'm done after that.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty good.
That's why I often say that it hits that tuning fork, and when you hear or see the truth, you know it resonates, and I'm happy to call that God's discernment type of thing. I realize not everyone's comfortable with that. I don't mind, but that's the way I look at it, and it has nothing to do with thought. I completely agree with that.
Yeah,
we can then use thought to sort of get a better understanding of what's actually going on. Yeah, I agree with that.
But a thought is only a piece of it, not even all.
Right, it's kind of like
he's trying to say.
It's kind of like describing that which can't be described. You bring words around it. It's exactly.
If you play with this, like, your whole life will be changed. But that's a different topic.
Santiago's still here. I took a break, wrote a song. I'm back in the same conversation. Sick.
I just came in to tell into that, and I had to jump off for a minute. Of course, just fully started to start screaming.
You sound like James Brown.
Yeah, I know. The thing is, if you're saying truth, will stop the investigative process of understanding the world. I don't know if that's necessarily true. You know, I said, and I don't know. I said I don't know the conversation that led up to this, but great people that thought things were true, like having the truth that God exists, doesn't have to stop the investigation of how the world is made, or even understanding the nature of God. That doesn't have to stop. That truthful statement doesn't have to stop it. We assume that it does, but it can actually take you to the next step of investigation. Like the pizza on my counter. It exists. The pizza's on my counter. It's true that exists. Oh, I'm done. I don't have to understand any more about the pizza. No, I don't. I mean, I'm looking at a tree right now. I'm outside my yard. Oh, that tree exists. I'm looking at it.
You're talking about worldly truths. He's talking about all-encompassing truths, like
basically like God.
Well, no. Well, let's remember. I've already distinguished the two. I've already made this distinction. There's a difference between facts and information and truth, but you need to have the nature of truth to even to understand facts and knowledge. While I have all knowledge, absolutely not, because I am not God. I will never have it. No one in existence will ever have all knowledge. That can never happen. But I can know things that are true.
He's trying to tell you that all knowledge is just a portion of truth. That's not even all of truth. That's just a mere portion of it.
What do you mean by truth then? I mean, the truth that the universe exists, or we have existence, the truth of God, that God exists. See, that's the thing. Is you got to make your claim. Like, that's why. Okay, I'll lock it. I mean, remember, truth is a propositional statement that responds to the world, right? So if I say God exists, that statement's either true or false. It's not both. It can't exist and not exist. You see? God loving. God is loving. That's another propositional statement. You can explore that idea. It doesn't stop the investigation. You know, that's my understanding. I think that's conflation. Truth and knowledge is two different things.
Irreducible complexity. I did it. Some knowledge of all things, knowing things, is the total truth.
What song did you write, man?
It's a shit song, but whatever. Right? Will anybody hear it? Yeah. If I write a song in the forest and nobody's there to hear it, does it make sense?
Yeah, I think he was almost,
when speaking about truth, was actually speaking about consciousness.
In a way, yeah. But that's the thing, right? How do you deliver the two?
If a tree falls in the forest and there's only a solipsist to hear it, does it actually make a noise?
Ooh. No. Right? That has a very easy answer, actually.
I don't know, guys. It's a hard topic to talk about the truth like that. But
well, it's only hard to talk about creation when you divorce yourself from all of the other stuff in there. It's like you're trying to headshot some kind of ulti truth, but like I think don't you yourself know that the type of knowledge you really want you can't attain in a human form. I guess like it would be too much.
I don't. What do you want knowledge?
Yeah, for me, I mean, as a practitioner of yoga and meditation, the closest I come experiencing it is maybe in a state of like meditation, or sitting quietly and kind of going inward or whatnot. Yeah. Experience some stillness, but it's not something that has a name or label. Just more of an experience. Relaxed nervous system.
Isn't it to experience emptiness? Isn't that what the whole purpose of that sort of meditation is?
Yeah, I think there's like there's different schools. Some is to empty completely, and others is to empty completely and then focus on a mantra or a seed syllable that then brings you like one pointed focus towards enlightenment or what they call samadhi, like liberation. But for me, it's just it's a long-term process. Some people they'll take shrooms, they'll take psychedelics, they'll take ayahuasca to kind of experience a glimpse of it. But I think some of these old school, it's like decades. For them, decades of meditation where you're subtly refining it, and but not just the meditation, the lifestyle, the healthy mind body.
How about just like tuning yourself, like or toning or those types of things? I know they are kind of like meditational. They're not, I guess, what people normally think of as meditation.
Well, I think this whole argument with like 432 hertz versus 440, I think that's integral. It's very interesting to me, and I think there's definitely frequencies and harmonics that can help kind of get us in a settled state in our nervous system.
That's cool.
That's what's up.
But even something simple for me, I've been getting into is like LEDs. How bad they are for health, and how incandescent lights and candlelight and things like that are a lot more harmonious for our eyes, our health, and
like red LEDs are actually really good for you, though. Conversely.
Well, the only challenge I've heard with any LED is that because it's a digital light, it's constantly strobing at a fast rate versus a smooth pulse like a candle or an incandescent. So the reds I think they may have benefit, but there's still that strobing effect that you can't see with the eye. But if you did slow motion, you could.
It's about the wavelengths, I think. But okay.
But yeah, I agree. Infrared is for sure like that. That's the calming wavelength.
Yeah, your volume is kind of going up and down. It's kind of weird. Sounds sort of
Sorry about that. I got GPS chiming in, and it's lowering my volume when she's giving me directions.
Oh, okay, cool.
I'm going to take a break. I'll see you guys. Be back in maybe 30 minutes.
All right, later, man.
Yeah, I was trying to make the argument earlier. Observation. That we have musicality built into our bodies, into our morphology, into our senses, and stuff. We contemplate that there are things like songs and the Beatles and Paul McCartney, and then he's a singer, and then I'm not a singer. Do you know what I mean? Those things are imaginary divisions, but we all exist in the musical domain.
Yeah, do you look at the Beatles as a detriment?
You're a toadstool. Oh, go ahead. What'd you say?
Yo, I was looking at at the sunset last night, right? The sun was already down. I was at this lake and the fucking trees in the background and shit like that. And when you look on like a sound wave file when you're doing like recording, right? The sound wave file, how it'll start off high and like that, the actual file, the way it looks.
Okay.
And it just caught me, man. The shadow off the lake of the trees, the whole setup, it looked like a big sound wave. Like it was so cool, man. I got a picture of it up.
Like a waveform. Yeah, I dig it. Yeah, that's cool. Man.
Yeah. So it looked like an image you would see like as for like you record the guitar on one track. You know what I mean? And it's just that one instrument, like with the hum or whatever, whatever it is. But it looks so fucking cool, man. And it was funny. I was thinking of that kind of the way music is prevalent, or just how we've even like the ability to see a sound wave. And then to see it replicated within nature like that, I thought was really fucking cool.
Yeah, it's like God's ripping like a badass like Like
yeah. Fucking right, bro.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, check it out. Only to your relative perspective.
Right. It's people that need it.
Well, it's your relative perspective. Like anyone, you might see a different sound wave on a different part of the lake. You know what I'm saying? Like, or a different wherever you are on the earth. It's just fucking dumb.
In certain circumstances, right? It's unfortunate that people need the type of music that they need.
Whatever you say.
Well, no, but you know what though? Is love unfortunate?
It depends on what you mean by love, man.
And that's right, bro. That's exactly what I fucking mean. Is that it depends, and
Yeah.
and that thing of is heartbreak important?
I don't know, man.
There's a time for disco and there's a time for Phil Collins, man. We all know this.
I mean, when you hear like Adele, being played in the 7-Eleven over and over again, all the heartbreaks that are out there, right, that are listening to it, you wonder,
it goes back to Greek idea of pathos. It goes back to Phil Collins' our greatest against all odds. Just go ahead and cry to that. You know what I mean? Cry softly. Let it out, because we have these feelings we need to resolve, and then I think music helps as a bridge to be a vehicle for these words that we can't have. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
We don't know.
and sometimes that sorrow that we as people experience is unfortunate.
Well, yeah, you know what's cool, man, too, is that like there's a song James Taylor, "Fire and Rain," and it's like I lost my parents, and I could not listen to that song for fucking ever. And then like about a couple weeks ago, I actually heard the song, and I was like, you know what? Fucking A. You know what I mean? I didn't turn it off. I didn't want to run over to it and shut it down. You know what I mean? I could listen to it. And it's weird how it's just weird how life expresses this complete sphere of burst of energy.
Right.
You know what I mean?
But that's because of this meter and this understanding that we exist in time. So like we bind our memories and experiences to song. It makes sense for us that they're like congruent things. We can anchor experiences to them, and then we can then even reevaluate what that experience is through the song. That's an awesome thing. I like that we can do that. It's nice.
You know what does it better, right? Attaching memories to physicality is the sense of smell. That's like our biggest connection to memory. Actually,
I love
sense of
scratch and
smell.
sniff. Yeah, aromatherapy. It's all good stuff. The smell, the indescribable smell of the air in springtime, the grass just popped or something like that. You know what I mean? You're just like, whoa, yeah. Put that in a bottle. Love that. Good stuff. Anyway, yeah, sense memory. It's really interesting. Like we're all kind of wired with different balances of what this is and like what it means for us to almost like all exist, But thank goodness for corrective eyewear, else I wouldn't really know what's around me. I got kind of bad vision. Other people got eagle eye vision, can't see things that are small in front of them. Fuck. I mean, like,
I've always asked this question before. How is it that like the sense of smell can propagate itself adversely against the flow of the medium and still make it to the receiver and be modulated? Like, how is that possible? How is it possible that a drop of blood, let's say, for example, can move with the water in a certain direction, but yet something like a shark can pick it up miles away against the flow of that water? What's going on there?
Or how do
stank is what's going on.
I think it has something to do more with electrical something. There's something electrical about it.
Yeah.
Well, butterflies are like the wind, like a storm comes in or rain comes. Like, how do they travel from Canada all the way down to Mexico and know where they're going? It's unexplained by science. This is what I'm talking about. Like, just like what you think about the world is just totally incorrect all the time. It's never been right. We're trying to explain away everything with science, and our explanations, our measurements, our best theories, our best models are just flat out wrong. Like or flat out incomplete. Entirely incomplete. and that's like how we all pretty much go about our daily lives, even disregarding like mainstream science. Like that's how we go about our daily lives.
I like that broad generality. That's probably correct for everybody here.
Which I mean, that's where that's my basic.
I mean, how could it not be? You said it.
Whole conversation, like this, everything. You know, it's like we
Right.
walk around, we're measuring things, we're calling it the truth. You know, whatever we're using that word.
That's all we're doing. Yep.
Yeah, but I mean,
just the unified you of us.
Yeah, there's so much more, man.
The United States of you, which is we. We're all doing the things that you're saying now.
I'm doing the things that I'm saying now, right? Like,
are you?
Of course. Yeah. I mean,
by applying that we are doing them. Yeah, you are part of the we.
No,
are you not?
I mean, I live.
I mean, who are you in the we?
I'm judging myself by conversing. You know, like this is my struggle in life as well. Like it's not just like I'm not just like saying, oh, this is the fact. You know, but
right. We're all just trying to get to the surface of the water here, struggling for air. I understand.
Well, yeah, man. I'm
just dying to know the next
I'm really
surface.
trying to do it. What you're trying to do right now is not that, but.
Well, if you think that it helps you to stress out about a particular thing in order that then somehow reality itself will magically reveal its secrets to you because you want it, I don't know that occurs.
Oh, you know? Well, it does, but
it's an inductive process to go about wondering what your questions are. Do you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You might not even know what your questions should be, or if you have the right questions at all to begin with. You may be asking the wrong questions that will lead you in incorrect direction, but you may think of it that you're not asking the wrong questions.
Right.
Are you well fucked in your brain now? This is why I don't ask these questions. For me, I can't deal with it because there's an effective level of like how much I can question. Beyond a certain amount, I can't know shit, and then I might as well just be like pillow fighting with reality here.
No, I agree with you on some sense. The thing is that I've asked enough questions, like where to the point where I don't know what question I should ask next, and I'm not sure, but
you have questions, so the answers may come. But
no,
if you don't know,
I've gotten the answers, but
answers can happen independently of you having a question, though.
That's correct. That's absolutely true, and I've experienced that as well. Deeply.
This is why I'm saying if you just keep an open sensory palette going on, like this shit will talk to you. It will teach you the next levels when you're composed and built right to accept it.
Right.
Otherwise, 2 crows in the air means 2 crows in the air. It doesn't mean shit, Otherwise, it means a lot.
That's true.
Right. Absolutely. 1 + 1 means this is the Fibonacci series to somebody. To me, it means a whole another bag of shit. So, right. Somebody's John Coltrane album is a part of their record collection. Some people, it's a fucking religious piece of iconography. You know what I mean? So whatever, right? Like different things have different weights to us all. Like we have our own sort of, density system that works out here, right? Like what's the rock of your shit? Like what is the rock of your understanding or faith?
Yeah, man.
I don't know.
No, man.
It's possible to ask oneself so many questions you just ask yourself into oblivion.
I don't do that. But,
it says you.
No, I mean, like, a lot of people haven't even started asking, these types of questions, or not started asking them, but like, I'm not trying to qualify it, but I know where I'm at. I know where I'm at with the questions that I'm asking, and I haven't like given my energy to ask another good question after the last one. So personally, like I'm not going to explain all that, but
we are all the captains of our own mystery ship, man.
That's right.
We're all going to spot different things and be on different things.
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder about being a self-taught musician for the most part of my life, right? People try to teach me things, but I can't be taught. Clearly,
can't be taught.
No. It's that I'm teaching myself how to do the thing, regardless if somebody's like telling me instructions. That's never putting it in my head. Maybe other people.
I'm gonna learn you something today, boy.
I'm gonna learn me. Well, just like crack my head open and pour into knowledge. Go ahead. If that works, if that worked, I would love that. But I have to understand it for what it is for me, for all that. Learn me something today. Did anybody learn themselves on some of this secrets and plain sight stuff and having questions about that, man? Stuff's dope.
No, but I'm gonna go to sleep.
Or are you?
That's what I was gonna say.
I wish you a restful rest.
All right.
Have fun in subconscious lands, possibly.
Thank you, guys. Hey, and good conversation, Snacks. I enjoyed it, and the rest of you as well.
I appreciate your evaluation.
Sure. You guys have a good night.
You're a very inquisitive fellow. All right. It's good to have questions. It's good to be the seeker. I think it's important to be the seeker. To be the searcher. You have to look for shit. It's important. Right? Like no matter what you're doing, keep your head up. I think there's a song about that sucks. Real bad. It's like some Disney shit. I hate and love pop music. Mostly hate it. But I have to love how it works. It's so funny.
Well, I think it all boils back to a single frequency without any percussion to it. Just a steady vibratory frequency.
They're the same thing. You can't have frequency without pulse and then therefore meter. Every rhythm you know of, every beat in every song is equatable to a waveform in a smaller scale. Snatch a pebble from my hand.
No, I was just saying the unmanifested manifester is essentially just a singulatory vibration, but not in a lineal sense that we perceive frequency through, like you just laid out, but more in a circular vibratory frequency.
Like a radial projection of acoustic energy in a medium.
Right. And this is where we get matter.
That's where we get matter.
Yeah, that's literally the explanation of an atom.
But they're bound in something, aren't they? Some kind of materialia. Material.
That's literally what the material is, though. It's just a circular frequency of geometric expression that we equivocate to being matter.
They're like little planetary models and stuff. I mean, that's my high school textbook information. That can't be right. Little orbits of shit going on. I don't know about that. But the orbital is a concept and the octave is a concept. I'm familiar with music, but it's harmonic. It's not this little space diagram. And so I basically look at everything as different ways of harmonic convergence, downscaling and upscaling itself within all this material.
So then you would like Walter Russell's periodic table.
Probably.
That would be right up your alley. If you haven't seen that, I highly suggest it. Yeah. He basically boils all matter down to harmonic vibrational frequencies.
A word? Yeah. Dude. See? And I was telling Jace, like, I wasn't telling it to him. No. That's not my colloquial. I was trying to speak to him that there may be like ultrasonic methods for chemical separations or creating fractions in molecular bonds or something like that. Effectively, because you could use like a certain frequency should cause the propagation of a long molecular chain to be difficult because of the space in between the waveform.
So yeah, I'm on the same page of sheet music there with you, Snacks, when it comes to that. I feel like it's all vibrational octaves, and like the discord or the notes that are in between the notes, the ones that we think aren't harmonic, are the ones that cause the change, right? And I think even within like a quote unquote molecular state, the reason we have certain reactions or things like that is the combination or the introduction of a disharmonic that dislodges, right? Causes
it throws the monkey wrench into it that causes an adaptation in the system to be necessary.
Right. And once that change takes place or that movement, right, that tends to cause movement or action or change. Once that takes place, what is remaining ultimately is always trying to seek back to some sort of equilibrium within its new state, back to its next harmonic or its newest harmonic. Nodal point.
I like that, dude. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's it. Definitely on the same sheet. Just because of the way that energy is working, and it's like, you know, there's separate chapters in the high school science book, you know, sound, light, you know, but this domain of energy and how it works is in the language of like harmonic, electromagnetic resonances, stuff like that. That's how these forces really, like, that's their common language, you know. So
I think that's why people have such a hard time trying to really define what energy is, even though everybody seems to understand or know what energy is. It's really hard to define it because it possibly falls into a different category than our perception. Let's put it that way. Like the scientific definition, the ability to do work. Like, what does that even mean?
Right, it's like sound of force. I mean, I kind of describe sound. I would say sounds of force. Acoustic energy is.
What do you mean by force, though?
I don't know.
Is that the ability to do work?
I mean, sound has the ability to do work.
Well, that's
and
what I'm
saying. Sound is a result of work happening too.
Force has the ability to cause motion, right? And the ability
causes
to cause
changes
motion.
over time.
Yeah,
it causes the ability to cause change over time, and
change
then
over time. Which hold on, just a second. Let me get it out. And to me, that is the inharmonic introduction that causes the harmonic to break and then move to thus seek a new equilibrium. So it is the disharmonic. That's what the force is. Sorry.
Yeah, no, you're right. And this happens, I think you can see it in the polarity that occurs within. If you basically take the 12-tone music system, 12 being like a highly integral ordered number or whatever, but the that's how we divide, you know, our pianos and everything. If you take those and look at like opposite notes, basically there's a formation of four notes that form the most dissonant four notes. But they basically seed the shape in order that it actually can be harmonic. You know, I see this happening in the Fibonacci matrices too. There's numbers that don't stay in the system that create the system. So there's always this like interplay of what's not within something is actually kind of sort of a partial causal agent for it. You know, and we can see that as a fundamental thing. Do you agree with that? Or am I taking it too far?
Can you restate that? My Discord messed up. I'm sorry.
No, I can't.
He's saying basically the blips of inconsistencies within the matrix is what makes up the matrix and what the matrix is premised from. If I understood it correctly, that's what it sounded like to me. Kind of like the if you were to take a ruler, the lines of the ruler, right, is what gives us the quantification of value, the units of measure, right? Like the that's how we kind of identify the length or whatever within the ruler. But then those little individual segments that make up the ruler have space with interdimensional space within them, right? So each point of value kind of has its own point of value. That's never really taken into accountability. I don't know. I don't know if you're drawing a connection to what I'm putting down.
Yeah.
It's the negative space, it's counter spatial realm. It's the non-dimensionality that premises the dimensionality to begin with. It's the yin and yang, the hyperboloid and the toroid.
Right. You can't define a thing without an edge, and you can't have an edge without a lack of that thing on the other end of it, right? So the thing is comprised of whatever, but it is defined by its edges. And the edge has to be up against something that it is not in order for it to be an edge.
Right. It's just the contrast of reality.
Ether modalities.
Yeah, what I also think of it like harmony, everybody seems to want to like say that we should do X, Y, or Z and then we could live in harmony, or people who have a tendency to have a disbelief in a creator God, specifically one of like the monotheistic flavor, right? Like Bible or Quran type. Think that if a God was benevolent, there would be no harm or suffering. And because there is harm or suffering, there could be no God. But then I think of it, if there was no harm or suffering and there was only a symbiosis and a complete and utter bliss between everything, I think everything would actually cease to exist, because there would be no definition between anything if everything is in perfect harmony. Because if everything is in perfect harmony, it's the exact same note, not a conglomeration of different notes that are playing on different octaves. And the way that we experience the world, the reason that we have the things that we do, the situations that we're in, the experience that we have is defined because of the differences between the edges and the differences. Like, is it really possible to fully understand and know love if you have not experienced some sort of loss? I don't know.
We have like an idea of what love is, I guess. to want to try to find it, but exactly like when you have had people do like loving things for you, sometimes they don't even seem like they're that at the time. But romantic love, that's a different deal. That's for a different sort of type, you know. Or there's like different types of love that can be.
Yeah, if we're talking like about the non-romantic kind of love, like your family or somebody around you doing things for you out of love, right? Like
familial love, then.
Yeah, like your friends doing
that's a tight bond, you know. Sometimes that's tighter than even your romantic bonds, right? For sure.
What's the connection? What's the connection between? Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, if every interaction that you had with somebody, everybody is operating solely, always, constantly out of love, would you even appreciate or understand how beneficial those actions were if you didn't have the occasional action or interaction that is out of malice? I mean, it's a rhetorical, but
I don't know. I'm pretty much functionally crazy, so I don't know how to take that. Yeah, I think it's when you can only know like a disordered system from comparing it to like a highly ordered system or a perfect system. Otherwise, it just seems to be arbitrary, you know?
I was going to say, what's the connection between the different types of love, whether it be romantic love versus the love of a mother? You know, like there's a connection, there's a connecting factor there. So even though there are kind of like slightly different, there's still a connecting factor there.
Oh yeah, yeah. Because like one's a result of the other, sort of. But the mother is the anchor of a family, so emotionally anyway, like and communicatively. This is generally the way it is. I don't know.
I mean, without mistaking lust for love, you know, but still within the confines of love being, you know, within the romantic type of love, like it all boils down to a.
You'll never get a second date out of that, though. I don't know what confuse lust for love, but I'm having a good time here. Let's get this lobster again. This is good. Maybe that works for some people. Maybe that's like next level game. I don't even know, bro. Don't ask me on that type of advice. But shucks. Then there's like love of the mind, right? Love of ideas. We got fraternal love that way. Brotherhood. We're unified in some shit up in here, right? Fraternal love. That's an understanding that I think is beyond family. Doesn't matter what family you are. Doesn't matter who your mama is. We vibe, and then such as that. Like we're fam, right? And so that's cool too. So love energy is really a good thing that people have that, because otherwise we would just be cannibals. Love is a great order, but without having the threat of being like basically animalistic, you know what I mean? Love creates the bonds that buffer the bad things from occurring, but without the potential of bad things happening, then well, anyway, you get my drift. Kind of a chicken eggy sort of a yin and yang sort of a spatial counter spatial situational thing.
Are you okay, Snacks?
Oh no, I'm totally fucked up here. Thanks for checking on me.
It sounds like you're having a
my pulse is okay.
Existential crisis.
I am always.
How old are you?
Just existentially neutral, I guess. I'm just but I've been dealing with it, I think, since I've been 18, and I think it's
how old are you now, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, 40, mid 40. Yeah.
Right. So we're about roughly the same age then, I guess.
Yeah. I like to say it that way because maybe you could confuse it for being 40 and a half, but that's not the case. Yeah. midway through that, yeah. But I've been on this kind of whatever, search for some information for I guess about 10 or 12 years. But even before that, I remember being in school and having like all the questions about Atlantis and all kinds of things that kids think.
Yeah, that all sounds really cool. I don't know that much about it except what you've seen, like with Eric Debay and all that stuff. So, but yeah, that does seem really cool.
We had dope Atlantis books though, like the public library. We had like comparative like alphabets and stuff. I don't know if it's probably all Eric von Daniken's work or something. I don't know. It's probably some bullshit, but this show like the Easter Islands alphabet is comparative to like a place very far away from it, so it gets to the idea that something else was going on. I don't know. Fun to think about for sure.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to say that to the Santiago guy earlier. Seems a crime sat inside now because the sun's beaming. So in the UK, you need to take advantage. But yeah, at some point it does, because I've loved philosophy. I've studied philosophy for many years, and I say this on 24/7 actually. At some point you have to accept that it's just mental masturbation. It's like,
why not?
And you know what I mean? It's like
why
fun,
not just throw that out there in the beginning? Yeah, sure. Get it out there. Yeah, why not? Because there's no anthropology to it. Like we can study we can study human skeleton, muscle groups, and stuff like that. We know about something, but in the field of thought, I don't know. There's just like so many different vagaries that can be explored that it's like it's a nebulous topic that way. But for studying things that are like behavioral science, which I think is inherently probably something we shouldn't be doing. Oh, anyway, what in psychology like is interesting to you? I found
anybody.
like Carl Jung and the collective unconscious was cool for me. What do you feel?
Yeah, the shadow self. I had a look at Carl Jung. I looked into it all at one time or another, just because I was so broken at one time. Anybody who had an idea of this or that, I was like, oh my god, I've just got to find out what, because I felt I was left in a situation where I could kill myself. That's not a very good option. I could go to a doctor and they could prescribe me some antidepressants, and then I could just be like, neither here nor there, sort of. The lights are on but nobody's home, sort of thing. That didn't seem like a very good option either. So, and I've said this before, but the power of now, I had no idea that, because if you'd known me, I was such a troublemaker, and that crowd that your mum warned you of, I was that crowd. So I was always in some sort of trouble. And the idea of a book changing my life, well, clearly, plenty of people in this server that a book's changed their life. But the power now really changed my life, because it made me see so clearly that there are no problems, only situations to be dealt with or not. And when I saw that so clearly, I was like, "Oh my god,
that's great!"
And
yeah,
isn't it? There's no problems, solutions.
Well, you sort of learn the mechanics of ego that go along with that, and how the mind loves its problems, loves it. My oldest brother, if I took him out to his problematic life, and I dropped him in this idyllic one, within 2 or 3 weeks, he'd have all the problems back and more. And I just don't know how to convey this to him.
You mean like a cyclical behavior that attracts more misfortune?
Yeah, but
sometimes that happens. Yeah.
Don't you think that people's problems, though, come from expectations that they have that people don't live up to?
Yeah, a little bit. I was talking about that with my mum just today. Actually, I was just saying the thing about a man is we're very goal orientated. So we might set a goal, and if something gets in the way of that, that can be very problematic. It's like I need to get this shit done, and if it don't get done, then yeah, you're going to be short-tempered and etc. etc. So
Yeah, but this follows in relationship because if you have a specific expectation of somebody and they don't live up to it because they don't know about the expectation that you're expecting from them, then you're creating that problem in the relationship also that really doesn't exist.
yeah, I'd agree with that.
So this would lead back to the topic of love. I think love is no expectations.
Yeah, that's weird because I mean, there's still I don't know. It's weird because like I know the old-fashioned liberal in me. I had a real problem with like hierarchy. Like we just had this thing with King Charles, and it's amazing to me that we still allow this. I don't understand. Like what? Why are we doing this? I don't get it. Like he's in his big golden chariot. We're all just like struggling to pay his bills and stuff, and I just think I don't know. I don't get it. Can we just stop doing that? Can we take all those beautiful palatial homes and give them to the homeless? That seems like the right thing to do.
Hey, yo, you know what, though? Have things gotten worse or better since we've come from under the monarchy?
Phew. Well, I'm not, so they're still here, Issa.
Well, right, but I mean, like, that's not turquoise, is it? You sound like a buddy of mine. No, forgive me, brother.
No.
Yeah, forgive me. Because forgive me. I just wonder, like, yo, are we better off? Like, you ever seen the meme? And I don't know how true it is about how, like, under feudalism, people worked less than we do right now. They were given like 51 holidays, like, all kinds of like there was all kinds of pomp and all kinds of stuff that they had days off. Like, do we work? Is it better or worse out from under the monarchy?
It's a good question because I were all about revolution, like
no, it's romanticism. Any revolutionary shit is all romantic fucking naivete.
Yeah, you better have a bloody good system ready to go.
Right, like, and especially, hey, yo, and what's even worse, you better not be ignorant of the one that's happening right now.
Right. Yeah, that I love that Asher logo, so I always share his content. I'll probably post something in the chat just because I'm talking about it. But the French Revolution stuff, that was really interesting to me because they, sold it to the people as this, getting out of this superstitious mindset, and this was like going to be the age of reason and all this kind of stuff. But then you realize it's kind of empty. It's just a bunch of lawyers just saying things. And
hey, yo, and check it out, and they all killed each other at the end of it. They all fucking said, "No, you're the fucking traitor." You know what I mean, dude? Like, dude, if you look, there's a great book, man, called by Hannah Arendt called "On Revolution," and I think it stomped out, like, in a sad way for me, all my romanticism.
Yeah.
About being a fucking, you know what I mean, like a revolutionist or something. You know what I mean? Like, it's insane. But that's what made me really appreciate the system we do have and understand that. And that's why I've been screaming at the top of my lungs since, however, about how fucking great our system is. It's just we're using it wrong. And it's like I've always felt like it's like sitting in a Lamborghini. You know what I mean? Never turning it on. And going rum, 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 and be like, this thing's a piece of shit. You know what I mean? Like, you're pretending the whole time we've got it turned on and it's not on yet. Like, nobody's fucking turned over the engine to exercise their rights to be able to, actually have a working Ferrari, you know what I mean? Or a working great thing.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It's a good analogy because, well, I do wonder if the American system has actually ever been what it's claimed to be.
It's always been under the king, and that's what I'm saying. Is like,
yeah,
it's always been under the king, and it's only because the kings of the earth, right, or the kings of history, because of their respect to, let's say, the idea that you're a spirit that lives in a body and we're all God's creatures, has always been the stalwart for any argument of individual liberty. Right? Because you can't tell it, like, you know what I mean? You don't know if this is a son of God. You don't know. And only by their fruits will you know them. And that's in the sense of how they behave, like children of God or not. Or they become like, they say they're children of God and then they're all angry and fucking upset and arguing with everybody. But that's not the way the children of God might have done it, right? So, like, I think like there's this way through this system that they've given us, and we, in our vanity, have left all the Christian doctrines of everything that taught you how to use it in hopes of some Marxist fucking left-wing Saul Alinsky propaganda bullshit that's just going to drive everybody back into, it's going to take us into this dystopian elitist technocracy. Do you know what I mean? Where you have no power because I'm a human being. Well, if you're going to identify as a human being in some French revolutionary way as some humanist, well, that means you're a fucking monster in law and you deserve nothing. So, like, by going away from the monarchy, we're taking away our rights as men and women created by God and going into a technocratic, a fake reasonable approach with the world. Like, the French Revolution destroyed a lot. Like, they were the original Al Qaeda. You know what I mean? Like, they were destroying the ancient statues to implement their own fucking ideology.
Yeah, he said that 4 million books were burned.
Yeah, they're worse than the Mujahideen, dude. They're worse than the Taliban, who deface like fucking ancient script. You know what I mean? Like, they're worse than that. And then they're like, oh yeah, no, fuck all that old shit and all the cosmology too. You live on a spinning space rock. And now everyone's fighting. It's funny because everyone's fighting. Like, I was just thinking about it. I watched a little of the coronation and it was like, like we're everyone's like laughing at it. And it's like, you're only laughing at your own fucking demise.
Yeah.
As the monarchy crumbles and all this shit that would save you under God's grace.
Bro, listen.
You know what I mean? Like, everyone's laughing at it and it's like, you fools.
Right. Listen. So what they're doing is they're watching the pendulum with the sharp thing come their way, and they're laughing at that sharp thing about to cut their belly open. They don't know what they're laughing at. They think it's all a joke.
For real, dude. Yeah, it's like, I love, I don't know who came out with a Kierkegaard or somebody, where it's like the world will end when, like, it'll be like the end of the world will be like a clown coming out from backstage of a circus to the audience, telling them that the circus tent is on fire. And they're all going to laugh because he's a clown.
Yep.
And then he's going to get even more animated about how much there's a fire, and they're going to laugh even harder.
Yep.
As the place burns into the ground.
Yeah, and that's why it's so concerning to see people stick with the globe belief, because
how about this? To stick with
the symptom of that big problem there.
See, I don't know. I look at it. The globe is that's a personal choice. You know what I mean? Like, the cosmology is luxurious thought. You know what I mean? Like, you really live like any flat earther out there is living somewhat to the extent of, you got first world problems if you've come to the conclusion of flat Earth and how much society needs to hear about it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like first world problems, bro. Because it doesn't put food on the table. It doesn't fucking, you know what I mean? Like, granted, we're ranting and raving about a source of a lie, and there's nothing wrong in that. But in the same sense, the flat earther is the clown. The flat earther is the clown coming out and yelling.
We're helping people laugh at their own situations. Like, yeah, take a look in the mirror. You can laugh. Yeah, get a good chuckle. Yeah, you've been believing some bullshit. All right, cool. Take a shower and let's go out and learn some real shit. You and me, let's go.
Right, but they're gonna laugh at you, and like the clown that comes out screaming. And then when they say, "But dude, we went to the moon," and you're like, blah, 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 you look like the clown even more, and then they start laughing even harder. It's just like, you can't. I don't know. I just think it's I don't think it's the crux of. I mean, for me, I could see where it's the root of a lot of the problems, but it's not the crux of the issue.
It's a big portion. Yeah, no. Listen, the reason I say that is because I think it's an easy way for a lot of people to see. Well, if you're stupid enough to believe in the globe, right? The implications are severe given a belief system, given how people are going to live, and I'm going to trust the TV instead of my own senses, right? That kind of deal. It speaks to a very dangerous way of thinking.
I mean, yeah. I mean, you can see it in people. People freak out over spilling their coffee or something.
Right.
And I mean, all of us are guilty of it. You know what I mean? Because you got to be able to work on time. Now you got to fucking clean. You know what I mean, or whatever it is.
Yeah.
But I just think when it comes to philosophical matters of cosmology, think about it like this: outside of this little Discord chat rooms, I'm alone in my efforts to discover any of this shit, right? As much as probably so are all of you.
Yeah, for the most part. I mean, my boss and I talk flat Earth all the time, but he's not a flat earther.
It doesn't set in, right? It's not going to be something where somebody's coming to you. I mean, literally, I could, as hard as I try, I could tell somebody who I love dearly about Neuralink and about fucking 6 months. This just happened today, actually. 6 months ago, I'm on Neuralink and talking about and they're like, I don't want to hear that depressing shit. I don't want to even. And then I get a phone call out of the blue today. Dude, did you hear about they're mapping the brainwaves of the dead? And I'm like, yeah, asshole. I was like, you know what I mean? And you're literally finding this out, and you're gonna call me, and tell me something or whatever, some interesting factoid. But when I did that to them, they were like, dude, I don't want to hear that depressing shit.
Exactly. It's the same thing.
And you're like, okay, and that's but dude, you've got to understand that. As someone who is, like yourself, from anyone in here, I think kind of ready to accept some of these big, these grander lies and a little further along down the road, as long as you don't lose your shit and go down woo-wooville. Right. You know what I mean? You're maintaining this aloneness in the world. Because
I was at brunch with my mom one day when we were arguing about the stabby jabby wabbies, and I was like, they're going to make them mandatory, Mom. You just wait. She's like, they would never, ever do that. Okay. They're just trying to keep people safe. I'm like, whatever, dude. So we got in a big fight. And a little over 6 months later, when they started making it mandatory, I'm just looking at her dead in the eyes and I'm going, what do you think I'm thinking right now? She goes, I told you so. And I was like, you're damn right, Mom. I told you so. I didn't want to have to say it, but I did.
Dude, check this shit out. As flat earthers early on in this shit, we were screaming out, hey, man, these guys are censoring our shit on YouTube. These guys are fucking somehow I'm not getting the view. All that shit on YouTube happened to the flat earthers first. They were like, shut that shit right the fuck down. They didn't there became it was weird. It was you got demonetized. It all happened, and flat earthers were over there screaming at everybody this is crazy, and people are like, that's not real. Well, it's because you're talking about flat earth. Right. Or whatever. The first people who go through any of this shit.
It's
you got to kind of just wait for our brothers and sisters to come along, man.
Sorry. Hold on. I got to run. I wanted to say that this comparison real quick. And I'm going to keep listening, so you better keep talking, Issa. But this comparison, it's like somebody going and saying, hey, cancer kills. And someone's like, really? Wow. Tell me more. This, that, and the other. Cancer kills. Yeah, cancer kills. Oh, crazy. Wow. What other information do you have? Oh, I hang out with Ronald McDonald every day. What? Never mind what you said about cancer. You hang out with Ronald McDonald all day. I can't believe anything you say, even if it's real. That's kind of what we're going through.
Well, I like Ronald McDonald and McDonald's as a franchise.
Yeah.
So you just leave them right out of your fucking mouth.
Okay,
You leave them right out of your dirty flat earth mouth.
Yeah, bring back the McDLT, bro.
Yeah, I remember being on like I was on a thing with Arwen or something, and like he's losing his shit, and I'm like pulling it up, and I was like ordering like a Big Mac with fries. You know what I mean? And he was like, no. I was like, dude, yeah, I think I got kicked off the stream for like defending McDonald's.
Oh, poor Arwen. Yeah,
you're white knighting for fast food that day.
Oh fuck yeah, dude. Wendy's.
But you were saying it's almost like it
back.
helps your immune system if you eat it or something.
Oh, dude, me and a buddy of mine as a rule, like when I was living in the city, like grime, as a rule, like we used to eat all this healthy food and shit, like to hang out with all these fucking wilders and eat good. But we always made a point, like once a week, we had to go get McDonald's or fucking Wendy's chili or fucking something, because we had to maintain your immunity to the city. And if you start living all clean and you're detoxing and doing all that shit, running around New York City, you're gonna die.
That's funny.
You're too sensitive for this place, asshole. Like, get the fuck out. You better be doing cocaine and fucking, you know what I mean, smoking weed to better your lungs or something, man. Like, it's like,
yeah, you got to smoke cigarettes in the city just to,
Yeah, you got to have at least a cigarette a week, right? You got to keep me, you got to build up that fucking immunity, man.
It's healthier than breathing the carbon monoxide off the trucks.
Well,
it's like this. Who's better at taking a punch, the guy who practices boxing all day or just shadow boxes? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, you got to get smacked around a little bit. Know what it is?
Yeah. Punch yourself in the face every day. Yeah.
I remember my motto back. It's funny. I remember saying it, like my motto was, bring the bully back. Like I used to shoulder check, because you were walking down the sidewalk and like people are just in their head and like, with hairspray and fucking Xanax going on and fucking, like dudes, and I used to just shoulder, like they won't give you the space on the sidewalk because they're just so cool or whatever. And I used to shoulder check the shit out of people all day because fucking like, I don't know. But like, you know what I mean? And then fucking, whatever. I don't know.
You got
Put them back in
behavior
their
issues,
fucking place, man. Yeah, dude. Because like that's the problem, is that people have tolerated so much shit for so long that like it's not what it used to be.
Yeah, I was just going to say what put you scattergun in a bit, so I'm having to go back. But what put me off McDonald's was Super Size Me. I don't know if anybody watched that bloody documentary, but just looking at them bloody burgers and chips or whatever, or fries, sorry,
right.
They'd left on the side for a year. And
yeah, I had breakfast with that dude one day.
Really?
I rolled up in this cafe and he was sitting right next to me, and I'm fucking. It was cool as hell, man. We started talking and fucking. I was with some chick, and we were just sitting there having lunch, like or breakfast actually.
That's awesome. Seemed like a good guy, but yeah, that really put me off McDonald's. Just looking at the fact that,
dude, I'll tell you what. You ever seen the video where he goes to Israel?
I don't know. I don't think I have.
Oh man, no, you would know if you saw it, dude. He goes to Israel and he's trying to like talk to people about the Palestinian issue. Long story short, they start throwing rocks at him. The Hasids start gathering around. He's got to get the fucking the military comes over to protect him and usher him away because they were trying to hit him with rocks and beat him up and shit.
Oh man.
Yeah, dude. Morgan Spurlock, that's his name. Yeah, guys.
His name is
cool.
Maxwell.
Anyone who does documentary shit like that. What's up?
Just dropping G Kambutsu out there. Do this.
Oh yeah, Maxwell.
I don't know if Jeremy and I would pass them around sometimes. Yeah.
Oh, right on, man. Yeah, Maxwell. Like Maxwell Chikabutsu. I got the piano back in effect.
Nice. Serenade me. Yeah, that and the fact that I'd get McTummy. McTummy is the worst.
Maxwell Chikumbutsu. Maxwell Chikumbutsu. Maxwell Chikumbutsu. Chikumbutsu. Chikumbutsu.
You take a request. You do any Stevie Wonder?
Huh?
Any Stevie Wonder?
Hell yeah.
I don't know. I don't know any Stevie Wonder right now. A superstition and shit. I don't know it though right now. I'm doing my Maxwell Chikumbutsu.
He wants a ballad.
Just pretend you're blind.
Out the sky.
Yeah, I was just waiting for somebody to say pretend you're blind.
Stevie, listen, we need you to put some really cool T-shades on. Always wear them and act like you're blind, okay?
Yeah, didn't you like catch a microphone stand that was falling?
Yeah,
Yes,
certainly
did.
did.
Maybe he just, he can kind of see things like a bat, with his ears, and he
Yeah,
just knew it was falling.
Yeah, like Daredevil, the Daredevil series.
Well, you can. I know you can be classed as legally blind, but kind of be able to see a bit. So maybe it's that. I don't know.
He's just playing his jazz chords.
I mean, I'll put it to you this way. He really milks it when he's sitting and playing. His head's all over the place. It doesn't even look like he's really playing an instrument. He's just kind of like, what are you doing? Are you...
He's feeling it, Sean. He's feeling it, dude.
Okay. No, I think it's fake.
Who cares? He makes good music.
That's
all
true.
I care about.
He and his team of producers write really good music.
Have you guys listened to the virtual Kurt Cobain singing Black Hole Sun?
Kurt Cobain, Black Hole Sun? I thought that was Chris Cornell.
I know, but they've taken the AI and then replaced voices. Yeah.
Wow. Post it, dude. I'd love to see it.
I don't have the actual. I was watching. It's like in another video which I posted.
So yeah, poor Chris and poor Kurt. They didn't like this place, so they took off. I mean,
early retirement.
Yeah, that's basically. Yeah. I always wondered what he meant by, won't you come and wash away the rain? Doesn't rain wash other things away? How do you wash the rain away? That doesn't make sense to me.
Referring to the black hole sun, buddy.
Wow. Yeah. What does that even mean?
I know. How do you wash rain away?
Do you know what the black sun is? An esoteric.
Oh, it's
the engine of creation. I know all about
brain. It's black hole sun washes your brain away. Brainwashing.
Wash away the brain.
Mel
and then he throws in that little Ozzy Osbourne kind of like sun. Like that's a little bit like fucking medieval. There's no reason to have that necessarily. That's interesting.
Maybe he's talking about like the magic, the big flood, and then the black hole sun's going to create a different reality and change all of that. It's the symbolic of quote unquote washing away the rain. I don't know.
Yeah, it's very big thing. Whatever's going on.
Yep.
Grandiose.
Yeah, Data. I was all over black hole sun research for years. I love that shit. Black sun, not black hole sun. I don't know. The only time I've ever heard black hole sun was from that song. Those words put together like that. But yeah, it's interesting shit.
His whole Higher Truth album is all esoteric, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into that again. I released it. Sorry, go ahead.
You sound like you're on ColecoVision.
I always thought he was saying like black old sun, but he's saying black hole sun.
Yeah, your mic sounds a bit whack. What are you actually using? Yeah. Is that like Buds? Flat Lives Matter. It's a good name though.
His name's Flat Levels.
Appreciate it.
Oh yeah,
Jesus, dude, no more. Please, no more. You're spiking into the kill of 1,000 hertz. You're spiking into terawatts, dude. Please stop fucking talking. just mute.
Yeah. What are you using, dude? Is it a headphone with the buds? I think it's probably that.
It's a 1 in a million weirdness. But you're like, wow, that just pinged my ear real bad. Woo. For safety, psych, please stay muted. That's a weird glitch. I've never heard that happen. That's like a bit like that's a bit problem there. It was pixelated and then like super like multiplied. Wow, that's a weird hiccup. I'm glad glitches don't normally sound like that. Whoa.
Let's hear it again one more time.
Oh no, I've fucking flagged you, so I'm serious about it. I'm sure your shit's fucked.
Are you wearing headphones, Snipes?
One more time for the crew at the back.
I was wearing headphones until I realised I could just talk to my laptop. I could just literally, there's a microphone. I don't know where. Don't ask me where it is. I have no idea.
Yeah.
And somebody's like, "Yeah, that sounds okay."
My ears are kind of sensitive.
Yeah, I know. Oh, yeah. You ought to listen to QE. QE's like a fucking. He's going to stop call anybody out. They've already banned this guy.
What laptop do you have?
Good question. It'll come to me in a minute. Come on, Brain, you can do it.
One of those flappy ones, yeah? What had happened was they put a keyboard and a screen together and put some gubbins inside, and there you go.
When my brain engages again, I'll let you know.
All right. Well, the new ones have pretty good separation, so that you don't get the feedback.
You know, it's funny. Last time I almost played the saxophone, I was trying to. I had my mouthpiece out, or I was looking for it to get it ready to play, but I couldn't find it then. This was months ago.
Do it again.
Couldn't find what?
Like I just haven't even picked it up in a few months, man. Crazy.
Yeah, man, I just got my fucking shit back. I had my my amp, I got my guitar, I got my loop pedal. Just got it all set up, actually. Yeah.
Nice. We should when we get all our shit ready, if we can go to like a sub live stream. People could try to talk over us or whatever. Pretty cool.
Give me some of that Pink Panther theme tune.
I used to always like that. Like when I was hosting or whatever, I could like set it up so that the music was just under, or you know what I mean, like balance it out so you had the music going, and everybody that was in the chat room had no idea that there was music going. You know what I mean? But just keep it low in the background.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of like the background music. So like, because I just want to practice. But you know, if you're hosting and shit, it's kind of what you're doing.
I've got to say, I was enjoying you playing a few months back, whenever it was. You played like a bit of a Bob Marley vibe, I think it was a guitar, I assume. And yeah, really good sound. Made me want to get high. I done that for.
No doubt. It's funny when I go to a buddy of mine's friend, I'm always like, "Where's your little Asian friend?" And he's like, "What?" And I'm like, "Yeah, go get me high."
The laptop's a Razor Blade, by the way. Got there in the end.
Okay, that's nice.
I had to look it up. I'm not even joking.
You got retarded prices, but good hardware.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, the cool thing though is with that loop pedals and stuff, like you can, even though they're generally stuff you plug into the wall, like you can kind of modify them with like these next level little lithium power packs that they use to like repower laptops. And you can like run your pedals and shit. So it makes a lot of things like portable that weren't before. Thumbs up DIY. Life hacking.
You don't need power pack for pedals. You can do passive pedals.
Yeah, it's just nice to have power to your pedals.
Suppose.
Like to go out on the street and be able to use it. Like they've got pretty decent like portable battery powered amps too, you know?
Yeah, you need power for the amp, but for a pedal it's just a bunch of logic gates.
Yeah. It's just nice to be able to, like, you can do it now, like where you can just pick it up, go to like middle of a football field and play music if you wanted to. And someone tell you, you don't have permission to be here. What are you doing?
So forgive me.
Lovely. I just want to pray. I want to play Brown Eyed Girl one more time. Thanks. All right, but don't play any more Kiss. I hate that shit. Anyway, I've never had anybody really complain so much from me performing somewhere.
Say again?
Like being out in different places, just like playing my horn on the street or something like that. People don't. I've never had problems with that.
No, I think the only people who would ever have problems, from my experience, people who hear the same stuff from the same performers every day. But that's because they work next to them, right? Like, you know, when they just that guy.
That's because Snacks can kill him.
But you know what
Snacks
I mean? Like,
kills him with that classical shit.
Yeah, it's good. It's good, but like I lived in a place once when I worked in this joint, and there was a square in the city, and these guys, there was about 3 of them who just did the same set every time. Now, from their point of view, they're just doing a good job, so it was good, and they played well. But from our point of view, because we work next to them, bloody annoying after a while. But they don't think about us. They think about all the flipping Japanese tourists just throwing money at them. So, but I mean that's the only example that I could think, unless someone really plays terribly and has terrible taste. That's the only example I can think that's a negative about people doing music outside. Other than that, it's fun.
You like classical music, Snipes?
Oh yeah, I don't like play a classical instrument, but I do like it. I use.
Oh right.
I like Bach fugues, Brandenburg concertos, stuff like that. It's pretty good stuff.
Yeah, when I sort of hit rock bottom with alcohol and all that stuff, it's like I can't really explain it. I'm sure there's somebody could explain it, a professional could explain it better, but I basically broke. It felt like I broke the stimulation centers or something, because everything was too stimulating. Like I couldn't watch TV, I couldn't do anything except basically lay there and heal. It was so fucked up. And I was DJ for 10 years, so I had to sort of wash all that horrible music out of my system anyway, because you can imagine pop music in particular is fucking gross. It's absolutely gross.
Not only is it gross, it's got no creativity. It's just boring.
So
it's not even music actually, because music.
But that's actually what
three components, and usually they miss one of the components out, and it's usually harmony, I think.
Well, it's this auto tune shit. I cannot. I remember Cher. That was the first one. That "Do You Believe" shit. That was the first time I heard that sound I'm talking about. And I don't know. I'm not a Bible person, but I think that's fucking demonic. Because it hits my ear in such a weird way. Like, how are people liking this? I don't know. But the weird thing is,
even
Sorry,
just on the share thing. Like, I mean, that was like a type of voice synthesis technique.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And like nowadays, we're capable of replicating share better than that. That's an attempt to even do. So it's really strange.
But it still sounds horrible.
Well, think about this, right?
It's
when
share.
you have,
yeah, it does sound horrible.
When you
It
have an
sounds horrible.
apples,
It's share.
listen,
that's why.
think about this. Think about this for an analogy, right? When you pluck an apple from a tree, assuming you like apples, right, or whatever fruit you like, it's nice, right?
No need to divide the audience this early.
Yeah, it's nice, it's fresh, it's good, you crunch it, lovely. And if you had an option between that apple from that tree or somebody who'd made the apple in a lab, apart from the retards, you're always going to pick the apple from the tree. So if you apply that same kind of logic to music, when people start synthesizing stuff, you know that there's something wrong because it's just not kosher, it's not correct, it's not original, it doesn't have the unique beauty, or whatever it is.
It's not God made. Come on, just say it. Just say it. It's not God made. That's
no, it doesn't have to be. It doesn't necessarily mean that, right? Because
that's the way I see it.
But think about this, right? Because I can talk about that because I would, but I don't even need to mention that, because if you go out and sing a natural song, right, you just sing whatever, you're just feeling happy and you're saying la la la, right? That's gonna sound 1,000 times better than someone taking your voice and then remaking it in a 99.9% facsimile of what it is. It's like you're gonna know there's something off.
But like, I'm just saying, like, music is broken at this point. It's not what it was, and I think we're about 5 to 10 years away. I'll Elon Musk it, but we're about 5 to 10 years away from a point where you'll be your iTunes will be like, oh, I want Barry White singing like this song or whatever.
Oh, well, you're just generating it.
Yeah.
Generate it on the spot.
Oh,
in your
yeah.
mind. Yeah.
Yeah, and it'll go like up.
See, that's another thing that's a problem. When you take away the effort and the work that goes into something, it loses its value.
Yeah.
That's interesting, yeah.
Because what like, obviously if you can't afford it, you can't afford it. But it's a copy of a masterwork is always gonna have less value than the original masterwork. Because you know that the original was that guy spending 10 years and 20 years plus with his skill set to create that piece, and then someone photocopies it, gives it to you. You're going to be like, I can appreciate the beauty, but it has next to no value compared to the original. And that's what this AI generated like pseudo creation is like. It's valueless.
There's supposed to be like a natural way that this all works out, like because of there was a Barry White and because there was a Bob Dylan, somewhere in between these two things like will occur naturally, or somebody will be like trying to do those two things, trying to sing like Barry White as Bob Dylan, if you will, and could spend that whole like meaningful career kind of making music in this way. Or now we can just synthesize it, push a button, and that's the interesting thing. Is because we need to like reprocess this culturally. We need to know that there's somebody that really believes that these two things that might be very different and fuse them together. Like fusion is a part of like how we deal with modern musics, right? Like the fusing of like Arabic music and hip hop, or Hindi music and hip hop and stuff like that, right? So amalgamating everything that this musical alchemy has to happen in order for people's cultures to kind of like meld and shit, I'll leave it at that.
It's funny to
appreciate
think
that if it's genuine, if it's authentically done. But if it lacks the authenticity, especially with something like music, it's gonna destroy you without you really understanding why.
I was just thinking we're probably not that far away from the first digital president.
Wait, what?
And they won't the first digital president. They won't have to bribe the guy to get on board. That was the party line.
Interesting.
Okay, that might be quite a way away. Well, this deepfake shit is wild.
But we're it's so wild. It's really still in its infancy, and it'll only get better. And even these models, like I'm talking about the synthesis models for like replicating somebody's voice, they're not necessarily built on like a mind model. You know what I mean? They don't have all that going on yet, but they will in the future. And anyway, like, do you think like robots would be better at governing and managing resources than a human bunch of managers? What do you think?
Well, it depends who programs the robot.
Yeah. I mean, this is the thing, right?
Okay.
It ultimately requires an overseeing management by a human. So it doesn't really matter the tool that's used. It has to be done by a human, otherwise it doesn't even exist. No, I shouldn't say human. It has to be done by a man or a
I'm worried about like a certain small group of people who would use an AI and be like, we have to do what the AI says. Yeah, it's like, yeah, it just seems immoral, dude. I don't know, but like, we have to do it because we believe in the AI. We have to execute the orders.
You know what? That's a perfect example of, and I think this is the whole intention. It's the same as when those people started carving out pieces of wood and then putting it up on an altar and going, "Hey, I'm going to worship that thing that I carved out of a loose piece of wood that I didn't use to make a cabinet." It's retarded, absolutely stupid. And then you start feeding that thing dead children. What? Like, there's no logic there. It's foolish, but it's also incredibly wicked. So to me, there's no difference between that and AI. If you're going to start letting the thing that you made tell you what to do, that's nonsense. It's a departure from the music topic.
Oh yeah. Well, I don't know, man. To some degree, even the music has got to follow certain rules. Like we always need to move from the root to the fifth, and resolves need to occur, tension needs to occur. You know what I mean? Certain kind of predefined, preordained sort of situations that must go on.
Right. But see, we are the ones making the music. We're the ones who are following the rules, either to make good music, which is not good, because this is interesting. With the whole changing of the tuning system that they did back in the day.
Okay.
According to what I've read and heard, the Chinese dynasties, I can't remember which one, but for a long time they had a system of unified tuning, so that all the music that was made was under strict rules, kept to this tuning system, so that the music was good. Not good that because like that guy made a really good piece of work. Good in such that the structure itself was fundamentally good. Because what happened is, because it was kind of for selfish purposes, but it was logical. When the music was like that, the society behaved in a way that was conducive to order.
Mm-hmm.
But since they've changed that worldwide and etc., now you have these things that are unordered, unstructured.
Right. So if I could say so,
off what's natural, because it goes against us, and they've done so many studies with this, like the fact that just switching from classical music to something like rock or whatever pop nonsense, you're going to change the yield of a crop. If that doesn't tell you that you're doing something wrong, then I don't understand like what's wrong with people.
Yeah. So I guess as far as back as I know, like the ancient system of Chinese musical temperament, I'm not exactly sure, but I know that their keys shifted of usage right through the seasons. So similar to the idea of feng shui. Yeah, I'm saying it wrong, but the seasons give different color that we're supposed to like have harmony with, and so then also that they have an idea of their songs are going to change.
Mm-hmm.
We do that too, right? We play holiday music. Everyone loves that stuff. So
I don't, but I don't know what you mean.
The Christmas music invasion that will happen periodically.
It's abomination. But I understand what you mean. What your wider point is.
It synchronizes the people to understand that a time is occurring. And I think it serves that function. Like it's a messenger in that way. It spreads the news of that.
Mm-hmm. I think
I don't know if like it's true that when Plato's talking about the different Greek city-states, that they all had different modes of the scale that they would play and base their scales off of those notes. And the idea of like modal harmony being based off of this, the Ionian, Dorian, Lydian, Mixolydian, Phrygian, Hyperphrygian, fucking other things that I can't remember, right? But they're all there. Whether or not that they really existed in that way, I don't know. Like, that's conjecture. But they also have like their specific things, like this is a Doric column and an Ionian column. Like there's certain types of shape profile that they use, specialized in, and be like, yeah. So there was like some era where they tried to be unified but distinctly different in these ways, like as a unification in the modes of sound. Isn't that crazy?
Right. Because you can do that. You can have a fundamental structure and order, but with all the pieces in that like wider puzzle being unique.
But right, so you realize that there's a
being cooperative.
It's a relationship between shape and sound.
Mm-hmm. Well, I here's an example for maybe the rest of the room. You have a fundamental structure to the way your body works, right? It's all working together for the purpose of keeping you kicking about, talking to globers and like mashing your head against a wall. But your finger is different from your tongue. Your teeth are different from your eyes, all this stuff. So they all have their unique expression, but they're all in agreement with each other for the main purpose. And you can have that with music. So there's nothing wrong with an art form and all other things. There's nothing wrong with having these modes, as you're talking about, being expressed uniquely to that specific culture or that specific location, because they have a spring and these guys have a volcano and all these different whatever, right?
Well,
but that they all have the underlying like rules of conducting themselves, and that they can be individually in cooperation with each other. I think that's a perfect way of describing it.
Well, like I think that if you listen to like different indigenous musics, like they almost all will have like almost like a little bit of a bluesy quality to them, because they're singing out of register to what we would call like modern equal temperament or whatever. And so like that's kind of where the blues lives, like is in the bending of the note, and that little stank face that you give it the guitar, and then that's the blues. And without the stank face of it, without that, like we don't really hear the differential of like, well, it's like a little bit sharp fourth and a half or something. I don't know. We're getting out of where the blues note is there. The blue notes are in between there. So kind of piano, they're not there. We have to get them by like hitting two notes or glancing against one.
The pianos are tuned linearly, but that doesn't work because it's a ratio. So you would need I don't know how to word it exactly, but there's a guy, that young guy who does.
You ever heard of micro frets? You ever heard of micro frets?
Right, that's a good example.
So you could put those on your guitar and create that little hiccup in the distance, which makes a certain tone. Which is cool that they figured that out. Actually,
there's a guy that you might want to look up.
I never heard it. It sounds awesome though.
Yeah, they're little plastic or little things that you glue onto your guitar or whatever it is. You stick them in a certain place, and it creates this micro. It's like instead of a fret, like you would have them all uniform up a guitar, you place these little frets for each individual string in between somewhere on the fret, between the frets. It's pretty fucking cool.
Have you ever heard
is it like auto tune for your guitar?
No. You got to play it right. It's not like that.
It allows you to be more specific in where you're tuning yourself. Because the Western system is all right, but it's limited. It basically kind of gives you the range that you could have if you were just singing.
Well, I mean, if you tuned it a certain, like let's say you tuned a guitar regularly, but you put those micro tunes in, depending on where you begin your scale or what scale you're using. You could create any fluctuation, like guys use these micro tuning things to create, like, let's say harmony, or to create a scale that's in like the Sanskrit scale, the Indian scales. So they'll put that microtone. It's so fucking cool how they do it, because they're, I don't know,
Because
music is
it's
so
it's
malleable.
a dialect. It's like gives you the freedom of intonation, like you would have in a conversation.
Yeah, like any other instrument. Well, yeah, like conversations is the. I think that's the coolest part about jazz is the saxophone. I used to always listen to the saxophone as like, I went down the street, and then I got a pack of smokes, and I hit up this chick, and then it's like that's how it sounded to me, like it's like telling a story and shit. I just love that shit, or looking at it that way.
I like the way some people talk about jazz. I think Barry Harris is one of my favorite like composers and commenters on it. Hey,
have you heard Snacks play? By the way,
I don't think so.
You would remember if you didn't. Okay, cool, man.
Yeah. So Barry Harris talks about he likes to get into the correctness of jazz and how people should understand the scales and the theory correctly. And he's what do you call it, like a purist about it, and I appreciate that because it suits my temperament. But what he talks about is how jazz was basically the completion or the extension of what classical music was doing. Like classical music laid the foundations, and when you have that foundation laid, then you're able to go and do the best part of music, which is the improvisation, because it's improvisation without structure and without rules means absolutely nothing, right? You're just smashing keyboard like a child, which isn't in itself a wrong thing. But when you build it within the structure and the rules and the tuning and all this stuff, you're then able to be free, but do something constructive, do something that's
you have to construct the rules for an improvisation. There's that too. So
yeah, but that's what.
But you can improvise that as you go as well.
Yeah, you can switch. You can switch keys and all these.
I could play 3 notes and decide a lot of things in those 3 notes time.
Mm-hmm.
And then that becomes
obviously
like
it's
what
not
I
like
love.
it's not like what he says is the golden rule for everything. But I like the way he talks about how there's no real difference fundamentally from where classical music was to where jazz has come, because the structure is all there. But I wanted to give a theory about what you're talking about, the blues earlier, and the different like Aboriginal music or whatever. It's how it's slightly off.
Indigenous music's often use that. Yeah.
It's like you said, it was off what we would expect it to be.
It's not mathematically within Western tonality. However, it does appear within the overtone series itself. So it's a natural frequency, but we kind of don't have that note on a lot of things. So it's weird.
Okay, well, maybe my theory is slightly separate to a different point. But my theory was that, how if you have a completely if your heart is completely 60 beats per minute, like static, not static, like a rigid heartbeat, they have a name for it. It's a condition. I think I don't know what the name is specifically, but it's not a good thing. You have to have this kind of variation, this flow, like ebbing back and forth, to actually be to be healthy. And I think that some of the things in music are like that, because when you hear music that's too robotic, you don't enjoy it. You don't always appreciate it as well as you could.
Right. And that's because
when the drummer is when the drummer's doing it with a little accent or whatever, he's keeping the time, but it's unique. It's a little bit unique.
Yeah.
That is natural, and it's just like the heart rhythm. And I think that's why those things are the way they are.
Because a person actually has to execute it. It has to be internalized and has to work. And a lot of times with people who are just traditional, it's a very organic feel. So because pulse itself is related to like tone, and they're effectively the same thing, that like if something is out of tune, like to the pulse, if it's just out of tune and you expand it out to be rhythmic, it's still going to feel unbalanced, So I don't know. Like just a lot of times when people are working with like loops and cutting up loops, there's like kind of an art to it. Like even if it doesn't work right, it has to sort of align itself, right? You know. So it's weird, but looping structures are really interesting, you know, to work with and build.
Yeah.
Like,
So I wanted to talk about that earlier because I'm against the whole synthetic stuff because of because it's like there's like a soullessness to it. But when people do what you're talking about, there is when they do it properly, there's an excellent skill set to it. So I mean, you'd probably be familiar with Jay Dilla, right? That I'm assuming you are.
He's a singer.
No, he was a hip hop.
Oh, Jay Dilla. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So well, this actually goes to the rhythm thing that we're talking about. So what he's known for is that he took off the quantizing from the thing that I can't remember what it's called, but the machine that he used, he turned off the quantizing, so he did it all natural, and that was one of the things. That made his stuff so great because it wasn't robotic, and it had life to it. And then another guy I like is Doom, MF Doom, because it wasn't always completely his stuff, but he was being an artist in the way he selected his selections to put them together to make his tune.
MF Doom did that awesome Aqua Teen Hunger Force song.
Exactly. Yeah. So that it's those kind of things that I like because they're not being like synthetic retards. They're actually doing. I guess they're doing what all great artists do, right? They steal and make it unique enough to be their own, and then boom.
Yeah.
You know, it's like I'm not the first guy to paint a flower, but I'm gonna make this flower, you know, just that little bit special because I did it, even though I copied, you know, Da Vinci or whoever.
I mean, but this kind of comes from like the idea of like crate digging and DJing, turntablism, like these kinds of things make for like what's history to bring it back out of a record to make like, you know, something that's meaningful. Otherwise, it's just like sounds on a loop or something, right? So what makes a loop meaningful?
Yeah, it's a skill set in and of itself, and I think it's a display of wisdom, right? Because if we had the hubris to just talk as if we knew everything independently, and that we never researched anything that our parents said or people from the past, then we're just being mugs, right? But when we have the wisdom to go digging into what these other people have done, and then applying it in a way that it makes sense to our situation, our environment, etc., our conversation, then you get something constructive, beautiful in the case of artwork, etc., etc. And I think that's the sound way to approach things.
Yeah,
it's always
I just think
that
in
any craft, hasn't it? Like you've always learned from the greats before you.
It's just like I'm just saying, man. Like it's fun, like to use AI because I don't have to have the painting skills of a certain artist, but I can like create an image that's like that or whatever. But I think it's discouraging to get. You'd have to be at a really high level to even try that stuff, you know. And I think it's just that's what people like aspire to, you know, to be good enough to try to use great talent like that's inspired them and then use it in a new way. That's like to me that's like the master fucking shit, right? That's like where you get to your good work if you're an artist, right? But that's like we could just shortcut that fucking shit. Forget about it. Let's AI this stuff, you know? And
That's laziness, though, man.
It's lazy, absolutely.
I can understand using the AI to get out the tedious work to remove the tedium from the research, because like something that would take you like 10 weeks to put together, the AI can help you put it together in less time. But if you're going to create something from that, I think you should then go and put some work into it so that it's actually you made something. Yeah, you were helped by a tool, but if it's so tool reliant that you can't distinguish whether the tool did it or whether you did it, then I would say there's a grave error there.
It's not about that, really, you know. It's just like I want to be able to like put these couple, like let's say a few ideas together and create a synthesis of it, you know. and that could take you like years to like try and work on yourself, you know, and it can effectively be done really quickly. It's like why am I gonna like stop myself from like hearing what that's gonna be? If I want to hear like, oh, what would
I'm
it be
not
like
just
if there was
saying.
some kind of blend between Coltrane and Jimi Hendrix? Like, where would that be at, bro? Like, I don't know.
Right,
Like, they
but
never got to play together.
would you stop there and then just leave it at that, or would you then go, okay, now I've heard something that I would otherwise not have been able to hear in my head,
Yeah,
and now
whether you like it or
let me
not.
go and play it myself.
I'm just saying, whether you like it or not, it's like a certain amount of time that will be something I could just search on YouTube, and somebody will have made Jimi Hendrix duets with John Coltrane for sure.
No,
doubt about
I understand
right?
that that's going to happen, but what I'd say is, if you, let's say you had it now, use Snacks, right?
Yeah.
Do that, it like embody that sound that you were looking for that you couldn't quite like make in your head or whatever, and then go and learn it and play it and make it your own. What I'm saying is, don't stop short of make it, like, if you're going to do a creative pursuit, don't stop short of putting your actual effort into it. I don't mind I don't mind the tools per se, like Discord, for example. It's called Discord for a specific reason, but yet people like ourselves have been able to use the tool, at least in this instance, in a productive way. So we're having discourse instead of Discord, but it requires effort.
It's our choice.
Yeah. So that would be my encouragement, because otherwise you are in danger of all these silly things that can come of AI, which most people will be taken advantage of by it and be like dulled down and simplified and suppressed or whatever.
But think of all the things that like people put like their whole life into trying to be great at that thing, right?
Yeah.
Like, you know, like it's something to just try, you know. Like even if you're hurling a rock in the Olympics or whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? Like that's something you have to be better at than all these other motherfuckers. So, you know, is that meaningless anymore? I don't know. What becomes meaningless when it's like the most meaningful things to some people are these songs, are movies, are stories and stuff, and effectively they can be woven by some kind of algorithm. I don't know.
I suppose some of that is subjective, but I guess that exposes the the ability to be manipulated. So it kind of, it's a good, I would say it's a good point of discussion to remind people that we actually have to be diligent with our lives. We can't just be haphazard. But maybe I'm thinking more so philosophical than you're meaning it.
Oh, it's great. You could generate all kinds of semi-plausible storylines, you know, put them in a 24-hour news cycle. And by the time anybody really like checks them out, just switch on some other stuff.
Isn't that what they're doing already? Like, I think if we're going to talk about like psyops and propagandas, I'd say one of them is
like, do artists like do anything? Like, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I was gonna say, like, one of them is the idea that AI isn't already doing what people are fearing that it's gonna do. I think people are living in delusion to pretend like we haven't quite got there yet. Like, hold on, look at what happens that you're having adverts read your minds type of thing. Or wait, is it the other way around? Are you being, is your mind being incepted by the devices that you have in your house type of question? But you were making another point. Why don't you state it again, please?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what the material value of art is, but I'm not sure what it can be if it's effectively that. Yeah.
Well, I think if we limit value to material, then we misunderstand what value is. Like it would be the same as what's the material value of having someone who listens to your life story and, you know, shares a beer with you, for instance. There's no value materially. You can't like quantify that necessarily, but it's good for you. It's healthy, right? You know that intrinsically. Are you going to be able to quantify it like a flipping autist?
Yeah.
No, not necessarily, but you know it's good for you. And I think art comes under that type of thing. Now it depends what kind of art, because some art is just, it's just nice to look at, and that in and of itself is a blessing for people. and for others it's whatever, they don't care. But then you have the other side of art, which is the function. So you have a ceramic plate, but it's not just a functional plate that you can eat your food off of. It's a plate that's, you know, put a lot of love and care into it. It's a very unique design, and you like looking at it as well as you can eat off of it. So art can sometimes be half of that, but I think the best kind of artwork is when it's both. When it's something that you're going to use, like a cabinet or a bed or a chair, but that it's exquisitely designed, it's beautiful, it's unique, it ticks all the boxes for you, etc.
Good, finer things, man, for sure. I think of art also like as being as something really more primal, like immediacy and of necessity. You know, like the Pacific Northwestern art style is like really cool. I almost feel like it's influenced by like almost like some kind of Egyptian line work, or just some of a similar kind of composition. Sometimes I'm finding, but whatever.
Yeah, I can agree with the necessity.
The design of it, it's like all basically animistic. I mean, it's all animal spirits and stuff, and totem and stuff. That kind of idea. But it's just like that's what their artistic aesthetic is, you know.
Yeah, I think aesthetic's a better word, because in English we say art, but that word has some weird other ways of being applied. I think craft is a better word for what we're actually talking about, because music is a craft, it's a skill, it's wisdom enacted. So somebody who can paint an exquisitely, like, let's say two ideas, like they can paint a flower that looks just like the flower that they have on their table or whatever. That's a great expression of wisdom. Then the other guy, he paints a flower, but he paints how the flower makes him feel. The expressionism, impressionism, whatever, right? Doesn't matter the title. But those are, if you name it artwork in English, I think it doesn't do it justice. I think if you name it craft, it's more accurate, and I think it's easier to discuss it.
Right. But like using AI and generative fields like this, like I could take like a pencil sketch or a halfway decent sketch, and then I could run it through AI, tell it to paint this as if it were impressionist, as if it were expressionist, as if it were, you know, trying to give us a subtle, darker tone, if it's trying to give an inspiring tone, if there's like, you know, all these different things, and these variations could be spit out really quickly. But it allows me to like create a synthesis of like what I think I'm going for my direction. And so I think that there are benefits to the AI, but ultimately it can be totally bankrupt of a process as well that just like can be used to just create hot garbage as well.
Yeah, this would go to the intention, because like a tool is a tool, but it's the intention that defines how the tool is going to be used and the outcome. But what you were saying about, I think that's is that intentional? That's loud, is it? Do it again, but like half the volume. Need to get you a mixer.
Go with sounds like Princeton chorus. I don't know. Little spring reverb. That's what I mean to say. Fender spring reverb. Fender Twin. What do we got on there? The reverb pedal. Wah wah, kind of half open.
Forget me, I'm handling shit. Be back.
Dun, 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 dun,
dun. Yeah, he's a multi-chordal-mentalist.
Yeah, forgive me interrupted. I heard a lull there, so I hopped in. Sorry, Elijah, where that was.
No, that's fine. I'm pretty much finished.
You know, but the power of sound.
Yeah, forgive me. A lot going on over here. Forgive me.
There was the craziest, like Venice Beach, California. Dude on rollerblades, electric guitar, like bunch of battery packs, strapped bandito style, XYs across his chest. You know what I mean? He's got a Stratocaster and a fucking turban, some kind of goggles on. It's like a local legend here. You know what I mean? But he just like rolls up on some people with the rollerblades. You know. Plays some like sick licks at him. He's like, like, and they're like, "Whoa, oh my gosh, what's going on?" And then he just fucking skates off like in like a fucking superhero. Guitar fucking super. It's amazing.
It'll be great. Is if you had like an army of drones with speakers on them following them around, so you could take the surround sound with them.
I think he used to tour with the Dead or something like that, but they just roll up on him and like hit him with some Bill and Ted's Wild Style and shit. And it's like, whoa, man. People don't know what happened. There's like a 60-foot tall painting of the guy, like on a building. I'm like, oh wow, you're that guy.
He's that guy.
Yeah, that guy's not cutting albums, but he's like any kind of session he'd be fucking terrific on. But he fucking wouldn't do that because he likes being out in the sun with battery packs on him, rollerblades on, and a turban. That's what he's into. That's great, right?
What's funny now is the barriers to entry have been removed so much that if people just took a little step back, they could just literally cut the albums they wanted, and they wouldn't have to sign up with any label. And people like the old style, right? People like playing vinyls. It feels so much better to have a vinyl. And now, now it's incredibly easy to do it on your own.
Guys rolling up on tours everywhere around the world, like being able to just like hit him like a guitar angel, you know what I mean? Like and then roll off. Like that's way more satisfying in a way to make an actual impact like that, rather than like have it. I gotta go to a band. I gotta have an album. You know, they're gonna use my work. You know.
Have you ever heard of Beardy Man before?
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah, he developed a whole system to basically do that. He would be able to create basically whatever he wanted on the spot. So he would make up and produce and finalize the whole album in a live session, and he would take the audience, influence and suggestion and all this stuff. It's great. If you're into all that kind of stuff, I think you'd enjoy watching his session.
That's cool. Just right now, I'm just trying to like write tracks to like throw up on my my looper pedal, so I have got like layers of shit to go to, or change ups.
Okay. Yeah, he called his system Beardytron 5000.
But it's kind of cool because I just write in like 8-bar fragments, and I'm like, oh, that's good enough. I can throw that on the pedal, see what happens. Drop some bars, Jeremy can rhyme on it. Get some AI Drake and stuff like that. But doesn't this mean though also, Elijah, besides the chasm, the dark chasm that I described for you, potential successes, potential pitfalls of AI, right? But like
you're a fan of sarcasm, aren't you?
But dig it in between the lines here, what happens is that Drake is available now to do flat earth songs, and Bruce Springsteen can be born to be flat.
Point. That's hilarious.
Michael Jackson will zombify, bring his ass out the grave. You know what I mean? With Tupac, they'll do a duet for flat earth. Like all this is possible too. So the doors of the multiverse are sprung wide the fuck open. What you think?
Yeah. You can get Mr. Hee Hee to flatten the moonwalk. That's a good point. Just start manipulating all these puppets and just repuppet them for our purposes. Why not? That makes perfect sense. You should do that with like CNN type people.
Like Michael Jackson could do a song like "It's Not Bad to Be Flat," based on the song "Flat" or "Bad." Right? Who's flat? I don't know. Don't we need this in our lives? I don't know.
No, I think that's a good idea.
Maybe arguably not.
I like that.
It's all possible. Like the Pandora's box of the AI is open.
Yo, snack. It could be I'm banned. You know it. You know?
You know, I'm banned from most platforms right now. Social media got me. Oh man, I'm banned.
Yeah, go for it.
I just think it's cool. It's also what you think, Issa? Did you hear me fucking rattling off on this stuff? Is it going to kill creativity? Is it in jeopardy? Is human creativity in jeopardy?
Nah, that's impossible. Anything that jeopardizes human creativity is laziness. So that's the individual. That's the individual's responsibility. So,
All right, Master. I don't know. I want to think that we should be trying to shore up like our generations ahead to like know that it's important to have real emotions in our work and to fucking be about what we are, you know?
yeah,
Rather than
best
trying to
way
like
to
bend
do
to
that
somebody
is,
else's style.
yeah, just show them. Yeah, authentic. Like I was talking about earlier. You have, if it's not authentic, then what's the point? Like if you're stealing just for stealing's sake, that's ridiculous. But if you're doing something like MF Doom or these great remixes, that's an authentic use of other people's work. And we can argue for days about the legal legitimacy of it, but who cares? It's authentic.
Well, starting with like Rapper's Delight, like is that a useful, you know, remix of a disco song? Probably. Disco was done.
Yeah, disco was a waste of time.
Disco was done, gave birth to early hip hop. Like whether or not that's a big CIA agent push, who the fuck knows, really. But you know, people can rhyme, so it all works out. It's a weird thing too. Like jazz wouldn't exist really without like the New Orleans movement of jazz. If jazz didn't occur there, it wouldn't have occurred probably in the same way. And it only occurred there because of surplus of military band instruments from the First World War. Get along, little doggy. I don't know. First and Second World War. Anyway.
I think your question about not neglecting the emotions and the work and stuff. If people make the effort to both show it in what they do, so if we care about it, don't just talk about it, show it. One second.
Well, what's all this got to do about the shape of the earth? Somebody said. And
Wait, who said that?
I don't know. Like somebody in my head.
Oh, okay. You got the little squirrels in your head.
Yeah.
You should feed the squirrels some nuts or kick them out.
Right. Yeah.
But let me just summarize my
But does sound and harmonics and all that, like the overtone series, like does that have something to do with like propagation of this energy in the field? And does that then not prove like some kind of
for sure. You can make that. That's an easy argument to make.
You could be flat, you could be sharp, whatever.
Yeah, the system would make no sense if it was anything else. You wouldn't have the foundation. You wouldn't have the I don't know, the superstructure, whatever you want to call it. But I need to go in a sec. But my response to your earlier thing about like for the next generation or whatever, just teach them the fundamentals of integrity and authenticity, and do the work. Don't be a lazy bastard. Then these things will be there. Like people are not going to stop. There's a natural, like you're saying, it's a natural, like a base thing to create. Like if you're happy, you sing, you shout, these kind of things. So As long as that's expressed and showed by even just a minority, then at least the minority's done their job with respect to what they can pass down to the next generation. And that's the only thing you can really do, because one can only be responsible
Yeah,
for
I'm just thinking like,
one's own actions.
yeah, I'm just like, whatever. I had just had a lot of people like kind of help me to learn about all this stuff. That didn't have to happen, so that was really cool. And probably there's like less and less of that occurring these days. So yeah.
Sorry, I must have not quite understood. Could you repeat that last sentence again, please?
I guess it's like I was brought up by a lot of like Gen Xer artists who were musicians and stuff, like to fucking let me know what was going on, I guess, right?
That does help.
So that just occurred like that, and I was lucky to have these people around, but there's less and less of them around, and there's less of the successive generation to kind of be able to spread it out, man. You got AI on the rise. It's just like it's not a good situation, and there's no like indie church of art for art's sake, you know what I mean, just to keep creativity happy and not so cybernetic or what have you. It just makes me worry about a problem I don't have to worry about, which is the last thing I need to do. Anyway, we'd be happy to move on to another topic.
No, I get your sentiment, but I'm gonna go shoot off, have some food. So maybe you and Issa can give them some tunage, fix their brains.
What's that, brother? Give me a minute.
I didn't understand what you said. I thought about it, and I didn't understand it.
Do you want me to translate? He said maybe you and Issa can give him some tunage. I think he wants you to play.
Yeah, I don't even know if I can locate my stuff right now.
Yeah, but you got your sax. Play some fucking sax, bro.
Yeah, no, I don't. I don't know where to put my mouthpiece. Yeah, I stopped playing like I guess as much melody, and I started focusing on I guess more sort of percussive like things, or like trying to play arpeggios or whatever in some kind of rhythm. I was really good with the melody, It's the other stuff that's important to learn. I want to just play Chuck Mangione's "Feel So Good" right now. Okay, I'm just joking. Issa, did you ever come through to Jared's?
Not really, not much lately, but I would like to actually.
I got all kinds of like wireless mics and shit. It'd be fun to do something like
Lord of mercy.
What's up? What's up, brother?
I said, Lord of mercy. Because of
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. I might have to.
I wish we had one of the dudes from the. I can think of somebody that would be interesting to have as an MC on this scene. Remember?
Oh yeah, fuck yeah! But dude,
think
yeah,
of one
so
guy.
far
Yeah, I know.
removed. So
Yeah,
far removed.
I hear it. Yeah. But could you imagine? He would go wild on as if he was like,
Yeah,
he was such a warrior at that time, man. I don't know, but about some false shit probably.
Yeah,
It's
dude.
identity. They got us
He's
wrapped up
still
in.
on that.
Yeah.
He's, from what I
Yeah.
gather, he's still on that communist shit too.
It's a good shade of green.
Forgive me. Someone's getting all messed up in my cables over here.
Yeah. We need a Flyer Day Saints up here. Drop some bars. It'd be fun if, like, maybe once in a while we could just like host some kind of musical bullshit. I'm sure other people throw down too, right? There's like lots of media heads up in this bitch.
I mean, the thing is on this is like you can only do two people.
Or we can host anything. Anyone wants to do an event, let us know.
Word. Yeah, it's weird though, because like if you have 2 people, I think that's the max you're gonna get on sounding halfway remote. Really, anything. It's like too complicated.
Whoever is
You say your mic's fucked.
You got to pull your mic out your butthole.
Yeah, I know. Cause actually, I was wondering how the music sounded through this shitty fucking thing.
Yeah,
That sounded good.
Yeah.
We see Jeremy karaoke over the top of it now.
Yeah, I gotta like. You mean the way I'm talking to this thing? Is that what you're saying?
As long as you're the exit broadcaster, it's like no matter what happens, like so if like let's say I wanted to come up with clock, I've got a drum beat and I just broadcast it to you. You hear it through your thing and then you play it live and then I get that signal and I record that out. That works. There's like certain kinds of ways to do it so you don't hit the latency wall, you know?
Yeah, that's why you were always good for that because it's like, or even like if someone
know.
has like if I'm doing the whole setup, like
we if we did things that were impossible.
I know, but at the same time, it's like there's like the you can't escape the. What amazes me is the speed of light, right? Because we're communicating over it, like instantaneously, almost, and you can't just erase that latency. Do you know what I mean? So it's like you're kind of limited to the way the speed of light. You know what I mean? Because you're gonna have that hiccup in the sound no matter what. Never mind the text that's interpreting it.
Right. So for certain types of interaction, it won't work, right? So like, let's say I'm trying to play the drums to listen to you play chop or something like that. I'm trying to play bongo percussion to you playing guitar, setting up that won't work actually, you know? So where it's only going to work if I'm the exit broadcaster and then
what won't work is 3 people. That won't work because you've got like I remember when 3 people are trying to like if somebody else. This is why 2 people is the move because 2 people one person has to have percussion and the background music, and then the other person can be on top of that. You know what I mean? That's, I think, the only way to work it because you've got either a singer or some kind of melody, some kind of whatever on top of the other person controlling the drum beat and the background music. You add a third person trying to play drums with like a guitar and a bassy, it's never going to happen.
all right. Yeah. Certain like you have to like allow for space, really. If you don't do that, then you're you have to allow for space and then understand where the lags are going on and stuff. Anticipate the lag. Yeah.
And also, you start cutting people out too if you're too high or shit like that, right? There's that kind of shit that happens, and music is tough over it. Like it's, you got to be around the people.
Yeah. But yeah, it's also cool just like pass around like coffee house style.
Well, that would be cool if you could hand it off like 2 people. As long as it's just 2 people going at any one time. Have as many people as you fucking want.
Yeah. It's like the coffee house era was in some really crazy way like the high renaissance of the 90s and only to be eclipsed by the dawning of the Starbucks empire upon the corporatization of the young.
Well, you know what's cool, man? You just got to get the fuck out of Jersey. That's all. Because, dude, like, the world's thriving. Like, it's so wild. Like, I love, I saw some comedian. He was hilarious. He was talking about, he's like, the one thing good about living in New York. He's like, if you go anywhere else, you feel like a Saudi prince. And I thought that was fucking hilarious. But it's true in a lot of ways. Like you go to certain places and like you can still smoke in the bar, which is fucking cool. You know what I mean? That's old school. All that kind of shit, you know.
I like having people pump my gas. That's great. Wow, what a benefit. Super cool.
I saw that there was a thing where actors are allowed to smoke on stage as long as everyone in the audience consents or something weird, or you told the audience beforehand. So they got this one bar for people to sign up as actors. Like when you come in, you sign up, yes, I want to act. And now you're just in the bar acting and you can just smoke. You guys hear about that one?
Well, I've seen it done on high school fucking auditoriums. You know what I mean? Like, you know, and when it's part of a scene or it's like something that's relevant to the fucking thing, yeah, you could get away with smoking a cigarette. At least definitely used to be able to. But I'd imagine now they still do it because you get like, let's say like, you know, Tom Cruise or someone comes to the Actors Guild. Someone who's just like, or like Sean Connery. He's bringing his cigars. He's bringing, you know what I mean? Like, or Snoop Dogg. You know, he's bringing his weed. You know, like, you know what I mean? There's just, or I don't know. It's like the impact of the performance. I think
Fucking
that's
lost
more.
James Lipton.
That's
What the fuck?
James Lipton, or like, you know, Baldwin. You know, how cool would that have been? But he was never around. What would those gentlemen have written? Jesus Christ.
What the fuck happened to Alec Baldwin?
No, James Baldwin. Yeah, Alec Baldwin. I think Alec Baldwin got off. They didn't charge him.
Bro, you can't charge him with. I can't believe they even went as far as they did with that. That's unfriggin' believable. Because somebody paid him to pull that trigger.
Yeah, but dude, anytime you get a weapon, you're supposed to check it. Like, you know, I don't care if it's fake. I don't care. You know what I mean? Like, or whatever. Especially them replica motherfuckers that, you know, aren't fake. You know, I don't know. I just think like he pointed a gun and shot it at somebody. You know.
Yeah, and somebody paid him to do it. Somebody paid him to do that.
Right, but they
So
didn't like.
If you charge him with that crime, you got to charge the guy who paid him to pull the trigger.
Well, not really, because he should have checked or you would charge the guy who gave him the gun on set. I don't know, but like, you know what I mean? I would think maybe that's more logical, but even still, he's the one who pulled the trigger, and I don't know. But I think he got off. I really don't give a fuck about Alec Baldwin, but my point is that like I think he got off. That's what happened to them.
Oh, I'm a big fan. 30 Rock was fucking awesome, dude.
Oh, dude, you know what? Actually, The Departed. Have you seen the movie?
Departed. I mean, dude, he's fucking good. I mean,
Fucking
come on now.
hilarious with that shit, dude. Fucking hey, yo, 30 Rock or not 30, whatever that SNL
Departed.
show. No, not that.
What?
The 30 Rock or some shit like that. It was like some show with that chick. I don't know, man, but he was in it, and it was fucking funny.
Were you talking about 30 Rock?
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. I forget the name of it. A girl of my time.
You both said 30 Rock, and you're both right, and that's what you're talking about.
Tina Fey. Yeah. No, that shit was hilarious. Yeah, that was.
Oh yeah.
That was funny.
I used to, that show was hilarious, actually.
Okay, my wife bought a timer for the pool pump, and now I'm in my disastrous shed looking for it, and I can't even find it. I don't even know if it's in the house, if she even bought one, or what's going on here. She'd be sending me on wild goose hunts.
That reminds me of that line from The Departed, where, you know, feed him shit, and keep him in the dark and feed him shit. It's your old lady. I love that line where he's like, "I'm the guy who does his job. You must be the other guy."
Yo, that was my favorite. Yeah, that was my favorite part. He's like, "Oh, who the fuck are you?" That was one of the best last gangster movies that came out. Yeah, The Departed, fucking great.
Oh yeah, that's one of the best. Fucking Jack Nicholson. What a great cast. Fucking DiCaprio. Fucking what's his name? Bourne.
Well,
yeah, dude, love that fucking movie.
Damon DiCaprio, Jack, Alec Baldwin.
Yo, fucking the guy from what's his name? The guy with the motorcycle from the old motorcycle movie. What the fuck is his name?
Dennis Quaid.
Yeah, no, shut up.
No. Who was in
Is it
it?
Dennis? No, not what's the guy? He was in the fucking movie with the dude, Fonda, who was riding the bike.
Oh, the one movie with the dude, yeah.
Dennis Hopper.
Snack nose. It's
Dennis
the dude.
Hopper.
What do you call it? With like Jim Fonda or whatever like that. Fucking whatever his name is. Fucking riding the American fucking bike across the country, and his sidekick is the fucking guy who's in The Departed, but he's a legend. What the fuck is his name? Martin Sheen.
Martin Sheen. Yeah, I was thinking about him the whole time. I'm thinking about him. Yep, that's the face. I just had the wrong names. Martin Sheen. Also friends with Jack too.
Yeah, I know that movie's got it. That's a tough movie.
They allegedly shot pornos together, but you won't hear anybody really talk about that. Different times, man. Different times. Mark Wahlberg's in it. No.
Yeah. That's it's fucking. We got a dope ass cast. That was probably a fun after party.
Yeah, you need to cast like 8 sort of Irish actors to have a bagpipe scene. So you got to get that done. So it's like New York cops and bagpipes. Yeah, you know what it is. It's a cop movie. That was adapted from a Thailand movie, The Departed. That's crazy that works out.
Are you sure? Because I heard it was about fucking Whitey Bulger and shit.
Okay, maybe they're just like backtracking, burying the lead. Who knows?
Yeah, well, like that was the thing. It was maybe they just referenced shit like that because it was Boston. But yeah, I don't know. I heard like Jack Nicholson was supposed to be like the Whitey Bulger kind of character. And it winds up being an informant.
Where'd the jingles go?
Shall we talk about some things?
Well, that's usually the idea when one talks, is it not?
We could talk about
Your bad microphone.
effects instead of things. Is my mic bad again?
Take PhD.
Snacks, you've got a good ear for audio. Is it wrong again?
It kind of sounds like your sound waves are all messed up, man.
Fuck.
A grounding problem or decibel weirdnesses.
Check 1, 2.
Coming in loud, not necessarily clear. Over. Not sure if your signal's distorted.
So what's up, guys? Since it's quiet, I'd like to make a correction. I misspoke yesterday. Jeremy, you there? Anyways, doesn't matter. We were talking about parallax. And I was breaking down the arc seconds and arc minutes, and I misspoke. So Jeremy caught it and he corrected me. And he was right. And I don't. So we have a circle, 360 degrees. 1 degree is 600 arc minutes. And the 1 arc minute is 60 arc seconds. So 1 degree has 360 arc seconds. Just want to make that clear. So they're saying one of those degrees, one of those arc seconds, they split that into 0.00025, and they say that's the parallax. So it's even worse than I said the first time. Well, which I corrected, but I just want to drive home that point, how minute that little distance that they say they measure. It's like, I think, physically impossible. So I just want to put that out there. And Jeranism has a thing on it. He explains it very well. I highly recommend it. As a matter of fact, I'm going to post it again. Yeah, so this is the one that I'm talking about. Shout out Jeranism. He breaks it down very good, and he also has that Bulgarian astronaut that says we didn't go into space. So shout out Jeranism.
What's the gist?
Sorry?
What's the gist of the video?
Oh, it's great. They interview a Bulgarian astronaut, cosmonaut, of course, for Russia, and he says that they didn't go to space.
Okay, so
And
it's just a breakdown of the true story from someone who's actually lived it.
well, yeah, that's the cosmonaut saying that he didn't go. That he didn't go to space. That we haven't went to space, and he even says, if anybody tells you that we went to space, they were lying to you.
Well, you can't go to a fictitious location, obviously.
Yeah.
Yes, let me just travel in my concept vehicle to my concept location. I'll be with you in a concept period of time, and I will report back about the concept in a conceptual report.
Yeah, and while we're at it, we'll take that concept of time and space and put it together and make a fabric. Yeah.
Yeah, and then we'll make a usury of it, and we'll multiply it and add a co.
And take it from there. Yeah. Yeah. So, what do you guys think about that parallax thing? Like, do you believe there could be such a measurement so minute? It's like comical.
You're gonna have to refresh me. What's the parallax argument?
Well, they say that they can detect a 0.0025 of an arc second. Now, if you realize how small that is, right?
So they can
It's
detect
like,
an error in their equipment.
yeah, it's like, let me put it to you this way. It's like taking a circle and making 200,000 lines and then distinguishing one of those lines and saying, look, that's the parallax.
Well, it's just obfuscation, man. It's a waste of time to engage.
Yeah.
Why would you need to detect arc seconds if you could just measure curve? Basic.
Yeah, well, that's a different thing. Yeah, well, we're talking about the stars and that. Yeah. I just wanted to correct because yesterday I didn't say it quite how it should be said and how it should be understood, So I just want to drive that point home.
Well, actually, that's a greater point because I was being simple, but the fact that they have to detect something and that they use that terminology is like it's tacit. What's the word? Like admittance that they are not actually measuring anything at all. Because the argument is, we know how far such and such is from such and such location, blah 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 blah. All of these locations are fictional, conceptual, and the justification is we detected, in massive quotation marks, some fraction of a minute fraction in arc seconds, which is another way of saying, basically, if I just keep talking and making stuff up, you might believe me. That's all they're doing.
Yeah. If nobody looked into this.
Yeah, it's like you make an outrageous claim and then you continue to talk for 10 hours and the claim kind of gets lost in all the fraff and all the nonsense that you just spewed out. And everyone just goes, "Oh, okay, sure." It's an illusion. It's a game. It's just bullshit. I don't know why we have to be so.
Oh yeah, from conception.
Polite.
From conception. They started off guessing or deducing or coming up with the idea that we're the same size as Venus. And then they found
that's not deduction. Real deduction would have had them burying their concept years ago.
Yeah. Then from there they went to what they call Cepheid variables, stars that they think were the same luminosity, which they found later that they weren't, but that's another story. Then from there they went to, I believe it was quasars, and on and on, and all based on the foundation of sand, like in quicksand. Really, they built their foundation on quicksand. No,
yeah,
the next thing you know, yeah,
hypothetical reality.
Yeah.
So
next thing you know, we're traveling
if
through
the world
space.
wasn't, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
No, go on, go on.
No, I think no. Please, if you could finish whatever you were saying.
I was just gonna say, next thing you know, we're flying through space at 1.5 million miles an hour, and we don't know what 96% of the galaxy is. Yeah.
Exactly.
Universe.
Yeah. In other words, hypothetically, if we lived in a world that wasn't the world we lived in, then this would be what that world would be like.
Hey, Montreal, do you know why I'm such an asshole?
Tell me, bro.
Because my first
the rest of
inquiry
you got lost.
The first inquiry into flat Earth was the first question I ever had was, how do I test if the Earth is traveling through infinite space at 500,000 miles an hour? Because that's what we're told.
Just got to believe.
I started reaching out to all of the institutions on Facebook that were science institutions and asking for an experiment that I could do. I got treated so badly that all the people that I asked, well, not all, but one particular individual would stalk my, this is before I was, knew anything about any of this shit. But they went to my family Facebook, posted a whole bunch of shit. They stalked my family for me asking one question. And then I decided to do the Flat Earth Data Channel as, okay, well, this has got to be a joke, right? And all I started doing was asking simple questions. From that moment on, I would receive hate emails, hate comments. Like my channel was only 700 subscribers, and I would get up to 1,000 comments, buddy. So if you want to know why I'm an asshole, because I was treated like one.
I hear that, brother. I hear that. Yeah. People freak out at the mention of this. I know.
So I really didn't go into it looking to meet friends or I was highly suspicious of everybody based on the way I was treated. And so what I decided to do is to compartmentalize, you try to not be angry or respond in that manner, because at the end of the day, opinions are opinions. So I decided to write about it, buddy, because the only way I can clearly understand what's going on is to document, the opinions and beliefs of what's going on here, because, obviously, there's a great reset coming. So that's part of it, right? It has to be part of it. So whoever's behind it is purposely trying to polarize and confuse and mislead and use misinformation, disinformation to control minds again. And so when you know that, you kind of get a little angry.
Absolutely, bro. I was angry, very angry in the beginning. Then I realized that certain people, you could talk to them for 100 years.
Did you figure out how arc seconds work yet?
Yeah, you didn't hear me what I just went through.
I was fucking with you. I heard you. I know.
It's crazy, bro. It's insane.
Yeah, the thing you said at first is like easy peasy compared to the thing how it actually is.
Yeah, I completely screwed it up. Yeah, I misspoke.
But that part that was like easy compared to the actual thing it is, where you take a degree and then chop that up into 36. That's the fucking craziness,
bro.
Do you know how big of a circle you gotta have?
Bro, there's 200,000 of them.
Yeah, do you know how big of a circle you gotta have to chop a degree up into arc seconds and to actually be like readable? How thin your lines have to be? Like, it's crazy.
Bro, imagine drawing 200,000 lines. That's what we're talking about. 200,000 lines, bro.
Not only that, SC, like you're saying earlier, it's based on bullshit, right? So they're assuming that they can even correctly apply the arc seconds to what they're observing. But they don't. At no point do they prove that. They just go, well, on the assumption that insert whatever bullshit, here is some other bullshit.
That's why they make calculations and they put formulas and they try to make everything like so difficult to understand. Because if everybody understood what an arc second was, right? Like, ask 100 people and no one's gonna know what an arc second is, right? Like, people would start laughing at them if they knew like half. Yeah.
It's just like a higher form of sophistry. They're using mathematics to be sophists. Because if you don't it's really obvious. Well, it should be really obvious if someone's making a dumb like correlation causation error in their argument, for instance. But if you have no idea of like what you're talking about, the basis of what they're invoking with the arc seconds and all of that, if someone doesn't actually know what that means, then they can be misled. They can just be overrun by jargon and terms and like, okay, well, I'll just believe it. It's nonsense.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, and I'm not even sure I did it justice. Like I said, Jaren does a good thing. He breaks it down. Check it out. It's like, once you understand what an arc second is, you're never ever gonna believe a freaking word they say ever again about the stars and parallax. When you hear that, you're just gonna break out in laughter.
Well, maybe I'm connecting things that might not necessarily be connected, but is this to do with the what do they call it? The universal unit? The astronomical unit. Is this connected to that?
No, not really. No.
Okay.
And how to measure the astronomical unit? Yes, they use the arc seconds.
Okay, so this is the point. That whole thing is the basis of their argument, and that is a fundamental fallacy, because they haven't proven it. They just assume, like you were saying earlier, that Venus is the same size and these same luminosities. So they put all this thing in, boom, 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 boom. They layer it with distraction and numbers and equations, and then somehow that proves something. But they never claim proof, which is, it's like the most honest, deceptive trick ever. They like to avoid the term prove, and they just go, well, here's our theory, and it works, and its predictive powers show that it works, and the evidence agrees, blah 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 blah. But it's like, if you write a comic book, everything in the comic book's gonna agree with the comic book. It doesn't, because it's all fictional. It doesn't matter. But they're trying to suggest that the comic book that they're writing is the world that we're living in, and then obviously you just go, well, no, shut up.
Well, take the parallax thing, right? That they say, right? It's just another thing it's an impossibility. Like, if you look at stars, they glitter, they shine, they there's no way that you can measure that minute of a measurement. Like, it's physically impossible. but yet they say that they do it, and nobody calls them out. It's
Well,
like
I mean,
unbelievable.
we're calling them out, but not like people necessarily listen to that. But the other thing is, they're not even saying measurement because they're like, unless I'm hearing you quote them wrong, whatever. But they're saying detection. They use that language on purpose because if they said something like measurement, then you can go, well, how can you measure something that you can't even handle? It's like you don't know what you're looking at. You can't even focus on it properly. So that's why they use these obfuscation type terms like detection. You know, the equipment has detected this, and then we've concluded it and interpreted it. But if I gave you a book written by Shakespeare, you can interpret it as if it's something to do with anything, if you so choose. Doesn't mean it's correct. Bad example, perhaps, to bring up literacy, but literature, I mean.
Yeah, let's see if we can have some fun with Blue. Hey, Blue,
Man,
does a plane
gonna
fly
rage.
horizontal?
I don't think he's in the voice chat. He's only in the text.
I hope he's listening. That's another thing they freak out about: planes flying horizontal,
As opposed to what?
as opposed in a
falling
curved
from the
path.
sky?
A curved path. They think that the plane flies in.
Well, I commend you for your willingness to engage in stupid conversations with it.
It's a nice day.
It takes a lot of patience.
I spend the morning out in the yard. It's a beautiful day. Summer's here. I'm feeling good.
Yeah, it's nice weather here as well.
Now, as far as your nutcase argument for going upstream and shit, there's no stream, bro. There's no stream.
Here we go, bro. Here we go.
There's no wind. I mean, yo, just stand at the equator. There's no 1,000-mile-an-hour wind.
Jeremy, you understand the balloon thing, right?
Hey,
You
Jeremy, you have
understand that that's only part of the river is only part of the thing to get them to have the conversation, right?
Where they got everything rotating together. You put a balloon in there, it just sits there. If there's no wind, it just sits there.
Right. Now, why is it just sitting there?
Because everything's rotating together as if it's stationary. It could either be stationary or everything's rotating together, either one.
So we have the atmos and the ground, the earth rotating as one, right? And
All
that's
together,
pulling
yep.
the balloon. Sorry?
Yeah, all together, all as one, lockstep shit, yep.
All as one. And what's causing the balloon to, because we know the balloon doesn't have a motor, right? We know the balloon can't travel. So it's the atmosphere, the atmos, that's pulling the balloon along, right?
It's
Keeping
just
it
all
like
moving together. The
same.
ground, the atmos, the balloon, everything's moving in unison, in sync.
Okay, now, let's say now we take the atmos away. But the only way I can make you understand this, I know it's ridiculous, but let's say we take the atmos away. What's going to happen to that balloon? Is it going to keep on spinning with the earth?
I don't know.
You see? This is where their model dies right there. Think about it.
Have you
In order
guys
for
ever
that
read?
balloon,
Have you guys ever read Ptolemy's explanation of a stationary Earth and why it's ludicrous to have a rotating Earth? Have you ever read Ptolemy? Because Ptolemy is a stationary geocentric Earther, right?
yeah, but
The guy who invented the
Data,
globe
we're trying to
model.
solve this thing. What's your opinion on
God.
the atmos? What we're talking about?
Look, the way that they're looking at it is it has to be the inverse of what it is. So if it's stationary, it's moving really in reality. And if it's moving, it's stationary. That's literally the logic behind all of their reasoning.
No, but we're talking about the Atmos now. The Atmos. We're talking about.
It's an independent. It's judged as a scalar. It doesn't have one unified direction. Doesn't matter if you're claimed to have this angular velocity due to rotation. The wind operates independently of that. So anybody to say that it doesn't is just ridiculous. It's not a vector direction. It's a scalar property. And if it had vector direction, it would be obvious, but it doesn't. This is why you have anti-hurricanes, or you have rotating bodies in the north. They're anti to the apparent Coriolis effect. So if you have any kind of anti pattern that's the opposition of Coriolis, well, then it would immediately defeat Coriolis, because if Coriolis was determined by the rotation of the body, the separation of the gas and the Earth's surface, this is what causes Coriolis according to their model, then you couldn't get anti-Coriolis. But we have, anti-hurricanes or anti. Right now in UK, apparently in the summertime, there's these anti-vortex hurricanes. I don't know if they're called hurricanes. I can't remember what they're called, tornadoes or something. But they're going in the opposite direction in the north all over, and they're massive. So your theory has to, if your theory is that it's causing the opposite rotation, then you're going to have to add another theory of the anti-opposite rotation. Like, come on. It doesn't
Yeah,
make
we
sense,
know it's
man.
nonsense, bro. But me and Jeremy are like hooked on this thing now that about the Atmos turning, right? And the balloon, what's causing the balloon. We know it's nonsense, right? We both know it's nonsense.
Here's the thing.
We're talking
Ask them
about
if Coriolis is defined by the idea is that if they're going to say lockstep, they can't say lockstep, because that's not how Coriolis is formed. Coriolis is not formed by the air being lockstep to the Earth, right? But they're having to say that it is lockstep because at the equator it's traveling 1,030 miles an hour. But that's not what matches observed reality. In reality, you have opposing rotations in the north, which means it wouldn't go against with the ideas that you have a non-inertial and inertial frame, and the non-inertial is causing the Coriolis due to the inertial position of the wind. If that's true, then you wouldn't have these anti-rotations. So the fact that you're trying to ask about a balloon, just go look up Ukraine, Europe there, and go to the summer and look at all of the opposite hurricanes they have in the north.
You don't have to convince me, Data. I'm talking
here's
about
the thing.
Jeremy,
Here's the
bro.
thing. Yeah, I understand. Here's the thing. How can you have two rotating bodies in the north caused by Coriolis if they're in contention to each other as far as direction goes? It would show you.
I'm with you. I agree with you.
Okay.
But
Right.
it's Jeremy you got to speak to on this, not me.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter what Jeremy thinks, because if Jeremy is not going to look at reality for what it is, in other words, if reality is dictated by this, these hurricane movements are dictated by Coriolis, then how do you get opposing rotations if it's caused by the rotation? Do you understand? So figure that out first before you start talking about.
Did he cut out?
Yep.
No, I'm here, man. I'm saying the balloon is a distraction. Go actually look at world history, world events, and if you can have a hurricane on one side in the north and a hurricane on the other side in the north, but they're in opposite directions of each other, then that defeats the idea that it's caused by rotation, because Coriolis is caused by the rotation of Earth. That's what's explicitly stated in their model.
Beta, you're singing to the choir. What we're talking about is a situation in their fantasy. You understand?
Yeah, I know. I just refute it with real life events showing opposing rotations, right? So I don't need to talk about a balloon when I can show you real life events. If you're telling me that Coriolis is caused by rotation, then how is this happening in the north if it's caused by rotation? Of course, they have to come up with another theory.
Well, look, it's easy to kill their Coriolis. All you got to do is ask them, is it conservation of momentum? And if they say yes, it dies right there. I mean, it's not difficult. But we're just talking about the minutia, which I don't know why we're doing it, but yeah. They say Coriolis, and they say
That's what Jeremy likes to
conservation.
do. Jeremy likes to talk about the minutia and get into things. We should test this, we should test that, but he doesn't do anything. He doesn't write about it, doesn't put a book together. So why is he here?
Oh, now you're getting a little. Come on, let's be fair. We're just discussing.
What's the motivation, bro? He's got motivation to be here. It's not to write a book. It's not to actually do experiments. Not actually. It's just to suggest things and keep people in the minutia.
Well, you think because you wrote a book, you did something?
I did something to at least portray the events unfolding from 2014 to 2024, and the attitudes, the motivations, the things that are happening politically, all are tied into the flat Earth, dude.
And you did what?
For historical purposes, I looked at Gerard Hickson, Gleason's, you name it, all of those guys. I took the same attitude, except for what I did is I went and put things forward for my own, I guess, my own testing, if you will. And I provided math, provided examples, and then I gave you explanations based on perspective. Things that I could not find online, easily, readily available. It took me years to research and years to understand. I compartmentalized it and put it in a book for you.
And that puts you above Jeremy. How?
So again, you are full of shit. Don't need to engage with you. You're just trying to straw man me. Fuck you.
Right, because you can't answer the question, right?
Did you wake up on the wrong side of the bed today, Dana?
First of all, I'm not trying to say. First of all, I did not say I'm better than anybody. I'm saying I'm observing and reporting. Jeremy likes to talk about the minutia. He doesn't. You can eradicate the balloon conversation with real life events between anti-hurricanes and hurricanes happening simultaneously in the north. So spare me the crap.
Wait, you say you've seen hurricanes rotate clockwise in the northern hemisphere?
Yes, left lane. If you're not familiar with it,
where's that? Where's that?
They call it the vortex of hell. I think that's what it was called during a summer event.
Never heard of it.
I don't care if you've never heard of it, dude. My point is to research these things and put them
No,
together.
show me. You got a link. Surely you got a link to this.
So left lane, it's not new. Just so you know, it's not a new situation. Anti-hurricane or anti direction in the north. They're not always one direction. They go in opposite directions. So if you didn't know it, now you do.
Yeah, never heard of a hurricane in the northern
now you
hemisphere.
Know. Now you can go and
show
look
it to
up.
me. You're claiming it. Show it.
So
to
again,
me.
left lane. If you didn't know it, now you do. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Made my point.
Yes, you made my point. You do not know everything, and the fact that you don't know that it happens in the north is not my problem.
Have you got a link to that?
Just look it up, man.
You don't
it's
ever
very
have
common in the
I'm looking it
summertime
up,
in the UK.
I can't find anything.
Oh, that's too bad. Keep looking. Take longer than 5 minutes.
If you haven't got it, have you?
So again, not my problem. You didn't know. It's not a unique thing. It's not abnormal. It's happened for the last hundreds and hundreds of years. It's documented. Just go take a look.
We haven't proved that yet because we can't find it.
I'm not interested in proving an opinion that you don't know.
You'll need to.
I'm not
if you
having an
want to
opinion.
stuff.
I'm just repeating what happened historically, which is fact checkable.
You'll need to if you want to assert things.
And I didn't wake up on the wrong side of bed. What it is that I feel like a lot of these people are designed to waste your time, Montreal, waste my time. And I think it's wrong. Yes, everybody has a free will to go do what they want. But also learning from being in this debate, too, there's a reason why this debate is put here.
So are you alluding to, you said something about Jeremy. What did you say about Jeremy?
Again, left lane, go look it up. There are anti-hurricanes in the north.
No, about Jeremy. You mentioned Jeremy
what's
in
the
sort
word
of
I'm
a
looking for? It's not
derogatory
anti-hurricane.
sense.
It's the anti-rotation.
Okay,
Whatever they call the
yeah.
one rotation is the antithesis to that one rotation in the north. And yes, it's very common.
Literally nothing about it online, bro.
Keep looking, dude.
No, I've given up. I've
not
called
my
you
problem.
Out. Auto
Yeah,
hoax.
you didn't call me out. You went to use Google for a quick Google search, and you gave up within 2 minutes. You didn't call me out. You didn't do anything. Listen, if you didn't know, it's a real event. It happens in the UK in the summertime. At least this is where it's documented. Maybe the Middle East, UK area.
For it, can I?
I'm not asking you to take my word for it. I'm asking you to spend more than 2 minutes on a quick Google search.
I've done that. Couldn't find it.
No, you didn't. You spent literally 2 minutes of your life. You spent 2 minutes of your life top Google search. You are a global citizen,
So
dude.
is 2 minutes enough or not enough?
If you are a global citizen, probably you've only done 10 seconds worth.
Get your story straight.
Well, if you're a global citizen, dude, 10 seconds is all you need. First 3 links, there you go. Boom. No anti or no opposite direction hurricanes in the north. There, I'm right. No, dude, you're
What does
wrong.
global
Go look at.
citizen mean?
Look, the fact that this debate channel is so pathetic because people don't know just basic things about their own model and the contention.
Bro,
They have to be swept away in the minutia of ad hoc examples, bullshit stories, sophistry.
You can't call it all
It's
pathetic
just really
because
annoying,
I
man.
didn't trust you on one bit of evidence. You can't
No,
call
it
the
hasn't.
whole.
I'm not looking for your trust, buddy. You are a global citizen. I don't trust
What
you as
does
far
that
as I could throw
mean?
you.
What does global citizen mean?
Line up for your chip, buddy. Line up for your chip.
I know what that means. Is that what global citizen means?
Every global citizen will line up for their chip. Yep, for free money.
Yeah, I'm not that. That's not me, mate.
Look, man, I'm going to the secret. Everything that I've done is obviously for purpose, right? The fact is that we're in a war type thing, and you have people still doing what they're doing. Whose side are they on, dude?
What do you mean?
If your banks are collapsing, the government's to switching power. There are all these new laws are being put in place, and we're sitting here. You're still 7 years, 8 years later. People are still fighting about whether a balloon shows Coriolis.
I mean, you're doing that now, aren't you? You're fighting about.
So what I do is I come in, I see where it's going, so I can write about it some more. It hasn't improved, hasn't gone anywhere.
Sure.
It's still stuck in the bullshit story phase. You're not talking about real things,
gonna write a song
real
about this
events. You're
later.
talking about just opinions now, and it's
Gonna-
ridiculous when you've got
make a
laws
song.
being changed by politicians, when you've got all this corrupt government in positions of power, and everybody's sitting here talking about their feelings and opinions on things.
Well, I'm sorry you're above all this, but you seem to have come back to it.
Again, it has nothing to do with being above. I'm not above anybody, nor did I say those
You
things.
did.
I'm
You did
calling
just
out
suggest that.
I'm calling out the shite, which is the minutia of the conversation of looking at a balloon causing Coriolis. You didn't even know that it's documented historically that there's all kinds of hurricanes that are in the opposite
can't
direction in
prove
the
it.
north.
You're
Okay,
so
so again, it's
interested.
not whether
You're so
Hold on,
interested.
hold on.
not whether.
Don, hold on a second. Why is it bullshit getting down to the minutia of things?
Because if Coriolis is caused by the Earth rotation and the air interacting with the Earth rotation, that if in the north you have opposing rotations, then they have to offer another explanation that it's not due to rotation of Earth, which they do. They offer another explanation, but you guys haven't got to that, supposedly. The fact that you're talking about a balloon, you can actually talk about real life events, historical weather events that contradict tides, that contradict rotation as direct empirical evidence that doesn't match the theory.
Oh, I get
And you want to talk about a balloon.
I get you.
Okay, so you spent a lot of time not answering my question. What's wrong with getting down to the minutia of things?
So if you want to have generalization as a response, everything and nothing at the same time.
Then shut the fuck up, dude. Go write your book.
It's already done.
Right.
The point is that you're talking about a balloon where you can bring up a weather event, you can bring up the vortex of hell or whatever it's called. In
So
the
we've
summertime,
been
it
through it
happens.
all. We've been through it all, Data. You think we've never talked
Yeah,
about
yeah.
none of that shit? We talk about everything, dude.
But you're talking about a balloon still, so you should know the better
Yeah, now we're
one would
talking
be.
about a balloon. Later, we'll be talking about something else. We talk about everything. We get right down to the brass tacks, right down to the nitty gritty of
Except for
shit
the real
here.
stuff. Except for the real stuff, right?
Fuck
Like actual
off.
world weather events that you can go look that do not support the idea that rotation of Earth is causing the wind pattern.
Get your citation out. We can talk about it now.
So I'm not looking to appease you. If you didn't know it, you do know it now. It's up to you to go find the resource.
No, we're not discussing something that you can't bring up yourself. That's absurd.
So again, if you're not willing to go and search it up, then you can be told anything you want. Because if you're not willing to falsify it,
I agree
it's
with
not my
Jeremy.
problem.
Shut the fuck up.
See, there you go. Two guys not willing to falsify their beliefs and use ad hoc stories and bullshit minutia for what? To win some bullshit argument based on opinion? Go look at historical events, weather events that don't supply the main theory of Coriolis is Earth rotation causing Coriolis.
Yeah, but Data, to be fair, bro, you came in guns a-blazing today, accusing Jeremy and this and that. I mean, what's up,
Look,
man?
bro, I've been listening for years. There has to be a greater scheme involved. It can't be some guy just really curious about philosophy and talking about balloons. Do you understand? There's
I'm the one
something
that brought
greater
the
involved,
balloon
right?
up, bro.
Sure.
I'm the one that brought the
Yeah.
balloon up at a
Okay. Well, now you
certain
can go.
conversation.
Now you can go look at actual weather events that happen in the north that have opposite rotation of hurricanes and tornadoes and things like that happen.
We
Okay, and then
know
you look.
this, Data. We
Oh
know
yeah.
this.
All
We
right.
were talking about a certain situation, me and Jeremy. You think we don't know this, bro? Come on.
I never heard about it. Yeah, what is
Yeah. So if you never heard
the
about it,
fuck, dude?
if you never heard
That
about
was
it, but you claim
sarcasm.
to,
Sarcasm.
sure. So you've heard about it, but the other guy here is sitting trying to chew it out that it doesn't exist. But you guys have heard about it.
I'll
But then you
discuss
don't
it
Never heard
say.
with
about
you.
the
Then you
equation
don't.
of time
Then you don't.
either, dude. That guy gets everything wrong. Okay, I don't know what to tell you, bro.
That's not fair, man. I'm just asking for him to give me something to read so I know what he's talking about.
Look, everything that I've ever read myself, I didn't rely on somebody providing it to me. If you start with the older books from Library of
Right,
Congress,
but
they have all of the arguments already in place for
why
you.
should I
Just go look
believe
at
you?
type in. It's not about believing me. It's about doing the research and finding other gentlemen who have the same
No, but
contentions from
why
over
should
100 years ago.
why is it
So if
worth
you're gonna,
researching if you can't do it?
so if you're on this debate channel and you didn't know things, then why are you engaging? If your opinion isn't educated, your opinion is worth shit. Go get an educated mind and then express your opinion about it. Or other than that, you're just wasting everybody's time.
Breaking
But
the
maybe that's why
rules
you're
of
here.
Discord.
Maybe that's why you're here.
Breaking
You're
all the
just
laws of
here to
Discord.
waste people's time.
I searched, yeah, anti-rotation hurricanes. I searched vortex of hell hurricane. Nothing come up on either. So either you've forgotten the name, or it doesn't exist, or it's just one old anecdote.
So again, I have two people at least on the panel, including myself, that know of the situation. You don't know of the situation, and you don't think it exists because you can't find a link for it. That's how pathetic a global citizen is. If
They're
I
not
can't
going to get
find a
it for
link
you.
for it, it must not be true.
They're not going
So
to
in
get
other
it
words,
for you.
if I question Google, did they land on the moon? Google's going to say, you're crazy. They landed on the moon 6 times. Therefore, your link is valid, right? Because you can't find a link through Google, it's wrong, right?
Shall I search it
Again,
in Yandex?
look, buddy, just go look up weather changes in the north. Go look at historical patterns. You have opposing rotations in the north. It's not
Historical.
unusual.
So, what
Historical
I did,
data of weather changes, yes. This historical data, meaning in the history, it's happened before. It probably happens every summer too, actually, in the north in the UK, during these. I don't know if it's actually. I think
I
it's
live
U.
in
I think
the
it's
UK.
UK, but yeah,
what
Haven't
and
I
you
did
have.
even
was
heard of it.
I looked up the most damaging hurricanes in UK, and that led me down the entire path of the hurricanes in UK. I've managed to make it from 87, which was their most damaging, up through 90. They all rotate clockwise.
Did you read the
So again, it's
sentence
not new,
anywhere? Some
gentlemen.
rotate
And
anti-clockwise.
if you are not aware of it,
But
it's not a new
sorry,
thing. It's been
I meant
documented. If you
anti-clockwise.
can't find it within the first 5 minutes, it's not my fault. Keep looking.
Yeah, I think we're going to move on.
Well, what I'm saying is I've looked at, I like glean, or I also have looked, and nothing you're saying is adding up. All of the storms rotate the correct direction.
So again, if
They
you
are
didn't know,
extratropical
it's a real thing. It's a phenomenon that happens and it's been documented. If you can't find
Can
it within the first few links, that's not my problem. I repeat,
I
if you
say we
can't find it in the first few links, not my problem. Keep
dismiss
looking.
it, and move on.
Yeah, definitely.
Yep.
We could go back to balloons. That would trigger him. These guys are probably happy to bring up links about balloons as well. If you call other people global citizen, it's sort of suggest you think you're an alien or something, or
So
a
just keep
special
looking
indigo
there.
child.
You didn't know it, now you know it, which it goes against the idea that the rotation of the Earth is causing the Coriolis effect due to the rotation of the Earth causes these rotations.
How do
That is
you
not true if you have
stop
opposite
yourself
rotation.
being a tribal citizen?
Research Flat Earth.
How do you change? Oh, that's a good answer. Yeah, I did that. So
No, you didn't. You can't
I'm
prove
all
any
good.
curvature and you can't prove any spin. What you do
I
is you
still
rely
research flat Earth,
you rely on things outside of your senses to believe. You have a religion. So Flat Earth would have taught you have a religion. You're still
We all
allowed to
have
believe in a sphere.
religion. We
You
all
can
have
believe in a
religion.
sphere, dude. There's nothing wrong with believing in a sphere. The idea of becoming a flat earther is whether you can test the claims. And if you come out of it testing the claims and you still end up as a sphere, go for you. But you have to admit that it's
Yeah, I
beyond your
did that.
senses, buddy.
I did that.
You admit that it's beyond your senses. You cannot detect rotation or curvature. It's therefore beyond your senses.
I detected
So then,
effects of curvature.
again, you didn't detect any curvature or spin.
Effects
Okay?
of curvature.
You didn't detect any physical curving body, nor did you detect any spin.
Oh, I'd
This
seen
is
a
our
curving
reality.
body. I saw the moon.
Yeah. Again, there you go. There you go. That's why you don't want to be honest. You're
I
still acting like
detected
a
a
global
curving
citizen.
body, right?
I detected curvature because I saw the moon. That's a global citizen response. There's no science in it. It's a belief. You have a religion. I don't care if the Earth's a ball. I don't care if it's flat. The
We all have
idea of becoming a
religion.
flat earther is to look at the ontologicals, the primitives of it all, determine how they got to the equations, the mathematics, the story, and then
I've done all that.
decide. Because again, the principle is this: is I'm a tiny little turd on a massive body. What am I standing on? The idea is that if there's no rotation, there must be, because if you have a presupposition that what you're standing on is a sphere, you're going to look to prove it. Especially if you look at your optics of your eyes and you can
Did that as
conflate
well, yeah.
optics of your eyesight to be spherical. Not only that, if you have a reification of what you think the sun and moon are. Well, the sun and moon are round, therefore the earth is round. These are all reifications. They're not scientific. They're based on philosophy, metaphysics, and a belief system.
Wow.
Cool story, bruv. I still think it's
That's
a
what it
globe
is,
after
dude.
researching
You
flat
can
Earth.
think it's a globe. It's great, but you have to admit it's beyond your senses, dude. You cannot test for it.
Well, whatever that means, I guess I can agree because it doesn't
What it
mean
means
anything.
is that locally it's flat and stationary. We perceive a stationary planar surface. We don't perceive anything curving or rotating.
I
It
can
doesn't
agree
matter
to
how
that.
far we travel. It doesn't matter how hard we go. It's going to be planar and stationary. That is
I agree.
reality.
I agree.
If you want to suggest that it's outside of that reality, you can.
Yes,
But
I
you
do.
have to admit that it's okay. So it's outside of your reality, though, right? You cannot prove it because it's outside of your reality. Correct?
From what you meant, all that, yeah, I agree.
Yeah. So you can believe it, but then it becomes a more belief. See, where I understood it is they're teaching kids that boats go over the horizon at 16,000 feet. So that's either a setup. Now, ironically, that was really heavily taught to my generation.
16,000
Not
feet.
3 miles. Yeah, 3 miles.
3
So
miles.
anyway, the point.
At
3
3 miles
is
from 6 feet, not.
there you go. 16,000 feet, you can detect curvature, right? So if you look
Yeah,
at
they never said that in school, though, did they? You made that up.
They never said that in school. What they told you in school is to grab a pair of binoculars, watch a boat go over the horizon, therefore
Who's
Earth curve,
teaching
which is a
kids?
lie.
You see boats
Which
over
is
the
a
horizon
lie. It's a
from the
direct lie.
plane.
Now, either that was set up for the youth to be deceived, and in other words, get simple verification of their mind model. Well, here's a quick
But boats
thing we
do
can do to
go over the
deceive you.
curve.
You can go
You can
see it
say that all
yourself.
you want. The fact is, it's in
You
60.
can,
Yeah, again,
I'm
you
gonna
can
wave
see it.
frequency,
kids.
perspective, refraction, angular resolution, and the fact that you're a tiny little person trying to claim curvature at such a small height when you
Yeah.
get higher and there is none. Again, you guys proved yourself to be
You're a
either
tiny person
true
trying to claim flatness, aren't you?
true global citizen. The Earth presents itself as stationary and planar. There is no physical curvature. I tested when I went in my
Except
plane.
all the movement and
I
the
already,
effects
I
of
already
curvature.
have, I already have pilot after pilot after pilot confirming when I fly 500 miles and I go from point to point. Why don't I have to adjust for curvature or rotation? They all say that you don't have to because it's such a small distance, but yet you got morons claiming curvature at 16,000
Plane
feet.
does it for them,
Listen,
bro.
this is why I wrote about this stuff, because the fact is the argument is so terrible, it's so nauseatingly gross and obvious to see the deception, that people who read it should just get that from it. You cannot claim curvature standing on the ground and then fly a plane 500 miles and there is
Yeah, I
none.
did.
It's
I am.
ridiculous.
I
Well,
did.
good
I
for
am.
you, but
No
it's outside
problem.
of your senses. That's the reality. So as long as you admit that it's outside of your senses, go ahead, buddy, because
Fine.
that's being true.
That's fine. We
Tell me
have
that
to
it's
think through
it's
things.
local spherical Earth on the surface of the Earth. It's not. Now, could it
We
be
have
a
to think
larger
through.
sphere outside of the
Think through with
dimensions?
logic.
Sure, but I'm not going to use philosophical methods or metaphysical reasonings to justify something that I
Just logic.
cannot see.
Just logic. You just think
So
it through with
logic is this is your logic. It's planar, but it's curvature. It's stationary,
Boats
but it's rotating.
disappear
That's your logic.
into
That's
the
your
water,
logic.
so maybe
No,
it's
that's your
curved.
logic. That's your
Uh,
logic. Your
it's
logic
part
is
of
it's stationary, therefore it has to be moving. Your logic is there
No.
is no curve. It's flat and stationary, but it's curving and spinning. That's your logic,
No,
brother.
that's not logic. Sorry.
That's your logic.
No.
That's what Einstein said. Einstein said there's
If you want
no
me
way to
tell you
test
my
no way to
logic, I
test any of
will.
this movement, right? But I know that the Earth's a sphere, and I know that it's moving.
You
That's
can just
his
make it up,
logic.
or I could tell you.
That's not making up. I didn't make
You want me
anything
to
up,
tell
dude.
you what my logic actually is?
So your logic is that it's stationary, but it's moving through the
No.
infinite space, and that you
Please stop
can't
lying
detect any
about me.
curvature, but you can detect curvature. That's
Please
your
don't
logic.
lie about me to my face.
Well, that's what your logic is, dude.
No. You don't get to straw man me. Heard it all before.
It's stationary, but it's spinning. It's
Yeah, so
flat.
your
It looks
logic
flat,
is
planar, but it's
your
a
logic
sphere,
is
right?
it's spinning but it's stationary. Is that your logic?
So the logic behind it is how do I test for spin? What can I do to test for spin? That's the first logical thing that I would do. How can I test that there's a rate of drop at 8 inches per mile square? How can I test for those things?
Yes.
There's many things you can test for it.
Something you would do.
In my book, you're going to get an example. You can test the actual physical dimensions of the Earth curvature. You can do that. I can give you an example how to do it, and you can scale it up. You can use mathematics and everything. I give you an actual process to test your line of thinking logically.
You got to tell that one to me.
Yeah, you can buy my book. It's in my book. It's there. I destroyed a globe earther with it years ago, and I just kept it there. Nobody wanted to pay attention to it. So again, my book is my arguments based on research. My arguments are based on what other people had said, and well, let me rephrase that. What
Straw
other
man.
people have inspired to the line of thinking.
Full book of
So
straw
what I've
man.
done is I've tested the claims, especially when you ask a high-ranking PhD physicist, whatever, you ask him one question, and they get aggressive with you when it's a one simple question, because that question itself eradicates their whole field of what they're doing and what they're thinking doing, because it's an admission that it's metaphysics. It's not actual science or fucking anything true. It's metaphysics, and that's what they hate. They hate being revealed as a religious person using metaphysics to describe reality.
We could have had a discussion if you didn't straw man me and make up my own logic. I could still be talking to you about it.
You would just be using sophistry and a religious belief. The idea is you've already made a concession that it
That's
is
what
beyond
you
your
just
senses.
did. You just did all
You
that.
just admitted it. It's beyond your senses, which is basically the point and why the model was developed. Even Ptolemy says that he had to have a presupposition, which was what the horizon was. We know the horizon is not physical Earth curve. Okay, so what it is, it's an angular
No, that's
relationship.
your sophistry religion.
Again, it's not. Again, you're not listening. Ptolemy himself
Instead of
said
discussing
he
it, you're
had.
just asserting it.
Yeah, I can give you the book where it's in. You can read it for yourself. Ptolemy says he had to use a presupposition, which means he had to make an assumption of what the horizon was.
I'm talking about you
Do you
just
understand?
asserting it was flat.
No, I'm saying the model itself and the development indicates that the Earth is planar due to the process of developing the sphere. Why would you be motivated to develop a model if you knew that you lived on a sphere? The idea was you didn't know what you lived
You're just
on.
preaching again.
Stop interrupting me. You didn't
How
know
does
what you
this
lived. This is
happen
right
to
out of
you?
this is really out of Ptolemy's
How did it
writings, dude.
happen?
They did not know with a presupposition. Ptolemy said, without the inference, without the induction of a presupposition, you could not create a model, which means you had to lead with, I believe that the Earth is a horse, therefore I'm going to make a horse model. Same
I don't
thing,
base
dude.
my beliefs on Ptolemy.
Okay, so if you look at the origins of your globe model, it's an admission that the Earth is flat. It's also admission that they're really tiny and they don't know where they're living on. So if you look at what Ptolemy wrote about, they're honest in the beginning. There's no deception here. There's no reason to get me to convince you to live on a ball or convince me to live on flat. It's just meant to divide that particular approach. The reality behind it is there's an admission to these ancients, which I'm a little guy. The earth is flat, but it has to be something more than that. That's really where
I
it
agree.
stands.
They don't mean it's totally flat. They just mean I can't tell on my own as a layman. I have to think it through and calculate and use
The
system.
admission is that the earth doesn't show any physical curvature, but they swear they live on a ball. Yes, brother. That's what all the math. So yes, that's all the angles, all the measurements.
Bring up the citation.
So just read. There's a book I presented long
Fuck off,
ago.
just
It's a
read.
Britannica book.
I don't
It's a
believe
Britannica
you.
book. I don't care. It's a book. Let me see if I can get the title for it.
You should. If you're
I already
preaching, you
told
want
it.
me to believe you, don't you, if you're preaching?
Don't care. No, don't
Otherwise,
care.
all your
There's
references
somebody
are
out.
just bullshit.
There's somebody out there that if they do hear it, they will go and find the book and they will read it for themselves. You won't, because you don't want the earth to be flat. You don't want creation to exist. You want to live on a
Nonsense.
sphere. You
That's
want
a
to live on a
nonsense.
sphere. You want to have it going through infinite space. And you want to be able to leave and go to
I'm
Mars.
here. I'm trying to
That's
have
what you want. You want to leave to Mars. I don't want to
This
leave Earth. I
guy.
have no intention of ever wanting to leave Earth and go to another planet. It's nonsense. Now in movies, sure, it's fun. It's entertaining, but in reality,
I'm
no
just
thanks. The
complaining
Earth is the
because
most
it's my time and he's
the
really
Earth is the
annoying
most
to talk
magical,
to me.
wonderful place on the whole existence of life. So this idea that you live on a water testicle
no discussion.
in space and you're traveling through it, okay,
You're preaching.
that's who I am. I'm a preacher, buddy.
Yeah, well, it's fucking intolerable.
Well, you don't want to do any actual research. You just want to hold on to your belief system. And at least you don't want to falsify your belief system. You just want to appeal to authority. Falsify your beliefs, buddy.
Utter
Go
nonsense.
prove. Yeah, see, there you go. Go prove curve. Go prove
You don't
spin.
think I've
Go
tried to
see
do
why.
this for
Go
6
see why
years?
Einstein had to do what he had to do. Right. If you read all of the struggles, like for instance, the convergence. There's a book right now. You go to Library of
Why are you
Congress.
pretending I've done nothing?
It's called the scientific. It's the evolution of scientific thought from Newton to Einstein, or Copernicus to Einstein, one of the two, and they tell you the struggles of even convergence. Convergence is one of the main issues because it's the difference between Euclidean and non-Euclidean. So they write about all this in the beginning. So Library of Congress, the evolution of the scientific mind, Newton to or Copernicus to Einstein, or whatever the title is. It's the evolution of the scientific mind, Library of Congress. It's a free PDF. They break it all down there for you. Relativity's there. They tell you the story of how it works, how they had to do it, why they had to do it. Dude, the thing is, if you don't want to know the story of how it all began, then you actually don't know the contention of non-Euclidean and Euclidean.
Fuck off! I've been in this 6 years, you lying cunt.
You don't know it then. You don't. You're still hung up on the fact that you think that believing in a model outside of your senses is the way to be.
No.
Anyway, I was just going to ask Dawn, how is the horizon not optical? Because it moves with the weather, doesn't it?
It's slightly optical. We believe
Slightly optical.
We believe this optical line is based on the Earth's surface as we look.
Well, no, I mean, I saw somebody make one of these sort of time-lapse videos, and you saw it moving in and out, like it was breathing.
I know, I'll give you that. Of course it moves up and down. Nature's variable.
The curve of the Earth
though,
edge is
right?
not moving in and out.
He didn't listen. Even Ptolemy
No, it's
said
not,
that the horizon
Andy.
was a
Shush, please.
presupposition.
Andy's being very reasonable.
You didn't listen, did you?
So
A
don't
presupposition
preach over the
is
top.
looking at the horizon and having two facets here. One is caused by optics, or the other is caused by Earth
Hold on,
curve.
Data. Hold on, man. Let him at least respond. You've already kind of bulldozed him off the conversation. I don't think he's interested in engaging with you.
Data, you're awesome, dude. You're a force of nature. Don't ever
Andy,
change.
The answer is, I agree with you. The horizon moves in and out, and I don't think the curvature's moving in and out.
Right. So what's happening then? Is the two horizons?
There's refraction wobble because nature's variable above the globe Earth's surface. That's what I believe.
Refraction wobble.
Refraction wobble.
I've never heard that before.
Oh well, it's two words I just put together. But you've heard, you know the concept, right? The atmosphere
Yeah, I've heard of
makes
refraction.
what we see go up and down.
Right.
So it has nothing to do with curvature then.
No, it's going up and down, but the line we believe that's there, on clear days it's still, on other days it goes up and down. We believe that line is related to looking across the edge of Earth because it's a globe.
You believe that?
Yeah, I know it, but that's a belief.
You know it now?
If that was true, then Ptolemy wouldn't need a presupposition of what the horizon is. They would have just said the horizon is Earth curve, but they didn't say that in the beginning. They were honest about it.
Maybe Ptolemy's
Okay.
not smart as me.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so the horizon, I have how many globers admitting, like Witsit just did a debate yesterday or 2 days ago. I put the same question up twice. What causes the apparent junction of the sky and ground? I had a glober admit that it was eyesight perspective, therefore not Earth curve, right? But you're saying that it has to do with Earth curve and not optics, which you can't refraction as Earth curve because it's an optical thing, right? You understand the conundrum that you're putting yourself into.
No, I don't agree with any of that.
Okay. Ptolemy was smart enough to realize that the horizon, because he's a tiny little guy, isn't Earth curve. The Earth is frickin' massive. But due to our angular optics, everything converges, because they also mentioned the convergence is an issue as well in early science. So I told you, Library of Congress, type in flat Earth advocacy. Type in flat Earth. You'll find tons of book at Library of Congress, buddy, just under flat Earth alone.
Authority.
It's not my authority. Again, I'm telling you a story that they told me. I'm regurgitating it back to you because they were honest. You're not being honest. Half of this debate, people are not being honest.
Yeah, if
you go look at the story,
it means they're honest. What great logic that is.
Why they're honest is because they have nothing to hide. They're saying I have to have a presupposition because I'm really tiny.
Unreasonable.
Again, it's has nothing to do with being unreasonable. It has to do with having a guess, an assumption of your belief, and then trying to go and prove it. And like I said, all that 666 shit with the Christians trying to get them off the ball with the ball and Moloch, again, that's by design as well.
I'm still looking into the 666 in the globe math stuff. It's a long study.
Data, when was your CC Peniston moment? When was your finally it's happening to me kind of moment with this?
What? What do you mean?
You started to make a breakthrough.
Well, when I started not taking it personal, I suppose, but in the beginning it was a rush of like overwhelmed, everything's a lie, people are lying to you, fucking this is a lie, that's a lie. That came along with the flat earth, which is not good. Right? Because not everything's a lie. 2 + 2 is 4, man. That's not a lie. Right? How you perceive things and having individual thought on that perception, you realize that not everybody has individual thought when it comes to what they perceive. They perceive what they've been taught to perceive, which is a process, I suppose, that's good with flat Earth. But the breaking a moment, that I mean, to what? To where I got less. I say less angry about it and more like, okay, let's write about this. Like, what do you mean? Or the when I converted, if you will. What do you mean? Like, it's be more specific with your question.
Just like when you started to be like, oh, I know how I can see through all these lies because I'm uniquely qualified for it.
No, when you say all these lies, that's ambiguous, and you have to
There's
be more
a bunch
specific.
of chapters. You have a book. I don't know.
Yeah.
A lot of them talk about different misapprehensions people have had or whatever. Right?
No, you don't know what my book's about. Then my book is
Maybe
a story.
I do because you read all the different chapter headings for us.
Sure, but you don't know what's in the chapter headings.
I do because I remember. I don't have perfect memory about.
Okay, so I'll give you an example.
Each one of these. I'm not attacking you.
I'll give you an example. In my book, I talk about 108 geometry. Well, I didn't know that Christian Huygens uses 108 geometry to determine the size of Venus. He did, but he didn't get awarded. Cassini got awarded for determining the size of Venus. Why? Because it says that Huygens used sacred geometry for it. I found that quite interesting. I was like, okay, let's do some more sacred geometry research. And this 108 kept popping up. Oh, 108 times the diameter of the moon, I get the distance. 108 times the diameter of the sun, I get the
Exactly.
distance.
See, it's as if
Interesting.
there's a door open for you. You just walk right through it. When did that start happening? And you're like, oh,
When I read the
because you
words in
weren't
the
always like
Bible,
this,
when I
right?
read the no, not at all, dude. I was
Like a
I was
normal
totally,
life before
yeah.
Flat Earth data, right?
Of
Before you
course.
became Flat Earth data.
I guess the idea was I read in the Bible, test all claims and hold fast what is true. Because then again, if it wasn't for flat Earth, I wouldn't have started reading the Bible to see what this shit was about, right? I wouldn't have read the Quran. I wouldn't have read the Zohar. I wouldn't have read the fucking Talmud. I wouldn't have read, looked at the Hadith. I wouldn't have looked at any of this material. Zohar or whatever. I wouldn't have looked at the Kabbalah. I wouldn't have looked at the geometry. I wouldn't have done any of that stuff. So
I don't
if
mess
you're
with
gonna,
the Zohar or Zohan.
yeah, exactly, Zohan, yeah.
Either one. Any Zoes, pretty much.
You call yourself a Christian, Data?
Not a pagan Christian. No, I don't worship birthdays, Halloween, Christmases, any of that stuff. No, but
Sure.
I do believe in the Son. I believe a man walked this earth. You can call him Yeshua, you can call him Jesus Christ. It's just too, I don't know, the best philosophy to come across. And it's just too, like, I don't know. If you're going to get me to believe in galaxies and aliens and all this other stuff, then why can't I believe a man was made God flesh, came here, gave us the most amazing parable ever, and to the fact that the whole world actually is turning around to hate this guy, and he said that they're going to hate him, but he stands for love, he stands for kindness, he stands for, not, living a clean life, like being family oriented, like there's nothing evil with the guy. So if you're going to attack that character, that's only going to make it more attractive to me because I'm not into these things.
Sure,
I'm
yeah.
not into animal sacrifices. I'm not into doing these traditions. I'm into
I get
just
you.
a straight up traditional
Paganism
person.
on you. It's cool that you're a modern day Christian. I was just going to ask, do you think the Flat Earth truth
I'm not a modern day Christian, dude. Modern day Christians celebrate pagan holidays. I am not a Christian in that
modern as
way.
in giving up the holidays in the Bible.
Data, bro.
Really modern. Sorry. The question is, do you think the Flat Earth truth is really related to the Christian truth?
I think that if you're going to go back to creation and go to the ontologicals or the primitives of thought, like the first beginnings of things, and you had a scientific mind and you had, you would be inquiring based on who put this here, how did he put it here, and you would start from those principles again. So that to me is like you're drawing back to the why we're here. It's a wonderland here. We shouldn't be just taking face value thought from somebody else. We should be learning these things and being taught these things, to draw us closer to creation. So the flat Earth does bring you closer to creation, which ironically I think is part of the United Nations agenda. They have the flat Earth map there. They definitely want to change the personal state of mind of individuals, not to be so much outwardly, but to be more inwardly. And the globe model is a more of an outward approach to reality, and the flat Earth is more of an inward approach. I believe.
Sure. I'll give you that my globe cosmos religion is just as wacky and far out as your Yeshua, the Son of God religion.
At least you're honest, and I appreciate that, because guess what? That's the first time I've ever heard somebody say that, because in essence, it's unfalsifiable to either one of us. In the moment that we express it, we have to believe it.
When you say that, don't the stories kind of line up at that 2,000 year point? The globe and the Jesus thing?
I'm not certain what you mean.
The Revelations.
Well, I mean, they say the globe thing came around that same time, is all I'm saying.
Well, the Christians are the ones who developed the globe model. If you look at, they all started from clergy, and what happens is there's about 34 Christians. There's about 34 Christians that were all educated by clergy who all developed the model. Even quantum mechanics, I think, they're all Christian anyway to some degree. But the idea was, even Hubble's a Christian. They were backsliding. So at the time of using this methodology of not equating God for the answer, but mathematics as the cause, rather than God being the cause, they can have a mathematical description. Therefore, you're deviating from God as the point. You're using math to do it. Having a Christian believe that was they can believe in the equations and they can believe that. That was, I think, the big the big turnover here of how to get everybody on board that was a creationist into believing in the math was, of course, to take these other Christians and apply this logic and reason to it and give mathematical descriptions that that worked apparently, right? Mass attracting mass, or even Planck's equation for quantum mechanics, or the ultraviolet light catastrophe. These are all things that were done by Christians to help design the world beyond unseen, which to me inspired a whole bunch of atheists. So it's like the clergy inspired these Christians. These Christians backslided. They helped create this model based outside of our senses, which was based on a lot of reification. Because it's not, can't really test a lot of their claims.
Nearly agree. I think it was dark occultists in the Christian and Catholic Church.
I don't know. Hubble doesn't see, like,
Yeah,
when I
I agree
research
with that.
Hubble is not like, I don't see anything dark with Hubble, but Hubble was a Christian. But what was really weird about Hubble is him being a Christian, he did not want to have any specific location of the Earth. He didn't want to have it like a known location or a specific point, like a specific frame of reference. Because if it's a specific frame of reference and everything is pointed to that frame of reference, it gives it a unique position. And I remember reading this when I first started reading Hubble, that he was really disturbed by that. I'm thinking, well, wouldn't that excite you as a Christian? Wouldn't that affirm your belief as a Christian? But he actually took the opposite stance. And that could have been, I can't speak for him, but it could have been monetary. Because if you have an answer and a solution, then there's not going to be any more investment or reason to study. And I think that's probably the most reason, motivation for most of this stuff was to have this ambiguousness in theory, that you can have more theory after more theory after more theory, which then would fund more business or more departments, more people would get more jobs. You know what I mean? So I think it was a strategy to siphon money through these institutions, making the powerful more rich, on the idea of just we're going to create more and more of these theories. Therefore, we create more godless people. More or less godless people create more of these theories. We create more institutions off of them, and then boom, we're at where we're at.
More money, more problems.
Ambiguity.
More theory, more assumptions.
Ambiguity. What did I say? Ambiguous. That's the word.
Yeah, ambiguity.
Who invented the flat Earth model? Do you think?
I don't think it was invented. I think the idea of the
thought it out through? Who thought it through?
I don't think it's invented. I think it's only limited to the tools we had, right? So this is the problem. If you're going to be drawing things on a piece of paper, you're going to be looking at distance and elevation for what it is, and then whatever units or measurements you're using, you're going to transpose it to a map. So I don't think it's a flat Earth map was intended. It's just objective reality, which the Earth is distance and elevation on a map. It's just whether that map at that small section combined with the rest of the sections create this spherical model, right? So I don't think the intention to build a flat map was because, hey, we're going to make a flat map. We're just going to make reality.
Yeah, I mean, there's a certain foundational, like just being a human, we're always there's a floor, there's a ceiling, X, Y, Z. It's pretty foundational. You don't really have to come up with like a theory or an idea. Now, what the Earth is on its larger extents, yeah, that is a larger quandary because it's huge, obviously. But I'm just saying everything replicates that. Like if you look at like a football game or a huge concert arena, you've got like a flat floor, a dome over it, and everybody's dancing, So I'm just saying it's sort of
Can I just suggest this? What I've come to conclude, it's just to divide us even more. That's really what it is. Because if you're going to take metaphysics and then apply it to some tangible, repeatable experiment, obviously you're going to be ridiculed because a lot of the metaphysics we have, we can't test.
I totally
right?
agree.
So
To divide it, I totally agree.
Absolutely, 100%. But I didn't know that in the beginning. I had nothing to do. I had no idea with political sciences, nothing. I had to learn all of this stuff in the beginning, which is fine. But I can tell you this: I would have been best suited to learn about a trust company, learning how to make different levels of income. Probably being a better parent with my children, right? Things like that. So
the paradox is, I believe one of the sides, even though I think they use both sides as division.
Well, of course, dude, because the fact that you admitted that your belief is, I'm not going to say it's as crazy as yours, but I understand why you would say that, because I can relate to the idea of something being unfalsifiable.
Well, it's just balls far away in the sky, and yours is a man coming back to life. Only one Son of God. So I think they're both far out.
Well, they are, but the idea is if I was to break it all down for me, I would have to look at all of these okay, so it's the same thing. You look at all these institutions who claim the earth is a sphere, right? And you look at all these institutions that claim that Jesus walked the earth. I mean, even the Muslims agree that Jesus is coming back at the end times to fight the Antichrist.
Well, I definitely won't trust them.
Well, I'm just saying I understand, but I'm just saying that's what so there are all these people writing about historical events and prophecy.
Yeah.
And in your model, you have predictions, which is a form of prophecy, if you will, right? So you have all these, these indicators to make you believe and make you to reinforce your belief. But for me, why I know it's more ludicrous is because your model says it's raining, diamonds on Uranus. It's raining diamonds on Uranus, or better yet, it's ice crystals are forming out of the galaxy, the nebula, nebula. It's called. There's water.
Anything is
pouring
possible
out of it, like
on
it's
the globe
crying.
model. Anything's
What's that?
possible on the globe model. Anything's possible in the universe.
Well, that's why relativity is important. See, God is absolute, man is relative, right? And that's the whole point of like even Tesla said, if you're going to go off into this area of mathematics, it's all going to be relative. Absolute math is 2 + 2 = 4. The physical curve of the physical curve of the Earth, curving 8 inches per mile squared. Well, you got is that a real dimension, or is that an approximation, right? And they say, well, it's an approximation because you got the 278/1 flattening effect, or 272, or whatever the math is for that. 278, 272.
I know what you're saying.
Anyway, it's about falsifying your beliefs, man. And I went out my level of experience. If there are, what I can test is, can I test for rotation? Absolutely not. There's no way for me to test for it.
Have you falsified your flat Earth beliefs?
Here's the acknowledgement with that. There is only like I said, it's based on my limited tools. Now, what I have to test the physicality of curve, which would be the difference of a planar surface and a hill or a mountain. Now, I can traverse both in an aircraft, and I can control my plane and navigate against my environment, meaning that my environment that I'm in, and I'm operating the plane in, I'm not subjected to your globe model as where just because I adjust for air pressure, I'm adjusting for the curve of the Earth.
I think I misspoke.
That doesn't mean.
What I really meant was, have you done like observations that could work?
So in my book, I give
that could work on either model.
Work on either model. No, I'll give you an example, because there has to be, if you're going to have.
You haven't tried to falsify properly then, if like.
No. What I'm trying to, I have tried to use the mathematics of the globe and tried to see if that is true.
Falsify flat.
So the Earth isn't flat, though. That's the thing.
Well,
it has hills and valleys and mountains, right? So flat is a misnomer.
Flat Earth, I mean, water's flat, and then there's mountains and valleys near the water.
So I give you another example. It's called the flat Earth hypothesis in the book. You can go read that. It's an actual hypothesis you can test in reality to disavow that the Earth is curving 8 inches per mile square. I give you a practical test for it.
I'm asking, have you tried to falsify your belief about Earth being flat with the water flat?
So the thing is where I'm at, the crux, the paradox, is not being able to model opposite rotations of stars.
See,
that is what
you can't, unless it tells me you haven't, because you can't even mention what.
I'm explaining to you what I've tried to do to falsify the Earth, which was, if the Earth is curving at a rate,
flat water Earth that you believe in.
Yeah, so I've done that. There's an experiment you can do. It's called the flat Earth hypothesis. It's in my book. It's a real thing you can do in a real environment with real engineering. And you can do that. It's already been done anyway. It's just there for you. It's just
what does it involve that tries to falsify the flat Earth?
What it tries to falsify is the idea that there is curving water.
Yeah, see, that's not what I'm saying. So that's three times.
Hold on, if you're on a flat Earth,
give up.
If you're on a flat Earth, you would expect water to behave in the way it is. I'm trying to figure out if the Earth is flat by seeing if water curves. If water doesn't curve, then what does it mean? What's the alternative?
Yeah, okay.
Right?
I get that's a method to come to the flat belief.
Well, if I'm trying to measure curvature, I really want to prove curvature, because if I can prove curvature, then I know it's not flat. But if I cannot find curvature, then the alternative would mean it's flat. Now, that's not me assuming either one. This is looking at engineering schematics, looking at a distance of 3 miles.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
in between those 2 points, if these 2 points, now you have to realize that the structure itself has to be independent of curve, because as it's made in small linear pieces. So if you put these small linear pieces together, they'd be irrelevant of what the nature of the water does. The water the water will curve if it's curving.
How far
That's
would
just
you
a fact
say
of
you've
water.
measured the,
So in the
flat
flat Earth
water?
hypothesis, it's 3 miles.
All right. Yeah, that's enough.
And so that's not enough. Obviously, I'm just a little person. So the idea now is, now when I've done that, now the next question is what is the threshold that it's Euclidean, that it becomes non-Euclidean? What distance?
I
That's
think
what I've
that's
been
enough if
asking.
you did it properly, but I'm worried you didn't.
It's not whether I did it properly. It's already been done for. All I did was use somebody else's work and present it as a
Right.
hypothesis.
So you haven't tried to falsify your flat Earth belief.
Well, I haven't gone to China to do it. No, it's located in China, the information. But anyway, the point is that it's there for you. It's fact checkable, and they do it, and they show you how they do it, and it's not crazy. It's not weird. The whole
I've never
point
tried
is
to
that,
measure my globe Earth. I've never tried. I just got there by logic, through looking at other people's
they're
evidence.
trying to measure globe Earth with the bottom up abstraction, right? That's when you
One
begin
way,
this
yeah.
argument. When you begin this argument, they're literally using an observer on the surface of the Earth, and then equating the radius of 3959 to be equal to the amount of obstruction.
It's part of the
But here's what
division,
they
I believe in, where they
well here's what they
make
here's
you
what they don't
mess
tell
around
you.
on the surface.
Here's what they don't tell you. Take that 3959, multiply it by the diameter of an object, and you'll get a vanishing point. Okay, so check that out. Take 3959, multiply it by a 6-foot person, you'll get a vanishing point around 4.5 miles, which is about pretty
Which
close.
discounts a lot of small boats and
Hold on. I'm just
small
saying that
obstruction. I know.
through that 3959, you can calculate a convergence point, which is a vanishing point, which is an optical illusion. So if I have 3959 as part of my equation, well, then I can absolutely take a spherical nature and calculate an apparent hidden based on convergence of optics, not physical Earth curve. Now, there's other things in play with which undulations between the observer and the point of the object. Plus, there's wave frequency, plus 15-foot waves, 2 miles out, that converge into the foreshortening effect. So there's many visual effects that happen that you and your brain aren't even analyzing properly. You're just looking at the sphericity, the nature of sphericity due to the optics of your eye. In reality, your eye is producing a non-Euclidean effect, but in reality, it's Euclidean. I mean, this is within reason. Again, the argument states is that you're not wrong for being a flat earther, for looking at the world around you as Euclidean, but then at a certain distance, it becomes non-Euclidean. And so my next question, like I said, what distance is that? What's the threshold that it becomes non-Euclidean?
God, I have no idea. If someone else wants to jump in, they can.
Well, this is actually somewhat related to this. So it's not a total topic change, but because Don, earlier you were talking about how the horizon, how it moves around and all of that. So I was just going to ask you, like, in your viewpoint, how have you delineated or discerned that the moving around horizon like that is connected to have anything to do with a sphere rather than over a planar surface?
I used logic with like huge obstruction of mountains, massive boats, and the sun and the moon and the stars, the whole sky disappearing behind the horizon. Even if it's wobbly, still happens.
Okay, so what would your explanation be on a planar Earth for that?
The best one I can come up with is not our eyes. I wouldn't blame it on our eyes, like we're not seeing properly. I think that's bad. I'd say the atmosphere is crushing stuff close to the surface. But I can't explain how a sun sets on a flat Earth. That's why I'm not a flat earther. I can only explain how some small boats close to the surface disappear on a flat Earth.
Well, let me just try to put it this way, super simply in this context. So the horizon is the meeting place of the ground and the sky, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if the furthest you can see on the ground in that viewing condition is, let's say, 2 miles, that's it. That's the furthest ground part you can see. Beyond you can't see any further of the ground part, so the rest is sky.
Yeah.
Then wouldn't anything beyond 2 miles be obscured visually beyond that point?
I'm not quite sure what you're saying.
Well, like that thing that Left Lane just posted, where it's got those windmills being cut off. What I'm saying is, if the last part of the water that you're able to see, which is where the sky meets, is before those windmills, wouldn't those windmills appear to be visually obscured? Because the last part of the ground you can see, that's it. That's the cutoff. The rest is sky and everything that's beyond it.
If Earth was a globe, I don't think that's how you'd see on a flat Earth.
No, I'm saying on a planar Earth. Yes, that's what I'm
I
describing.
can't believe that.
It's not a belief. What I'm saying is that again, I'm trying to put it as simply as possible.
You believe that, don't you?
It's not a belief. I'm just describing
this,
and I'm asking you what you think about it. It's not a debate point. I'm not trying to roast or not to get into beliefs or anything like that. I'm just asking you what you think of it.
I don't think it can block your view. A flat surface can block your view like that.
Well, if the last part of the ground you can see is closer than the objects behind it, then it would have to, because the horizon is the meeting place of the ground and the sky. So if the ground point is close and the sky is you can see much further, then everything beyond it is going to be visually obscured precisely like that.
For me, Joe, we only see a horizon at all because Earth's a globe. I don't have any idea what it would look like on a flat surface, except a blurry, depending on your angle. I don't think flat surfaces can cut off things in the background. I believe that hard line is because the Earth's curving away after the 2 mile far point.
Do those windmills appear vertical to you?
Yeah.
Doesn't that strike you as odd? Because half of them, there's enough tilt there to obscure like half of them, but they're perfectly vertical.
There's like 0.08 degrees of tilt.
Right. Okay.
So you wouldn't see that, would you? That's absurd.
You wouldn't see that, but you see the obstruction due to Earth curvature at the distance of 15,000 feet. Does that seem logical to you?
I believe you can see sunsets from planes and that, yeah.
So 15,000 feet is the convergence point, which is an optical illusion. That doesn't strike you as odd, that you're claiming that the sphericity of your Earth and the sun moving past a point of convergence is due to sphericity, or as opposing to doing to optics and your limitation?
I don't know what that means. I'm too high.
So the convergence point is an optical illusion. You understand that, right?
No, I don't believe that.
Okay, so objects appearing to converge together that are not actually appearing would be considered an illusion, right? So for instance, the sun doesn't actually touch the surface of the Earth as it goes down behind it. That's an illusion, right?
I don't think it looks like it touches it, really.
You've seen sunsets, right, brother?
I'm just still thinking about what you said, Gio. I do think there would be a horizon on a flat Earth, but I think it would be a blurrier line. I don't think it would obscure the bottom of stuff.
Meet in the distance, or do they just appear to meet in the distance as an optical illusion? Yes or no?
Yeah, that's an illusion.
So can you quantify why you would look at an illusion and give it feet and inches value if it's an illusion? Wouldn't that be a problem? You know.
We're giving inches value to it.
Yeah, like for instance, you're giving a known location due to a physical attribute of a body, but then at the same breath you're saying that it's an illusion. But then again, you don't think it's an illusion. But the convergence is actually
what body?
Well, you're claiming that the physical sphericity of the Earth is noticeable at 3 miles for the observer, right? This is what the sun is appearing to go past.
Yeah, the effects of
your eyes,
curvature.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. The thing is that it's an illusion. It's not actually anything to do with the sphericity of the Earth.
It might be. Me, it's an actual sunset.
Yeah, so listen, here's how you can test it out, okay? Just to give you an example. Take a long hallway, put a flashlight at the end of the hallway, maybe 2-3 inches above the surface of the hallway, okay? Take a camera, zoom in and zoom out. You will notice that the light itself will appear to drop down towards the floor or into the floor, if you will. And as you zoom in, you will notice that the light will lift off of the floor, okay? So I want you to pay attention to that example and then apply it to a sunset.
No, I've seen a video of that. I don't think it even does what you said. But
So it's not whether you think. I'm giving you a practical demonstration. So take a hallway, maybe, I don't know, 50 foot long hallway, straight hallway would be good. Take a little flashlight, put it 2-3 inches above the surface of the floor. Take your 50 mil cam. It's got some telephoto zoom lens on it, and zoom in and out. You will notice that the light appears to go closer to the floor and then stretch out above the floor. You will just know this as the idea of convergence is due to an angular relationship to light being perceived through a lens or a circular aperture or whatever. It converges into a cone, if you will.
Maybe a little bit, but I don't think that applies to the sun.
It doesn't matter what you think. It's an effect of optics, meaning that when you can do this with the sun as well. This has been done as well with the sun, zooming in and zooming out. In other words, you'll see it at the horizon. You'll zoom in, it will lift up above the horizon. You will see this effect locally with a small observation with a camera and a flashlight, and then you can apply it the same as the sun. You can do the same effect. So if you can do that and understand that, you'll understand that the illusion that you see is not, it's not due to the sphericity, but due to an angular relationship to the statue of the being, and how far that person can see, depending on their height. Here's the best way I can look at it. Here's what I'm going to tell you what to do. That's fine. Here's what should blow your mind. Everything outside of your perspective is not changing size. Okay? So let's say you look down a long streetway. Imagine nothing changing size. It's only changing size due to the relationship of your eye to it. That's it. So if you're looking around a city and the city's 5-6 miles and you can see all the horizon, all the buildings past that point of convergence, open up that convergence because it's an illusion, and now look at reality for what it is without your optics putting in play. You'll notice that there is nothing shrinking in size. There is no horizon to go over. In fact, it's all Euclidean, and your eyesight is converging light, creating a non-Euclidean effect. And this is probably why I had a hard time creating a calculation for it. It's because they already have taken a basic geometry and just hijacked perspective with it. And so even if I come up with a calculation, square root the observer's height multiplied by 0.96 or 1.22 or 1.33, you're going to get an optical convergence. Now, the interpretation of the formula is one's due to sphericity, the other's due to refraction, but they use the same calculation.
So, if gravity didn't pull Earth together into a sphere, falling in a circle, and it's actually a flat ground, who made it?
So gravity is just weight, right? So your inference of gravity is mass. Your gravity is mass attracting mass. I'm not God. I don't want to perceive to be God, and that's probably the biggest part of this problem. Is everybody wants to have the answers for the universe, and they will not. They are not gods. I just go back to the book of Job again. I wasn't there when he laid the foundations, nor was I there when he stretched a line across it. But what I can do is I can make an assumptions of what I believe, and then also in turn clarify misunderstandings or misrepresentations of what other people perceive. Now, can you still perceive it to be a ball? Sure. And in the way I understand it is if they're telling me they're getting measurements off of that location, the Earth has to be much bigger than they're saying it is then.
So we're left with just living on a path and knowing how it was made.
You'll never know how it's made. You can only live in a metaphysical world and then have mathematical descriptions. None of it's falsifiable.
Shit, we're fucked.
No, it's the beauty of it. You're not. If you need to know, great. I don't look. All I need to know is that I liked math, geometry, and physics. I didn't know how much I liked it before, but I obviously liked it enough to spend time doing it. But am I going to get a job with it? No. Can I teach my kids maybe some geometry and math when they get older and when it's required for university? Sure.
What about the moon? Isn't the moon a ball?
Oh my God. So you want to have all the theories of the moon for what purpose? You're going to go land on it?
I thought it looked
It's
like
the only
one.
reason to figure out what the moon is you got to land on it, right? So you got to figure out what it is. If you're going to land on it, you need to figure out what it is. So one guy says it was plasma. The other guy says, and the Nazis say it's hard rock. Who are you going to believe? The PhD scientist who says it's plasma? Well, the Nazis are the only ones to travel 460,000 miles in 6 days, brother. Play golf on the moon and drive a dune buggy.
Right. They lied to me about that, didn't they?
There's only the Nazis were able to do it. 460,000 miles in 6 days they traveled. They played golf and they drove a doom buggy. And then your reply is, "Oh, they must be lying to me."
Yeah, let's
Did you hear
not
what I
jump.
said?
Let's not jump to landing on it. I'm just saying.
460,000 miles through deep space in 6 days.
Well,
The
John,
Moonlander.
On the first try too, like
I mean,
nothing
Don,
went wrong.
Yeah, you know.
Here's
the
what's
moon
here's
landing.
what's bad about it.
Hold on, Don. You know the moon landing is fake, right?
Yes, of course. I was just playing along. Like, if flat Earth data is correct about all this, what does this leave us with?
What does it mean? It leaves you with the ideas you're going to not believe people that are bullshitters.
That's why I'm trying to take you off the moon. I don't believe we landed on the moon, and I agree they're Nazis.
Well,
I was
that's
just
what
saying, when I've seen
Ron was.
pictures, it looks like a ball, and I wondered what if is that something else we can't explain, just a magic floating ball?
Well, but what if it's not a ball? We
you'll never
always
be a-
see we always see the same face of it, and
Yeah,
all we
there's a
see,
chance.
always see, is a circle in the sky with the shadow that goes over it with the same pattern on it, forever for all of human history. The only indication that it's a ball is if you do calculations and you say, "Oh, this shadow is caused by the sun," and then you also believe in televised Apollo missions. The only two.
Oh, you've jumped. The shadows from the sun make sense logically. We don't have to jump to now. I believe Nazis landed on it.
I'm just saying the 460,000 miles is what's claimed, but more importantly, the Moonlander's max speed was 40,000 kilometers an hour, which is maybe like 32,000 miles an hour or something.
Right.
So you had a
agree.
Moonlander.
It's fake Nazi bullshit.
Well, you
It
had a
looks like a
Moonlander with
ball
a
in the
max
photos.
velocity. You had a Moonlander with max velocity, but you had the Earth traveling 66,600 miles, spinning 1,000 miles, traveling through infinite space. So if you were to leave the surface of the Earth and go into, well, this is the idea that the atmosphere is now not with the Earth, right? At the time of the moon landing, so now they're independent of the Earth's atmosphere. Now, if that's the case, how do you catch up to an Earth traveling 66,000 miles around the sun if your max speed is 40?
You never
or
would if you
32,000?
start at 0, but you're not starting at 0.
I need to call
Well-
for Globe to help me. Because
Don,
not flat Earth is going to win.
Oh yeah, no, the truth always wins. If you know the moon landing's fake, I mean, what do you think about the fact that the first quote unquote picture of Earth was on that moon mission?
I don't believe the pictures of Earth either.
Isn't that a huge problem? Like, if you're able to see through the very, very, in my viewpoint, incredibly clear moon landing fakery, I mean, you got to really, in my opinion, just somehow want to believe the globe thing to even closely believe. If you really have looked into enough of the moon landing stuff, it's so bad. It's so bad. So if you know the moon landing stuff is fake, like obviously sea level Hollywood trash, then how?
Yeah.
And if that's the first time they got the picture of the globe, how does and you believe in the globe? How does that meld in your mind?
I admit people make fake pictures of what we live on. It's easy for me.
So you think it's a globe, but they don't have any pictures of it, and then they just fake them all?
Yep.
Oh, come on, Don.
What's wrong with that? What's wrong?
You got you got me. If I got a laugh out of that, I'm not laughing at you. I'm just saying thank you for. I'm actually saying thank you for the good humored laugh. Not laughing at you, but just that's funny, man. That's funny. That it's a globe, but they fake all the pictures.
I think all the pictures are composites from closer cameras.
So do they have any of the globe you believe in then?
I believe it's a globe from my logic. I don't use NASA.
Give me like a story that the real underground secret society guys that they have the real picture of the globe. At least give me something to chew on, something interesting.
Yeah, the idea, I use Nazi NASA Freemasons as my evidence in the fact that they want to believe it and think it's true and go out and build rockets. Jack Parsons, you've heard all the stories. They're obsessed with going into the sky, and that's part of my evidence for Earth being a globe, because there's a sky all around us. Like, the fact that people want to go out there to the balls, even if they're lying about making it there, is part of my evidence for why it's true. But I don't use NASA like to prove it.
So, like when people were going across to America to find like the city of gold and like the Fountain of Youth, it seems like you would be a person to believe that the Fountain of Youth in the City of Gold, El Diablo, really exists. Like it really exists because there's explorers and conquistadors going over there all the time looking for it. You would believe in that
supposed to be in America.
in the 1600s. You would believe in that, following the logic you just laid out.
Sure, and you'd believe in Moloch.
What?
If you were in the 1600s, you'd believe in Moloch.
He's got a
Murloc?
point there. Moloch.
Moloch,
What, like the deity?
big pagan god, yeah.
Huh? No, you just gave your explanation as to why you believe that there's balls in a vacuum is because people are going there searching for them. You don't believe they actually make it there. But because the fact that they're going and searching for it, you believe it exists. Well, in the 1600s,
No, that's not my logic.
yeah, they went across the
No,
ocean.
because people are obsessed with going in the sky, that proves that there is something, stuff. Sky.
It's called air. There's air in the sky.
Is it just air?
There's air, clouds, and
Then what? And then what?
at some point there's stars
Right.
and the moon and the sun. But I think what you think
You
they
agree that they are things up there now?
Excuse me?
You've just
No.
decided it's not worth going to look.
It never changed. So there's no reason to say now because it's stayed consistent the entire time.
Well, a minute ago, you were trying to take the mickey out of me for believing there's stuff in the sky. Now you're agreeing.
Your point of view, and how the fact that you think that there's rock balls out there that you can land and drive a dune buggy on, and the fact that if people are trying to get there, it exists, is the same logic as believing that the Fountain of Youth exists because people are trying to find it.
Yes, I believe there is secret elixirs that could give you immortality. Now what?
Well, he might be right with that because apparently they say that somebody within this time frame will live up to be 1,000 years old due to technology.
You got to have more to it than that, though, Don. Just because.
I've thought about it for 6 years.
Like men just drenched in black magic occultism claim that they're trying to go to rocks in the sky. That's the only reason you believe it because they're the ones saying that they're trying to do it.
I was giving you one reason that I would use NASA for, but other than that, I wouldn't use any of their evidence.
Just out of curiosity, what are the odds that Jack Parson as well was into sex magic with Ron L. Hubbard, and that NASA themselves would ban the word Jesus off of campus?
I know. That's wild, right?
0%.
Well, Jack Parsons was into sex cult magic. If you want to type in the NASA basically tries to hide the history of Jack Parson. Apparently, this is what a Vice article wrote about Jack Parson, and then the idea is that they banned the word Jesus on campus and NASA. I think that was 2014. They banned the word.
Oh, wait.
What does that mean? Ban the word. What does that mean?
Yeah. What?
So apparently, they were writing it in emails and things and sending it out on campus. They were sending it through emails on campus. And I guess they banned.
Yeah, but now it uses verses from the Bible in some of their media stuff.
Wait,
2014 they banned the word Jesus.
Also, if we're gonna ban words for being religious, they name all of their fucking flights off of Greek gods. Do they not?
The idea is that state and religion has not separated. If you look at our Justice Institute, we have a Greek god representing justice. So it has not, state and religion has not separated.
State and religion are separate.
They have not. A case in point, look at the Justice Institute. Look at the Justice lady in the United States. It's a Greek god. So they have not deviated from religion. It's Pythagorean. Is usually what I've read. It's mostly Pythagorean cults that survive.
Hence the numerology, eh?
Well, that's part of it. You've got geometry, which is the fifth science in Freemasonry, but then you've got gematria, which is like the Jews and the Greeks are very close in religion, as far as esoteric or spiritualism or whatever. There's a lot of parallels between both.
Well, yeah, because they're literally in the same location. Literally, you could take a boat from Greece to Israel whenever you want. It's obviously their culture is going to be the same. They're the same people, basically, that live on either side of the water.
How many Greeks do the gods have, and how many Greeks do the Jews have? I mean, sorry, how many gods do the how many
We're
gods
talking
do
like
Greeks have?
Kabbalah. If we talk about the Kabbalah, right? If we look at that particular origin of practice, that stems as parallel to the Greeks. If you look at gematria and numerology or geometry, there is that spiritual representation between both and how they work with the sacred world, either numerically or geometrically.
Yeah.
So that's basically the two origins of concepts is geometry and gematria. As far as I understand, the real significant difference between the two, but the implications are the same.
I don't know about that. They do get obsessed with both of them.
Sacred geometry and sacred words is the same thing, and they all equate to alphabetical numerical representation. Frequency, same thing. So it's all correlated to ratios and frequencies, really. Well, much deeper than that. I'm not claiming to know it all.
It's older than that. I mean, they were doing the same thing in Babylon. They had numerology in Babylon. They had astrology. They had geometry. They had it in the Persian Empire. I mean, the Egyptians had hieroglyphs, so they're not really numbers. They're more pictographs. But I mean, even the Roman numerals, like everyone, there was no numbers in the old days. Before the Arabic number, people just used letters as numbers, literally.
Well, there's these patterns and sequences. There's these patterns and sequences that exist based on ratios, like the 1.61 or the 3.14, the 1.22, or whatever. There's many of them, right, throughout all cultures. But there is definitely an admission of a super realm, a realm, like a spiritual realm, that they suggest that using this particular language, they're communicating with that realm, right? Whether it's sacred geometry, whether it's the Kabbalah, it's that 10 dimensions of existing.
But I mean, why do you only go back like as far as the Greeks and the Jews with all of this? When I mean, you know, we have
It probably goes
I'm
farther.
not done. I'm not done. When we have historic record that tells us that even they got all of the things they know from way older civilizations. You know, like why only stop at the Jews and the Greeks?
Wait, did you not listen to what I said though?
I'm asking Data. I wasn't talking to you.
So there's nothing inherently wrong whether it's Jews or Greeks. So I don't know what the issue is. It's just what history shows me. Now, if you want to talk about Sumerians or I don't know. I'm just going based on like when you read about the Greeks and civilization, because the society we live in, the Western society, is based on Judaic Christian values with Roman law, right? So if you look at how that was all combined, it's like a Neoplatonistic view on life. It's a combination of all beliefs kind of put into the one, and it's no different than Kabbalah, the Ein Sof, the one. So there's a lot of parallels in how we perceive our cosmological realm based on those two origins, the Greek version and then the Kabbalah version. Now it appears that the Kabbalah talks about quantum mechanics, quantum physics, and they were talking about this 2,500 years ago, or well, since the 1300s anyway. That the idea that these dimensions, 10 dimensions, is our reality, and this is kind of where we are now, right? We're kind of into this realm of cosmology, and I wanted to find out the origins of where they all came from, and it looks like you have the Kabbalah, which is the 1300s, and you have the Greeks before then, and then you have
But those aren't the. I mean, that's not where it originally originated from, right?
Okay,
but I mean, maybe you keep deferring to them because that's maybe the oldest period where we have concrete written record, and anything before that is a bit half and half.
There you go. So that's probably because this is I have books. Hold, he's asking me, dude. He's asking me, dude. So
Yeah,
world
but
like the world
the question.
history, like I've read some H.G. Wells books that he basically he went out of his way to document all all of these events. He's got a couple of books out anyway, but there's other people too. I just am referencing him because that's all I can remember the name at the moment. But he shows the origins in the writings, which I've gotten other history books to fact check to see the writings, the congruency between historical researchers, if you will. And so that's where I built the story from. And then if you look at modern, I think even Michio Kaku mentions that even Einstein studied the Kabbalah, Newton studied the Kabbalah. So there's a lot of mysticism in there, like learning about Metatron Cube, Metatron the story. Like there's a lot of stuff that's just not presented in science. It's actually founded in science, oddly enough. This is what I'm saying.
Mm. All right.
Is it not true that that Einstein and Newton, they all studied that? Because there is some really
Studied
interesting
what?
teaching. Well, the Kabbalah. So if you look at one
I don't
example,
know.
yeah, and apparently they did. I can't fact check that. Like I can't go back there, but that's what history says. If you look at it, I guess some of the oracles, if you will, or what do they called them, the sages, oracles or sages back then. That's what they were called. They would predict, like for instance, cholesterol. They figured out a way at a molecular level to understand how cholesterol works in the body due to quantum mechanics, quantum physics, right? So this is kind of like the history of science and how we look at, obviously the unseen and how we interpret it, how it influences our reality, right? And I found that very fascinating that I wasn't really taught much of this mysticism. And I think George Harrison inspired me to look into it, oddly enough, because he was questioned in an interview. And he's, and of course, this, 1950s guy, suit and tie and very stern, strict. He's trying to break his balls or whatever. He's just like, you guys try to demonize this stuff and make it bad and mysterious, and it's not. It's actually just understanding different levels of metaphysics and
I
philosophy.
totally. I know that. I agree.
And to me, it's more of a religion than science sometimes. That's the point.
Would you say you more relate to the universe being the Kabbalah tree of life with the 10 etheric realms rather than actual solid spheres?
I have no idea, but it would have been interesting to be taught that earlier on to analyze life, because I have now recently watched a few rabbis. I'm like, holy shit, they got like great stuff, right? Especially how to live and how to do things, which is the origins of truth, is to know all things, not all things I'm understanding them, but all things being exposed to them and then making a judgment from them. And if you have, like, let's say you're going to raise a civilization, well, you're going to build it on these foundations of knowledge and so forth. That's why Western society is like Judean and Christian values, and with Roman law, that seems to be the Western society, right? Anyway, this led up to the whole point is that state and religion hasn't been separated because there's like a Greek god, scale, right? So
some Freemasons did their best to separate it and got what we got now, which is a tiny bit separated.
was that Jace that asked me that? Who was asking me that earlier?
I don't think Jace is even in the room.
Or was the other guy from New York? What's this guy's name?
Chirality, Nate.
Oh, it was Matthew, but a Christian dude.
Matthew's from New York.
Oh, I don't know. He sounds like a guy like a New York accent or something.
That's chirality. I'm sure of it. The one with the New York accent. Matthew does not sound like from New York.
New York is nice. Yeah.
And you know what's really crazy about if you're an observer and you do observe sort of like teachers and their approaches, is it because you become like the individual and your teacher? If your teacher has a method to teaching, you can be attracted to that method, but also it's the content that you're attracted to too, right? What they're saying. I don't know where I'm going with this. I've just been pleasantly surprised on how diverse you can stretch the mind, but at the same time, when you get to that point of achievement, I suppose it's like you understand where you should actually be, because I think I'm just tripping out here.
I was literally looking at fucking thing about how Isaac Newton was supposed to be like one of the master alchemists of his day or something, and that in alchemical circles he was like astounded, or I guess accredited, and that they all like kind of gave credence to him.
He wrote 169 books on alchemy, dude, and then during his later years just wrote about Revelations. Newton was also the first mint tax collector. Did you know that, for the English mint?
What'd you say? Sorry. He was a tax collector?
Tax collector, yeah, Newton.
Wasn't Newton also obsessed with the book of Revelation?
Yeah, that's what he
and
spent the rest
Daniel
of his life on.
and prophetic outline and timelines, and he's basically
25th.
just wasn't he like, I mean, I seen a documentary on it, but like he was against the Trinity. He didn't believe in the Trinity, and at that time, if he spoke against the Trinity, he would have been considered a heretic, and was even at risk of being martyred.
Yo, what are your guys' thoughts on Gnosticism and, like, you know, the Gnostic doctrines and gospels?
BS, bro.
What do you mean, yes?
I mean, at surface level, I would say it's all. I've read them, you know, the Gnostic Gospels from the Nag Hammadi library. I have a collection of them in PDF. When you compare,
do you think there's
there's definitely a difference. Just the quality, the character of the author, right? If you believe that the Holy Scriptures are inspired by the one God, the one Creator of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and you compare those texts with the Nag Hammadi, it's two completely different authors, bro.
Yeah, definitely. It's different authors, but they're talking about the same things. Like, which author do you think has the correct perspective on things? Because you got to remember, a lot of these Gnostic Gospels were written at a time when there wasn't one church for Christianity. There were all of these different competing versions of Christianity trying to be at the forefront. You know, this was before Catholicism took over and became, you know, the one church. So, I mean, would you not say that they all sort of had some sort of claim to being the true version of Christianity, despite, you know, their different teachings?
Well, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, okay, so technically, like, you have the Gospel of Thomas, right? You have the Lost Book of John. Now, yeah, they're technically different authors. One's attributed to John and one's attributed to Thomas. But when I'm saying the same author, I'm talking about the Elohim of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, who inspired those men to write these words down on paper, right? When you read the Nag Hammadi scriptures and you compare them to the compilation, right, of the 60, even just the 66 canon, never mind the Apocrypha, you can tell that it's not the same author, bro. It's not the same deity behind those works.
But I mean, even the books within the canon, they have different authors. You know, it's not the same person writing all of these books.
But that's
most
what I'm
of the
trying
time,
to tell you. I don't think you understand what I'm trying to convey, bro.
You know, I mean, I agree with you. They have different authors, but the point I'm trying to make is the author doesn't matter. Because a lot of the books, we don't know who the actual authors were, number one. Number two, a lot of the authors of the books were writing about things they weren't there to witness, you know? So whoever the authors were, whoever the actual people were that wrote the books, you know, it wasn't Thomas, it wasn't Judas, it wasn't Mary that wrote these books within the Gnostic, you know, texts, you know? Like, we don't know who wrote the books. The books are just attributed to them because they are the main characters within those books. What I'm asking you about is the difference of ideas in the books. For example, within the Gnostic books, there's this big idea that the God of the Old Testament was a fake God, and him and his prophets, Moses and all of them, were fakes, and that the God of the New Testament is a very different God, and that's the one true God. You know, and this God
No,
in
I
the Old
understand.
Testament
I
is this,
understand the demiurge. He's like the evil God
the
in that
demiurge, yeah.
and that Jesus is a new God or a different God, right, with different values. But that's completely against the foundation of the Holy Scripture. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, okay, so yeah, we have different authors, right, in the Old Testament and the New Testament. You got the prophets, you got Moses, you got all these different people that wrote these different scriptures. But miraculously, right, all these scriptures fit together in sync, even though they're separated, displaced by centuries, thousands of years, right? These scriptures fit together like they're pieces of the same puzzle, right? The Nag Hammadi scriptures it's a completely different. Those pieces are foreign. They're not part of the same compilation, like at all. Like they don't vibe. They don't
Why
resonate.
not?
They're
why don't they resonate or vibe? Why are they so far?
We'd have to go into theological discussion and then break down each verse by verse
Let's
and
go
compare
into
them.
it, man.
Well, no, people here don't want to do that, bro. I mean, we could do it. Me and you could do it on the side if you want. I love doing stuff like that. Like we could,
Yeah, but I mean, we could
the Gospel of John,
summarize
right?
it and keep it short, right?
We can read the Gospel of John and all his letters, his epistles, right? And then we could compare that with the lost book of John and see if it's really John, right? And you can easily tell that that's not John who wrote that, nor was it inspired by the Elohim that John was worshiping, right? So,
Well,
what,
do you know that?
How
Do you know the
can you
concept
tell
of
that?
the concept of the Akashic records, where actually everything is stored?
Yeah, the collective consciousness.
Within consciousness. Yeah. So I mean, they can just be pulling from a similar source, and that source is within all of us. I don't think there's any prophet or Messiah. There's no one needed outside of oneself. It's all within oneself.
I like that.
Respectfully
Gio.
disagree,
You know,
but it's all right. You know,
I like what Gio just said. But what Gio just said is more of a Gnostic interpretation of the scriptures as opposed to a biblical canonical interpretation. But Lion of Yah, to just go back to what you said, how can you tell if something is inspired by the Creator or not? If I read Genesis and then I go and read the Book of Enoch, you know, they both seem to be saying the same thing. It's just the Book of Enoch seems to expand a lot more
I
on
love the Book
certain
of Enoch.
pieces of the books of Genesis. You know, so how can you tell which one is canon, which one isn't, and which is
So
inspired?
that's what I'm trying to tell you. That's what I'm trying to explain
they're telling the same story.
So you have to recognize Yah's character, and you have to get to know him. Once you get to know his character, he doesn't change. His ideas, his values don't change. So if you're reading
none of his ideas or values are changed in the Book of Enoch. Nothing
that's
about God.
That's what I'm saying.
Or his
I like the
message
Book of
in the
Enoch.
book
I like the Book of Jubilees. So there's hidden books that weren't compiled right by the Romans into their canon, like Jubilees, the Wisdom of Solomon, Enoch, Second Baruch, Second Ezra. There's all these apocryphal works. If you compare those works with what we have in the canon, they resonate. They actually add detail and elaborate. They don't go against what's already been established. Once you get into scriptures that go against with what's already been established and goes against Yah's character, that's how you know that they're forgeries.
Okay, so what within the Gnostic books goes against Yah's character?
Well, the main thing about Gnosticism is that you reach heaven through knowledge, and it's like you reach a state of enlightenment through knowledge and the collection of
through
knowledge.
prayer and meditation and understanding of the self, through letting go of the material world and not
Gnosis literally means
indulging in
knowledge.
things that are considered material. So how is that going against the teachings of God and Yah? You know, I just don't see it. I mean, if you really go and read what the Gnostics are saying, that shit sounds good to me, bro. You know, understand yourself. Don't be too addicted to the material world. You know, like isn't
No,
that a good message? Doesn't that
the thing
resonate
with any
with you?
good liar, right? You're gonna have 90% truth and 10% bullshit, and that a little vinegar in a vat of wine is gonna ruin the whole collection of wine. Just any little bit of vinegar is gonna ruin all the wine that you have. And it's like the same parable. It's like a little leaven leavens the whole lump. Any little, like, just because it seems like legitimate and it seems truthful, there's a little bit in there that's going to lead you astray, and that little bit is pretty big in the Gnostic text, bro. And another thing is you have to look who wrote those texts. Well, it's the Essenes.
We don't know who wrote them, bro. That's what I'm trying to tell you. We
No,
don't know
we
who
do.
the actual authors
It was
are.
the Essenes. It was and they came from Egypt, Alexandria, Egypt.
No, a lot of those texts came out of Greece. So a lot of them came out of places that are very far away from Egypt. We don't know who the actual authors of these texts are. The same way we don't know
We
who the
do,
actual
bro.
authors
They
are
lived in the En
of
Gedi. They lived
of
25
the
miles
books
south.
of the
Listen,
Bible.
listen. They lived 25 miles south of Bethabara. They were their own sect. Even Pliny the Elder talks about them.
That's not true,
Josephus
bro.
talks about them.
The Gnostics. When we say Gnostics, that's a word we use for them today. Back
No, I'm
then
talking about the Essenes.
back then they didn't call themselves Gnostics. Back then there wasn't one big group called Gnostics. It was a different group of small groups of Christianity all vying for supremacy.
They weren't
And
Christians.
within
Dude.
these groups, you also had the canonical groups that went along with canon, but they were just as divided as the different Gnostic groups were. There wasn't one big group of Gnostics that all agreed with each other. All of these books we find, the Gospel of Mary, the Gospel of Judas, whatnot, these are written by different groups that had their own ideas. We've just grouped them all together and call them Gnostics. The same way we group all these different Christian denominations and we just call them Christianity.
It's
But it's not
I
how
can't
they
break it
saw
down for you right
themselves.
now. In a couple, it would take longer than a couple hours to break all this down. It's too much of a rabbit hole. I won't be able to get down to the bottom of it right now. It's not like we can't do it, bro, right here.
Yeah, but how much of it is based upon things that you've read that you can't verify?
All of it, Gio.
Oh.
We don't know who wrote these books. We don't really know if we have the original versions. With a lot of them, we don't even have the full versions. There's like 10 to 20, like half of the books are missing. Pages
Why
missing
are
in the
you so
middle,
interested
at
in
the
these
start,
satanic books?
at the end.
Why do you have such a hang up on them?
On what?
They're clearly deceiving books. Like they clearly contradict the Bible, and they clearly pose as if they're supposed to be part of the Bible. They're clearly deceiving books. What's the hang up?
They have no historicity, right? The first century church, the second century church, and third century church never quote them. They're never brought up. Those books were forgeries. They came around like literally.
But that's what I'm trying to tell you. These
bro.
books were around before there was a church. Before there was a Christian
all
church,
the early
these
church
books
fathers
existed. Before there was
hold on.
there was
Let me
one
just
Christian church.
Let me just elaborate for like 10 seconds, right? So you have like the earliest disciples that were actually followers of the Messiah himself, right? You have the 12 apostles and the 120 disciples that were present, right, for Pentecost in Acts 1 and 2, right? Beyond them, they had their own disciples underneath them, like Silas, Clement of Alexandria, who Paul references in Philippians. These are people that are considered early church fathers before Christendom, before churchianity. So you have Polycarp, you have Clement of Alexandria, you have Justin Martyr, you have Eusebius, and a bunch of, I'm just naming a bunch. And these people were before the Council of Nicaea, right? Before the Trinitarian doctrine, before the Catholic Church started gaining momentum, all of that. You have people that actually knew the original apostles, right? Like Clement of Alexandria. And these people never quoted from the Nag Hammadi manuscripts. There's not one quote from these people ever quoting the Nag Hammadi manuscripts. The Nag Hammadi manuscripts are forgeries that were written much later, after all these guys existed. And even then, the church fathers never quoted them because they knew that they were forgeries. Anybody, it's like right now, like, anyways, I don't have to get any further, but that's enough. That should be enough for you.
Yeah, we're just gonna go in circles. It's cool.
So long after John was dead, long after Thomas was dead, you had all these forgeries coming out attributed to John, attributed to Thomas, that anybody in their right mind that understood the scriptures, that actually had a relationship with the Most High Yah and meditated on his word day and night would know that these are forgeries, bro.
Well,
you have to have,
but
you have to have
that's
the
the point.
wisdom.
That's the point. I'm trying to.
Hold
Go
up.
ahead. No, go ahead.
Also, they have like very striking similarities to Kabbalah, like extremely, like as if one is based off the other. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, the point I'm trying to make is, just because it's called the Gospel of Thomas doesn't mean Thomas was the author. You know, the whoever wrote it did not call it the Gospel of Thomas. We just call it that because Thomas seems to be the main character within those passages. Number one. Number two,
That's
I
not
agree
true, bro.
with
You're lying
I
because I
agree with
read
what
them and
you.
it does say it's John and it does say it's Thomas, dude. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, they tell you who the main character is, you know, but that isn't the actual name that the author who wrote it gave it. That's the point I'm trying to make. So this thing as to who the author is, that doesn't matter because we don't know who the actual author of these Gnostic texts are.
The writers
You
of
know,
the
number
Nag
one.
Hammadi
Number
manuscripts came
two,
out of Egypt, bro. They came out of Egypt.
they were found in Egypt, but those were not the original versions written. They are older versions that have been found in different languages. It's just that the Nag Hammadi text we have, it just happened to be found close to Egypt, and it was written in Coptic, which is, you know, sort of like ancient Egyptian, you know. So that's why that's attributed to Egypt, but no historian goes out and says that the author of those of the original text, not that version we found in Egypt, but the original text was Egyptian. No one says that, you know, because all of these texts we find are just based on older texts that were written in different languages. Who the original authors are, we have no idea, bro. That's what I'm trying to say. The author doesn't matter. You
So
know
I
what?
respectfully disagree, bro.
I was just more curious on, you know, what you felt, if you felt there was any legitimacy behind the ideas within these texts, which you clearly feel
I
there
mean, there
isn't.
could be, like I said, there could be some truth in them, bro. The thing is, most forgeries have truth in them, right? But where do you draw the line?
I don't know. I mean,
Exactly.
yeah.
It all comes down to your.
I don't know what's true and what's not when it comes to these texts.
Wouldn't it come down to ultimately you would have to decipher what's true? Just, you know, just period. Like whether it's in a text or whether someone tells you, whether you found it somewhere else, whatever it may be, aren't you the ultimate arbiter of deciphering these things?
So would truth then be relative, Gio? Because you and I could read the same text and come to different truths, right?
No, I didn't say it's relative.
But I mean,
It is
possible that
more the opposite. Like, let's say truth is universal in that sense, like the truth, whatever that may be, spiritually, metaphysically, physically, all these different layers and levels. I was just saying that whether you glean something from a book someone wrote or claims to have written, or a story, or something someone told you, or direct experience, all of the different spectrums of thing, aren't you the ultimate filter and arbiter of how you decipher that information as to whether it resonates or doesn't resonate?
I agree, but then, you know, we could filter and decipher the same information in different ways, and the same information could resonate differently to two different people. You know, it could resonate to someone as the truth, and it could resonate to someone else as deception. You know, like if you and I both read the Bible, for example, and we get different messages out of it, how do we know who has the truth?
But you have to know.
Well, we would discuss it, and then it would be brought to light.
Yeah, but I mean, we have these discussions every day, and we don't ever come to any agreement. So how do we ever know who has the truth?
Well, it's not about agreement. It's about if I want to know if you know the truth, I would discuss with you, and I would come to the conclusion if you're being truthful or not. That's it. It's not an agreement. This isn't a contract. We don't need to agree we don't need to agree for me to know if you're telling the truth or not.
It's not fair. I give you that, Noah. But if I say something and then you and Gio interpret it differently, you interpret what I say to be the truth, Gio interprets what I say to be deception. How do we determine whether what I said is truth or deception? Because that is the exact issue that was happening during, you know, these early times right after Jesus died. No one knew
I would
what
say
the truth of the matter really was.
I would say through evidence, experience, and logic and revelation. Those are like the 4 ways that you would decipher.
Okay, but let me try and give you context, all right? It's 50 years after Jesus died, and you live in Egypt, you know, or like a remote part of southern Egypt, very close to the Sudanese border. So you far away from where Jesus ever lived. You know, it's way back when there's no fast transport, there's no fast ways of communicating things. You only found out Jesus existed 50 years after he died, and you found out about his existence from these 2 different texts you've received. One is a Gnostic text, one is a canonical biblical text. They both talk
I would
about the
read
same
them.
person and the same acts he performed, but they have a different interpretation of what his true message and mission was. How do you know which one has the truth?
Through the other scriptures. So like, would I not already have things like Job, Chronicles, stuff like that, and I could basically compare them to each other, and then
Yeah, yeah.
I would see that the Gospels are about fulfilling the prophecies and God coming to earth as a man, or what, or his word, and fulfilling his word, fulfilling his promise. And I would look at those and I'd be like, oh wow, like the prophecy was fulfilled, like the law has been fulfilled or whatever. Or I would look at the Gnostic text and I would say, God is evil and he came as a new God and there's a new God coming around. I would be like, wait, that one doesn't really match and this one does. So this one's obviously bullshit and not scriptural.
In the Gospels, Jesus loved his father, bro. Was obedient to his father unto death, right? His father is righteous and holy and good. There's no evil in him, right? The demiurge scriptures that reference him as a demiurge, as an evil deity, as a separate deity than the one in the New Testament. It's completely anathema to what's written in the Gospels, bro. So you can't have both be right. You either got to pick and stick to the
I
Nag Hammadi
agree.
manuscripts, or
That's the
pick
point
the
I'm making,
Gospels
bro.
and the writings of Paul. You can't have both be true.
If you've
That is
ever,
the exact
it
point I'm
literally
trying to
comes
make.
off.
One of them is telling the truth, the other one isn't. The
Yeah,
problem is they are almost saying the exact same thing. The Gnostic texts are saying Jesus is a good man and his father, the true God that sent him, is a good man. The God of the New Testament is a good, righteous God. But they're saying it's not the same God as the God of the Old Testament. They're saying the God of the Old Testament is a
I know that.
different God
I
who
know
was
that.
only a God of the Jews, and he's a fake God, this demiurge. Now, if I was someone that wasn't raised in Christianity, I wasn't indoctrinated in Christianity, I was an outsider, and I read the Bible from Old to New Testament, you know, it wouldn't be far-fetched to say that I might come to the conclusion that the gods in the Old and the New Testament are 2 different beings. You know, it wouldn't be crazy to come to that conclusion if I wasn't indoctrinated in Christianity.
What Christianity actually, most Christians believe that in dispensation, and that the God of the Old Testament had different values and different laws than the one in the New Testament. So you're not too
Yeah,
far off
exactly.
from what's being taught right now
Yeah,
in
a lot
seminary.
of Christians
Yeah,
actually
that's a
believe
good
that.
point.
Not
That's a
all
good
Yeah, a
point.
lot of
Christians.
Christians believe it.
Not
That's a
all
good
Christians.
That's a good
Yeah,
Not all
point.
not all,
Christians.
but there are a lot that actually believe that. There are a lot of Christians that don't even care what the Old Testament has to say because they believe there's some passage where Jesus came and removed all the old laws and yada yada yada. I mean, I'm not a Christian, so I don't know it word for word, but there is this sense amongst a lot of Christians that the God of the Old Testament doesn't matter, and it's all about Jesus and the New Testament, and
Yeah,
and
but
the Gnostic scriptures seem to resonate with that.
that's a good point. But I mean, it kind of warns about that in the Bible, that people are gonna come as antichrists, posing in his name and saying they're for him. So it kind of like the scripture already gives you a warning about people coming in the name of Christ and not being of Christ. So like you would take the scriptures, take its warnings literally, and then look outside your window and literally see the actual reality of it, and you'd be like, okay, these people are clearly wrong. And yeah, they do agree with the Gnostic text. I agree, because it's all Satanism with Kabbalah involved too. They're all the same source. They all sound like the same guy, And guess who that guy is? A serpent, a very old serpent. They literally all are about, oh yeah, you can become God. Literally.
Somebody was bringing up the Kabbalah earlier in the Zohar, and how like there seems to be a thread through like Greece and Rome, right, and even America. Einstein. Somebody brought up Einstein. Well, Einstein was a Jew, right? Whether he actually believed in the Elohim of Abraham or not, that's another story. He was a Jew, and he probably read the Zohar. I haven't read all his writings or his journals that's published, but I'm pretty sure he got his ideas from the Kabbalah and from the Zohar regarding relativity and the Big Bang theory. Because when you read the Kabbalah, it's very similar to the Big Bang theory. It talks about it began with God existing alone as an infinite plenum of conscious energy called Ein Sof, describing to create the universe. Ein Sof withdrew itself from a small area to allow space for a material world. Within this space, Elohim then emanated a ray of generative light. This light was mediated through 10 vessels called the Sephirot, which were supposed to manage the transition from pure unified energy to diverse physical creation. Much like prisms refract white light into a rainbow of colors, but Elohim's light was too powerful for the Sephirot, and they shattered.
What are you reading right now?
I had this already
See,
opened up.
that's what blew my mind when I started reading that stuff, man. Because you should be given that information at a young age.
Can you keep reading that, please? Can that guy keep reading that? That was very interesting.
Please do.
I've heard some of this before, and I would like him to continue.
But could you also post the link to it while you carry on reading it?
Just give me a second. So I just want to make the disclaimer. I'm not a Kabbalist. I actually preach against the Kabbalah and the Zohar because this all came from Babylon. Because when the Jews were they were led captive into Babylon for 70 years. This is where they acquired this mystical knowledge. And that area
is very
of
true.
Babylon is.
What's also interesting is Judaism as a religion had a big change, pre-Babylon to post-Babylon. It seems when they came out of Babylon, their religion changed a lot, and they picked up a lot of facets from Babylonian religion, such as the idea of hell, the idea of an antichrist, the idea of a savior. It seems that before the Jews were immersed into Babylonian, society, they didn't really have these ideas within their religion.
All right, can this guy continue?
Well, I just wanted to read like a quick. I didn't want to actually read all of it, to be honest, because I'm not on board with this stuff. I just wanted to let you know that this is where Einstein would have been pondering the idea of the creation of the universe, right? Leaning upon his Jewish understanding of the creation of the universe. But his Jewish understanding isn't scriptural. It's based off Babylonian mysticism. You ever heard of the Babylonian Talmud? Right? That's what the Jews today even base their understanding. They actually put the Talmud above the Holy Scriptures themselves. And in Israel today, the Talmud is the law of the land. That's what.
Did you know in the Talmud there it talks about people being exiled to planets?
I'm not surprised.
Yeah. So basically, the New Testament kind of describes a savior coming to save the remnant of Judah from deception that they brought from out of captivity. That's kind of what the whole gist is about of the New Testament. So it kind of fits in perfectly.
It doesn't fit in at all. Like, really? That you're comparing the Talmud to the New Testament?
Now you just strawmanned my you're off basis. I'm not even gonna respond to that. That's not.
Well, that's what you said.
That was the worst strawman I've ever heard in my entire life.
Sorry to offend you, but that's what you said.
Yeah, that Jesus came to save people from the traditions of the Pharisees and the Sadducees. Exactly.
And you said that you said that Talmud was just like the New Testament.
I didn't say that, so.
I wish we had a stenographer.
Just like the New Testament said Listen up, buddy.
Deceit is everywhere, right? Deception is all over the place. And there's so many layers to peel back that, like, when you start getting into religion and belief, the paradigms that are set in place since we were children, that have to be undone. Like the idea that Gentiles are Gentiles and Christians are Christians and Jews are Jews, that is all based on presuppositions and fake preconceptions of what the scriptures actually teach. Like Jews preach that, you know, they're the chosen ones, that they're God's chosen people, and that we're goyim, we're Gentiles because we're not of the line of Judah. But the scriptures do not teach that. That's what the Jews teach. And ironically, the Christians piggyback on that and say the same thing. Like, oh, well, we're Christians, we're Gentiles, we're not, you know, we're only grafted in because Jesus died for us and we don't have to keep the Sabbath. We don't have to keep the law, right? And they keep perpetrating that, and they've been doing it for 1800 years. So this deception goes deep. Now, the heliocentric model, that's only been going on for a couple hundred years. But if it just keeps getting embedded into the culture, into society, these deceptions are deep embedded in us.
Well, I was just gonna say that Judah was like all the remnant of Judah that stayed true were brought into the church, and the remnant of Judah that weren't true to God were actually cast off in the New Testament, kind of like in a whole finale type of deal. So yeah, Judaism is like directly against the New Testament and what it preaches.
Exactly.
It's the direct antichrist religion, actually. It is the cast off Judahites mixed with Edomites that
Question for you.
And
it's the
Can I ask you a
Roman
question
Catholic Church that's what the Bible talks about as the whore of Babylon.
Can I ask you a question?
Are you talking to me? Who's talking to me?
Yeah.
I'm talking to you. Can I ask you a question?
Oh, is that Flat Earth Data?
Who's hated more or equally, the Roman Catholic Church or Jesus?
Jesus, obviously.
That's a really good question, actually. That's really I mean, honestly, Jesus gets blamed for all the atrocities that the Roman Catholic Church commits, and then they just go aside and like support Obama, and then everyone's like, "Oh, it's cool."
Yeah.
So I don't really, I don't know. Like that's a
Are you
profound
serious
question.
about what you just said?
Yeah, I'd say we're a Catholic
That
Church. For sure.
Jesus gets blamed because the Roman Catholic Church has made mistakes and like supporting Obama, and they blame Jesus for that.
Yeah,
No.
the world does.
Wait. The guy just asked me a direct question, Fox, real quick. Yeah, there's like all times that like the Catholic Church do like horrible things, they get exposed for it, and then people end up hating Christians.
Yeah,
and then later the Catholic Church would just do like a PR fucking thing and make themselves look good in the limelight, and then the people's opinions will change to the Catholic Church, but then the Christians will be left holding the garbage bag that the Catholic Church
Wait
produced.
a minute.
Evangelical,
people they
hold on,
burn?
and
Real
even
quick,
hold on.
5
The
seconds,
follow-up-
5 seconds.
Go ahead.
That's been happening since the inception of the Catholic Church. Thank you.
And the follow up to that question would be: so evangelical Christians also have painted a very poor picture of Christ and have done things that were horrible throughout their history, all the way back to Martin Luther. And you're telling me that they've never ever been associated or blamed Christ. People haven't blamed Christ because of what they've done.
No, no, that's not what I'm saying. I agree that there's a lot of people that come in the name of Christ that do horrible things and are not actually of Christ. I agree with you about that, but there's one particular perpetrator that's been just far beyond the bounds of anyone else for centuries now, and they're kind of like, yeah, it's kind of ridiculous to compare like peanuts to fucking elephants.
Well, that might be true back in the 14 or 1500s, as the beginning of
Protestantism, Reformation.
Protestantism and Reformation came along. But the numbers of Protestants, and not only just Christians in general, and if you add Muslims who have defamed their religion through their bad actions, and Jews who've defamed their religion as bad, don't you think the person you ought to be blaming is God?
What would you blame God for?
Why would you blame
Simple.
God
Well,
for that?
well, I mean, this is the thing.
Hold
It's not me
up,
blaming God.
Hold up. Why would you blame God for the actions of man when he gave man free will?
Well, okay, hold on. It's not the actions of man, it's the actions of mankind in response to a religion that dictates their behavior and how they should behave. According to their religions, and all religions apparently have free will and choose not to behave accordingly. But yet, the entire religion itself, for instance, when the Muslim religion says, okay, any infidel shall be murdered, and killed.
Okay.
It literally is committing a genocide on all the other people because they don't believe in their God.
I get your point, but why are you lumping in the Muslims with the Christians? The Bible doesn't teach that kind of thing, but the Quran does. So
The Bible does teach that kind of thing.
Chapter and verse, please.
When heretics have chapter and verse, nothing.
Yeah,
It's how the people interpret the Bible and then go around and kill people for it. Have wars, have entire wars built on Christianity. Crusades. The
I've got to
Crusades are an
respond to
excellent
this.
example.
I'd be happy to
Oh,
give you
wait a
Quran,
minute.
but
Okay, wait a minute. He just said he's blaming the Bible for how that the people misinterpreted it. Huh. So think about that. You're saying the Bible's wrong, but the people misinterpret it or interpret it a certain way. Show me scripture, passage and verse where Jesus commanded people to go kill heretics.
It doesn't
Or Jesus did.
Why did the Crusades happen?
See, he's deflecting.
It's not deflecting. It's an action.
Okay.
It's an action by a church.
I've heard that garbage argument 1,000 times.
Because the Pope of Rome wanted to stop the encroachment of Islam onto his territory and retake the fucking Holy Land. That's why.
The Holy Land, which traditionally was belonging to who?
It belongs to the Jews.
Don't tell me you're going to say Palestine.
First, the Canaan. I mean, this is what the whole Bible is documented about. This is the whole Old Testament is the history of that land. And first, the Canaanites lived there, but the land was actually promised to a certain family, Abraham, to be specific. And the whole Old Testament is about them going to the land, acting out of line, and then being kicked out of the land. That's what the whole thing is about. So if you want to know the history of that land, you can go and look at the historical documentation in the Bible.
Right?
No.
Here, let me address this one more time. Show me where in the New Testament that Jesus told people to liberate the land of Israel. Can someone quote me where Jesus said to do that?
No, Jesus was not Zionistic. He said he would bring them back. So
well, he said no.
The first people in Israel, the first people in the Holy Land were the Canaanites. The Israelis or the Jews came after the Canaanites.
Well, but see, that's a different time period, and God was doing something different. That's why I was very specific about Jesus. Because if you're going to blame the Christians for something,
no, I blame.
You need to go at their follower and look and see what their follower said or their leader said to do.
What I'm blaming is in the name of God, more people have died, regardless of whose God it is, as a result of religion being perpetrated by the elders of that religion, saying we need to protect what's ours. Which is a basic humanity, basically what humanity does when it goes to war. Well, let's protect what's ours, or what we believe is ours, and what we believe is right, regardless of what we think. What the other side thinks.
Can I respond? I want to say something. Okay, hold up. Okay, I'm going to respond to that. He's done. Okay, you're basically saying we have a hammer here. Look, it's a hammer. You can use a hammer to build a house, or to walk and smash some guy's skull in, and you're basically saying, well, a certain percent of the population uses the hammer to smash someone's skull in, and most people use it to build a house, but we should outlaw the hammer because it's dangerous.
No,
That's what you're saying.
This is what I'm saying.
When in actuality,
Regarding that hammer,
just put the guy in check.
let me clarify. Regarding that hammer, we use a hammer to build the house, and the same hammer to tear other people's houses down.
Okay, and the word of God is sharper than any two-edged sword, and it's meant to divide. It's not meant to unite. So,
Are you? And again, you're doing the same thing now. You're dividing people up rather than trying to bring people together.
right? Rightly dividing by the word
When
of God.
has a religion? Show me a religion that doesn't divide people.
I want to hear Paul. He wanted to talk.
Show me a religion that hasn't divided people.
Well, let's address this. Oh, you want to talk about dividing people? Let's talk about the secularistic, atheistic societies that have probably wiped out more people and divided people than any other religion out there, like communism. What is communism?
That's a religion. You could consider that a religion or a belief system. That's my point. When one group of people decides their belief is better than everyone else's, and will refuse to compromise on in any way, shape, or form to respect or to accept other beliefs and ideas, that becomes a religion in every sense of the word, whether there's a deity involved or not. And my point is, in every religion out there, show me one that doesn't divide people.
Okay, first of all, hold on a second. I want to respond to that. First of all, let's divide. You need to be more specific about dividing. Truth, by its very nature, is divisive.
Isolates non-believers. Basically says, if you don't believe what we believe in and accept what we're teaching, you are not worthy of living in this world with us. And if you come anywhere near us, we will conquer you. Or if we have to, and we want something that you have, we will go and get it.
I want you to do something. I want you to do something. If you look at what Jesus preached and taught, it was very inclusive. People from all over the world, all cultures, came to faith and belief in him. A Roman centurion during his time, a woman, I forget the other woman that was, that he healed. A lot of Jews came to faith, and the gospel, the disciples, the apostles themselves went across the world preaching the good news and the gospel. So the heart of Christianity is very inclusive.
And evangelicals cannot.
Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Hold on. What's that?
Evangelicals are not even inclusive of other religions, other evangelicals.
Okay, wait a minute.
The battle between preachers is hilarious. If you watch them literally arguing amongst themselves and then condemning each other's churches and branches, that I just sit here and go, where's the teachings of God in all this? They disrespect their own teachings.
Well, hang on a second though. What is the first thing I said when I first talking about what the apostle? What was the first thing I said? Do you remember?
Yeah, you said Christ teaches inclusiveness,
no,
and that's not true either.
Before that.
Well, you're going to have to refresh my memory because I got off.
I said the truth, by its very nature, is decisive, which means either something is true or it's false.
And what is
true? Can be both. What is true? Anybody know? I've said it on here many times. Anybody want to give my definition? It's heard me say it a few times.
Give me the truth. You told me the truth.
Definition. Okay. What is the truth? The truth is whatever a propositional statement that corresponds to reality. That's the truth. Okay. Question is, did Jesus teach people to go into the world and build a political system? No. Does not correspond. The truth is that does not correspond to his teaching. So if somebody uses Christianity to go out and build a political system, that is not what Jesus taught. He said, my kingdom is not of this world. So how can he come around and set up a political system?
So why are evangelicals trying to stack the Supreme Court? Why are evangelicals trying to get laws passed to ban, gays from having civil rights or anything like that? Or why are they doing that? Hold on, just let me quite finish it, because this points directly to what he said. He said, no, I'm pointing to what he said. Why are Christians literally trying to isolate people using government to do that?
Okay, show me the law most recently that evangelicals have pushed through that have taken away rights from gay people.
Well, not just gay people. I'm talking about women. Overturning Roe v. Wade, for
right.
instance.
Really?
Oh,
So
Roe
you're,
v.
you're
Wade.
really going
Oh,
to
hold
argue
on.
abortion?
Let's address that.
No, I'm just making a
all
statement
Roe-
where,
That's
again,
laughable, dude.
Can I address it?
Christians
Can I address that?
literally, yeah, in a second. This guy said, why did I bring Roe v. Wade? I'm just saying why. Christians literally backed the movement. You won't find very many Muslims backing that movement. You won't find hardly any Jews at all who preach in the temple that we need to overturn Roe v. Wade. Only fundamental Christians tried to do that and do it at the ballot box.
Listen, can we walk through that?
Amen. That's a good
Go
thing.
ahead.
Let's walk through this. First of all the Supreme Court did was basically state that it's up to individual states to determine abortion, whatever the state, how they want to flare out abortion.
Yes.
Okay, what's wrong with that? Okay, first of all,
ignoring basic human rights of a female to choose what she wants to do with her body.
Hold on a second.
Murder is not a human right.
I've got point number two.
Right.
I got point number two.
Murder isn't.
What is the? Hold on a second.
What is the? It shouldn't even be.
Can I say something?
The rights are based
What
on
is the base human right of everybody?
Did the Supreme Court
What is the base? Answer my question. What is the base human right of everybody?
To live.
What is the base? Okay, if I pass a law to protect the life of someone that's innocent, how's that a bad thing?
No. Did the Supreme Court define a fetus as a human being? No. Did the Supreme Court define abortion as murder? No. What the Supreme Court said is let the states decide whether or not they want to ban abortion within the states and take away the right of a woman to choose. No, wait a second here. If they said it was murder, then they would have. Hold on. They would have established a precedent.
Did they specifically say it wasn't?
Just a minute.
More specifically state it wasn't.
You cannot say you cannot prove a negative. You're sitting here telling me to go here.
No, they didn't.
Okay, no. Here's the point. Can I finish what I'm saying, or are you just going to keep asking your question because your answer is no? The answer is no, and it has nothing to do with the question.
Yo! Isn't there a mod?
I answered your question, dumbass. Now would you let me finish talking?
You sure talk a lot, dude.
I've been listening to people talking a lot too.
You sure talk a lot, man.
Why, you don't like challenges? This is a debate channel. What's going on here?
It's not a debate
all
channel.
All you have is quantity. You don't have any quality.
But I have not. First off, if this is a debate channel, I've been here the whole time listening. I can respond to anything that you said, but I've been letting other people respond.
That's fine.
And the moment I came to respond, you tried to drown out my response. So
no, I didn't hear you. If you whoever asked the question, did the Supreme Court, define what you call it, or say that it wasn't murder? The answer is no. They didn't define that it was right.
They didn't say either way. So
because
what you're claiming is a nothing. It's a nothing.
No,
burden.
I didn't claim anything about whether it's murder or not. I did not claim anything about whether it's murder or not. I claimed that the woman had a right to choose what she did with her body. And when you take a state and tell a state that they have a right to tell her, no, she can't do whatever she wants with her body, you're telling the state that you're allowing them to take away human rights. What's next on the docket? What's next on the docket that's going to get taken away?
That is not a right. You ramble on. You need some brevity.
It was a right until it was turned over.
It's not a law. You do not have the right to do whatever you want. That is not a lawful right.
In the sense of before Roe v. Wade got overturned, every state had to allow abortion.
You can do what you want as long as you don't injure, harm, or damage another person's property, i.e., the person living in the mother getting murdered. That's the damage. So it is not your right.
Again,
you're
prove
wrong.
to me that that's a person.
You don't even know what a right is.
Define what you think is a person.
Know that a person is.
Define what you define.
How about
what you
what
think
science
is a person.
says? How about the fact that the first human zygote has its own unique living DNA? Why don't you start with that scientific fact?
Having a chemical structure is not proof that that is a living human being. It's only
So all human beings don't have unique DNA. That's all. That's uniquely all their own. Huh?
Absolutely, and so do all other animals.
Exactly, because that's where life begins.
And so
that's
do plants.
fundamentally
And we
true.
eat plants on a daily basis. You want to go down that road?
What
That
a
has
stupid
nothing to do with
concept.
deciding whether
That's
something is sentient or not.
You're
Or
just
an
an
individual.
egotistical little child sit here to monologue and waste everybody's time. That's pretty obvious.
I want to ask him what
want to get in.
That guy
A
does
lot
need
of people. A lot of
What-
people want
those
to get
clips
in.
are so-
Can we call who's going to go next? Because it seems like a lot of people want to
Yeah,
go
I'll
in.
wait. I'll let you guys go for a while.
Paul,
Go
I'll
ahead.
wait.
break for a bit.
I'll wait for Paul. Paul, you say what you want to say, and then I'd like to come in if I could.
Well, I mean, he says this. First, he says it's not a live human being. I think that's what he said. I may have misunderstood it. If it's not a live human being, what is it?
Early in the pregnancy, at the time when most laws and most states allow abortion.
That's not my question.
In the first, hang on, I'll get to
You're
it.
not answering my question. No, you're not. No, I want my question answered.
That's why.
Okay, I muted him. You guys go ahead for a bit. Because, yeah, he was not even attempting to answer the question. He was just monologuing.
Well, here's the thing. If it's not a live human being, is it a live tree? Is it a live dog? Is it a live panda bear? Or is it not? If it's not alive, how is it growing? So what is it?
To answer your
what is it?
question, am I allowed to talk? Have I been unmuted?
What a pointless question.
Well, am I? Okay, so I am unmuted. Thank you. To answer your question, is it a live human being? Is it a live human being? In the third trimester, I would say absolutely. In the second trimester, it's a little foggy, but I would still say probably yes.
Who are you to decide where life begins?
Are you ready? Okay. Do I get to answer the question, or are you just going to go ahead and just monologue your religion at me before I even finish?
I just asked a simple question about science. I didn't even bring religion into it.
Okay, so my answers are scientific. The first trimester is the time when you're most likely going to go ahead and be able to do an abortion, just like contraception
What
is
does that have to
happening.
do with science?
Hold on.
All you said was a matter of the law.
What is the first trimester in a pregnancy? What's the scientific term for? Why is it being used to define a pregnancy as a first trimester?
If there's movement and growth, it's life. It's life if there's movement and growth.
It's life at the point of conception, if you want to go that route, but then you cannot define. But defining something as alive doesn't make it human.
Jeremy, come in here and model.
Wait. Hold on a second. He said it's alive. What type of life is it?
Listen, it's.
Hold on a second. He needs to answer that question.
Well, he
doesn't want to call you.
I understand. Listen, he understands that it's going to be nothing else but a human being born. He understands that. What he wants to do is play semantics about what life means. To define life, it is moving, it is growing, it is stimulated. All of these different things we could say, this is what life is. Now, we know if you take a life, that's murder. We understand that. So the other thing I heard the guy say is these Christian evangelicals doing all these things. Define Christian, okay? And then tell me that you want to still make the statement that why are they attacking each other, saying the other one's wrong? Because clearly most of them are wrong. And if you hold them to the standard that they say they go by, which you're not aware of because you're accusing them of things that goes against the text, while they're accusing each other of things that go against the text. And it seems like there's a lot of people just misinformed about the text because it's just ridiculous, man. Life, define what life is. Define that. Just do that.
Define what life is? Anything that has the ability to reproduce.
No, that is not, no. Define life and tell me where you got the definition.
Spiritual life, or would you like to talk about
just the word life? Define life.
I did define life. I did define life. I said any chemical process that literally can reproduce itself.
So fire is alive?
So
fire doesn't reproduce itself
because you
fire doesn't
have animals.
itself.
You have animals like us that can't reproduce.
He just said that
What
fire
would you
is
do about
alive. He said
He's
any
talking
chemical
out,
process
he's talking
that
out his
reproduces-
nose. Hold on.
Actually-
his nose. That's
Hold
not
on.
a fit definition.
Actually, the life inside the womb is dividing.
itself. That is not the
Well-
definition of life. You're
well,
so far
basis.
Well, hang on a second. Actually, in the body, or the cells in that zygote or that first cell is dividing. It's reproducing. It's reproducing each new cell. So technically, that cell fits within his definition.
Exactly. And it has its own unique DNA.
Yes, it's alive. I agree. It's alive. Okay.
Okay,
We're
what
dealing
kind of
with
life
endings.
is it? Hold on a second.
There's
What kind of life is it? Is it a tree? Is it a panda bear? Is it a dog? Is it a fish? What kind of life is it?
What kind of life is the zygote at the time?
He has to
It's an
repeat
embryo.
the question.
It's an embryo.
Backed into a corner.
What type of embryo? Embryo just
It's
means
a human.
offspring.
It's
What-
going to be a human being when it develops. So it's a human embryo.
So it's a
not the
human
question.
life. It's a human life.
Right, but it doesn't have what you believe, which is a soul or a conscience or any idea that it's actually going to be a human
life,
being.
How do you
or
know?
It's still in the
that it's
cellular
human.
level.
But he refuses to say that it's a human life. You notice that?
Guys, settle down.
He's
guys.
human for life, but not
I'm just
human
gonna
life.
tempt mute people. I'm just
All
gonna
right,
tempt
let me
mute
give you.
people.
Can I give the
Or we could do a
definition of
list.
life
Hold on,
now?
Angela. Hold on. We either do a list, or I can tap mute people, or I can put Angela on the hot spot, on the hot seat. What do you want to do?
What the hell's a hot seat?
Or we could all just go one at a time.
Yeah, one at a time.
Make a
sounds
list.
Like fucking makes the plan. Yeah, list.
I got
We
second
could do the
dibs.
list. Yeah, we could do the list.
Okay, I'm with my family right now. Noah, can you run a list?
Okay, I'm gonna step out and just moderate. All right, who's next? Sign up for the list now.
I don't know what you're talking about.
All right, you're first up. Say
I
something.
want in. I want in. I want in. Sorry.
I got second.
Who got second? That's Fox.
Lion.
Yo, when you
Lion.
say you want on the list, you gotta say your screen name so we knows who to put on the
Lion.
list.
Okay, Lions up first.
R2R.
R2R second.
All right. I just got a couple questions because
go
he
third.
said.
This is Fox. I'll go third.
All right. He made a lot of claims. He says that the fetus or the embryo has no soul, right? Therefore, it's not life. I don't even know how you can make that claim. But at what point do you believe it's considered life? Is it the 3rd week after conception? Is it the 6th week? At what time? That's all I'm asking right now.
I consider an embryo to be a human being when it becomes viable and can survive outside the womb, period. Now, technically, that could take you all the way into the 3rd trimester, where you do not have the ability to be viable outside the womb. And that, to me, is a little bit of a stretch. That's taking my definition and pulling it to the point where you're actually committing murder, because a baby in the 3rd trimester has a chance of survival and should be given that chance. But in the 1st and 2nd trimester, and
All right.
especially in the 1st trimester, that is.
Who was up next?
Hold on. I just want to let you know, bro, that a baby's heart, right, starts beating debatably around 28 days after conception.
Well, here's the thing. If nobody's going to jump in, I'm going to jump in. Let's talk about this viability thing. I hear this a lot. Now, you said viability outside the womb. Okay. Any of your zygotes or any of your clump of cells, when it's removed from the body, it will continue to divide outside the womb. Now, the question is, how long will that continue? And what helps maintain that continued life? For example, if you take a baby out, it might last several days inside of a petri dish as the cells continue to divide. And one level, it's still viable because it's living outside the womb. My daughter, when she was first born 9 months, she could probably live a month potentially without food or water. Maybe, actually, a few days outside the womb without food or water. Then she dies.
Are you really
So it
going
becomes arbitrary. To start screaming, by the way.
I think it's Fox's turn. Do you want to go, Fox?
Sure. This is a total red herring about viability being in the mother's womb. I don't see how it has anything to do with anything. If somebody's willing to admit that something is both a life and a human, then that is by definition a human life. And to take that life is a murder by definition of murder. So for some, and then and as far as what the definition of what a life is, I can keep that strictly in the realm of science. It's an organism that has its unique living DNA. In other words, it's replicating and it's completely unique from all other organisms. That is when the first, that's what's formed at the first zygote that begins, dividing it into all the cells that grows the, the heart and all the other organs of the human. So it scientifically reduces to the conception as the beginning of human life.
All right, North, and then we're gonna go back to Great Angelo because, yeah. So, did you want to go North?
Yeah, I'll just go back to what he was saying about the soul. So he has a problem, it seems, with killing the soul or the spirit, it seems, and not the physical vessel for this soul or spirit. Is that the case? You don't have a problem with killing it as long as you think there's not a spirit or a soul involved. Is that your ideology there?
Is it my turn?
The guy who's
Yes,
talking
like I
about
said,
the second and
I
third
specifically, yeah, I specifically stated North, and then you, Great Angelo.
Thank you. Okay, to answer the first question that was given to me, surviving out of the womb means basically a mother can nourish the baby out of the womb. It doesn't mean will it survive in a petri dish? Of course it will for a certain amount of time. There are nutrients still being fed to the cells. It's getting oxygen, whatever the case may be. But the point that I'm getting at is that natural survival, in other words, the natural development of a baby, if you take it out before, when it has a chance to do that, that's too far into the pregnancy, and that's wrong, and that's murder, yes. Now, the second question, the one that was just asked, what is my belief of the soul? Obviously, being an agnostic, more of an atheist than an agnostic. No, I don't think there is a soul. I think that we're dealing with whether or not the baby at certain stages of development can become aware of it, not of its existence, and is literally at that point when you get to the point where you can survive on its own.
Okay,
it's aware of its existence.
Okay, let me ask you something there. So when the child is born, right? The woman was with child and the child is born. And it can't survive on its own, can it?
Thank you.
So do you have a problem with, so let me ask you this. It seems that you're the one who said when it gets a soul or spirit. You're the one who said that. I didn't say that. So when you said that earlier, it made me think for a minute. So you're kind of excusing the murder in the sense that, well, there's no actual life there. There's no life-giving source. Is that how you equate it?
North, I never once said when it gets its soul, that's when it's viable. I said at a certain stage when it can survive outside the womb and be nourished by its mother. This is. I made a clarification in chat. I made a clarification in chat to define that.
Okay, that's
the lack of a soul, meaning there are people accusing me of committing murder on an embryo because it probably has a soul or some kind of living entity in it that it's recognized by society as
okay. Let's move on to the next
being
point.
religious.
What you just got finished saying was when it can be born and survive outside on its own. I just heard you say that.
I put a clarification in chat.
Listen. We're talking about something completely different now. We're not talking about the soul. We're talking about the child being born and surviving outside on its own. You just said that, and you may have changed what you said even now in voice and maybe in text chat also. But changing what you say and going back and forth and doing those type of things, someone has to call it out, right?
No,
So
North, what you're doing
it's
is
not
you're
only
not
that
calling
you
it
get
out.
to double speak. It's not only that you get to double speak, but my question to you would be, why? What is the reason? So a child is born. They have to be taken care of. They can't survive on their own for a long period of time. So, at what is your reasoning with taking the life or this physical vessel that embodies a person separate from the mother, separate from the father? What is your reasoning for being able to take that life and destroy it?
All right.
At
Well,
any
obviously,
stage, at any
first,
stage. When you
yeah,
say stage, when you say stage, at any stage,
yeah,
at
I
any
understand.
stage of
We'll talk
life,
first trimester.
what how do you reason that out
All
at
right.
any stage?
First, to clarify, 3 minutes before you started talking is when I clarified because somebody brought up the point that the baby can survive in a petri.
Answer the question. This is not a place where you can come to monologue and take up most of the airtime. It's a place where you have to answer questions when they're posed to you.
And when a person goes and accuses me of lying or being dishonest or double talk, I cannot respond to that. Is that correct?
You did not answer his question.
I'll get
Please
to his
answer his
question, but I have to also correct him because he's correct.
Hey, this is never going to end with him. He's never going to say, "Yeah, okay, I'll be reasonable." He's never going to do that, guys. Ever, ever, ever.
Listen, one thing needs to happen. People need to understand. People need to understand no one comes here to correct anybody. You come here to learn. Okay? Thanks.
Some people need to learn some basic manners.
All right, so answering his question, at the first trimester, when the fetus is at a stage where it cannot survive outside the womb with nourishment provided by anybody for any length of time and develop into a full human being, it will die. That is a good time to do the abortion because the abortion literally is something that, for instance, the mother doesn't want, or she wouldn't be asking for the abortion. Maybe the mother can't provide for the child. Maybe it'd be put her at a risk of dying for whatever reasons. So that first trimester is truly what I think is the best time to perform an abortion.
What's the English word? What do we mean when
By
we say
what
fetus?
logic?
What does fetus mean? In English terms, does it mean child?
I'm not going to go into the semantics.
What language is fetus? What language does that come from? Can you tell me? You spoke a lot of English words, but I heard you use the word fetus. Could you tell me what language that is?
Is it
And
in
please
English?
answer my question before
Isn't
anyone else
fetus in English here?
interrupts. I want to know. Could you tell me what language that is? Because you said it's okay to abort the fetus during this time.
Latin.
What is a fetus?
The meaning is what it means today, not what it used to.
It's offspring. It's a Latin word for offspring. So
For
what?
child, right? For child.
No, not child. Offspring.
Well, what would a child be?
Because there are fetuses. There are fetuses and fetuses for monkeys. Fetuses for elephants. Elephant. All
And a woman
animals,
who's
all
a
mammals
child is
definitely
just a
have
monkey?
fetuses.
We're not talking about other
Offspring.
animals.
He
Focus.
asked me
Stop being
specifically
intentionally
what
retarded.
was the
Yes,
origin
Yeah,
of
but
the
he's
word.
he's
why
he's
are we
answering the question
entertaining
he
this
was
childish
asked.
nonsense? Like,
Whoa, whoa,
why
whoa!
are we all
Okay,
But hang on, hang on. He's
Can we
he's
get back to
directly
some order?
answering a
Hold
question
up.
he was
I'm about to
asked.
start muting everyone. Everyone be quiet. We're going to have to go back to the list. Who wants to get in line?
Me. It's
Yeah,
my turn. I haven't spoken in a minute.
All
Angelo is
right.
directly answering a question he was asked. Somebody
Shut the
asked
fuck
him.
up. I'm muting anyone who fucking talks other than people signing up for the list. So I'm putting up Chirality first since he hasn't talked in a bit. Who's next?
North.
So can I talk then?
R2. No, I'm making the list right now. R2R.
North.
North. Anyone else want to talk?
I would, but Boston already made the best point possible. There's nothing that can be added to his point.
Sorry, Fox. I'm gonna have to mute you. Who wants to go after North?
Savvy.
Elijah. Okay. Who else? Do you want to go? Fox?
No thanks. I was just saying that he already made my point. So go ahead.
Okay, that's nice. Okay, your point was made. Anyone else? Okay, we're gonna proceed as listed. Chirality is first.
Yeah, I was just pointing out the simple fact that he was asked a direct question and he was answering it. I understand why everyone was getting upset about it. I'm done. That's all.
All right, chirality's done. R2R.
Well, here's where he's at. I'm just going to analyze the discussion. He's pretty much he has admitted it's a human, so it's a human offspring. Now it becomes an arbitrary decision on when you think it's okay to kill an innocent human being. So now, he's saying it's okay to kill an innocent human being in the first trimester, or it's okay to kill a human being if the mom can't decide that she can take care of it. It's okay to
language.
Hold on. It's okay to kill an innocent human being if the mother decides she just doesn't want it. That's where he's at. That's the plain language. That's the plain thing he's arguing. You said no, left line. You're saying that's the language. Language is important. He's already admitted it's a human. He's already admitted it's an offspring. He has already admitted it's alive. Now the question is he innocent? Yes. It's not guilty of anything. So you got it. When is it okay to kill an innocent human being? Because that's what that thing is.
I think the question.
I'm gonna put you at the back of the list because we already have people that have already signed up. So I'm putting you at the end. R2R, are you done with your point?
Yes.
All right, North, you're up.
Yeah, I'm going to kind of respond by making my statement. I'll respond to Left Lane and make my statement at the same time. The guy was not answering the question genuinely, because we're not speaking about monkeys or anything else. We're speaking about a woman with child, specifically what the embryo, what the fetus means, what language that came from. That's that's the question. So when someone, you could come in and say all these different type of things, but even today, even back in the day, you said with child, not with monkey, not with puppy dog, with child, offspring, okay, your seed. So yeah, that's my statement, and I think a lot of things are just, I think people are trying to waste time and straw man.
Yeah, okay, so Elijah, then Left Lane, then Great Angelo if he wants to respond.
Basically, like what Paul was saying, he's already put under the words that he's spoken. He's already put the definitions that what he's condoning is murder. So there is by definition no way to condone murder, because otherwise you wouldn't be talking about murder. You'd be talking about something else, right? So self-defense, like if someone's going to be semantically retarded, they go, "Oh, self-defense is justifiable murder," but it's not. It's justifiable homicide, but it's not justifiable murder, because you can't justify something that is unjustifiable. So he's already condemned his position by the words that come out of his mouth. But also this weird notion of viability makes no sense, because by stating that, but also using the terms he's using, he's contradicting his own logic. Because if he's saying it's one thing, but then within that span of from conception to birth, he's then making a delineation that at this point it's okay to do, then that means he's not talking about the same thing. That means from one side of the line, it's life and it's viable and therefore it's murder and it's not good. But then behind this line, the first trimester, like you said, it's no long. It wouldn't be a life anymore. So he's double speaking by definition by saying one thing and implying another thing. So fundamentally, it makes no sense. He's condemned his position. The viability is a nonsense argument, because if you neglect something, right? Let's say somebody is responsible for a bunch of children in a school, and they just like drop a cigarette in the bin and then just walk off and leave all the children to fend for themselves because they cause a fire, they're gonna get dealt with, right? So it's just a silly example because whatever, but that's negligence. So if you could, like, people will get sent to prison, even in this twisted system that we live in, for neglecting to feed their own children. So why am I getting muted mid-speech? What's that about?
No, I heard you the whole time, and yeah, you sounded fine.
Somebody muted me. Was that a mistake?
No, I didn't mute you. I was on a different app. So if someone muted you, muted someone else.
Somebody did and then undid it, but whatever, it doesn't matter. But so my final bit is, if you don't do anything and you just leave the child alone, the child goes through the whole process, comes out, gets fed by the mother, and 20 years later is having this conversation with the same kind of retards. So if you don't do anything, nothing happens. You have to go out of your way to end somebody who's going to be alive. Alive in the context that people like to say, oh, that's alive, but somehow the other bit isn't. At no point has there ever been defined or delineated any substantive change of what we're talking about, which, like Paul has already reiterated, that the guy from his own mouth has already put himself in a position of, by force, one, double speaking, but two, he's trying to justify murder. But that's fundamentally impossible to do, because murder is wrong.
Yeah,
Right,
it's the same thing as.
Anyway.
Wait.
Sorry.
Left lane. Are you trying to respond to any of this?
Yeah, I mean, it's something that's not being considered. Y'all are just saying abortion yes, abortion no, and I'm against using abortion as any kind of birth control or just arbitrarily aborting a child for no good reason. But there was a nurse I worked with in the ER, and there was something genetically up with her baby. They detected it with that whatever test they do, and they recommended that she abort the baby, and she refused to. She went ahead and said, I'm going to have this baby. Okay, she did have the baby, but it was stillborn, and it almost killed her having it. So I believe in that case, she would have been better off to have aborted that child rather than risk her life and all that. There are situations that you've got to consider in making these determinations. It's not just a matter of abortion yes, abortion no.
But is that the conversation that's being had right now? The answer
well, there
is
are
no.
things to consider. There are things to consider in this conversation.
All well and good in a wider conversation.
Use the fringe cases
hold on.
To generalize the entire thing.
Folks, 1 second. Left lane. I understand what you're talking about, right? And that would be a discussion to be had after this discussion, perhaps. But we're having it's had to be ordered because of how many people want to speak, right? We're having a very structured discussion about a very specific topic. If you start bringing up sidebar topics, all you're doing is, whether you mean it or not, right? I'm not accusing you of anything, but the result of that is muddying the water of the conversation at hand. So you're deviating to another conversation. Now, if you want to bring that up after, sure, but that doesn't really have any relation to the topic that's being discussed. And at some point, you're going to have to let this guy respond to all the other points that we've made, right? But the conversation that we've had and his position, which maybe he doesn't mean this, but the implications of the words come out of his mouth, is that he's justifying murder, but you can't, because it's unjustifiable.
Yeah, you said that a few times, man. We get that. Yeah, he's using a fringe case to erase the entire general idea that what we're talking about is not logical.
Am I going to get to
actually, can I say something? I want to say something about the left lane, though.
Wait, okay,
in that case, that you're just
hold up. I'm moderating. I'm not even part of this debate anymore. R2R Paul, and then we're gonna have to give Great Angelo quite a bit of time to respond to all of this. So after R2R Paul, I want to hear Great Angelo speaking and nobody else. Go ahead.
Well, and see, in left lane's case, even if you were to look at that, just analyze that case, that would fall under the line of self-defense. It's not murder, so it's different. I mean, you have it. There's a justification. You're preserving the life of the mother. But even in that scenario, those cases are very, 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 very rare. Very. That's it.
All right, great, Angelo, you're up.
Alrighty. Well, there was a lot to take in. First, though, I'd like to address. I guess it was what's his name? Hang on. Yeah, Elisha. Is that how you pronounce it? Savvy?
Elisha.
Elijah. Okay, Elijah. The term murder, and you're trying to define. You're forcing me into a box by saying that by stopping a fetus in the first trimester is murder, because you have to first define: is the fetus a human? Is a human being with rights? And no court in the land has established that a human being has rights at the point of conception, through the first trimester, or for that matter, until birth. However, there are lots of laws on the books when a mother is killed while she's pregnant, that a second charge of murder can be added because she was pregnant. She hadn't chose to have an abortion or anything like that. They consider the child at that point a viable potential human being, but still you get charged with murder. On the other hand, if the woman chooses to have the abortion, the child itself it's not considered murder in any state that has legalized abortion, only in the states that don't. And that's where this argument comes from. Who's deciding in the states that have banned abortion, who's deciding that the fetus, number one, is a human being and should be protected, and to end that life is murder? Number two, where in the world is there any precedence for that within our country? There isn't any. Number three is the biological argument, the one that takes so long for me to explain. And there is no brain tissue until the second trimester. No formed brain tissue where there's even the chance for the fetus to react to stimuli, let alone, for the fetus to have any kind of indication that it's starting to form any kinds of thoughts. And at that point, when that starts happening, when brain development has reached the point where there's a stem and a cord, that's the beginning of a human being starting to develop to the point where you might want to consider, not terminating the pregnancy. But beforehand, I'm in the camp of saying it's a woman's choice. And there's a very good reason behind that, because many women who choose to have an abortion don't do it for birth control. The statistics out there are clearly out there showing that most of the reasons behind having an abortion is the inconvenience of having a baby because I don't have the ability to raise it, or a variety. I got pregnant by accident as a result of either bad judgment or whatever. All of those reasons come to pass, but it's not birth control because you don't see them back in there. They've learned their lesson the first time. I only knew one person in my entire life who had multiple abortions and fit that particular classification. She probably used them more as birth control. She claimed, literally after 9 abortions, that she just didn't find the time to get the birth control. She also had other mental problems, and she literally wasn't all there as a human being. That person goes to jail, as far as I'm concerned.
When you
say, can I respond to all that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Quite a lot there. Woo-wee.
So that was a cacophony of sophistry that had nothing to do with what I was saying, really, at all. Because if you're going to bring up precedent, doesn't matter. Precedent is not how you talk about real life. Precedent is how men decisions. We're not talking about man-made decisions about things that are fundamental to nature, right? So precedent can get kicked out the window. Talking about like some random topic about how certain people choose to behave and the statistics, irrelevant, doesn't matter. You're probably right about what the statistics you were mentioning, because people do this stuff for convenience, but that doesn't help your case, so irrelevant. Bringing up the courts in any discussion to do with what we're talking about, again, irrelevant. So when we actually go back to what you were saying, and this is the bit that you don't seem to understand that Paul picked up on, and it's ridiculous that we have to reiterate it, but the words that come out of your mouth and the implications of those words put you in a position where you're contradicting yourself. So with one thing you're saying, this thing is that we're talking about is a being that's alive, and then the other time you're saying no, it's not. And you're drawing an arbitrary line at the first trimester, which has no significance, because if you call it one thing, right, and that if it's that thing before this arbitrary line that you're drawing, and it's the same title after, then the arbitrary line doesn't mean anything. The only way it would work, and this is where you can't make your argument, you can try, and people will have fun with it. The only way that could even possibly work is that arbitrary line that you're drawing at first trimester, that before that, it's not a fetus, it's not a child, it's not whatever obfuscation term you want to use, which ultimately doesn't help your case because you don't seem to realize what those words mean, or at least the way you're speaking doesn't seem to display that, right? Yeah, shush, I'm not talking to you. So when you do that, the only way it can...
Mike, at some point here, it's so much to try to respond to it for anyone, you know?
I understand.
I actually did define life.
He said a lot. He picked my stuff to talk to. I'm not like over speaking people.
All right, Elijah.
No, I was just saying it was
in general. In general, I did define what the life was in the first trimester. I said it is not human life yet, human being, that is. There's a difference between something there's a difference between something that's human and a human being. The change is, like, for instance, my arm is human. If somebody discovered my arm, they'd say that is a human arm. Okay, but they're not going to say it's a human being. And the fact that the fetus is still a
person. This is ridiculous.
Okay, you can't come in like that, Fox. You got to let this guy speak.
Yeah, let him finish.
So the tissue that I'm talking about at the first trimester, where there's no brain development yet, where there literally is just the beginning of a circulatory system and so forth, is literally human tissue and not a human being yet.
So does the nervous system development denote a human being is taking place now?
Beginning of the formation of a human being. And when I get into the second trimester, it's a gray area, because you also have the issue that was brought up by Left Lane when it threatens the life of the mother. Amniotic fluid begins to show that indication at the later stages of the first trimester and the beginning of the second trimester.
So is it human tissue or not?
Yeah, it's human tissue. Yes.
So it's a human being.
No, I didn't say that. I defined the difference.
Yeah,
Okay.
I would maybe
All right,
use
go ahead,
the
guys.
term like an individuated human being, or like a birthed human being. There's like terms like that could be used, because obviously you could still use that term human and being in relation to a fetus in a sense, but there is, he was trying to make that delineation with the word being.
But it's always human tissue, right, Gio?
Correct.
Can I get next whenever?
Thank you.
I think Fox wanted to actually get in.
I do want to say one thing. I'd like to say one thing. I think that the very structure of this conversation that's been had and enforced, as all it's done is allow him to win, because all he's here to do is waste time and get and to argue retarded arguments that have no basis in reality. So by even entertaining it for this long, he's already won. That's all.
Who are you talking about?
The idiot defending abortion.
All right, so all you did was an ad hom. You're the one not contributing to the conversation.
There's no other point to contribute.
All right, well then don't contribute anything. Someone was gonna. Yeah, I think Lion. Go ahead, Lion.
Yeah, I think
you have
it was
nothing to contribute. Maybe it's just an ad hom. Don't waste our time.
So Angelo obviously already pointed out that he believes that life doesn't begin till after the first trimester. How he came to that conclusion is arbitrary. He says because the neurons or the brain isn't fully formed, etc., whatever. The thing is, right, if once you allow these things to begin, right, and you normalize it, people become desensitized. So if we continue down this route, right, just allowing Pandora's box to open symbolically, right, what you're allowing is the people to now take control over a potential human's life, right? Now these are defenseless defenseless fetuses that do have the potential to become fully human beings. Whether you believe that they're human beings or not, that's another topic. I just want to say that we can already see the degradation of society since, the 80s, how far this has come. And now New York, right, is promoting infanticide, where you are literally taking the life of a defenseless fetus at birth, right? So, and this is something that they are continuing to push across the 50 states. Now,
if that's happening, that's really bad. But I mean, Angela, are you saying that, is your main position that do you think abortion should be legal, but do you still think it's wrong for a woman to do it?
I'm sorry, give that back to me again. I was distracted. You were asking.
Is your main position that you think it should be legal for women to do? However, do you still think it's wrong for a woman to do it?
No, I don't think it's wrong for a woman to have an abortion in the first trimester if her reasons are reasonable. Using it for the penalty that I wanted for the woman who basically used it for birth control, there had to be something done about that, because she's literally abusing not only the process of what abortion is for or what it should be for, but she's also abusing the system, because she's taking advantage of the not only your insurance companies but the hospital and so forth. But that's another subject. I want to point one thing out that everybody is. It's a transition, and I'll see if Gio, you want to go down this transition or not into the topic. It's still part of abortion. The question that I want to ask, and it's asked a lot by people who are basically pro right to choose, is one of the reasons why women choose not to have abortion is because they can't afford to raise the child, or they can't afford to even go through the process of inexpensive having a pregnancy, go all the way to term. That's a very expensive process. Now, when they do that and it becomes such a hardship, is there a willingness on the evangelical side, the anti-abortion side, to provide for not only the mother compensation for going through this process?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Where is that compensation? And when have you ever heard of an evangelical family literally going to a mother, a crackhead who's having a baby? No, they don't.
Here, I'll give you an anecdote example. My chiropractor, okay, he adopted a child that a mother did not want. He's a Christian. Also, the church I just went to this morning, two things they talked about that if you wanted to try to help the people to become is adopting and foster care. That was spoken in the church this morning that I went to.
Yeah,
so for one, you're saying,
sorry, Paul.
and also what he's arguing, think about what he's arguing. Because of the potential hardship of the mother and potential hardship of the child, it is better to terminate a human being. That is what he is saying. Don't go past that.
There's two things I want to talk about. Like bringing that question up, I get it, right? Because maybe you've come across people who are inconsistent. They spout don't do this, but they're not willing to step up to the plate. But the majority of people like that Paul's talking about, and like if you're talking to us, we do it. And I've seen people who do it. People get arrested for even offering that, like outside these abortion clinics. They're trying to help. They're not trying to just rag on people and like accuse them of things. They're trying to offer help. So these things happen. But the funny thing is, and I'm not sure if you did this intentionally, but you do realize the state, which was one of your arguments that I accused of being sophist, which I think that's a correct accusation, but the state itself provides what you're talking about. So the system is already in place to do that. Now, we can argue how whether we like that or not, whether we think it's good, how effective it is, but the state in practically every country that I'm aware of has some form of that. And if it's not that, then it's wealthy people who have set up orphanages and foster systems and all this stuff, right? So that already exists, regardless of whether the people who are picketing and who are trying to stand up for this stuff, whether they out of their own pocket do it, right? Now they do offer it, but this is already a thing that's like institutionalized. Yeah.
And what
the
about
thing that I think is what the other thing,
go ahead.
and I'll be quick. The other thing that I think is interesting is your use of the word abuse with relation to that one specific example of someone just like having some twisted personality or whatever, however you described it, about just using it instead of using the pill or whatever, right? A strange example, but what's interesting is you used the word abuse, and you accurately defined that that's abuse of this system. But what's interesting is the system that you're talking about, the abortion system, is an abuse in and of itself, because the word abuse is abnormal use. So when you have a child in a mother's womb, it is abnormal to do anything other than let that process that has begun do its natural course, which is natural courses, assuming there aren't any outside effects, which would be abusive effects, like maybe she gets ill, run over, whatever, right? The natural course is the child is born and is raised by the mother and the father, hopefully.
Who
right?
decides that that's abuse? Who decided that?
Look, hold on.
Wait,
Listen, hold on.
I've listened to you for a good 3 minutes.
Yeah, but hold on, right? What does the word abuse mean? Abnormal use. So the normal use of a child in a mother's womb is the mother feeds herself, takes care of the child by feeding herself more perhaps, and the father looks up. So these normal natural processes, they are normal by definition. So when you then go in out of your way to go and stop that natural order, right? That's abnormal. So that's abuse. So the abortion system in and of itself is definitionally an abusive system.
Okay.
And I'll leave it
Okay,
there.
all right. Now to answer that, the abuse term that you're using also could be applied to the entire pharmaceutical industry that provides contraceptives. For the simple reason,
I'd agree with that, but that's not really relevant to what we're talking about.
That is absolutely relevant, because you're defining that along the lines of, number one, here's a chance for a sperm and an egg to start a pregnancy and end with a human life. And all I'm saying is, let's just stop it a few weeks after that. And that's the difference. What is the difference is you seem to think that once that union happens between sperm and egg, that's a human being, and I disagree with it. That's not abuse.
Yeah, but you're wrong, though, obviously.
That is not abuse.
Because if you wanted to stop it, right, you have the wherewithal, whether people choose to do it or not, people have the wherewithal to just not let that system that we call gestation and birth and all of that, right, to not even let that system start in the first place.
So now let me ask you again, this is an isolated
don't put your
case.
Thing in the thing, and then you don't have the consequence.
It's
right. Not that hard.
Have you ever tried to overcome biological urges?
That's we do it all day.
Is that relevant? Is that relevant to the argument?
Okay, so anyway, we're getting off track. I want to get back to the point that you made. Yes, we are. So let's go to fundamentals for a minute. You have a 10-year-old girl who's been raped, an incestuous rape, who in the state of Ohio couldn't get an abortion and had to leave the state to go to, I think she went to Michigan to get her abortion. She's 10 years old. You're going to make her carry that baby to term, which will scar her psychologically for life if she does that.
Wait, so
how do you justify?
I can answer that really easily. So your argument is someone who's already been abused, let's add abuse on top of that abuse to help her, yeah? Like somehow the scarring that she's already had physically by being raped, emotionally by being raped, somehow you're going to help that by also putting her in the situation where now she's responsible, either directly or indirectly, for the murder of a child.
Real quick,
how is that going to help her?
Elijah,
yeah, maybe she doesn't think it's murder. Maybe she doesn't think it's murder. You need to quit calling it murder. You're using the term murder inappropriately.
No, I'm not. I'm using it accurate.
Elijah's pointing out he's hitting. Yeah, he's really just hit it out the ballpark. But the thing is,
and also
we have to consider
one other thing.
Psychological consequences of abortion, because that's what we're not considering and calculating in this. Because women, after going through abortions, go talk to women after having abortions. They're scarred. Some of them have night terrors. Some of them are psychologically scarred for life because they went through an abortion. Because then they start regretting their abortion, right? They start seeing the data, right? What it means to have a baby, in the second trimester, how fully formed they actually are. Because, it's not just a blob of cells, right? Like most people think. These things are alive. They're alive in the womb. And these women are psychologically scarred for life because they were pushed by government, by the people, by society to go through with this. When she would have been better off having the baby.
That's not true for all women, though. There are plenty of
There's
women
always
that have had
exceptions to the
abortions
case.
and they just fine.
In most cases, in rape and incest, the abortion occurs within the first trimester, well within the first trimester. It's almost immediately taken care of.
Yeah, within days.
That doesn't make it a good thing, Genius.
No, but this guy
Okay,
has
so
just said
here-
they wait until the second trimester when they're scarred, and it becomes a psychological problem both for the mother and the possibility that you're ending a viable fetus.
Well, what if I put this forward? Let me just put this forward as a general topic, just a general thing that I'm outwardly asking. I'll say the statement. Well, no, I'll ask it as a question, I guess. Is it always spiritually wrong, however you define that, morally, ethically, spiritually, all within that realm? Is it wrong for the woman to abort at any stage? Is it always wrong on that level to do it?
Only if her life is not in danger.
I'd be in
Eliza?
agreement with that. I'd be in agreement with that based on what was it Paul said. Now this is a ridiculously rare scenario, but it would, I guess, if you were going to sit down with a bunch of wise people, that would come out to a self-defense case. It'd be a really unfortunate case, but it would be similar to that. So I'd be in agreement with what.
And rape and incest is not to be considered at all.
No, because
Well,
in that,
let's think about-
because hold on, by the way, because that wasn't what Gio asked. So that's enough to just dismiss that like sidebar comment. Congratulations.
It is kind of what he asked. He asked, is it
No,
going to
it's
be
not.
illegal for her to
didn't-
terminate her pregnancy because it's murder if she terminates the pregnancy that she did not only not want, but it was forced on her?
But that would be your response to Gio's question, but that wouldn't be a response to what me, Fox, and Paul would have said earlier.
Which is why I'm asking you that question. Is it wrong?
That
for
wasn't
her to
really
do
what
that?
I mean.
Can I respond to that question?
Well, you might be responding to someone else. That's not what I said. What I said is that morally, ethically, spiritually, even karma, if you see it from that lens, etc., is it ever, not wrong, or is it always wrong for a woman to abort a fetus within her own, even if it's the first trimester, second trimester, the first day, the first second, the first moment? Is it always wrong to do that for her? Spiritually, morally, ethically, yeah. Is it ever right or okay to do that? That was the question on the table that I threw out.
It depends, Joe. When does the soul enter the fetus? Like, does the
At inception,
does the
life
fetus
is-
gain a soul?
the breath of life is brought at inception. Your life,
Inception?
the life of the fucking the thing, the person, whatever you want to call it, the man or woman, the life of the man
It's
or
a
woman.
child.
Yeah, wait, hold up. I'm making my statement. This is the statement. The life of the man or woman begins at inception.
Conception.
Yeah,
I want to say something about the rape and incest thing for a second. Like I said, I'll say the only thing I think is potentially self-defense, which means that the mother's life is involved. But in the rape and incest scenario, let's think about that for a second. There's many people that have taken their child to term in either one of those scenarios, and everything's fine. So you got to go into that aspect. But you got the cycle. Let's think about the rape and incest. If they got the psychological issue of those two events, right? My wife just is listening. She said those kids could be adopted, and the woman compounds her issue. So let's think about it. For her, she, in a sense, there's a selfish component even in her. She's saying, I don't want to go through some kind of emotional suffering, so it's better for me to kill this innocent human being for my sanity. So that's very selfish, even in that just even thinking about that. And also thinking about the fact that the woman will at some point come to the terms of guilt over doing that. So she's got two things to deal with: the rape and now the guilt of killing a human being.
There's
there's
three things, because when you actually do that during the pregnancy, right, you're actually doing physiological harm. It's a threefold. Yeah, go ahead. Threefold.
Okay, yeah. So physiological harm and the other 2 points that Paul made, but I was gonna say real quick. So basically, you're gonna punish the child because the father was a rapist. You're going to basically, oh, your father's a rapist, so you get the death penalty. Is basically the
That's a good
argument.
point.
So
That's a good.
basically, what you're saying is if my dad incurs a bunch of debt when he dies, I should get it or something like this. You're basically taking misdeeds of one human and then punishing another person, or not even human, man or woman, whatever it is, a life. You're blaming
Nah, no, think of it
innocent.
But Noah,
psychologically. Like,
Noah, you're
if
making a
you were
definition.
the product of a rape, would you have a good life knowing that you were spawned from a rape? You would have a damaged psychological, like your life would be ruined from get go because you'd know that you were a product of rape your entire
But the
life.
same thing
You'd be
goes
fucked up.
for the same thing goes for a lot of us though. A lot of us are well, not a lot of us, but like a lot of people these days. I'm not saying like this is the case for anyone in this room or even myself, but a lot of people are like, "Oh, my mom had a one night stand and then yeah, that's why she's a single mother, blah blah." So you're basically saying, "Nah, instead you should just kill the baby from the fucking get-go because it have a hard time in life."
Yeah, Carlos, because
Yeah.
that stuff can be healed. You know, that person can heal those traumas, those emotional traumas, especially if they're supported in the ways to do so. They can heal that later in life.
If they were
Justin Bieber,
adopted
I
and
believe, is
stuff.
a
But
rape baby, and he's grateful that he was born.
also that takes away the autonomy of the individual. That just because they had some traumatic event in their past or maybe at their conception, that somehow that means that their whole life is written off from the get go. That's ridiculous because we have choices. Because the reverse
Well,
could be
maybe
said that.
maybe their
Hold on
life.
1 second.
Whoever
I'm
makes
mid
the
sentence.
decision, maybe their
My
life
guy.
is what.
I'm mid sentence. So, because the reverse argument could be made, and you would see the nonsense in it. Is that somebody had the perfect life, mother, father, all the money in the world, perfect health, all of that, and then they end up being somebody like a degenerate homicidal maniac, right? So
Well, the way that I
the
think of
argument
it,
in and of I'm almost finished. The argument in and of itself is a flawed argument.
well, the way that I think of it is maybe that life wasn't meant to be. If it was in that rape situation as a 10-year-old child or whatever, that life just wasn't meant to be, and that soul will skip on to another life and have a really great life because that soul will be waiting there to have another great life. So you're not really killing a life. You're just putting it into a better situation.
Yeah, but the only way that works is if you view the world through that specific lens that you can't prove. So
That's how I view the world.
already substantive to what we're talking about, dude.
You have to first establish reincarnation as the understood fundamental principle of this reality
Absolutely.
for that
Yeah,
view
that's how it is.
for that view to be
Yeah.
even
It's a true thing. Yeah.
It's a good point.
I want to raise something for the room that wasn't really touched on to the full implication. So the idea of viability as the argument is still really the crux of the position, as far as I understand what the guy was saying, right? So if you take that and you just keep walking that down the line, right? You're going to get yourself to a position where a child who's, let's say, 5 years old, who doesn't have the viability to reproduce, would fall under the same kind of logic that is being imposed upon the first trimester child.
No,
That's
there's other
ridiculous,
definitions
right?
for life besides reproduction. You're overstating what I said.
Hold on. No, I'm not oversimplifying it because this is the product. This is the system that we are in. Systems may be a bad word, but this is who we are as beings, right? We start off as sperm and egg, and we finish as 100 years old, 120, whatever, right? And through that span, there's an ever-changing state. You're constantly growing, you're constantly aging, the system's constantly developing, and there is a whole bunch of different, in the whole life, a whole bunch of different trimesters, if you want to go down that route, right? So at what point are you just going to go, yo, this is not something that changes what we're dealing with. This is all the same thing, and they're just different points in the cycle. So if a being is a being at 5 years old, but though they might, if they die, then they never had the ability to procreate. But the same is said of the being at 20. Then then if that line is a constant changing line from that point on, why would the logic suddenly change if you work it backwards to the point of conception?
But I never
So
said that, and you're
I never said that,
misstating me.
bro. Look, I never said that you said that.
How long are you going to go on?
I wasn't responding directly to you. I was putting it out to the room that this idea of viability, if taken and applied through the whole span of someone's life, shows the flaws in the argument.
No,
So you can respond.
Nobody's taking
really,
it.
It wasn't really.
No
for
one
you.
is.
It was,
not a single person in this room is taking it throughout the entire span of someone's life. It's considered murder.
Yeah, that's
it's
the point, though.
considered murder.
That's why I raised it. Because
Can I
you're ignoring
finish?
that.
Elijah, you got to let go of the mic, man. Please let him respond.
It is considered murder from the time that a baby is born all the way through until they're an old man. Or an old woman. Doesn't matter. That has nothing to do with the discussion. The discussion originally started off with, is abortion murder in that first trimester? And when I stated that I know you believe that. That's not what I'm going for, okay?
No,
What I stated was, you first have to establish, is it a human being before you can call it murder? You are terminating a life form that is not technically a human being. It is human, but not a human being. That was where my stance is on it. I agree, and I want to finish because I have to leave soon.
Man. You have to define that it's anything other than what you're saying it isn't.
Okay, again, Elijah, there's a lot of times when you make answers and they literally go on for 3 or 4 minutes. I've been accused of talking and talking and talking and never ending. I understand that. I now see clearly how bad that is because I hear you doing it. But I wanted to finish what I have to say so I can leave. And what I have to say basically is, we can establish, number one, the two of us disagree whether or not it's a human being in that first trimester and whether it's murder or not. We obviously both think it's the opposite. The problem I have, and the biggest issue that I have is, why are we making these choices? Why are men making these choices on this decision when it's not even a man's body that is involved in the entire question? It is the woman.
What are you talking about? If the man didn't impregnate the woman,
I am going
there
to
wouldn't
finish.
be this situation in the first place.
Yeah. Okay. Are you done, Elijah?
Okay, can I finish now? Thank you.
I mean, you could be hyperbolic and say that it's all the man's fault.
No, I'm not trying to go that route. What I'm trying to say is that the laws are being laid down by men and have been throughout history. And the point that I'm getting at is that women are finally speaking out for their rights and are finally demanding that they have a right to and a voice in this issue. And as a result of that, I'm making a suggestion now, since we can disagree on the semantics and the idea of what the law should be about abortion. Why don't we just leave it up to the women to decide?
Okay.
Well, can I get back in?
Which women are you going to listen to? The women that agree with you or the women that agree with us?
Real quick, Elijah.
Let them argue about it, and let's just stay out of it.
He's a feminist.
That's retarded.
May I fucking
That's
respond
fundamentally retarded. What are you talking about, dude?
May I respond to that?
I literally have to go. I'm sorry, guys, and I'm not trying to run or anything, but I have other things I have to do.
I mean, both parties are involved.
Thank you so much for the debate.
Yep.
That's a big
Male
old
and
cop-out.
female are both involved.
That was the biggest cop out ever. Before I was about to.
You know what's interesting?
It's a cop out that I have a life. Obviously, you have none.
You make an
go
argument
already,
and
man.
that isn't
All
your
right,
response.
as long as he's still here, I would like to respond to that.
He's out.
That fucking coward.
Respond anyway, and then I want to ask or suggest.
Well, I was gonna say, if you see a bunch of women murdering their own children, the fact of the matter that you would state that, oh, that's none of your business, I would say it kind of is. If someone's doing something directly like wrong, it's your responsibility to stop it. It's your responsibility to stop evil. That's why you're here. It's to do good and stop evil. And if you're not doing those two things, then you're in the wrong.
Yeah, but I got even a better one. Then why? I mean, if women can opt out, why can't a man? And, why they gotta? Let's say the woman decides to keep it, the man is stuck with that burden for 18 years, even if he doesn't want to keep it.
Yeah, he needs to have a financial abortion. I agree with that. Let's do that. Then I think a lot of this would change if men can have financial abortions.
Men can walk away apparently, but the thing is, I was going to say that
understand
IBM wanted to abort the baby at one point, and I had literally no choice in the matter except to beg her not to do it. Now she regretted. She's glad that she didn't make that decision. But I was devastated.
Who was this?
I was devastated. The mother of my child, and luckily she didn't go through with it. Another thing I want to say is I do actually know a friend of mine who is a raped child. He's a product of a rape. His mother was raped, but she never went through abortion. Now, granted, they both had psychological trauma from it, and he was put in a foster home, and he didn't return home till he was like 11 or 12, and that affected him for life. But granted, he's fine. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I should have a third child. Well, I should have three children. And the girl I got pregnant, I begged her to keep it, and I offered to give her financial help. I offered her everything to keep it, but she didn't want it. And she went because she was going to interfere with her career. So it became a convenience thing for her.
Yeah, so you can relate, brother. And the idea that we don't have a say in the matter is outrageous.
Yeah, it makes no sense because even under the what do you call it, the quote unquote scientific system, they have it down that the percentage split is actually 51 something in favor of the man. So the fact that we're having this discussion is weighted by percentage according to modern science in favor of the man. So you can't even have this discussion without men in the first place. So now that's not to say you can't have this discussion without women either. Obviously not. It takes two to tango. But to somehow raise that as an argument and somehow go, oh, why are we even having this discussion, is again sophistry to just distract from the point.
I'd like to address the point made about financial abortion, like disregarding the fact that you're not even qualified for salvation. Like putting that aside, if somebody wants to do that because they feel like they can't take care of the child, then in some cases I think it's fair that they should be able to do that, but and just so that they can't abuse the system. Just so that they can't abuse the system, they should also have to agree to have a vasectomy at a bare minimum.
What did you mean by qualified for salvation? I didn't.
Well, would that go the same for the women? I mean, if they decide to have an abortion, then they should get the uterus taken away.
Yeah, they should get spaded. By that logic, the women who get abortions should get spaded right after they get an abortion.
This is why these arguments are silly, right? Because then you go down this rabbit trail of retardation. Because that's abuse.
I'm not trying to. In other words, I'm trying to point out the absurdity.
Never give them a financial vasectomy. Should never mutilate your citizens. That's horrible.
Exactly. That was my point, though. I was trying to highlight the logical absurdity of arguing for a financial abortion. That was why I said it.
Yeah, I know. I want to say too that
it's absurdity that they have a say whether they can keep the baby or not, but we don't. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. That's absurd.
It's all absurd.
It's absurd that anyone has a say in killing or not killing a life.
100%
That's innocent. It's not even a life that it's not even like, oh, this guy's a murderer and he goes around and fucking murders and like whatever. No, it's a literal innocent baby. Never did anything wrong ever. It didn't even have the chance to. So the fact that anyone would have a say is absurd.
What's more absurd is that this is being normalized to the extent where now women are literally using abortion as like contraceptive. Like I understand initially it was used for like, like rape cases or traumatic cases or the woman is in danger.
It was never used. It was justified with those cases.
Or it was justified.
It was never implemented for that. It was always implemented
for women are getting 6 abortions, 7, 8, 9, 10 abortions. I personally know women who've gone through over 6 abortions, multiple women, and they're not even ashamed. It's like a quick medical procedure in their head. Like they've been conditioned to believe it's just a quick medical procedure and that it's morally, ethically okay to do it. Like they really don't find anything wrong with it.
Planned Parenthood.
They pretend like they don't find anything wrong with it.
Right.
We can thank Planned Parenthood and Bill Gates for all that. A lot of that stuff.
And then the women that do have any sense of morality are convicted, are regretful.
Yeah, it's bad. It's all bad.
Yeah, and the only difference is they're more honest with themselves. The other ones are just either lying to themselves or lying to you.
Like in my viewpoint, they're supporting, if that's the case, or the way you're describing that, yeah, they're supporting people. I'm not saying it if it, because I know it is in certain, like this level of programming has definitely gotten that deep. But yeah, they're basically like supporting someone to do something that's wrong.
Mm-hmm. I wanna go down something that Noah said about I can't remember how you phrased it, but you're like, why is anyone even having this discussion? It's an innocent being who's done nothing to deserve being killed, right? Because that's a good point. When we make the distinction between what's murder and what's killing, right? The question comes up, or the discussion comes up about self-defense. So in the case of self-defense, it's defined as justified killing because it's not murder, because the guy wasn't innocent. The guy was trying to kill you.
That's wrong.
Say again.
I still think that's wrong. To kill to kill someone in no matter what. I think it's always wrong to kill.
I don't agree with that statement, but I can understand where you're coming from. Like, I get the sanctity of life thing. I just think in the context of if you're there minding your own business and someone comes to try and kill you or kill your family, and you then defend them, and in the result they die, you don't have blood on your hands. Like there's nothing for you to be prosecuted. Now,
you can shield yourself or flee without having to attack. Like you don't have to take a gun and shoot them.
Yeah,
there's other ways that you can do to try to avoid such an attack like that.
I understand that, and I mean I think most people who talk like this, they don't want to have to do that. But you know when you get into like, because most of the time this type of thing happens is it's split-second decision. You don't really have time to go, where can I flee to? The guy's pulling a gun and you have like split second to react. This happens a lot in the States. And you know the statistics, I'm sure you're aware, that actually people using guns in that context saves way more lives than the opposite way around kind of thing. So, but I understand what your position about sanctity of life. I'm in agreement with, if I can avoid it, I'd rather never have to kill anyone. But if needs be, I have a responsibility to protect myself and my family. But the reason I raise this is that if we consider it from that point of view, we're just normal people walking about, and how even within the the man-made systems that are pretty twisted, you have this logic of, well, that's self-defense, so we're not going to try you for murder. This would be something like, maybe something, they have these different terms like manslaughter and whatever. Like in a car accident, it's like it was accidental, so you didn't murder someone but you did kill somebody, and you have these different classifications. But in all those cases, you always have the, if it's something that the person's innocent and you did it intentionally, that's murder. Or if not, then it was an accident. So or if it's they went out of their way to put themselves in a position where you were forced to defend yourself. So you have all these different legal classifications. And if you apply the same logic for those to the child in the womb, the only one that would ever make sense is if that child was actually endangering the life of the mother, which is what we kind of answered to your question earlier. So when you apply that logic, which is why I wanted to talk about it from what Noah was saying.
But even then, it shouldn't
back.
Matter.
Sorry,
I'm saying even if it theoretically endangered the mother's life, that shouldn't be a justifiable reason to abort.
Well, I'm not saying, but hold on. I'm not saying that that's, well, firstly, that doesn't even happen that much. It's ridiculously rare. So it's a silly argument. But in terms of what could be, it's still killing a child. And in that case, the child is innocent. But you have a decision to make, and it's a decision that I hope no one ever has to make. But it's the only one.
But, can I say something? Or can I say something real quick?
Yeah,
I will say in that scenario with the mother, usually if the life of the mother is in jeopardy, let's think about this: the life of the mother is in jeopardy, both will die. Okay, so which is better, even from an ethical standpoint? Which is better, to sacrifice one life to save another one, or if the mother was to die and you would lose both lives?
Well, how do you know both will die? That's what I would ask.
Well, I'm just saying that that you don't. Well, that's why that case is so rare. But you'd have to just say, well, if the mother carries this baby to term or to a certain point of viability or whatever, if the mother, it's better to kill the child because that is going to kill the mother. Then it's better to take the child because it'll save both the mother and the child. That's the only reason I'm saying. Or no, I'm sorry. It's better to save the mother than for both to die.
Right.
That's all. That's the only argument.
And this is specifically why they bring these kind of things up, because they have to bring up these rare, really arbitrary examples to justify something else. But all that does is show that the argument doesn't have any merit. Because if it had merit, you wouldn't
really
have to bring
doesn't.
up that example in the first place.
Historically, giving birth there was always been a risk that the mother would die. Like that's just part of the nature of things.
Well, and let's go to another step on that. Hang on a second, Bill.
Birth and death, birth and death are inextricably linked.
Yeah,
well, right, exactly.
Of a situation where abortion could be justified. So let's say that for whatever reason, there's really not a risk to the mother. I mean, there's a risk to the mother, but if the mother dies, that the baby could still be saved. Even in that case, right? It's a complicated, very extremely one-off situational thing, because you got to think about the implications of the mother laying her life down for a baby. Now, sure, if it's just her and her husband, most mothers may want to do that. But think about it like this: what if the mother had already several children, and the prospect of dying here means that she's going to leave the rest of her children motherless? That's why, like I said, it's a very hard decision, and in that case, it really should be left to the mother to decide that.
And what's interesting is these kind of rare examples only come because of conclusions that have been drawn from certain like modern science type stuff. So if we were to take this back to the old school, it would be a case of either they both live, or maybe the child is born and maybe the mother dies, like Lion was suggesting, because that stuff happened a lot. Or I don't think it happened a lot because we're still here, but it happened enough for us to talk about it, right?
Well, mothers died.
Or they both died. But like that, if you remove all these exceptions that we're kind of living in within technology, stuff happens, but at no point does that mean that it's like that somehow that's a justification for something. And this I think is the point. That now I understand in the venue where we're gonna we calm ourselves down, we go on a list and we talk with the person who's making the nonsense argument, but at the core of it is it has no validity. The same way these other things that we dismiss because they're founded on erroneous and fallacious reasoning, same way we should deal with something like this. Okay, let them speak, but at the end, if the thing is fundamentally an error and wrong, and especially when it becomes a moral wrong, because it's fine if these guys want to think that they're living on something that they're not, let them live in delusion. But when it comes to that kind of thinking causing damage to other people who have done nothing to deserve it, and even if they did, who is anybody to start going around killing people? Then you just have to at some point go, hold on a minute, no, enough of that. Because if you don't, then you're kind of tacitly allowing, and this is why I understand why Fox was responding the way he was responding earlier. You're tacitly kind of giving them ground, and you're allowing that stuff to be somewhat acceptable in the conversations that you have.
Right.
And if you have a moral position, if you don't, okay, by all means be confused. If you have a moral position, but you don't defend it, do you really have that moral position? And all we can do in this venue is talk. But in your own life, I think it should be more than talk. I think what the guy raised, which was a good point, is if you care this much about this,
Elisha, this is so much, man. I think people preaching, and then it's not a flow anymore. I don't know.
Well, I mean, I'm not interrupting people. Like,
I know, but the only way is to interrupt you. It's just not fair to the room.
Can I circle back on a
I don't speak incessantly. I usually have a conclusion to the thing. But go ahead.
Now you get Elijah. I just want to say that basically what it boils down to, right? Because the risk to the mother, those are exceptions, right? Those are like rare exceptions. Rape cases are rare exceptions, So basically what it boils down to is financial reasons, because they can't support their children financially. Therefore, let's abort. But even then, like, how many of these families are actually being asked, how much they make a week, and where is the arbitrary line where abortion is justifiable? Like, where's the poverty line, and are they even looking for that? Right? They're not. And like, personally, I have a cousin of mine who's gone through 6 abortions, and she's pridefully said that, right? And she's a woman who's jumps from man to man. She likes her lifestyle. She likes traveling. And her excuse to have abortions is because she can't financially support the baby, and also have this extravagant lifestyle where she's able to fly around and jump from man to man, and not basically flee from her accountability and flee from her responsibilities. And that's what it really boils down to, is that these women, they want to be able to still have their lifestyles and not have to support a child. That's the truth of the matter.
Yeah,
I
can I
want to
respond
respond to
to
that.
that? Wait, I'll go really quick, Paul. The problem with that, saying that you can't afford a child, is that literally people who live in India, in the fucking most impoverished states, in Mexico, in all South America, in Africa, in China, there are people who are so much more abjectly impoverished compared to us Americans, that they still have their child, raise up and raise their kids. They have a happy life. It's a non sequitur, dude. It's not even an argument whatsoever. Even not even just other like third world countries and shit. Even in the past, dude, think about the 1800s. All you had was like a fucking axe and a musket and a woods and your husband. You didn't have any money or anything. Like, so the whole excuse, I don't have enough money to have a kid. You definitely do. People have survived on way less. People have survived in fucking mud huts and still had their kids and raised them.
Well, this is along those same lines. I think that, and gets back to what do we value for one, and it becomes an issue of, like, we all value sacrifice. We don't realize it, but we do. I'll just quote a scripture. No greater love is any man than to give his life for a friend. Right. So, if anybody else on here is a parent, your life is sacrifice. That's what it is. It is sacrifice. You give your time, your energy, your money. I'm sitting here, fighting with the kids. I wanted to be doing something else, but I'm having to teach homeschool. I'm having to clean the house. I'm having to get juices all day long, clean up poopy diaper. My whole life is that way. But I'm raising a human being that will bring value to other human beings. The sacrifice that I give, and we all parents give, is of great value. And so when someone says, this child is not worth my sacrifice, what does that say about that person? Whether it be the sacrifice of overcoming the emotional trauma of rape, that's a sacrifice for that person. But are you willing to go through that pain and suffering for the life of someone else? Whatever that may be.
They don't want
and
to.
So, what's that?
That's exactly the problem. They don't want to offer up themselves as a sacrifice. And also, to get even more superficial, a lot of these women that I've spoken to are afraid to actually get pregnant. And once they get pregnant, they want to get rid of it because they're afraid of losing their bodies. They're afraid of what's going to, stretch marks. They're afraid of losing that youthful body that they had. That's what it really comes down to, is the most superficial reason is not financial, is because of they're afraid of stretch marks, bro.
They want to be able to
yeah, but I mean, that's obviously people do have all their own like personal preferences in life and all of that. And yeah, the rape thing is a unique example because obviously that was against the person's will. But otherwise, the woman would be choosing to have intercourse with a man, obviously, and knowing that that could be the outcome. So yeah, there's a lot of deep questions around responsibility and action and consequences in terms of the reproductive organs in your body and how they work. And obviously, we know that sexual experiences can be pleasurable, so people enjoy those. But see, I think in ancient times there's herbs. There's certain plants and fruits and herbs that you can consume that work as a natural birth control. So there's a lot of natural ways to do this where you can be able to
also the cycle of the woman, right?
Yep. No, I'm just saying.
What's the viable time within the month?
We've lost the ancient ways, and there's so much trauma in today's world that there's these issues.
I had a philosophy once where
isn't it like a week window, a 7-day or an 8-day window in which they can actually become pregnant, or have I got that wrong?
Well, my wife knows it. She knows, and each time we got pregnant, she knew when she was ovulating, and when we were ready to have kids, it seemed to line up around that same time period. Each time we got pregnant, so yeah, women know if they know their bodies. My wife knows it, so she could tell you what's going on with her body. She tells me all the time.
I had a philosophy class in college once where we talked about abortion, and we read this essay where somebody described this somewhat analogous situation to basically to determine how morally consistent you were. And the situation was, imagine being kidnapped and placed into like a warehouse where you're fed and taken care of, but if you leave that warehouse, then the completely innocent person who was also kidnapped, they're gonna die. Like they're just gonna be straight up killed if you leave for any reason. Would it be murder if you left that warehouse during those 9 months?
No, because you're not killing them. It's not murder.
I would say yes.
If I tell you, Fox, to go kill someone, and then you kill that person, you can't then go to the judge and say, "Well, he told me to do it." You're the killer. You're the murderer. You're the one who pressed the trigger. So if someone else says, "I'm gonna kill this person if you do such and such," the blame isn't on me. I didn't kill him.
But see,
you can't contribute that man's actions. You can't make me account for that man's actions. I'm not his.
Well, here's the thing, though.
That just shows that the analogy isn't quite well defined. But the point that he's getting
I can work within it, though. I can work within it, though. Remember what I said before? It's sacrifice, right? If I know selfishly, whatever the scenario is, because like my wife was saying this just a minute ago. You guys didn't hear it, but she heard some of you guys' discussions. She said life isn't fair, and like, yeah, that's true. Life is not fair. But if I know that my doing something,
I totally thought it was.
If knowing that my action, whether being done by someone else or whatever action may be, would cause the life of someone else, am I not willing to sacrifice my comfort, my freedom, to preserve the life of someone else if that's what's required of me?
Do you believe in humane killing? Do you believe in, like, for instance, there was a hedgehog that got partially mauled the other day here, and it was dying very, very slowly, and it was going to take several days to die, but its organs had literally been ripped out of its body, so it was just lying there in agony, slowly dying, and it couldn't even move at all, but it was definitely alive. And I don't have the heart in me to actually stab something to death or anything like that, and I didn't have the equipment, but I drowned that hedgehog. It didn't even defend itself. Like, it literally had no ability to do nothing. And that's the first time I've ever killed anything. And, because, you know what, humane killing, I think we could all agree, is a good thing. We would all rather suffer in a shorter space of time if we're going to suffer regardless. Now, not necessarily advocating this, but maybe being the devil's advocate a little bit here. What happens if, say, the parent knows they wouldn't love the child because of circumstances of rape or something? Or say, what happens if they know that they would be inadequate and that the child would be given a terrible life? What about humane killing? What about humane interference?
You could just give them up for adoption. There's so many people who have the capability who will willingly take all that burden and more.
Well, this goes back to what I said, though, because people who live in fucking horrible situations, way worse than we'll ever experience in our comfortable lives. People who are getting fucking invaded by other countries and murdered, all kinds of shit. Think about people who gave birth during World War II and raised their kids during World War II when fucking there was so much bombs that the asphalt melted and people melted into the fucking earth. Think about when people had fucking raised kids when the Huns were coming across the Russian steppes and burning people alive, and you had to fucking go on the run. Think about people during the Vietnam War who had kids and had to march through the swamps of Vietnam to escape the fucking American fucking army napalming the shit out of them. People have had fucking kids in such bad, unfortunate circumstances and brought those kids to life, and those kids have lived perfectly normal, successful lives, that you like really justifying that you're just gonna kill something because maybe it's a little hard right now is just completely out the window. Your situation is not hard. Sorry.
Yeah, and another thing is we're not animals, so I don't think you can apply that logic in any way to us. So if the hedgehog is messed up, and you want to do something they think is probably a sensible thing because there's no chance of that hedgehog coming back, sure. But if your father or your brother or even just a guy on the street was mangled in a car crash, are you gonna just go out of your way to end him early instead of just maybe just being there with him as he passes away? I don't think it's a fair or a logical comparison at all.
I would definitely prefer for my suffering to end early than slowly die. And I think the argument, I guess, comes back to like, do you guys believe life is just divine, period? Because then doesn't it on the ending of life become non-divine? Like, where do you draw the line? Like, we all die no matter what. And also, do you believe it's immoral?
You want to play God. You want to decide when people live and die. You're trying to play God.
She wasn't done, dude. She wasn't done.
Yeah, like it's
sorry, sir.
When you okay, so do you think it's immoral to profiteer or gain pleasure from abortion then? Because do you realize they use aborted fetal cells to create MSG and a bunch of different flavor enhancers that's found in McDonald's, Burger King, all that kind of thing? So where do you draw the line? Like, is it okay to eat aborted fetuses but just not allowed to do it yourself? Like, where do you stop?
Well, you're right about that. We shouldn't have any products that have proven aborted fetal cells in it. The issue is like
haven't we already drawn the line though? That we just
don't
accept it at all?
Did she just say that? Did she just say that human? Are you saying human fetuses are in McDonald's burgers? Is that
absolutely? Oh, definitely, dude. There's humans.
And pets.
McDonald's is humans.
Wait.
Yeah, there's actually a lot of evidence.
You laughed at flat Earth too, dude. You laughed at all the other shit too. Like,
it's not all human stuff, but there is some in there. Absolutely, yeah. Same with like Mountain Dew. Mountain Dew has fetal cells.
Is that admitted though? Like they've fully admitted to this? Like
not
that
exactly.
They put human beings into the.
It's called HEK 295. HEK 295. I've literally memorized this stuff because it's important.
Which what?
HEK
what was it called?
295. HEK 295. And of course, like anything you look up that's truth, there'll be a bunch of, well, this isn't quite accurate, or this isn't quite absolutely right, or Snopes checks this and says that this isn't quite true. Look into it properly. Look into what that actually is. HEK 295 is the actual product found in flavor enhancers that is aborted fetal tissue.
Yeah. The thing is, not all of them admit that they have the HEK chemical in the product. That's all I'm saying. But
do you want me to explain how it works though as well? Because this actually does enhance flavor. Are you guys? Do you mind if I give it like a? It'll be quick.
No, I want to hear this.
Go ahead.
It's fucking disgusting. Go ahead.
So what they do is your brain actually fires neurons when you're enjoying something and it's delicious. And your brain just processes that as basically like the feeling of yum, right? Like it's like, oh my God, yum. And so that signifies in your brain. What they did is they went into the actual living baby, like the actual aborted baby. It's still alive. It's not actually dead. And but it's been aborted, like so it's been pushed out of the womb early. And they've given it milk or something to cause it to have that yum neural structure fire, and then they've taken that and cloned it. They've cloned it and cloned it and cloned it and cloned it, and it's a chemical reaction that fires out of the neuron. Sorry, But yeah, they clone the chemical, and then that is what you find in food. So that's why, even though like Coke, for instance, is basically like poison, your body doesn't recognize that because it's got the signal through this chemical, which is from an aborted fetus, that says it's yum. And the same reason why McDonald's, KFC, all those kinds of things taste so delicious for absolutely no reason. Like, that's not even food. It doesn't even decompose, and animals won't even touch it because it's literally got these flavors in it, which are actually human chemicals. But anyway, that's how it works.
You're right. That's exactly what I've read about it, and that's why only humans find it delicious, where animals won't touch it. Isn't that interesting? But and then to your point, a lot of companies, they at one point, like Pepsi, I believe they had the HEK right on their website, but then they scrubbed it. So like we know that Pepsi has it, but we don't know the extent to all the companies that use it.
Right. I found absolutely everything that was upper class and mainstream was meant to be avoided. Over here we have Maggi and Watties and stuff, but like in your guys' countries, there'll be like these mainstream kind of household brand names. They're the ones to avoid. You want the cheapest products ever, basically, because if you look on the back of those ones, there's very little ingredients because those producers can't actually afford to put in those flavors and things. So, but I almost avoid everything that has flavors in it, which I have a very limited diet. I'll be honest. It's basically actual food I eat.
And I mean, this is
Just drink water, innit?
this is
It's not
connection
hard.
to the abortion topic, though, because we're talking about the abortion issue and all of these things. And then it's like, okay, where are all these actually aborted fetuses going? The cells, all the materials that are coming out of the women, they're all going to these quote unquote medical waste, centers, basically. They ship them off to these medical distribution. So who actually owns those? Companies, what are they actually doing with that material? I mean, they're not just throwing it in the garbage. So what are they doing with it? Then it's like, is there an agenda to actually farm this stuff, that there's a whole, group that's entities, whoever they may be, that are actually, essentially, almost promoting it in a sense and wanting to have some steady supply of these body parts, which is pretty nasty.
Follow the money.
Circumcision's worse. Circumcision is so much worse. Pinning the baby down, absolutely no anesthetic whatsoever. In fact, they often give them sugar, which actually heightens their neural structure and makes them more torturous because they have more energy, meaning more neurons fire. And then what they harvest foreskin. Are you freaking kidding? Just so they can look beautiful. How can that not be selling your soul? That is absolutely Satanism and selling your soul. I reckon circumcision is arguably worse because a lot of these parents actually watch this. They actually stand there and watch their child scream while their penis gets chopped up. And then these people take the part of the penis away and sell it. Like, this is sickening. But of course, abortion bad too. I think it's worse if you can actually see what you're doing as well,
How is that worse than killing the child outright?
I can assure you I have no memory of being circumcised, even though I definitely was.
Of course not. Of course not. And I've got a documentary that I made on circumcision. But I mean, which is banned. It's banned because the Jewish culture made this up, and what they do is they actually suck the blood because what happens is this is the best way to create adrenochrome. It's the most inhumane torture. This is a baby that hasn't felt anything before. And the first thing that it basically feels, because they do this within the first 3 weeks, usually the first 3 days, is being pinned down and having their penis chopped, which is obviously horrendously painful. Of course, you can't remember it. Most traumatic experiences are rendered deleted from the memory even as an adult. So the fact that memories, your brain hasn't even fully developed yet to actually know how to store memories properly, of course you wouldn't remember it, but we know that memory, even if we can't remember, it still deposits itself in the body and in the brain. And
it can be cellular memory, even if it's not like the type of memory where you like remember the look of the hospital room or remember the doctor's face, or even if it's not that level of memory, there's still like a potential. I mean, single-celled organisms can be shown to have memory. So there's other ways that these memories can be stored. I actually think circumcision has a huge correlation and to the way like aggression in men, for example, like extreme aggression, because it's like that most sensitive part that most sensitive part of the body was just like violated to that level, and it then can create an enormous amount of stored aggression and anger, and more of a tendency to want to fight or harm others, and just other forms of like anxiety and other conditions as well that can be underlying.
I don't think the Muslim world does much circumcision, and I don't know about that one.
I do feel so much empathy for men, especially American men, who have been circumcised, because like it's not even a cultural thing in New Zealand or Australia or the UK or basically anywhere else in the world. And I've talked to so many people about it. Obviously, in particular, Americans, because they're basically the only ones that have this happen these days. And it as a woman, it's devastating. It's like reading about how women in Zambia or whatever are having their female genitalia completely sliced off and sewn shut and all that, female mutilation. Why is it called female genital mutilation and then it's called circumcision for men? I mean, this is the same.
Because it's not actually
evil.
harming. It's not actually harming the male
It's not the
biology.
same though at
It
all.
does. It removes
What
over
is this?
6,000 nerve endings. Actually, circumcision removes 6,000 nerve endings. That is a huge amount of pleasure that a little boy will grow up never being able to feel.
I can
think that
assure
is
you that I've got no problems with that.
This isn't a personal attack to you or anything. It's just you wouldn't be able to know because the
No, it's just
6,000
it's
nerve
just
endings
inaccurate.
were already removed. So how would you know what you're missing out on? That's the problem. You wouldn't
It's
actually be
inaccurate
able
though,
to
isn't it?
compare to anything. But it's true that grown men, about 30, 35 years old, who do go get circumcision later in life, admit that they have serious genital dysfunction, that the pleasure is drastically reduced, that they have to, pardon me, but have sex far more rigorously. Because, and this is something I've found too. I've dated circumcised men. It's, again, very rare here, but I have. And it was painful to experience intercourse with them because it's like literally like almost like their feeling was reduced. It really felt like that because they were, again, almost painful about how they had sex.
Well, I'd rather not hear about your sexual experiences.
Well, I think it's informative to know that I'm
It's
talking
just
from
not accurate
experience.
though. This is not scientifically accurate at all. This is anecdotal stuff that you're trying to make as if it has,
Not
has a
anecdotal
point.
that 6,000 nerve endings get removed. That's not anecdotal. That's factual.
Yeah, but you're connecting that with your anecdote of your
Of course.
experience with certain men.
I just
And
admitted
as
You
if
guys
that
actually
as this-
defending?
as
Are you
if
guys actually defending
those two?
circumcision?
Hold on.
Is
As
this
if
a
those two
Bible
are
thing?
connected.
Because are you defending circumcision because of Bible
No,
thing?
because they've had it done to them. They admitted they've had it done to themselves, so of course they're
Well,
defending it because otherwise they would be admitting genital mutilation has occurred to
I can
themselves.
if I wanted to, but that was I can defend it from the Bible position if I wanted to, but that wasn't even my response. What she's saying is
The
just not
Bible says
accurate.
not to.
Well, I mean, my understanding of
Bible
it, like, I mean, that part of the male penis is basically similar.
What she's saying about the way.
It's interrupting. All right.
Go ahead, Gio. No,
Well,
I didn't realize you'd start.
Bro, there's
Okay.
no excuse to cut a kid's dick right when he gets out of the womb, too. Like, no way. There's no excuse for it. Sorry.
Here.
But all I was going to say is that, yeah, it's like that. My understanding of it is that essentially that part of the penis is similar to the clitoris, like the hood of the clitoris on a female. That's what the man's foreskin is. And so there are all the nerve endings and all those parts that are connected to the sexual part of that. But also there's like a whole lubrication thing. Like when you have that foreskin, it like buffers that in the woman. So when it's in the woman, like it's more buffered and that skin doesn't have to rub as hard against the woman. So whereas when it's circumcised, so yeah, there are differences. And then you get into like people using like lubrication and all the graphic detail, all the stuff people do and all the rest of it. But what she was saying, my understanding just on an anatomical level does make sense because without the foreskin, it's kind of it doesn't have that extra layer to basically buffer and to kind of, when the intercourse is occurring. So there are those components, but everyone's different. So obviously some people, there's a wide range and, people use condoms, which obviously is not going to be a foreskin thing. So there's a million different kind of approaches in that realm that people use. But I do think there's something anatomical to that skin and the way that it's, ideally meant to function in that way and can be a big, like, it's like a downgrade for the man ultimately to not have that foreskin on that level.
Elijah, were you going to say something else about that?
Well, I mean, the statements that she was making is just not accurate because, I mean, I could speak from experience because I had it done the right way. Actually, let me go back to what she was saying. What I would be in agreement with is, from my understanding, and she did talk on this, the way they do it in the hospitals, they do it wrong because they do it like you said. What, the first few days? That's stupid. If you do it the traditional way, right? Regardless of what these other weird suggestions that I'm not saying whether that's right or wrong. I haven't I don't have evidence for myself whether these guys are like sucking blood. Like if they're doing that, that's degenerate, obviously. But when done
It's
on
in
the
my
eighth day,
That's what they
when
do.
when
You've
done
seen
on
it done?
done on the when done on the eighth day, that's the right way to do that because that's actually the like what does he? It's like the clotting factor, I think it's called.
So you think
the
there's a
healing
right way to
process.
torture and generally mutilate a baby?
I mean, you can make that argument if you want, but that's not the point.
So
right?
weird, dude. We're about to hear him
When
apologize for that. Ready? Let's hear it.
Yeah, I mean, are you actually
I don't have to apologize. When you do it on the eighth day, you're doing it the way that the system is actually designed to heal itself. The clotting factor is ideal at that point.
So there's no
These guys
pain.
are
The
doing
baby
it-
experiences no
these
pain during
guys
that time. No pain.
That makes
these-
sense to me. Why would
Is there
why
no
would
pain
the
for the
body?
baby at that time? Hold
Are
on,
you
hold
just
on.
gonna
This is,
talk? Are you just gonna talk?
so like when I was circumcised, I didn't feel
Are
any
you
pain.
just gonna talk?
Yes or no?
Are you just gonna?
As
talk?
long as we go one
Are
at
you,
a time, it should
so
be fine.
you can't answer yes or no questions? Are you a
But I
child?
haven't finished my sentence, Joe. I'm waiting for him to just acknowledge that.
Yes
he's
or
being a
no?
clown
Did
at
I
the
feel
moment.
pain when my dick was cut?
I wasn't there. It's not my business. It's not even what I'm talking about.
That doesn't sound honest. Go ahead, guys.
How does that not sound honest? How am I supposed to tell you what you felt?
So when I was
Answer
born,
your
I
own
had no nerve
question.
endings in my penis. Yes or no?
Answer your own question. That's not what I'm
Wow,
talking
Bo.
about.
You guys are hearing this, right? You're picking up on the bullshit?
Why do you keep interrupting him so much?
Shut the fuck
It's
up.
an
I'm
emotion.
done,
It's
by
an
the way.
emotional reaction.
Get out of here with
The
that, dude.
only
You already
thing
cornered
that
yourself,
the
kid.
lady.
Cornered yourself, kid.
Oh my
Well,
days!
I understand the emotional
In what
reaction.
corner? You're the one who can't help but talk over me. So I'm gonna finish my point. So the point that the lady was making, I can't quite read the name from here, but Artemis or something. About them
Don't
doing
take
it
my
on
point
the
out of context either. Okay, that happens on
yo,
here.
just
Give me
wait.
time. Don't take my point out of context.
I'm not taking it out of context. I'm referencing what you said about them
Take your
about
time.
in
Great.
hospital. Oh my day! Just shut your mouth. Shut your mouth and listen to the whole sentence. So what you were
Okay,
talking
calm
about when you were talking about them doing it like on the first few days, that's going to be problematic because that goes contrary to the way the healing process is designed. When done the traditional method, the healing is done fast, done rapidly because the clotting factor is up there, and the kind of anecdotes that you might be experiencing, if they're to do with people doing it in a nonsensical manner, the way the hospitals do it, too early, then that maybe that's the point. Maybe that's what you're experiencing. Maybe that within that context, yeah, I could maybe understand why some of these people have issues.
Is there any science that shows that 8 days after a baby's born, there's some?
Yeah, there is. It's pretty easy to look up. You know how old this process is?
Paul
This is the
said,
bit that confused. This is the
I'm
bit that
gonna read
confuses
you
me,
it.
Gio.
Let the lady speak.
Here, Paul 6 in
Gio
the
asked me a
Bible. Listen
question.
to this. This is your own Bible. So just be quiet a second. This is your apparent belief system of why it's okay to severely genitally mutilate a little baby boy. Paul 6. For in Christ Jesus, neither circumcision nor uncircumcision is of any avail. Do you hear that? Paul 6. Go look it up yourself. Go look it up yourself.
So
The
what, you're just
Quran.
gonna pick? You're just gonna pick one verse from a book?
I've
One
read every
book of a
spiritual
library
text
of
known to
books to
man.
make a point? Yeah. Is that gonna
No,
be? Is that gonna be your
every
fallacious
spiritual
reasoning?
text. And so then that's how I knew you didn't even know your own belief system because I actually know it better than you.
No, you
I actually
don't.
knew your belief system
Yeah, I
better
just
than you,
went
and that's
ahead and
how I
muted
knew
her.
that
No,
it
you
was.
don't. You're picking one verse out of context without building any
How did I
foundation.
remember it?
You're
How did I
building.
remember it?
Yo, it doesn't matter
You brought
about
up
your.
religious reason.
Yo, are you gonna
I'm
shut
gonna-
up?
All right.
You brought up
I'm gonna,
religious
I'm gonna
reason.
have to step. I'm gonna
You're
have to
just
step.
being a
I'm gonna mute.
belligerent little
Okay.
baby. What kind of
All
conversation is?
right. All right.
That sounded emotional.
Sorry, I have to step in because both of you are talking over each other constantly. You're gonna have to take turns and go one at a time, or I'm gonna have to go back to the list. I really don't want to go back to moderating. It takes up too much of my time. So please have an orderly conversation. I'm gonna unmute you guys now. Please go one at a time.
Okay, thank you. I was just reading. He made a point, and then he'd been silent. I waited my turn, and then I brought up John 6, which I knew existed because I've read the whole Bible. I don't believe in it because it's inconsistent. But I did know that passage existed. There's also one in the Quran that says not to circumcise, because oftentimes I've had conversations with Muslims about this too, and use their own belief system to prove them wrong, even though I don't believe in it. But the point is, scientifically, it is actually genital mutilation, and one would be very arrogant to assume that the body creates every single body part correctly. The eyes, the eyebrows, the nose, the organs, every single body part, DNA-wise, is programmed to function with order, with an actual purpose, and then to be so arrogant as to cut a body part off that consistently reappears no matter what. Even if generations have cut the end of the penis off, it still keeps being made because it is extremely important for friction. Now, friction charges ions, and ions are in sperm, and sperm is an electrical charge which creates reproduction. You have far less testosterone count, and you have far less activated sperm ions without the friction that's created from the foreskin. It is literally like I can't remember what they're called, but there is actually a device similar to how basically a dick functions that creates electricity as well. It is an incredibly intelligent design, and it removes a huge portion of the static charge that's created. That's my point, in response to his point, which he was able to make. So, done. There's Does anyone want to argue anything that I said, or does that all seem accurate?
I was waiting to be unmuted. Shush now.
I unmuted you, and someone put you back on.
So that wasn't actually a response to my point. It didn't actually address anything I said. It takes scripture out of context. And if you're gonna bring up the design is designed by the creator. So whether you agree with the book that the library that I'm referencing being the scriptures or not, within the context of the library that you're bringing up to make your sideways point, the creator
was he muted
the one
again?
who's the decider. And it's
hold
on. 1
mute him
second,
again?
Fox, please.
I'm sorry.
So, Fox, please. Let me just get to the stuff, right? So, when you're talking about this, so the creator's the one who designed it. The creator's the one who's telling you to do this, and on what day to do this. So within your whole argument, you're presenting something, but you're drawing it out of context to make a point. That's fallacious, right? That's a straw man approach. That's not logically sound.
Is there another way?
If you don't like it, fine. But to make an argument as if I'm the one who doesn't know the scriptures, that, by the way, I haven't referenced. That was brought up.
Is there another way to directly quote the Bible?
Shush.
Well, so really, I just
I'm
shut
not
up.
talking with you. I'm talking to you.
At me? Yeah, I know you're talking at me.
And then you can
but
respond
I'm saying,
after
is
I'm
there
done.
another way
No, I'm talking
to directly
I'm talking
quote?
to you the same way you spoke to me and I didn't
Responding to your
interrupt.
point. Took a
All right,
No,
Artemis, you have to let him
This
finish his
is
statement, and
ridiculous.
Elijah, you have to be brief. Go ahead.
No, wait, was she brief? No, don't be inconsistent.
Yeah, she
If you
was.
want to mute me when she's talking, fine.
Fine,
But don't be playing silly games.
Well, at least
anyway,
I'm not playing any games. I'm trying to fucking moderate.
Yeah, Elijah, just
Dude, I haven't even been.
Hold on, bro. Just within a range of conciseness, so that the point can continue flowing. So just go ahead.
Yeah, but you realize I'm trying to address what she actually said, and I haven't actually.
Yeah, address it, please. I don't know who just muted him just now.
Yeah, people are bored, whatever. But anyway, so her point about scripture is taking scripture out of context. The instruction given to do circumcision comes from the creator. So someone's going to bring up the design of the foreskin and its role to play. And its role to play, that came from the creator, and it's the creator that's telling us, according to the scriptures, when to and what to do. So that argument doesn't make any sense. And this thing about friction, what exactly are you talking about? Wasn't the argument earlier that there's more friction because of the circumcision? So doesn't that go against your argument? So I think that addresses everything she said, and somehow what she said addressed what I said earlier, which still hasn't been brought up. And I do want to just leave it off with Gio. Have you found what you're looking for, or would you like me to find a link about the clotting factor? All right. Well, he can respond when he wants. I'm dumb, Noah. You can switch the mics.
No, yeah, anyone can go. It's just you two can't overtalk each other, so I'm just gonna unmute her now. All right, Artemis, you're unmuted. I don't know who.
Can you unmute my? Could you give my homie Shogun perms to talk? I think he's
Look,
new here.
all I
if he
know
has
is
to give
that
the
I don't
perms
need
to
a
talk.
book to know that this behavior in practice is fucking grotesque, and you guys need to reevaluate.
All day. That's what's up.
Ask all those who are.
And actually, I would say if you need a book to figure this out,
the irony.
you got other fucking mental problems.
Could I ask
Who's
any
that,
of you
Riggs?
guys who
Oh,
are-
there he is.
Have mental problems. Okay.
Could I ask-
Did anyone give that person permissions to voice?
Could I ask
what
you
was
guys?
his name?
His name
Shogun?
is Shogun. Yeah, could you give him
He's
VC perms, please?
He's underneath SC Montreal if you want to look for him.
You guys hear me? Can anyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, North. You're coming through nice and clear.
Okay, so all of you, and please speak up because I've heard several voices. All of the ones who are railing against the circumcision, and I'm not, debating about what day to do it on or anything. My question is, are you in favor of pro-choice whilst railing against circumcision and the mutilation of a body? Is that what I'm hearing today? How many of you who are just railing against abortion or circumcision are against abortion? Could I have some yays and nays, or does no one want to participate in that question?
I think you're fighting a ghost, bro.
That's what I think too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not only that, it's
Nice try.
how about I don't have an opinion on abortion, but I only have an opinion on the other topic. Then what?
Yeah, then you exposed yourself. I mean, you clearly.
Oh, I exposed myself.
To anyone with a reasoning mind. Yeah, you did.
Well, the problem is flat earthers are
Clearly.
just as religious about God as globers are about their globe.
It's clear that's what the
And the
problem is.
And the
It's
scripture.
clear-
Probably
it's
more
clear
so
that-
the scripture these days than
it's
God.
really
What you guys
clear
say?
that the problem that you have is with God or the Creator.
I don't have a problem with any of that
It's not
stuff.
with taking a life or mutilating
Zero problem
a
with
body.
things I can't prove
It's
exist.
not with mutilating
Guys,
a
we
body.
gotta go one at a time. Hold on a second.
clearly-
Actually, it is mutilation.
Hold on, guys. Guys, hold on 1 second. If you guys can't hear me, then I don't know. We gotta
Yeah, I
go one
hear
at a
you.
time. So let's let just North and then
what is
Sensei.
this weird pivot?
I'm
So,
noticing only one
this is
person
just-
seems to be related to the over talking problem.
I heard Jeremy say
Yeah.
north. Maybe I'm
Yeah,
mistaken.
he said North, so
Okay.
North
So-
and then Sensei, and then somebody else can go.
Yeah, so I didn't get a lot of yays or nays. I got some, some comments from several people who seem to be. I don't understand the reasoning they're trying to, come with, but it's very obvious to anyone in the room that the problem here is with the Creator and railing against Him. It's not with mutilating a body that you shouldn't have a choice to mutilate. It's not that. That's not the problem, because not many people who are railing against the circumcision or railing against tearing the whole child apart inside the womb, are they? No, they're not. They're clearly depraved.
You got 5 seconds, kid. Go.
I don't know who you think you're talking to.
Guy named
I don't
North.
know who you think you're talking to.
Yeah, man. Wow.
I don't know who you think you're talking to. Since you're
Right,
a
so
clown,
no
bro.
problem with God. I have a problem with kids who cut dicks to little kids. How's that grab you?
But you don't have a problem with abortion. That's his point.
I have a problem with
the
abortion
Bible
too.
is more of the creator's property than the body.
Here's the way to
That's
think.
insane.
Abortion's wrong. Cutting kids is wrong. Now what? Abortion is wrong, and cutting kids is wrong. You can't let me get it out, can you, North? Because you don't understand my position.
And my belief system, which is probably more factually based than basing one on a book from someone I didn't actually meet. But I would literally say that you're probably a Satanist if you're like cutting little kids' dicks and shit. That's pretty fucked up, dude. Probably a Satanist.
Satanist, yep.
And
I think that is actually factually Satanism. I think Satanism is people torturing little innocent children. So I think you're actually a Satanist.
I think you
But
don't
that's
know.
just
Who are you talking to? Who is she talking to?
I really didn't. If you're going to assert that.
Who is she talking to, bro? Is she talking to me or someone else who claimed that they cut the dicks off of children? Who is she talking to?
That guy that I was
All these
speaking
claims.
Can we move off of this topic?
This is ridiculous, man. And Cincy, I didn't say you exclusively. I said people, please. The ones who are ones, not singular, not Cincy. The ones who are railing against circumcision or mutilating someone's body without them being able to make that decision for themselves. I was saying, are any of those people pro tearing the child apart inside the womb?
Oh my gosh.
That was
Why
the
are you
question.
pivoting to this
Because the way to think,
insane.
we should move on, but the way to
Because I
think,
think it just
righteously,
exposes the
brother,
depravity.
the way to think is that abortion is wrong and cutting dicks is wrong. Okay? That's the only way to go.
But
if you're
why?
Wrong, if you're wrong, then you're wrong.
But then why is abortion wrong?
It's a good straw man tactic, right? To
is.
equate circumcision to cutting penises. Right? It's hyperbolic language on purpose to get your point across, but that's all it is. It's sophistry.
Where you been? What's up? You got anything for us, Riggs? What do you got? Where you been?
Dude, I just can't believe some of the people in this room. It's insane. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't even know if I can talk to people like this.
Yeah, circumcision is not castration, not cutting dicks off.
Let's move on to something else, maybe.
Why would you want
I'd like to hear more
why would
about
you want
this,
to force the room to move on? Like, if you want to have that kind of position, just have the Jeremy hour. But unless people actually want to move on, and you're not breaking any rules, and you're not like taking the piss, what's the reason to try and force people to move a discussion that they're clearly wanting to have?
I think it's
I don't know. Well, I think one of the rules is to listen to the moderation staff, right?
I mean, I guess if you guys want to carry on, you've just been talking about
I'm
cutting dicks for the last 20 minutes or something. So
I mean, I think it's an important topic. I think that Artemis is making a lot of good points, and she's getting shat on by some kind of like, I guess the book is more important than like common sense. So I don't know.
maybe use the word circumcision instead.
He did bring up that his reasons for getting
just don't be
circumcised were religion.
sophistic.
So that's why I brought that up.
I'd like to hear more about them using fetuses and foreskins at McDonald's. Is there any proof for that, or are they in the French fries or in the Big Macs? What's going on there?
It was actually stated on the website of
Barrel Rider. You're the man, Barrel Rider.
But then they scrubbed it from their website. So because of that, we're in this weird gray zone where we don't know exactly which companies and products have the HEK chemical. But we can't deny that. We can't deny that they are using the chemical. But I would love to know confirmation. It's just hard to find anymore.
It's difficult on purpose, right? You know when they put natural flavoring, that's a catch-all title that you can put almost any substance you want under it. They've been given this kind of carte blanche that as long as they title it, the approved title, and they've paid off who they need to pay off, basically they can do what they want.
Could be natural foreskin.
So my granddad used to tell me, don't ever eat food from a stranger. Like, always meet the person cooking your meal. That was an old-fashioned saying, actually, that stuck with me. And it's like, oh my God, I can't even believe it's like so gross to think people are happy to eat McDonald's with like this huge food chain thing going on. There's so many places the food goes before it even gets there, and then there's like this chain of people in there that always meet the person cooking your food. or it could have bad shit in it.
Yeah, if you
Even
had to
like,
meet everyone in your, if you had to meet
Well, why do
everyone
you say
down the
other
whole
food have
chain,
any shit in it? That's a bit weird.
oh well, if you can't avoid it, of course. Like if the only thing available to you, but avoid it if possible.
I think the Jews have to have their food blessed before they can eat it. Sounds like a lot of work, but yeah.
Yeah, do you guys do that? That's actually a really smart thing. Obviously, like if you hate a plant versus love it, everyone's seen those kinds of experiments. So, and sound waves definitely have an effect on the matter surrounding us. I bless all my food, and I actively use salt crystals because salt does contain and hold charge. Any crystal does. That's why they use them in computers and clocks.
Well, yeah,
what's the story of
anything that's material holds and contains charge. That's what an atom is, a bunch of charged particles together.
Why not influence it for the better then, right?
what's the story of the monk? He went to the monastery, ended up like, being the biggest monk there, and they didn't like the way he was running the shit, and they tried to poison him like twice, but it didn't work, and he used to pray over his food every time. Remember that? Anyone know that story?
Oh, I never heard of that. That's pretty cool.
I've not heard that one, but it doesn't surprise me. I've heard a similar one with missionaries in places with witch doctors, and the witch doctors trying to poison his food with the juju, and he keeps escalating because the guy won't die, and then at some point he loses it, and he goes, "Yo, tell me what juju you have. I want to have your power," and the guy just says, "I was just praying for my food."
Sounds like the plot of Game of Thrones and shit.
That's funny. Okay.
Anyways, what else we got?
You wanna get the bulls rolling. See if they can suspend their ball in empty space.
Are we doing Shit Show Sunday today?
Nope, still not doing it.
You would need Demok in the room if you're gonna do that. Come on.
You take care of it pretty good, Elijah.
No shit.
That was like a half try. I think you can do better, Jeremy.
I mean, I
to the
kind of
drawing
low key roasted you there, yeah.
I guess I didn't know anyone was going to defend circumcision. That's actually
no kidding.
I'm still.
Like, this is actually infuriating. I don't know how to talk to these people again after this one.
So Elijah shut up about the subject because the moderation asked him to. So why is it only he has to shut up about it?
No, I did. Hold on, folks. I didn't shut up about it.
No, I just wanted it to be referred to as maybe like
made my
circumcision
points.
instead of.
I don't think anyone said to shut up about it either. I heard Jeremy.
Yeah,
say,
I haven't shut up. I've made my points and they haven't actually been answered, so it doesn't
Do
matter.
you
But
guys
to
know
answer your
about
question,
the,
Gio, why would somebody who has a faith and has a belief system not stick to it 100%?
So your belief system tells you that it's okay to generally mutilate babies?
Well, I mean, if you want to characterize it like that, that's your position. But obviously, that's not how I characterize it.
So you think
that? Hold on. Let me finish. I don't know what you know about the scriptures and what it talks about it. Maybe we can have that discussion. But simply put, it's an instruction that's given to us in the scriptures. So if I'm gonna say everything else I say whenever we have these discussions about faith and the Bible, why would I then just omit that one part but hold to everything else? That would
you know
be
about
quite,
the connection?
That would be quite hypocritical of me, would it not?
You know about the connection between the Aztec culture and the bloodletting ceremony versus circumcision? Like the highest offering you can make to the Quetzalcoatl snake god is to slit one's genitalia over the sacred fire and let the blood basically flow into it. And I don't know, it just seems kind of interesting, like the fact that there's like some kind of a connection there with
Wait, Elijah, where in the scriptures does it say to mutilate the children?
Well, again, that's a characterization that other people are choosing to put on circumcision. But simply put, we're instructed to, on the 8th day, circumcise the males.
And where is that in the
It's not
Bible?
that
I'm asking.
complicated, right?
Well, I'm just asking you where it is, like what book, what verse.
You're not familiar? Okay, well,
why would someone listen to a book that tells someone to mutilate a child anyway?
That's a different discussion. Again, we're not talking about mutilation. We're talking about circumcision. So if you keep characterizing like that, yes, it helps your case.
Okay.
Yes, it helps
If you
your
take
case
a blade,
from a rhetorical point of view.
You cut,
but it doesn't actually address
half
what's
your dick
actually
off.
being discussed.
What is that? Especially if
again?
it's a child's.
So,
I mean, I don't have to call it mutilation. I don't
Again?
have to call it circumcision. I could call it, a disgusting, grotesque sex ritual of which you concede to. Which one do you like?
Sure, but where's the sex?
Like
all these terms are just rhetoric terms to avoid the point, right?
With the sex organ, I mean,
Well, so okay, when you go for a piss, hold on, Gio. When you go for a piss, is that a sex act? Because you're touching your penis. Like
you can sexualize it.
What kind of nonsense
sexualize
rhetorical
anything.
response is
You
that?
can sexualize anything, but it is specifically a sex organ, is it not?
Yeah, but it's also an evacuation organ for urine waste. Like, what are you
Well, what
talking
else should
about?
we modify in the body as soon as it leaves, the mother's
I thought
stomach?
that was
Well,
a, I
8
thought-
days.
Number
8 days.
one,
I thought that was a first
one,
off.
it's
I thought
not-
that was first off. I thought that was a thing that was not even part of the new covenant or anything. That was part of the old. It's not even like.
See, this is a mistake
up to date
people
with
make.
the
They don't
actual
actually
New
know the
Testament.
scriptures that they're referencing. Like what Artemis
Just
did
let him
earlier.
finish, man. Let's let him finish. Noah was right in the middle of speaking.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that I don't even I think it says in the New Testament. I can go and fucking look up the stuff, but I'm extremely certain, like I'm very certain that it says that it's no longer a necessary part of the thing, and that was part of the old covenant, and it's not necessary anymore. So I don't.
That's not
It's actually what you're referencing is in the book of Levi, correct?
That's Catholic
Leviticus?
doctrine. What you're saying?
Well, I'm talking about the New
Yeah,
Testament.
we're
I'm talking
not
about
in-
how
we're
it says
not-
it doesn't matter if you're circumcised or not if you're in Christ or whatever. That's directly what I'm speaking to, not
That's
Leviticus.
correct. That's correct. That's after your resurrection. That's when you get into your new covenant that you're talking about. That's after you live this life, die, and then you're resurrected.
Right. This is why I commented what I commented about what the lady said. Is that it's just cherry picking out of context. It's intentional deception, because when you take because if you're going to take a book, right, that is a section of a let's say you take a syllabus, and there is like the 8th book in that syllabus, and you're going to choose what's that sound? You're going to choose to view the whole thing and make a judgment based on one verse in that. It makes no sense, because there's a whole foundation of, okay, this is the assumptions that we're making for this theory or whatever, right?
So you would be okay, like, so if you have a child and the boy is 8 years old, taking a knife to his sex organ.
8 days old.
8 days. That's what I meant. What did I say? Yeah.
You said 8.
Are you going to do it yourself?
Like you're like
I
to you,
plan
like
it.
I'm just saying
I
to
plan
you.
it. Sorry, I think I'm echoing. One second.
Would you
I'm
do
just
it
saying
yourself?
like within your being, within your soul, like you're okay to literally have a child 8 days old. Boom. Would you do it yourself, or would you watch it happening, and while the baby's just screaming in anguish and this sensitive part of his body is being absolutely sliced open?
Either or. I personally, myself, I want to do it myself. I want to take the responsibility.
You would do it yourself because of the
Oh my
doctrine.
Gosh.
Yeah, you are a
that's-
brainwashed fucking idiot, dude.
Wait, I'm confused. Is there anyone who regrets being circumcised? I'm confused.
I'm pretty happy. It's fresh.
I feel sad for the whole society of people who are circumcised when I'm not, and then they defend it like this.
Well, you sound pretty insecure when all you can do is insult somebody.
See,
because
No,
they-
I want to protect
defending it
children,
like the way you're
asshole.
suggesting. Hold on. I'm just being morally consistent and not a hypocrite to the faith.
Okay, how
and
do
to
you
the
define
scriptures
morals?
that I uphold.
If you're going to lead with morals,
By the
where the
scriptures.
fuck did you get that idea?
That's exactly. That's
Where are you
exactly
getting your
my
morals
point,
from,
right?
dude?
Well, aren't you?
Well, are you gonna let me finish, Riggs?
Dude,
Like,
yeah, I
wish
you would finish.
Take a liquor breather, right?
You need to stop, or I'm gonna mute you. But I don't want to mute you. Stop being a little bit triggered. It's okay.
I don't have a
finish.
problem. I don't have a problem with people saying all this stuff like, "Oh, it's mutilation." I feel sad for you. I don't care. Like, I'm not offended like a little 2-year-old about what you're saying, and I'm not even going to tell you that you have to do this. All I'm doing is I'm being consistent with the book and the scriptures that I uphold, and my position and my willingness to do my level best to uphold this.
So is it? But is it an integrity for you to uphold something that is not in integrity to begin with? Isn't that like
that's a different argument?
Yeah, but it would be a fake version of integrity to be like, oh, I'm upholding this thing that tells me to do really bad stuff.
But wait, if he obtains his morals,
but that's your opinion.
My point is that you don't need to get a circumcision according to the book in and of itself, and it was a practice meant.
I want to address that in a second.
It was a practice meant for a nation that existed over 2,000 years ago that no longer exists.
That's Catholic doctrine.
Right, let me. I want to respond.
Doctrine, so I don't know why you're calling what I'm saying Catholic doctrine.
We can explain in a second.
That's not a refutation of what I'm saying.
We can explain in a second, but I want to walk some.
If anything that you said, I just said that's Islamic doctrine. That wouldn't refutate any of the statements you made.
Okay, if you agree with the Catholics, that's fine.
But wait, we can walk that one in a second. But I want to walk back to what Riggs said about morals, right? And his reaction to that, because my whole position is like what Gio was asking, that my moral compass is based on what I believe is the instructions coming from the Creator through the Scriptures. So that is my So if you're going to
make foreskin, why would it make foreskin if it meant for you to have to mutilate and cause immense pain and suffering to a small little child?
See, this is the thing. Again, this is a bit hyperbolic. I understand that it seems like that, but have you ever seen a circumcision? Are you circumcised yourself?
Who are you asking? I mean, I've never seen one in person. God, thank God, I would never want to. I would run for the hills if somebody was going to do, or maybe not run. I would maybe try to stop it, but then you get into I'm not gonna, I can't do anything illegal to stop someone else from doing something that other people think is legal. Whatever, that whole shit. However, I've seen videos of it, and it's absolutely horrific. Yeah. I mean, I've just seen like like when I guess to be honest, I haven't really seen it like close up per se, but I've seen like when they do the ritual where the rabbi like does it and then he puts his mouth on it and stuff. It's absolutely rank.
Yeah, that's not prescribed. That's something that I would say, yo, what are you doing? Because within
isn't that your faith or is that
it goes? No. See, this is a good point. I'm glad these questions are coming up, and I'll go back to what Noah said in a bit. And maybe who was it that was Turifa? Yeah, maybe you can like elaborate on the point you made as well. But what Judaism has become is not the scriptures that I'm talking about. Judaism is an independent religion that uses some of the scriptures that I uphold, but also puts its own oral traditions, the Talmud, and all of this Babylonian influence, right? So I want that to be understood in what I'm talking about. They're not the same thing. I don't believe the same things that they believe, right? So when I'm talking about circumcision, go to Abraham. Like, if you want chapter and verse, we can go and find it. But I think we're adult enough that we get the gist, right? We don't have to be hyper specific. We're not having a Bible study here. It tells.
I mean, the baby screams. It looks like it's in the most horrific pain.
He gets first. Yeah, but let me address your point, right? Firstly, he did it when he was, I think, 99, right? So he had it done to himself first. That was when he got the instruction, and then he was told to do it on the 8th day for his children, for his male children. At no point in that does it say to go suck the blood. That's when you then connect that. That's a correlation error. That just because the Jews, the Yids and the Judaism religion has done that and it's associated with the scripture doesn't mean that they're connected. So I'm just addressing that specific point about the sucking the blood stuff. Like, that's not in scripture. So if people are doing that, I would say that's an error because the scripture isn't saying to do that.
Yeah, it's a deeper level of psychosis and demonic insanity to express that. So, yeah, it's just a deeper level of it. I mean, it's one thing.
again, I know what you're doing, right? I'm not blind to it, but I don't care. Like, if you want to imply that somehow me doing circumcision is psychosis, sure. But what you can't ever do is suggest that what I'm proposing is inconsistent from the belief system I hold. Do you not like it? Sure. You're welcome to it. There's so many people who don't like far less, like let's say controversial topics, like just the fact that we observe Sabbath, for instance, like me and Torah, yeah,
or we don't eat bacon. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, but I mean that's all your stuff, though. Sure, that's all your stuff.
But that gets people mental, right? The fact
Well,
that
I mean, whatever your worldview is your worldview. We're talking about the actual topic itself, though. Like, if you have a belief and if your whole thing is, well, you're upholding this other system, I mean, so be it. If that's like the web of information you're into or whatever it is, that's fine. I'm just saying, I'm talking about the actual morality and the ethics and the actual process of doing this to children. And the thing is they don't consent to it. That's the thing, dude. It's not consensual. See, abortion is a whole other topic, but the thing is, the baby is in the woman.
Consent to being born.
That's all. It is another topic. I don't know. I'm not trying to put it into that, but the thing is that that one's complex.
Is it not a justifiable question? Like,
hold on, there are links between those. Hold on, the point I was going to make. Hold on, dude. There are links between those. The main point I was going to make is that to an 8-day-year-old baby or a 3-day or 2-year-old, it's non-consensual. So it's basically, as a baby, it's perceived basically as an attack. Like, oh, these parents that apparently love me, I just came out of the womb, my mother's holding me, my father, they're loving me and kissing me and everything. All of a sudden, these caretakers are literally cutting my penis. So that's very, very extreme and can instill an enormous amount of lack of trust and fracturing and disassociation and all kinds of fracturing from the parental system. I mean, there's connections in the ether and through our auras and through all these systems, and just be violated like that is severe.
Wait, that being said, hold on. Can I ask a question?
He did speak to me.
Yeah, go ahead, Les.
So,
sorry.
I'll hand the mic in a sec. But like, that's one argument, and I understand that, and I hear that, and I'm not even trying to say that you lot are wrong for thinking that. But then equally, I can just say, well, I have a different reaction. I'm glad that it happened. I'm happy that it happened. I don't because of that have a broken relationship with my father. If anything, that's probably something.
Are you talking about the foreskin?
One second.
Yeah,
for me, I would say that's something that I would say, I'm grateful for all the other failings that he may have had. I'm more grateful for that. So I understand your argument,
specifically say in the book, though,
go ahead.
that God created man perfect in his image. Like, isn't that a direct contradiction? If at one point he's saying God created man perfect in his image,
Man is definitely not perfect.
If you take that,
you guys, hold on, we gotta let people finish. Come on, Dyslo didn't even get to. Let's let him finish.
Yeah, it just seems like a direct contradiction to like have to go and like remodify what God has already created perfectly.
Well, God did that.
But remember, within the context of
respond to Dyslo what he just said, and the whole Bible is basically a documentation of man not being perfect and failing, and God being perfect in comparison to man. So no, man is not perfect at all in any sense of the word. And an image is not an image. Like, if you have something that's perfect, and I took a picture of it, a picture is an image of it, right? But that picture is not actually, in fact, the perfect thing itself. Thank you.
Well, see, my response to what you said, Dyslo, would be that if you take it within the context of the scripture and you use that phrasing and you want to make that argument, you have to also then bring into the fact that it was the creator himself that gave that instruction.
Gave it instruction to who? Abraham specifically? Yeah, but
and if
like
you're aware of, go ahead.
Yeah, the Illuminati. Sorry, go ahead.
Like, you already addressed that was specific to him and his 9 children, right?
No, it wasn't. Well, no. Okay, maybe I need to. There's a lot to be more.
That's what I'm saying. It was specific to his people.
No, this is the problem that's happening. A lot of these conclusions are being drawn erroneously from what other people have said about scripture, but the scripture doesn't say that. The scripture says that those who choose to follow the way. Well, I'm just using more simple language to not get lost in too much like back and forth over scripture. Those who choose to follow the way that was given to Abraham, but it's not like he was the first one given it, by the way. the priesthood passed down from Adam, which I think is important to mention. But just let's focus on this specific instruction that they are to do this, and that's everyone. So if people don't want to, then they're not obliged to, because they're living outside of that covenant, as it were. But if they're within that covenant, that applies to them. So that would apply to anyone who chooses to, for want of a better phrase, hitch their wagon to the Creator's way of doing things.
Is that why my Bible came with the cigar cutter in the back?
I mean, that's a nice one. I like that.
I'm just
where you're getting
thinking
your Bibles from. You go to some funny hotels, right?
in response to Gio, I was just wondering if the baby feels that way and betrayed by the mother, does it go back to breastfeed to the mother?
Yeah, they don't have another option, do
That so it's just because it's their only option.
Yeah, that was
That
something
they would,
everyone would
because
have
I know
said.
I know some mothers have a hard time breastfeeding their babies. Is that?
Yeah, it might be because they circumcised them. Could be.
Yeah, I know. I'm wondering if there's a correlation there. That's what I'm asking. That's why. Because when I heard your point, I would say there should be proof of that. You know what I mean? Of like,
Jesus, that
I personally,
oh my God.
You sure you saying that we were talking about God, but is that the context you're saying it in?
I think that's a hot
No,
mic, guys.
It's just I'm just useless.
Disgusted. I'm just absolutely disgusted at the idea of a woman, mother, is supposed to nurture their little newborn son, mutilating him. Like, oh my God, and his penis? Why is she even thinking about his penis for? Like, that's sickening to me. My God, that's
Mutilation.
yeah, thinking about it in that
Mutilation.
context,
You
for
lot are
sure.
obsessed
100%.
with
What's the-
sophistry and rhetoric when it comes to these kind of discussions.
The
But
word
somehow
mutilation.
when you engage in the other discussions about Earth, you tend to be more rigorous about how you approach.
Yeah, and you're obsessed with moral, right?
My mother must be a sick bastard.
And is that an argument? Does that mean anything?
Yeah, where do you get your morals from
I
if you're going to
already told
defend
you.
this activity?
I
mean,
already
you led with that
listening?
argument earlier. I still haven't heard a defense for it.
Oh man,
Actual ridiculous.
Why do I need to
I
give a
feel
defense
like
for it?
you
You
guys
asked a question for location. I gave you location.
Well, I guess he was saying he gets it from what he feels like are the instructions from the Creator. That's what he thinks. That's what he said, right?
Like your heart.
Can you guys expound on mutilation when you say the mutilation, right? Can you expound on what you mean by that? But what do you mean by mutilating the child's body? What exactly?
Taking a part of a piece of their body.
Yeah, I didn't
That's
see
what
myself
mutilation
as
is.
mutilated. My wife doesn't either.
Like baby pigs, they get their balls snipped. That'd be mutilation.
You see how many places we go and how many
dogs
people
getting
start speaking
neutered?
at one
That's
time?
mutilation.
Does this not really reveal the depravity when all these people speaking over each other at one time when it's a simple question and people can answer one at a
Dumb
time?
question.
Wow.
This is not
Yeah.
a discussion though, North. This
Well,
is
I mean,
emotional
okay, so
reaction.
the definition of mutilate is to injure, disfigure, or make imperfect by removing or irreparably damaging parts. To deprive.
What do you mean? Hold on. What do you mean by perfect?
Let me just say the second definition: to deprive a person or animal of a limb or other essential part, hence the foreskin.
Okay.
I added
The foreskin is not essential.
Is it essential?
Yeah.
Wow. Now it's come to that. It's come to that, guys. It's not essential. You know, cut our eyelids off. I'm sure he'll live.
No,
Jesus
I
Christ.
would like to. I would just like to say my
eyelids
opinion.
aren't essential.
How is that analogous?
Yeah, real quick.
How is that
you would
analogous?
fucking-
Oh my God.
How did I survive all these
I'm
years?
not an
The
American
reason
from
why
flipping
they cut
California.
off the
Do a better job.
foreskin is because they want the man to be more sensitive down there. So he
That's
ejaculates.
actually that actually works backwards. You remove about 90% of the nerve endings when you do that. It's actually less pleasurable for a circumcised male than it is for a uncircumcised male.
Yeah, I think it has to do with cleanliness. I think it has to do with cleanliness.
Yeah,
over-
that's where they sold you. At least that's where they sold me with my oldest. Like they convinced me that he was going to have a lot less problems with bacterial infections and urinary tract infections and whatnot. But after doing it, dude, and the screams that I heard, like I regret it to this day, dude. Like it was the worst decision I ever made. So, yeah.
Has anyone ever
I don't
heard that?
suggest
at 8 days old, the baby develops the ability to clot blood?
Yeah, Elijah was saying
I
that
mentioned it
earlier.
earlier, but
Oh, okay, yeah, I was just wondering. I thought that was interesting too. But
yeah,
I'm 100% not saying it's okay to mutilate a baby for no reason. Obviously.
Hey, Torifa, yeah, I wonder if you could do Noah the benefit of elaborating the point that you're making about how he was understanding that it was done away with in the New Testament.
Well, from what I understand,
it's a fair question. I think they should understand that that's not where we stand, and that's not what the scriptures say.
yeah, from what I understand, the law is eternal. I even think there was someone in the New Testament who didn't want to get circumcised, but Peter was telling him he should get circumcised.
No, if you're talking about Acts,
Paul, I think Paul paid for Timothy's.
Paul, yeah, Timothy, that's who it is. That's right. Yeah. So what I believe is the new covenant that we're told about comes when we receive a new body, when we're born, we're made out of water and spirit, when we're resurrected, and that would be after the seventh trumpet. So that would be the very end of the world as we know it, as it is today.
No, John 3 is very clear that to be born again is to be born of the water and the spirit here in this life. That's the only way to enter the kingdom in the first place.
That you sound like Nicodemus, because what he asked is, how do I re-enter my mother's womb? So I understand that born again terminology. I agree that when you come into the truth of Yeshua's resurrection, he's the first fruits of that resurrection. Now he goes to be our high priest, and at this point we're awaiting resurrection to enter that new covenant where the law will be automatically written on your heart, rather than right now we practice it.
Well,
why did Jesus come to John to get baptized?
Because actually John was the high priest of the time and put in the wrong position.
God is within us, and that's what we receive when we're born again. The kingdom of heaven is the physical kingdom when the Lord comes back to establish it at His second coming.
Yeah, but
Lord.
Yeshua himself says not one jot or tittle will be removed from this law, and anyone who teaches you against doing the law will be the least in the kingdom, and any of those teaching you to do the law will be the greatest in the kingdom. So I would just be careful when you're telling people that the law is done away with, because Yeshua himself didn't do it. And I know Paul's words are very confusing. Peter even kind of announced on that in the Bible to let you know Paul is a little bit confusing in the way that he talks.
I'm not. Oh, I trust me. I am not trying to diminish the importance of the law. I believe that 100%. What I'm saying is that there's a difference between God's law, the commandments, and the ordinances that were contrary to us, that were nailed to the cross with Christ, that Galatians talks about.
That's a false interpretation of what you're talking about, right? When it said nailed to the cross, it's talking about the punishment. It's talking about the consequence of that, right? The behavior is never gonna change, because if it changes, then that makes God a liar, and that makes Yahweh a liar, and that won't ever work, because then there's no reason to believe anything he says.
Well, why does it say that the ordinances, which were historically in the Ark of the Covenant, the Mosaic, ordinances that were put into the side of the covenant or the Ark, whereas the Ten Commandments were the actual contents that were placed down into the Ark? When it talks about the law, the ordinance being nailed to the cross, it's talking about those rules, those 600 and plus Levitical rules that they were subject to, and that's why so many of them are referenced in the New Testament. Paul writes about this, like the dietary laws, like not eating pork. He spent an entire chapter in the New Testament explaining why we are not to hold each other to that.
Did Yeshua eat pork?
No, he doesn't. No, he does not say that.
Yeah, I would like to come in real quick, and I'm just going to read something out real quick. So Romans chapter 2, verse 25, I'm going to start there. For circumcision verily profiteth if thou keep the law. But if thou be a breaker of the law, thy circumcision is made uncircumcision. Therefore, if the uncircumcision keep the righteousness of the law, shall not his uncircumcision be counted for circumcision? This is verse 7. Therefore, if the uncircumcised keep the righteousness of the law, shall not his uncircumcision be counted as circumcision? So right here it states, Romans 2:26, chapter 2, verse 26, that this person who's uncircumcised, because he keeps the law, is counted as circumcision.
Right.
And there's whole letters where they're talking to the new church or whatever, where they're basically
follow
saying,
that logic.
where they're basically saying, when they're sending these letters to the new church, there were the Jews and the Gentiles were in these churches or whatever, and the Jews were trying to impose certain things on the Gentiles, and the whole letter is dedicated to just saying that no, these things we're not like doing anymore. It's not part of the covenant with Jesus. Thank you.
No, that's not what it says. Follow the logic that you said, right? That if he follows the law, it will be counted to him circumcision. What does the law tell us to do? It tells us to do the circumcision.
No, but it said his uncircumcision.
Let me reread that. Let me reread it real quick. Romans chapter 2, verse 26. Therefore, if the uncircumcision keep the righteousness of the law, shall not his uncircumcision, so he is physically not circumcised, be counted for circumcision? So by keeping the law, even though he's not circumcised, for some reason he's counted as circumcised. Right here in the verse, very clearly stated.
But that doesn't.
Paul's words.
Noah, that doesn't mean that you're somehow gonna just take that part where it says to do this action and remove it from the scriptures, because then that would make God a liar, and we can't do that, can we?
That was a personal covenant between Abraham and
it
God, and
was not
Abraham's people.
It was not a personal covenant
Yes,
between
it was.
God
There was
and...
the first covenant with the nation of Israel, a blood covenant, and then there was a second covenant through
that's
Jesus.
not true.
Yes,
That's
it
not
is.
true. So number one, if you read Jubilees, the angels were circumcised, right? So if you actually
Jubilees isn't scriptural, please.
Well,
bring
if you want to think that, that's fine, but that would be.
Oh, we're circumcising angels? Oh my!
Do they give babies anesthetic when they do this?
Let me ask a question here. We can
Anesthetic is extremely dangerous. You would run killing the kid if you gave it anesthetic.
Well, then why don't they just do it later in life? Why do they have to do it right out the womb? Cut your dick before you can even say anything about it.
They do it 8 days.
The eighth day.
Let's let
Effie. But like a baby's gonna get up and say, "Hey, I don't want my dick cut off." He can't say that.
Yeah, it's totally non-consensual. Let's let Effie get in. Go ahead, Effie.
Quick question. You keep referring to the law. Which law are you referring to?
The whole thing.
I'm just curious.
The instructions from the Father.
To who?
All of Scripture.
Abraham and his people. That's what they're referring to.
No, for flip's sake.
They're referring to
do me a favor, Noah. Have you ever
having a conversation here? Just one or two people. So correct. The law's given to Abraham and then down through Moses to his people. Now to his people. Whose people?
You're missing Genesis.
Yahweh's people or whose people? Because I'm not one of those people. I'm not Jewish. I'm not part of Israel. I suspect neither are you. So why are you holding yourself to a law that was not given to you or your people?
This is the misunderstanding that we're specifically addressing. No, hold on. It's not exactly. This is the misunderstanding that I'm specifically addressing. If you just mention Abraham and completely negate the rest of the scripture, you're doing that in error. The instructions from the beginning were given to the first.
I mentioned Paul and read one of his
verses. My dude, come on. We're given to the. I'm not strawmanning you. I'm addressing the scripture directly. The instructions were given from the offset to Adam. The priesthood passed its way all the way down from Adam to Abraham and so on. So if you're going to say as if it was only given to Abraham, you're not talking accurately. You're making a mistake.
That's not true. The
what
priest.
do you mean it's not true?
The priest line and the bloodline are actually separated at times.
Have you read?
Oh no, see,
Yeah, look, are you talking about the Mosaic law? Which law are you talking about? Which covenant are you talking about?
I'm addressing that. But can you
all these
listen to
laws
what I'm
and
saying?
covenants into one? They're different.
You guys, there's a lot of over talking. Let's go Fe, and then if Noah's going to get in, and then North want to get in too. We got to go one at a time.
I'll go at the end.
Thanks,
of it. I'll go. Oh, wait, real quick. I'll go after Elijah North and Fe Vanguard.
Vanguard, I'll go with it. So just quickly, so you've got the Abrahamic covenant, you've got the Mosaic covenant, you've got the covenant of the New Testament or the New Covenant. You're conflating them all into one thing for everybody. Now, the Abrahamic covenant was made with Abraham and for his descendants. The Mosaic covenant or the Mosaic law was given to Moses for Israel in the wilderness. Then you've got the New Covenant. Like you can't just say that they're all the same thing and they all apply to everybody. I think that's a conflation that's not reasonable.
Can I respond?
How do you know you're not a descendant of Abraham?
Let me respond.
Do you have any evidence
right?
of Abraham?
Well, Elijah, you got to step back for a bit. Let some other people get in. I think
he was talking directly to me. Are you just gonna make a point and then someone else? It just ruins the flow. So I'm not conflating, because the renewals and the specific promises that were given at certain points to certain people, they are there. I'm not negating that. But the instructions and where they come from, they have always been the same. They never change. They come from the Creator to those people, first with Adam, and to everyone else who chooses to go under that. So if you're gonna separate that, you're the one who's making the error. Because if you go and bring up Moses, for example, right? When Moses is given the instructions, he's not talking to just blood-born Israelites from the house of Jacob. He's talking to a whole multitude of people who by choice have chosen to align themselves with that. When you read it, it says a great multitude came out with them. So this isn't something that is only for a specific family, and these instructions have never changed. Now, does this mean that you as an individual, I can't actually see what your other name is, but that you are obliged to do this? I'm not making that argument. But if you choose to put yourself under the faith, and these are the things that you choose to believe, then you would be expected to behave like that. That's what I'm saying, and that behavior has never changed. Like what?
Okay, cool. So this Yahweh character
Was North gonna go or what?
Yeah, if I could,
because
guys.
we were gonna have a line, but fucking this guy just went on for like 3 or 4 minutes, dude. It's not fair.
Man, I think you're experiencing time dilation. That wasn't that long.
Just try to keep it concise, guys.
I'll try to be really, really quick if I can. So to the guy's question about speaking about whose ways are they, whose laws are they? If we have a creator that wants his people, and he gives his people his ways, and then we all, I'm assuming we all know that it speaks of the Jews and the Gentiles, or Israel and the Gentiles, and it speaks about them being his people together. So it's his ways, and the prophets, they're very explicit about those being his ways, and all the nations learning those ways. All the nations, all flesh, going and observing feasts they never have before in their life. They never were instructed to do, because they're his ways, not Abraham's ways, not Moses' ways, not just one people's ways, but the people who he chooses, those people. And the other thing I would like to say really quickly is the chapter 2 that was brought up in Romans, verse 26 through, it's very obvious why you didn't read verse 25 and also verses 12 through 25, because that's where the context of that is. You completely turn that around, and if you want to go into that, I would be happy to do that with you, but I'm going to step aside and let other people get in.
I'd like to read something, if that's all right, because this is exactly about the discussion we're having right now. It's from Acts 15, and it's literally a dispute about the circumcision. So it's really the most of the whole chapter of Acts 15. I'll just start in verse 5, because that's where it really gets where it really gets going. It says, But there rose up certain of the sect of the Pharisees which believe, saying that it is needful to circumcise them, and to command them to keep the law of Moses. And the apostles and elders came together for to consider of this matter. And when there had been much disputing, Peter rose up and said unto them, Men and brethren, ye know how that a good while ago God made choice among us, that the Gentiles by my mouth should hear the word of the gospel and believe. And God, which knoweth the hearts, bear them witness, giving them the Holy Ghost, even as he did unto us, and put no difference between us and them, and put no difference between us and them, purifying their hearts by faith. Now therefore, why tempt ye God to put a yoke upon the neck of the disciple, which neither our fathers nor we were able to bear? But we believe that through the grace of the Lord Jesus Christ we shall be saved, even as they. Then all the multitude kept silent and gave audience to Barnabas and Paul, declaring what miracles and wonders God had wrought among the Gentiles by them.
Thanks, Fox. That
Thanks,
completely
Fox.
makes
Yeah.
the point.
No, that is a good point. What is repentance to you, Fox?
Repentance is turning away from sin. It is acknowledging that you have sinned, that you are wrong.
What is sin?
Sin is the transgression of the law.
Okay. Which law?
The law of God.
Where do you find that?
You can look it up. You can look it up in Exodus 20, which and then Leviticus, which also restates it as God's actual 10 Commandments that He wrote on the mountain.
So let me. Okay, cool. Let me ask you this, please, just quickly. So this Yahweh character writes some stuff on stone, gives it to Moses to go down the hill and give it to the Israelites and the multitude, as you would want to call them. Now, what about the poor folk who are living in North America, South America, the Australian Aboriginals, the Chinese? How are they supposed to abide by this law given by Yahweh to at a bush when they know nothing about it? How's that supposed to
I'll
work?
answer. I'm gonna answer it with
I
the
already
with the.
addressed that because
Allow
it
me.
didn't start there. It started in the
Elisha, let
garden.
North go, dude. Let North
Fucking
go.
hell, dude.
No, you
North.
got you. Okay, so even from the text itself, when the guy was bringing up Romans 2, your answer is there. For as many, this is verse 12. Let's see. The verse 14. For when the Gentiles which have not the law do by nature the things contained in the law, these having not the law are a law unto themselves. So they don't need someone to write it down. People were doing these things. It's just right behavior, and you're born with that in you until this world indoctrinates you and you become depraved. Until you start choosing your own ways all the time and railing against the Creator, that's when those things happen. But as far as the law, go ahead, man.
Yeah, I was just going to say. So, dude, under that narrative, why did Jesus have to come and die then? If we all just kind of do the right thing, then we're fine. What's his sacrifice for?
If you're asking,
we don't die spiritually, because with sin, the consequence of sin is death, and so we're all assigned a death sentence, and basically, he paid the bond.
No, but hang on. You're saying
how does somebody else pay a bond for your sins? Like, your sins are your sins. You got to pay your own karmic bonds. I don't see how some other guy dying would be related to your sins.
I agree. I think it's his resurrection.
Yeah,
either way,
yeah,
what you are
right. It is his resurrection that breaks the precedent of a man. Yeah.
If you were arguing if a man keeps the law, even if he doesn't know the law, but he keeps the law, then that's counted as circumcision, or whatever you quoted it to be. In other words, saying as long as he does the right thing, he's okay, he's cool. Even if he doesn't know about the law, if he's an Australian Aboriginal. So if that's the case under Yahweh's commandment, then that's a New Testament statement, by the way, and not the Old Testament where the law was given. And understand everything when they're talking in the New Testament, they're talking like what Jesus says. He's saying it to Jews. Like he's not. He's saying it to Jews who are living under the law that was given by Yahweh, whoever that is, to Moses, and you're conflating that Yahweh character with the God that evidently appeared to Abraham when the name Yahweh didn't even exist until Moses at the burning bush. There's all sorts of disconnects in that narrative.
Let me say this. Let me just say this. I don't know if you caught this earlier, but the scripture itself, right? It distinguishes between these people groups. But at certain points of time, people groups have come together and they've worshiped the Creator in the same way. Not just the way their group did it, but all in the same way. And the same text says that these people will do this in the future. And that these ways are His ways. You know, the prophets agree. There's more than one prophet that says that in the last days, the mountain of His house will be firmly established upon the highest hills and highest mountains, and all flesh, all nations will come to learn His ways and walk in His paths. For the law, His law, shall go forth, right? And it goes into detail about those things and about the feasts that men have never celebrated that they will. Now, the gentleman earlier that brought up Acts, when you're speaking of Acts and you're speaking about what was expected of the new believers who were not of the same people group, you could say this. It's for Acts chapter 15, verse 18 through 21. Known unto God all of His works from the beginning of the world, wherefore my sentence is that we trouble not them which from the Gentiles are turned to God, but that we write unto them that they abstain from pollutions of idols. Where do you think that came from? From fornication. Where do you think that came from? And from things strangled, and from blood. Where do you think those things came from? Now, the very last part of that is because Moses of old time has in every city